Chapter 1. Rebirth. Pain. Excruciating pain. Qiao collapsed to the ground, slaughtered by marauders wielding their knives, her blood staining the earth beneath her. She gazed into the distance, where more marauders surged through the gates of the base. Her body ached so intensely that she felt numb, and in despair, Qiao closed her eyes. Perhaps death was a blessing. She had endured enough of this dark apocalypse, where every moment was a torment. Not only was there insufficient food, but relentless natural disasters plagued her, and she had to remain vigilant against the treachery of others. She could not bear any longer. She was utterly exhausted. Qiao's consciousness began to fade. Yet, in the next instant, she abruptly opened her eyes. Before her lay her own room, illuminated by a small bedside lamp. However, the sensation of pain persisted, as if hundreds of wounds throbbed upon her body. Sweat soaked her pajamas, even dampening the mattress beneath her. Had it all been a dream? No, it was all too real. Those events had indeed transpired. The base had been breached while she resided on the outskirts, and the marauders had overwhelmed her, mercilessly taking her life. She could have escaped when the boy in the neighboring bed fell. She had pulled him back. Yet, unexpectedly, he had shoved her toward the marauders, buying himself time to flee. In a world like this, being a good person led to dire consequences. Now, what was her current situation? Was she truly reborn? She examined her delicate, fair hands. There were no signs of years of labor, nor scars from past injuries. She had genuinely been reborn. She glanced at her phone on the bedside table. It was November 24th, 2034, 5:22 a.m. Qiao furrowed her brow. The cataclysmic snowstorm that marked the beginning of this apocalypse was set to commence at 8 p.m. tonight. This left her with less than 15 hours to prepare. How absurd. Oh heavens. If you were granting me a second chance at life, could you at least provide me with a bit more time? There was no room for sorrow at this moment. As an old Chinese saying goes, since I am here, I might as well make the most of it. Although she did not wish to be reborn or to endure the horrors of this cannibalistic apocalypse once more, she had been given a second chance at life. She could not simply allow herself to die again. In her previous life, Qiao had perished in the 4th year of the apocalypse, having endured blizzards, extreme cold, earthquakes, and scorching heat. She was uncertain of what other disasters awaited her, but it was always prudent to prepare as much as possible. She swiftly dressed, neglecting to brush her teeth, and dashed to the door to change her shoes and head outside. Suddenly, as she stood before the mirror in the hallway, she caught sight of a white jade pendant that had accompanied her since childhood. It was a simple trinket left to her by her mother who had died during childbirth. It held no monetary value, and she had lost it during the 2nd year of the apocalypse in everlasting regret. Now, having regained the pendant, tears nearly welled in her eyes. Suddenly, a bold idea flooded her mind. She rushed to the kitchen, retrieved a fruit knife, and cut her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the pendant. After a faint glimmer of white light, a new location appeared in her Minda house. It was a 2-story villa with a small yard. She attempted to enter and, in the blink of an eye, found herself standing in the yard. The yard was modest, a perfect square measuring 10 meters on each side. Ascending the steps, she encountered a wooden terrace that spanned an impressive 20 square meters, adjacent to the living room of the villa. Qiao stepped inside. The decor was warm and inviting, complete with modern appliances. The first floor boasted a living room, kitchen, dining area, study, and bathroom. Climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor, she found a bedroom on the left, a bathroom across from it, and a glass greenhouse to the right. She cast a quick glance inside the greenhouse, which contained soil, pots, and various supplies, but no plants. Standing on the 2nd floor, she noticed a virtual timer hovering above the yard. 1 hour, 51 minutes, and 33 seconds. It appeared that the space only allowed for 2 hours of access each day. She wondered if this time could accumulate. With this newfound space, stocking up on supplies became more convenient, and she could seek refuge within it during critical moments. She lifted her chin with determination this time. She would navigate the apocalypse safely. Consequently, her plans for stockpiling would require alteration. In this lifetime, she had no intention of residing in the Red Sun Community 7-story, elevatorless building where her home was on the 6th floor. After the snowstorm, snow accumulated to the height of 5 stories, easily allowing it to enter through the windows. Without pausing to change into slippers, She entered the kitchen and retrieved several tubs of ice cream from the refrigerator, distributing them throughout the yard, terrace, and villa. She took one last, lingering look at the home where she had grown up and stored every item within the space, including 6 black and white photographs on the wall. Descending the stairs, she exited the community and ordered a bowl of soy milk and 2 baskets of buns from a breakfast shop, devouring them hungrily. She was ravenous. To be precise, her stomach wasn't actually empty, but she felt starved. The last time she had eaten was a day and a night ago before her untimely death. Food was precious in this apocalypse. "Boss, they'll have another basket of beef buns," she requested. The owner of the breakfast shop raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Qiao, how long has it been since you last ate?" Qiao chose not to respond and instead said, "Boss, the school has an event, so please pack up everything in the shop for me, 50 portions in an insulated container. I'll take it all." The owner understood immediately. "Is this a request from your teacher?" Qiao nodded absent-mindedly. She glanced at the owner's van outside and added, "Boss, I want to rent your van for a day, name your price." The owner, still packing, waved her off. "What are you talking about renting? You've been having breakfast here for years. Take it for free." After a moment's pause, he continued, "But I can only let you have it for half a day. I need to pick up my kids in the afternoon." Qiao nodded in agreement. That would suffice. She needed the van because rental services were closed and she was in urgent need of supplies. Half a day would do. Once the boss had finished packing the breakfast, he loaded it into the van, and Qiao drove away. When she reached a secluded area, she stored the 10 insulated containers of breakfast within her space. At that moment, a message pinged on WeChat. "Babe, for breakfast, I want soup dumplings and chocolate milk. Love you." It was from her friend, Minghua. Qiao scoffed. She was a local from City M, attending M City Normal University, currently in her 3rd year. Minghua, her class monitor and supposed best friend, was none other than Minghua. On this day in her previous life, it was a Friday, and she would have gone to class as usual. After school, Minghua had used the snowstorm as an excuse to stay at Qiao's home, fearing that Qiao would be lonely. Having suffered abuse from her stepmother, Qiao had always been reclusive, with Minghua being her only friend. She found it impossible to refuse her request, so she brought her home. However, the snowstorm had continued unabated. On the 3rd day, Minghua's cousin, Weibao, also arrived. The two of them took advantage of Qiao's hospitality, consuming all her stored food while deceiving her. Qiao wished to avoid complications, as her primary focus now was on stockpiling supplies. She replied, "I'm not feeling well today and won't be attending class. Please excuse me." Almost immediately, she received a response. "Okay." A smirk crept onto Qiao's lips. The other party didn't even bother to inquire about her illness. Their concern was clearly insincere, merely a ploy to enjoy her free breakfast. She had already provided Minghua with free breakfast for half a year, foolishly believing she was sharing with a good friend. Fortunately, she would no longer play the fool. She was eager to see how these two would survive the snowstorm and extreme cold without her supplies. Considering that time was of the essence, she headed to her space to check the state of the melting ice cream. Aside from the glass greenhouse on the 2nd floor, the ice cream in every other area showed no signs of melting. This was reassuring for her stockpiling plans. Suddenly, she noticed an object resembling a vending machine in a corner of the small yard. Chapter 2. The Golden Finger. As Qiao approached, she discovered that the vending machine contained no products, but rather a touchscreen with 3 options displayed. The first option was for payment: cash, card, or electronic payment. The second option was numerical: 1, 10, 100, 1000. The third option was a button: start copying. Acting on her intuition, she placed a packet of chips inside and inserted a 100 yuan note. She selected the number 1 and pressed the start copying button. The machine trembled slightly, and after 3 seconds, it opened its door to reveal another packet of chips inside. At the change outlet, she found 94 yuan. It dawned on her that the price of this packet of chips had been 6 yuan when she purchased it. She then tried placing a pack of tissues into the machine, costing 1 yuan, which was precisely the price she had paid. This was utterly astonishing. This golden finger was remarkably potent. With this copying machine, she no longer needed to hoard vast amounts of supplies. Acquiring a modest quantity of each item along with some extra cash would suffice. Money had lost its original value in the post-apocalyptic world, leading people to barter. As she drove, she calculated her available funds. 1. 08 million in cash, a two-bedroom apartment outside the third ring of M City, and a two-story self-built house. At this point, one might assume that Qiao was a wealthy heiress, but quite the contrary. Qiao was a local of M City, with her grandparents being quintessential farmers. When her parents married, they borrowed extensively from relatives to afford a down payment on a house near the third ring. Tragically, her biological mother died of complications during childbirth. Her father remarried, and her stepmother bore him a son. The 1.08 million represented the remaining compensation from the deaths of her father, stepmother, and brother. The two-bedroom apartment was inherited from her father, while the self-built house belonged to her grandparents. In other words, all her relatives had perished. Yet, she did not mourn, for their deaths had allowed her to finally enjoy a full meal. Before this, she had never even owned a bed. Let us not dwell on the past, but focus on the present. She glanced at her phone, 6:30 a.m. At this hour, M City was still shrouded in darkness, with few shops open. She recalled a 24-hour pharmacy nearby and hurriedly drove there. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medications, painkillers, cold medicine, fever reducers, diarrhea remedies, instant heart-saving pills, vitamins, calcium tablets, melatonin, alcohol, gauze thermometers, masks. Qiao recited her list of essential medications for the apocalypse, downloaded from the internet, to the bewildered staff. The clerk asked, "Ma'am, where are you headed?" Qiao fabricated a response, "Africa." She scanned the QR code and paid a 1,000 yuan deposit, instructing the clerk to prepare her items for pickup in 1 hour. Time was of the essence. She needed to gather supplies urgently. Some medications, such as tetanus shots, were unavailable, but there was no time to waste seeking them. 3 kilometers away lay the largest vegetable market in the area, brimming with fresh produce, seafood, poultry, meat, grains, oils, rice, spices, and various dry goods. She purchased one of everything available. With the copying machine, she saved considerable time in her stockpiling efforts. At the grain store, she noticed rice scattered on the floor and smirked. "Boss, do you want the rice on the floor?" "Not anymore," the owner chuckled. "There's not just rice on the floor. You can take as much red and green beans as you like, all for free." Qiao squatted down and meticulously picked up the rice grains, peanuts, and other dried foods, collecting 2 of each. On her way out, she spotted homemade high-proof liquor and purchased a jar, along with disposable meal boxes, utensils, and cookware, especially selecting the sharpest knives. Once back in a van, she eagerly placed a handful of her collected grains into the copying machine. 3 seconds later, she watched as the machine produced another portion of grains and returned her 100 yuan note, prompting her to laugh heartily. She then attempted to copy a single peanut into 1,000 pieces, which also came at no cost. The copying machine did not draw from the intrinsic value of items, but rather from the price she had paid to acquire them. After retrieving her medications from the pharmacy, she quickly departed. She returned the van and transferred the breakfast money to the owner. "How did you finish so quickly?" he teased. "I wasn't charging you, you silly girl. It's just a breakfast gift. Thank you," she replied, turning aboard taxi. She needed to reach a destination over an hour away. By taking a cab, she could save precious time for other tasks. Although the copying machine could replicate freely acquired items, she dared not gamble with life-saving supplies. After providing her destination, Qiao downloaded various banking apps on her phone. Indeed, she planned to exploit online loans. Owning property expedited the approval process, resulting in near-instant approvals. Some loans arrived within minutes, while others took a few hours. In this economic downturn, banks were eager for clients to take out loans. She called customer service, delivering her script. "I wish to purchase a house. Please expedite the loan." The taxi driver, overhearing her, advised, "Young lady, property prices are continuously dropping. Why would you want to take out a loan for a house? Don't be foolish." As he spoke, the car radio announced a blizzard warning. Qiao chose not to respond to the driver, but instead cautioned, "There's a blizzard warning tonight. I suggest you stock up on food at home." The driver chuckled, shaking his head. "I don't think there will be a blizzard. Look, the sun is about to rise. It's a clear day." Gazing at the sun rising on the horizon, she stole a few extra glances, reluctant to look away. After today, such a beautiful sunrise would never grace her eyes again. She scrolled through her phone and called a contact labeled Village Bully. "I agree to sell you my grandfather's land, but I have one condition. I want to see the money today." The man on the other end spoke in a gruff tone. At 11 a.m., return to the village, and we'll sign the contract. Qiao replied, I have classes today and cannot return to the village. Come to the city to find me. She sent him an address. The man called back, You're being too hasty. I can only give you half the agreed amount. Besides, if you don't sell to me, you won't have rightful ownership of the land. I have connections. Qiao scoffed, Then I won't sell. She had no time for such negotiations. 5 minutes later, the man texted, Let us stick to the original price. I'll come to you. Don't try any tricks. At the Huashing Outdoor Equipment Integrated Store, Qiao donned a baseball cap and mask, eyeing the enormous sign and the warehouse-sized store. Realizing this was the largest outdoor supply store in the city, reputed to be among the best in the province. Chapter 3. Stockpiling. Qiao sought out a seemingly taciturn sales clerk. I am embarking on an expedition to the Arctic, and I require one of everything essential. The Arctic? The clerk stammered, aware that the frigid region could plummet to temperatures as low as minus 70 degrees. Are you preparing for such extremes? Qiao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, in the midst of a snowstorm, global temperatures could drop drastically by several degrees. In M-City, the temperature could fall to a chilling minus 55 degrees. Preparing for minus 70 degrees would undoubtedly suffice. Items such as polar thermal suits, ultra-warm down jackets, Arctic sleeping bags, and tents were indispensable. These are the latest technological advancements, and I shall refrain from detailing each one. The clerk's cheeks flushed with excitement. This was undoubtedly a significant client, ensuring her monthly sales quota was met. Here are also the tools you need. First aid kits, oxygen tanks, polar gloves, snow boots, jackets, protective masks, thermal masks, climbing shoes, ropes, fire axes, radios, solar chargers, and outdoor mugs. Before the clerk could finish listing the items, Qiao glanced at the paper and interrupted. No need to read further. I want all of it. Qiao added, I require all items to be in stock, and I must collect them today. The clerk nodded eagerly. I will print the receipt right away. Please hold on. Qiao halted her. I also need snowmobiles, skis, ski goggles, night vision devices, life jackets, inflatable boats, kayaks, portable chargers, charcoal stoves, smokeless charcoal, powerful hand warmers, kerosene lamps, alcohol stoves, alcohol blocks, portable gas stoves, and portable toilets. She tossed over a list of supplies downloaded online. Please provide me with everything on this list. At that moment, the store manager was drawn over by the commotion. He warmly led Qiao to the VIP room and served a lavish spread of snacks and coffee. Esteemed guest, the variety of items you desire is quite extensive. Please wait here for a moment while I personally assist you. Additionally, since your purchase meets the promotional threshold, I can offer you a 20% discount. Qiao, unfazed, inquired directly, Manager, does the store provide complimentary gasoline, diesel, kerosene, charcoal, hand warmers, lighters, windproof candles, and masks? These consumables, if received for free, could be replicated using a copier, yielding substantial savings. The manager was about to default to a scripted response when Qiao interjected. Even a small quantity of each item would suffice, but they must be complimentary. Noting Qiao's unpretentious student attire, the manager deduced she was likely running errands for a wealthy peer, and thus displayed a knowing expression. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. He instructed his staff to prepare all samples and gifts available for this student. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed. Qiao, are you feeling unwell? Shall I accompany you to the hospital? It was from Ruan Weibao. Clearly, Ruan Mingwei had informed him. Before Qiao could respond, another message arrived. My cousin has classes and, as class monitor, cannot take leave, so I was sent to look after you. I worry about you being home alone. Heck, cousin. In the second year of the apocalypse, she inadvertently discovered the two cohabiting. She learned they were merely coincidentally of the same sex, not actual cousins. They were fellow townsfolk who had become involved during university military training, fabricating the cousin story to facilitate their rendezvous and avoid dorm inspections. Ruan Mingwei was quite generous, sacrificing her boyfriend to pursue her own interests. However, this did not add up. It was not yet the apocalypse. Yet Ruan Mingwei was subtly orchestrating a romance between herself and Ruan Weibao. This was not just today. She had been seeking opportunities for the two to be alone together. Never mind, there was no time to ponder such matters. Stockpiling was of utmost importance. Through the glass of the VIP room, Qiao spotted discounted summer items. The apocalypse brought not only extreme cold, but also sweltering heat. She hurried over to select quick-drying sportswear, sun protection clothing, ice sleeves, and lightweight athletic shoes. The manager, observing her preference for economical yet durable items, became increasingly convinced that she was indeed running errands for others, and now was finally purchasing for herself. Such individuals deserved exceptional treatment. One could never predict if they would assist other affluent peers. People often possess an inherent tendency to spend others' money without a second thought. He further instructed his team to prepare gift packages intended for Gold Card members, along with new stock including power banks, USB drives, compressed biscuits, self-heating rice dishes, and portable hot pots, all for her. Qiao continued her selection. Mountain bikes, anti-slip shoe spikes, and tire chains, as well as ice makers, coolers, portable car refrigerators, and kettles. For reasons unknown, her gaze fell upon the RV parked in the courtyard. The manager promptly interjected, "This RV is not for sale. It is available for rent." Seeing Qiao's lack of response, he smiled apologetically, realizing she likely had no use for an RV in her Arctic journey, though perhaps other classmates might find it useful. Qiao finally grasped the underlying message, but chose not to elaborate. "I will rent it for 2 days. What are the terms?" The manager's eyes lit up instantly. Clearly perceiving her as a student genuinely assisting several wealthy individuals. Someone nearby reminded, "Our RVs have a factory price exceeding $500,000, so a financial verification is required." Qiao extracted her property deed, identification card, student ID, bank card, and driver's license from her backpack. "Is this sufficient?" The manager quickly affirmed it was. Ultimately, when it came time to collect her items, everything was loaded into the RV, yet several items, such as the snowmobiles, remained unaccommodated. He waved his hand, stating, "I will rent an additional off-road vehicle, a business vehicle, and a mini camping vehicle, but I need your assistance in delivering them to a specified location." The manager nodded vigorously, assuring her that this would be arranged. He quietly added, "I have also prepared a complimentary supply of gasoline and diesel, each in 5-liter containers." Noticing Qiao's frown, he quickly clarified, "All of it is free, a gift for your convenience, whether for use or transfer." He extended his business card, warmly inviting her to return in the future. The initial sales clerk who had attended to her now stood aside, overshadowed and disheartened. Qiao understood that the substantial sales from today would likely be credited to the manager. She accepted the card and quietly inquired, "Do you have tetanus shots available?" The manager raised his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his face. "I will add you on WeChat and connect you with someone who was previously a pharmaceutical representative." He winked. "Rest assured, I will ensure he provides you with an additional gift. By the way, do you or your friends require any safety supplies?" Qiao nodded. The manager was evidently astute in business acumen. Moments later, she exited the outdoor equipment store. During her drive, she contacted a real estate agency to rent a nearby warehouse. All 4 vehicles were parked within the warehouse, and she distributed a 100 yuan red envelope to each of the 3 staff who assisted in driving. "This is for your taxi fare. Thank you for your efforts." These 3 individuals had been hastily recruited by the manager and had prepared to cover their own taxi expenses back to the store. So this unexpected bonus was a pleasant surprise. After closing the warehouse door, Qiao ensured she had cut off power and surveillance before transferring the vehicles and supplies into her space, leaving only a business vehicle for stockpiling. Originally planning to rent a vehicle immediately after leaving the outdoor shop, this now proved to be more convenient. The credit she had accessed through online loans was nearly depleted, with only 30 to 40,000 remaining. She drove towards the largest mall in the city, selecting a parking spot in a surveillance blind spot within the underground garage. Time, 11:27 a.m. The sun hung high in the sky, with temperatures soaring close to 20 degrees. Many handsome men and beautiful women donned light attire, with some even wearing dresses. She opened her phone and, to her surprise, noticed a plethora of missed calls, all from the local bully. She redialed the number and said, "I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the supermarket on the B1 floor," before abruptly hanging up without allowing the other party a chance to respond. She then retrieved the WeChat contact of the manager from the outdoor goods store. She sent a message to both individuals, requesting the items she desired and instructing them to deliver them to the mall. Chapter 4. Continuing to stockpile, the village bully arrived with 3 accomplices, exuding an air of intimidation. However, Qiao remained unfazed. At the supermarket entrance, there were surveillance cameras on either side, and security personnel were present. She had no cause for concern. Accustomed to being domineering, the village bully had never faced such treatment before. Just as he was about to hurl insults, Qiao extended her hand, demanding, "Bring me the contract." The bully's eyes blazed with fury, wondering who she had allied with to gain such audacity. Had her courage grown significantly? Was she no longer the timid mouse that scurried away at the sight of others? Qiao wasted not a second. If he was unwilling to engage in a transaction, then so be it. She turned and entered the supermarket. The bully's companions rushed to stop her, pleading, "Qiao, don't hold it against Uncle Dazhuang. He is just a rough man with no ill intentions. He used to carry you when you were little." Carry her? How amusing. That was merely a form of bullying, tossing her around like a child. She swiftly reviewed the contract, received the payment, and signed her name without delay. 400,000 yuan secured, with a 2-story self-built house and an additional 30-square-meter yard. Situated not far from the provincial capital's edge, it was at risk of demolition at any moment. Based on market value, it was worth no less than 800,000 yuan. Yet, the issue of land rights had yet to be resolved, with the title still in her grandfather's name. Now, as the apocalypse loomed, there were no better buyers than the village bully. Once she confirmed the transfer on her phone, she wasted no time signing and re-entered the supermarket. Behind her, the village bully threatened, "If you dare to go back on this, I'll dig up your grandparents' graves." Qiao shrugged off the threat. When her grandparents were alive, they had favored boys over girls, often calling her derogatory names like dead girl and worthless child. They had never once called her by her name. Before the college entrance examination, they even attempted to extort a hefty bride price to force her into marrying a fool. Thankfully, the school intervened, allowing her to sit for the exam. Even after her father's death, they sought to seize her inheritance and compensation, leaving her with nothing, even attempting to prevent her from attending university. Inside the supermarket, she began her grand shopping spree. Toiletries included shampoo, conditioner, body wash, facial cleanser, soap, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. Hygiene products encompass sanitary napkins, panty liners, tissues, and toilet paper. Everyday essentials such as towels, lip balm, mirrors, combs, thermoses, water bottles, and slippers were also procured. Frozen foods featured lamb rolls, beef rolls, dumplings, glutinous rice balls, sausages, hot pot balls, and steaks. Kitchenware consisted of enamel pots, iron pans, stone pots, and clay pots, alongside various utensils, aprons, and gloves. In the grain section, she eagerly picked up millet, glutinous rice, and black rice, items she hadn't found at the market. Suddenly, she remembered her high school homeroom teacher had assisted her in finding school. She quickly called for a courier, sending 2 bags of rice, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, and 20 packs of salt and sugar to his address. In the snacks aisle, she selected her favorite treats, ensuring she didn't forget items like snail noodles, spicy noodles, chips, and spicy strips. Additionally, she gathered chili sauce, beef sauce, pickled vegetables, and olive vegetables. She also picked up some discounted near-expiry foods. For dairy and beverages, she chose 1 bottle each of various brands and flavors, ensuring to include bottled water and canned coffee. She also spotted salt and sugar, and though she had purchased some in the market, she couldn't resist the special offers on several varieties. In the impending apocalypse, salt was not just a seasoning, but a form of currency, akin to money. Sugar, too, served as a rapid energy source, making it a strategic resource of undeniable value. She bought brown sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar. Cigarettes and liquor were equally essential purchases, as they would also hold value in the coming chaos. At checkout, she noticed condoms and purchased several boxes. In the electronics section, she selected an air purifier, electric fan, hairdryer, rice cooker, induction cooker, oven, microwave, electric heater, lamp, and air conditioner, smaller items, as she couldn't afford to attract attention for larger ones. With limited time, she also didn't lack for appliances, as her small house already had some, and she had stored additional appliances from a two-bedroom unit. Her current urgency stemmed from her desire to stockpile. With her numerous purchases, she enlisted the help of staff to push a cart, loading it all into her vehicle. After securing everything in her space, she approached the food street near the supermarket exit. She ordered from each stall, packaging everything: barbecue, fried skewers, beef patties, pan-fried buns, rice noodles, handmade noodles, clay pot dishes, baked goods, roasted meats, marinated delicacies, sushi, pizza, fried chicken, hamburgers, and fries. At the milk tea shop, she made sure to order one of every variety. While waiting for her food, she casually munched on a hamburger and ordered takeout online, selecting everything available from the food street. She also requested a few small items she had forgotten to purchase, having them delivered. The delivery address was set to the underground parking garage. She found a security guard to watch over her vehicle, giving him 200 yuan and freeing up several breakfast warmers. Entering the mall, she shopped for winter coats, sportswear, sweaters, thermal pants, undergarments, sleepwear, socks, gloves, hats, scarves, and sunglasses. In the electronics section, she gathered USB drives, external hard drives, iPads, and mobile phones. At the cosmetics store, she packed a set of her usual skincare products. She omitted makeup, as she had no intention of beautifying herself in a post-apocalyptic world. The sales assistant, noticing her numerous shopping bags, provided attentive service, offering several complimentary samples, including face masks and hand creams. In the home goods section, she purchased bedding sets, down comforters, air conditioning blankets, thick cotton quilts, carpets, mats, and blackout curtains. She also acquired a single mattress with a thickness of 20 centimeters and a compressible double mattress, 10 centimeters thick. After securing the mattresses in her space, she donned her mask again and changed parking spots. The security company's personnel arrived first, a man and a woman, both robust and seemingly trained fighters. After loading 2 boxes of goods into her trunk, the short-haired woman inquired, "Are you heading to a combat zone?" Glancing inside, Qiao exclaimed, "You really have guns?" Surprised by the outdoor equipment store owner's connections, the woman shrugged, "Impossible. Those are prohibited items in our country. We are a legitimate company, merely saying they can ensure your safety." The man added, "They're not real guns, but modified ones that use special metal pellets, resembling toy guns, with a range of 20 meters. Qiao understood. They were adequate for domestic use. Leaning against the car door, the woman produced 2 packs of metal bullets, saying, "Here, these are for you, free of charge." Qiao accepted them, pleased, and placed them in her vehicle. The woman continued, "The smaller ones are for toy guns. The larger ones are suitable for slingshots. However, be cautious while using them here. Avoid attracting the attention of the authorities." Qiao nodded, inquiring about the boxing sandbags and dummies she had requested. The man opened the car door and continued to unload more items. "You don't seem like someone who boxes. Is this for a wealthy friend of yours?" Clearly, it was the manager's loose lips at work. After they departed, Qiao opened the cardboard boxes. Inside were a variety of weapons: a spiked bat, a stun baton, nunchucks, bulletproof vests, arm guards, cut-resistant clothing, Swiss Army knives, slingshots, chains, walkie-talkies, tear gas, flashlights, military rations, and compressed biscuits, all an extensive array of supplies. The highlight was the modified toy gun, which appeared quite plastic. It measures approximately the length of 1.5 palms, yet it feels surprisingly weighty when lifted. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that aside from the exterior being composed of plastic, the interior had been entirely modified. How remarkably professional this security company is. Chapter 5. The temperature drops soon after the person delivering the medication arrived. Everything you requested is in this large box. Many items require a prescription, so it may take a little time. The man, in his 40s, of average build, spoke with a smile and was quite amiable. Following Manager Wang's reminder, he indicated that this small box contained a token of my appreciation delivered to you free of charge. It included not only tetanus shots, but also rabies vaccines. I hope you find it satisfactory. He also assisted in placing some temperature-sensitive medications into the car's refrigerator. Qiao was pleased and promptly transferred the payment. The man waved goodbye and drove off, reminding her to contact him via WeChat in advance for any future needs, fearing it might inconvenience her. Qiao exited the vehicle and made her way to the 5th floor of the mall. The entire floor was filled with restaurants. and she ordered her favorite dishes: garlic lobster, tomato shrimp, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, Peking-style shredded meat, barbecue sets, hot pot sets, Shanxi noodles, and seafood platters, all neatly packaged. At the dessert shop, she also had various small cakes packed. While waiting for her food, she busily downloaded a plethora of materials online: satellite maps, encyclopedic knowledge, cultural technology, combat techniques, and martial arts instruction. Upon leaving the mall, she noticed the sky had darkened considerably, and the temperature had dropped significantly. Her next destination was the medical college adjacent to M-City Normal University. She headed straight for the bookstore, purchasing every medical book she could find, both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. After the apocalypse, finding a doctor had become quite challenging. She figured she could learn a thing or two. Not far from the bookstore was a traditional Chinese medicine shop, where many teachers and students sourced their herbs, deemed more reliable than elsewhere. She bought some herbal materials and then proceeded to another street. Nearby was an old villa area where many educated elderly folks cultivated their gardens, leading to a grocery store that sold seeds. She collected a packet of every type of vegetable seed available. To her surprise, the store also had strawberry and grape seedlings, an unexpected delight. She purchased some potting soil, planting pots, tools, and more. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was 6 p.m. A blizzard warning chimed, and the temperature was approaching freezing. However, no one seemed to mind. Everything felt calm and beautiful. Not even a breeze stirred. There was still time, so Qiao ventured to the pedestrian street, packing her favorite snacks: egg pancakes, meat-filled buns, chicken pastry, donkey meat pies, spicy hot pot, starch sausages, roasted sweet potatoes, and barbecues. Some snacks simply could not be replicated by the mall's food court. She settled in a corner of the hot pot stall, waiting for her order while reviewing her stockpiling list for any omissions. She purchased a portable toilet at an outdoor supplies store but forgot to buy sand. Additionally, she needed a detailed map of M-City and a national map to print. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice not far behind her. What a ridiculous weather. It was nearly 20 degrees at noon, and I'm still in a thin coat. It's freezing. It was Wan Mingwei. Qiao subtly turned her head and noticed the two had just sat down at the adjacent barbecue stall. Wan Weibo responded, "I suspect it's going to snow. There's no air conditioning in the dorm. I'll freeze to death at night." Qiao sat with her back to them, wearing a duckbill cap, and the hot pot stall obscured her from their view. However, the pedestrian street was separated from the university by the entire medical college, requiring a half-hour walk. Why would they choose to walk so far when there were plenty of barbecue stalls near the university? Wan Mingwei reprimanded. "Why didn't you follow my arrangement and take care of Qiao?" Wan Weibo replied defensively. "She doesn't reply to my WeChat. Why should I bother?" He added, "Forget about her, darling. Let me kiss you. It's been a week since I last touched you. It's been torturous." Wan Mingwei pushed the man away, saying, "What are you doing? What if someone from our department sees us?" He snorted. "Isn't it obvious I deliberately came to this side of the medical college to avoid our classmates?" Wan Mingwei was speechless. Avoiding classmates is to thoroughly investigate your pursuit of Qiao. Do you understand? Wan Weibo took a substantial bite of his lamb skewer. "She looks average, dresses plainly, lives in an old neighborhood. Are you sure she has money? How could I be mistaken?" Wan Mingwei explained. In March of this year, M-City experienced an epidemic, and every student leaving school had to register their address and landlord. The property deed for the house where Qiao lives is in her name. Moreover, I secretly checked a compensation document in her drawer during my visit, and it was worth millions with only Qiao's signature. Do you think she lacks money? Qiao halted in her tracks. No wonder Wan Mingwei had suddenly become so warm towards her 6 months ago, despite previously ignoring her. She not only reserved seats for her, but also lent her notes and assisted with her studies. How foolish of her to believe her charm had finally been recognized. Wan Weibo, however, remained unconcerned. An old house and $1 million in savings isn't much. Our department is filled with rich second-generation students. Why focus solely on her? Wan Mingwei retorted, "You fool, others have families. Qiao is alone, with all her relatives deceased. Even if she were to be wronged, no one would speak up for her. Our family is all from out of town. Your family favors your brother, and my father is a gambler. If we don't strive for ourselves, when will we ever secure a foothold in M-City?" Qiao felt a chill in her heart. In her previous life, she had witnessed her best friend and boyfriend entangled together. Aside from sorrow, she felt little hatred. After all, Ruan Mingyue was her first friend who had offered her warmth. And Ruan Weibo had saved her life, protecting her from harm. She even believed they had only come together after the apocalypse, as no one would intentionally push their boyfriend towards someone else. In her past, she had been too weak, never even asking them why they chose to betray her, quietly leaving instead. Now it seemed everything had been premeditated. They were always a pair, and she was the outsider. Ruan Mingyue continued. Qiao's personality is fragile. She has been bullied and mistreated by her stepmother, brother, and grandparents since childhood, making her easily manipulated. A few kind words from me, and she lays her heart bare. Qiao chuckled bitterly, realizing her early life could be summarized in Ruan Mingyue's words. Her biological mother was an orphan who died during childbirth. Her grandparents resented her for being a girl, treating her with disdain. Her father remarried when she was 2, and within 4 months, a brother was born. Thus, she gained a stepmother and stepfather. Besides tuition, her family provided her with nothing. She wasn't allowed at the dining table, waiting for them to finish eating before she could barely eat the leftovers. When hunger struck, she rummaged through trash cans for discarded food. During her menstrual period, she had no sanitary pads, resorting to toilet paper. She had no change of clothes, wearing her school uniform daily, and the smell was unbearable. Isolated and often bullied at school, her childhood was filled with hunger and suffering beyond words. She had wept silently into her mother's portrait countless times at night, contemplating ending her life, wishing to escape her miserable existence. This situation persisted until her 18th year, when a turning point arrived. Chapter 6. The blizzard following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, the school organized a lottery as a reward. She won an extravagant trip for 3. Her father, feeling entitled, swiftly seized the prize voucher and took her stepmother and younger brother to enjoy the vacation. However, during their travels, the trio unlawfully trespassed into a restricted area and perished when struck by a colossal boulder. The scenic area was not held entirely accountable, resulting in a modest compensation of 1.05 million yuan. The grandparents attempted to claim the entire sum, but tragically met their demise in a collision with a guardrail while riding an electric bike on their way to sign the paperwork. The stepmother's brother also sought to claim the full amount, only to be struck by lightning before he could depart. In a surreal twist of fate, Qiao suddenly inherited the entirety of her family's wealth. Not only did she possess the house, but also the compensation and her family's savings, culminating in a total of 1.19 million yuan. That night, she lay in a master bedroom, tears of joy streaming down her face, realizing the exquisite feeling of resting on a bed, soft, comfortable, and warm. Subsequently, she paid her university tuition, indulging only modestly in food while refraining from extravagant expenditures, dressing quite ordinarily. Now, 3 years later, she still has 1.08 million yuan remaining. Meanwhile, Ruan Weibo was persuaded to reach out to Qiao via WeChat. Ruan Mingyue slapped his arm, urging him to appear genuinely concerned. Moments later, Qiao received a message from Ruan Weibo. Qiao, how is your health? I worry for you, fearing you might be alone without care. Ruan Mingyue, dissatisfied with the message, snatched Ruan Weibo's phone to type her own. Qiao, I truly feel for you. Allow me to care for you, not just today but forever. Living alone must be quite arduous for you. Qiao smirked coldly. Initially, she intended to sever ties with them, but her resolve shifted. She replied, I just woke up after taking fever-reducing medication. The duo next door rejoiced, realizing Qiao had indeed responded. I knew she wouldn't ignore us without reason. She must have just missed our messages. Qiao continued, Brother Weibo, I feel quite unwell. Please come keep me company. Upon reading her message, they nearly leaped in excitement, surprised at how smoothly events were unfurling. Ruan Mingyue sniffled. I want to go too. Qiao's home has air conditioning, and we can snack and surf the internet. Ruan Weibo embraced Ruan Mingyue and kissed her, stating, all right, I'll take you along. You'll make her feel more at ease. He then messaged Qiao, I'll bring Mingyue with me. Her presence will surely be comforting for you. Rest assured, I am a gentleman and would never take advantage of the situation. Qiao replied with a shy emoji. neither confirming nor denying. The old house had long been cleared out by her, and even the air conditioner had been removed, leaving no trace behind. The two decided against indulging in barbecue, hastily settling their bill and seemingly heading for a taxi. Qiao picked up snacks and purchased sand, then proceeded to a printing shop to print the maps she required. Casting a final glance at the tranquil street, she drove away. En route, she noticed the first flurries of snow beginning to fall. Time, 7:20 p.m. Temperature, -3 degrees Celsius. It dawned on her that in her previous life, it had begun to snow around this hour while she was at home with Ruan Mingwei, engrossed in television, thus oblivious to the weather. Pedestrians on the street cheered, marveling at the snow's beauty. Some took photos and videos to post online, captioning them as the year's first snowfall. Young couples documented their moments in the snow, declaring their desire to grow old together. Qiao shook her head, thinking that in just a few hours, they would no longer utter such praises of the snow's beauty. The radio intermittently broadcasted blizzard warnings, urging citizens to return home swiftly for safety. At a red light, her gaze lingered on the M-City library. The impending blizzard, accompanied by extreme cold, would undoubtedly ravage these books, rendering them useless. Months later, survivors would resort to using them as fuel for warmth. During her high school summer break, she had worked part-time at the library, familiarizing herself with the electrical room and surveillance controls. Resolutely, she parked her car out of sight and, while gathering supplies, discovered a small courtyard within her storage space, allowing for limitless vertical expansion. She donned a new coat and mask, stealthily slipping into the shadows. The library closed at 6 in the evening, leaving it deserted, save for the security guard watching television in the security room. Surely, no one would dare to steal from the library, and the guard lay at ease, wrapped in a blanket, exempt from patrol duties. Inside, darkness enveloped the library as Qiao donned night vision goggles and disabled the surveillance system. She meticulously collected every shelf and book, for books are humanity's treasures. Rather than be reduced to kindling, it was better for her to safeguard them, preserving at least a fragment of civilization to return to the state in due time. The library spanned 4 floors, and it took her a full hour to complete her task. Exhausted, she hid in a corner to replenish her strength with a steaming meat bun. Outside, the tempest howled, snow swirling violently, shrouding the world in chaos. Even the once clear streetlights now blurred. The distant city lay engulfed in the storm, its contours indistinguishable. She glanced instinctively at her phone screen, noting that both the blizzard and low-temperature warnings had escalated to their maximum severity. The news urged everyone to avoid lingering outdoors and to seek shelter at home. In the community group chat, messages flooded in. Some remarked that heavy snow heralded a prosperous year, while others claimed such a storm was a once-in-a-century occurrence, perhaps an omen of misfortune. Others speculated that if the snow continued at this rate, the city would be submerged, ensuring no work or school on Monday. Cheers erupted. Finally, liberation. Within the class group, messages poured in as well, many lamenting the snow and cold, complaining about the lack of air conditioning in the dormitory, labeling the school as stingy. Others expressed fear that the blizzard might sever power lines, leading to outages, while a multitude chimed in, calling such concerns mere superstition. At that moment, Ruan Mingwei posted a message in the class group. Taxi drivers are taking advantage of the situation, charging exorbitant fares, accompanied by a payment record showing 280 yuan. The comments exploded in response. Some shared that they had just returned to their dormitories and had also been overcharged, while others inquired about the class monitor's whereabouts. Questioning the exorbitant taxi fare, Ruan Mingwei shared another photo, this time of Ruan Weibao as profile. I'm accompanying my cousin to visit the ailing Qiao. This dreadful weather has caused her to run a high fever, which is truly concerning. Qiao scoffed, lacking the inclination to engage with the woman's scheming. With subtlety, she crafted a narrative that led everyone to believe she and Ruan Weibao were romantically involved, sharing the payment record in hopes of reimbursement, just as before. She turned off her phone and resumed gathering items. Not only books, but also a laser printer, A4 paper, adult chairs, and children's desks were added to her collection. Upon exiting, the blizzard seemed to intensify, tearing the world apart before her eyes. visibility plummeting to less than 4 meters. The ornamental trees outside swayed helplessly in the raging wind, toppling like soldiers in retreat. Some trunks, unable to bear the strain, snapped with a crack, swirling in the wind and transforming into sharp shards, mercilessly striking parked vehicles or embedding themselves in the doors and windows of nearby shops. In that moment, the apocalypse had officially arrived. Chapter 7, A fortune. The stone pillars beside the library had been shifted by the fierce winds. Qiao collected several into her space, intending to use them as weapons. She also gathered the stone lines flanking the main gate, each weighing over 1,000 pounds. The business vehicle was no longer operable. As it would certainly skid, she opted for an all-terrain vehicle instead. Inside the car, her phone rang incessantly, with calls and WeChat notifications bombarding her alternately. Without needing to glance, she was aware that it was that pair of feigned siblings who were, in truth, genuine lovers. They had likely arrived at her doorstep, yet found themselves unable to gain entry. She answered the call. Qiao, why aren't you opening the door? Wan Mingwe's voice was laced with urgency. Don't you know it's snowing outside and the temperature is dropping? We're nearly freezing to death. Qiao replied, her tone tinged with grievance. It's Wei Bo's first visit to my home. I thought to purchase some delicacies to treat him, but I never anticipated such a severe blizzard would trap me outside. Wan Mingwe fell silent, and then Wan Weibao took over the call. Qiao, you're ill and still went out to buy things for us. Em truly touched. Wan Mingwe activated the speakerphone. Qiao, your home is stocked with so much food that the three of us wouldn't finish it in a week. Why would you go out? Are you foolish? She seemed to realize her tone was harsh and quickly amended. What I mean is, buying things is not as important as your health. Wan Weibao inquired, where are you? I'll come to fetch you. No need to come, Qiao replied. I've booked a ride, and I'll be home shortly. After ending the call, she let out a cold laugh. Wan Mingwe was indeed well aware of her family's circumstances. In her previous life, the provisions at Qiao's home were sufficient to last the three of them for a full fortnight. Having endured the pangs of hunger since childhood, she harbored an almost obsessive attachment to food. It was imperative for her to stockpile ample supplies. Otherwise, she felt vulnerable. Rice, flour, and oil were just the beginning. She had several boxes of instant noodles, snail noodles, bread, and more. Hanging up, she expressionlessly drove towards the Mingri Jiyuan community. This residential area, located on the outskirts of the city, had previously been abandoned. After much difficulty, a company took over, but the amenities, housing, property management, electricity, and drainage were all woefully inadequate. Particularly during a heavy rain, the community was inundated, leading to the electrocution of 2 owners in a power distribution room. The property management vanished overnight, leaving many owners to sell their units at a loss, often for less than half the original price. Due to the low prices, many citizens unable to afford burial plots eyed the units. Gradually, the doors and windows of the homes were boarded up, transforming the area into a genuine ghost town. A few families initially residing there soon departed, and thus Mingri Jian became known as the haunted community. Her visit there was not to pay respects, but rather to seek wealth. In the second year of the apocalypse, after parting ways with Wan Mingyue and Wan Weibao, she formed a temporary team with others to scavenge for supplies. In this very community, within a house disguised as a vacant burial site, they discovered millions in cash. It was rumored that this money was hidden by a mafia boss, while others speculated it was the work of a corrupt official. However, at that time, the currency had long been rendered worthless, and they merely used it as kindling. Now, it conveniently fell into her hands. Time, 9 p.m. Temperature, -8 degrees Celsius. The storm's fury far exceeded previous encounters. The wind snapped tree trunks as thick as a thigh, swirling them through the air. Visibility plummeted to less than 2 meters. As the world was enveloped in a thick shroud of snow, the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Only vehicles struggled through the expanse of white. Each step seemed a contest with death, battling for the chance to move forward. Along the way, she spotted a gym on her navigation. The glass doors had been shattered by the storm, and she entered without hesitation. Avoiding the surveillance still operational, she seized treadmills, stationary bikes, rowing machines, sandbags, dumbbells, barbells, yoga mats, and more. Adjacent was a hardware store, where she collected a nail gun, hammer, nails, pliers, and other essential tools, reminding herself not to be greedy. The storm intensified, and the roads became increasingly perilous. In the sky, branches, bicycles, and even trash bins danced like uncontrolled darts, inducing a sense of dread. Fully aware of the necessity to vacate immediately, she approached Mingri, Jiyuan. At the entrance, there was no security guard. The entire community lay in darkness. She drove straight in, donning a tactical jacket, night vision goggles, and a helmet. As she stepped out, a hurricane-like wind surged toward her, threatening to uproot her and draw her into its endless vortex. She quickly returned to her vehicle, tying heavy sandbags to her legs and loading rice onto her back. Upon exiting once more, she struggled to maintain her footing, stumbling as she moved forward. Suddenly, a dark shadow whizzed past her. Qiao swiftly crouched to evade it. It turned out to be a car door. That was a close call. She had nearly been sliced in half. After a grueling trek of several minutes, she expended her last ounce of strength to slam the unit door shut. With a resounding bang, the raging storm was sealed outside. She collapsed beside the door, gasping for breath, her heart brimming with relief at having survived. Removing her helmet, she addressed the darkness ahead. "Greetings, esteemed spirits. My name is Qiao, and I merely wish to retrieve a few items. I apologize for the disturbance." With that, she began her ascent up the stairs. Initially, she had dismissed such notions. If ghosts truly existed, why had her mother never come to see her? Why hadn't they protected her when others bullied her? Yet she had experienced death once. Since her rebirth, she found herself uncertain. Nevertheless, even if ghosts were real, she harbored no fear. Some individuals were far more terrifying than spirits. Despite her thoughts, as she stepped into the pitch-black hallway, the only sounds accompanying her were the howling storm outside and the echo of her footsteps in the emptiness. This solitude and unease caused her heart to race involuntarily. Just then, an unexpected vibration from her phone erupted like a midnight thunderclap, shattering the silence and nearly sending her into shock. It was a call from Ruan Mingwei. She had set her phone to do not disturb and continued her ascent. After what felt like an eternity, she reached the 8th floor, donned her gloves, and retrieved her tools to begin picking the lock. This skill had been acquired in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Qiao, already slender, had become even more emaciated and gaunt due to the ravages of the end times. Her cheeks sunken. With little strength to spare, she had to learn as many skills as possible. Otherwise, no one would be willing to team up with her. As she opened the door, a musty, damp odor wafted out, indicating that the place had been long abandoned. The living room displayed a photograph and memorial tablet of an elderly man. Regardless of its authenticity, she bowed deeply to the elder. From her space, she retrieved incense meant for her mother, lighting it and placing it reverently. "Grandfather, I will only take a few items and then leave. This money belongs to the earthly realm, and you have no use for it." At the bay window of the master bedroom, a heavy hammer fell with force. After dozens of strikes, the wall cracked open, revealing stacks of 100 yuan bills inside. They were neatly sealed and arranged. Qiao swiftly gathered the money into her space. Before departing, she meticulously cleaned the elder's photograph and placed fresh fruit beside it. "Grandfather, I am leaving now. Thank you for your kindness." Just as she was about to drive out of the community, Qiao suddenly slammed on the brakes. Chapter 8. Living next to the spirits indeed. How had she not considered it before? She could easily reside here. Living alongside spirits was infinitely safer than cohabiting with humans. Due to her visit to the library, she had lost precious time. According to her original plan, she could have secured the funds before the blizzard hit, subsequently seeking refuge in a nearby hotel. Once the snow subsided, she would scout for an empty house near the future M-City base, waiting patiently for the base to open its gates, thus becoming one of its first residents. Established a year into the apocalypse, the M-City base was initially guarded by soldiers, ensuring a sense of safety. However, by the 4th year, the number of soldiers dwindled significantly as they sought to protect the remaining survivors, and the base gradually transformed into a private enclave. The elite, engrossed in political squabbles, neglected the safety of ordinary survivors, which ultimately led to raiders breaching the base. Her plan had been to remain in the M City base until the third year, by which time the extreme cold and earthquakes would have ceased, allowing her to confidently journey towards the capital of China. There lay the central base, the most advanced and orderly facility in the nation, capable of providing a secure haven during the apocalypse. Yet now, endowed with space and resources, why must she confine herself to a base? Even the central base she preferred to avoid unless absolutely necessary. Resolute in her decision, she chose Building 13 and stepped inside. This edifice not only distanced her from the community entrance and the building notorious for theft, but also was not situated at the extreme edge. Ultimately, she selected room 01 on the 11th floor and began to pry open the door. The situation at Mingri Yun was peculiar. The doors of units inhabited by spirits bore distinct characteristics. Thus, she was able to locate an unoccupied unit with relative ease. As for why she did not opt for the top floor, primarily, it was the fear of leaks. Even if there were no leaks, the blizzard coupled with the extreme cold would last for 2 years. The thought of large blocks of ice overhead was unimaginable, akin to residing in a freezer. Prying open the door took some time. After all, she intended to stay for an extended period and did not wish to damage the lock. Once inside, she confirmed the absence of occupants and surveillance before swiftly entering her space. She began to duplicate essential supplies using her replicator, such as modified toy guns and metal bullets, as well as food and medicine. While others remained oblivious, even if the replicator malfunctioned, she could still venture out for zero-cost purchases. Particularly, those items acquired for free were stored separately, allowing her to simply press for 1,000 copies. Fortunately, Lady Luck was on her side. The replicator worked continuously for an hour without any issues. Eventually, the replicated supplies piled high, sufficient to last her a century. With this, she felt an immense sense of relief. Exiting the space, she finally had the opportunity to examine her new residence. The layout consisted of 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and a balcony. Having been uninhabited for an extended period, the utilities had long been cut off. All furniture was draped in white cloth, coated with a thick layer of dust. She had no time for meticulous inspection. She drew the curtains in the living room and closed the balcony curtains as well. Feeling uneasy, concerned that turning on lights might attract attention from outside, she retrieved the sandbag she had collected from the roadside and replicated dozens of them to seal the balcony windows tightly, ensuring no light could penetrate. This not only blocked the light, but also shielded against the wind and snow, making the interior feel considerably warmer. Checking her phone, she noted the time, 11:30 p.m. The temperature had plummeted to minus 12 degrees. No wonder she felt so cold. She found an old quilt, sipped hot tea, and nestled into the sofa. With the power bank activated, she turned on a floor lamp and electric heater. There were 42 missed calls, all from Ruan Mingwei and Ruan Weibao. Their WeChat messages numbered a staggering 99. It seemed they had been anxiously awaiting her response. She replied, explaining that her taxi had broken down en route, and she had barely found a shelter from a storm, almost freezing in the process. As soon as her message was sent, Ruan Mingwei called. She declined, opting to send a WeChat message instead, stating that it was too noisy and her phone was dying. Ruan Mingwei responded, inquiring about the state of her home, expressing concern over the emptiness. Qiao chuckled coldly, certain that they could hardly wait and had likely attempted to break in themselves. She explained that her furniture and appliances were outdated, and she had disposed of them, which had left her exhausted and unwell. Ruan Mingwei replied, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Without air conditioning, we are cold and hungry, with nowhere to sit." Qiao thought to herself, "That is precisely what I wanted." She replied, "It is precisely because there is nothing in my home that I ventured out into the blizzard to procure food for you. Rest assured, I filled an entire camping vehicle with provisions. The new furniture is scheduled for delivery and installation tomorrow." Ruan Mingwei's tone shifted dramatically. "You're sick yet still think of us. You truly are my dear friend. My cousin and I will wait for you at home." If waiting was what they desired, then let them wait. Qiao tossed her phone aside, no longer concerned with their antics. No questions, simply, her phone was lost. She opened her iPad and laptop, embarking on a frenzied download of various materials. She had managed to download some during the day, but with the vast reservoir of useful information in the world, 1 or 2 hours were hardly sufficient. Her stomach growled in hunger. She retrieved a takeout meal from a hot pot restaurant, complete with dual soup bases and a pot. Setting up the induction cooker, she savored hot pot while continuing her downloads. After working tirelessly for over 10 hours, her arms felt fatigued. Even grasping the chopsticks was a challenge. Yet, gazing at the abundance of supplies around her, fatigue was the least of her concerns. She felt an overwhelming sense of security. Now, living next to spirits, with not a single living person in the entire complex, her sense of peace was magnified. She hesitated to sleep, knowing the signal would diminish, and she must seize every moment to download as much information as possible. Suddenly, an idea struck her. It was well past midnight when she entered her space once more. The timer displayed 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 51 seconds. She had intentionally left a bit of time and used yesterday, anticipating today as results. Time in the space could indeed accumulate. Astonishingly, it could accumulate. This revelation brought her more joy than even her acceptance into university. With a resolute gaze, Qiao affirmed, in this life, she would undoubtedly survive until the end. Outside, the raging winds galloped like untamed stallions, wildly charging through the storm. Hail like snow fell in torrents, unleashing a frenzy upon the skies and the earth of blue star. In this realm dominated by blizzards, everything appeared so small and fragile. Only the howling winds and the relentless snowflakes continued to remind humanity of nature's vastness and authority. The download tasks on her computer and iPad numbered in the hundreds. She had filled over 10 5T hard drives, and dawn was approaching. Exhaustion overwhelmed her as she dozed off on the sofa. Chapter 9. The Collapse of Persona. The following day, she awoke to find it was already 11 a.m. Qiao's phone had powered down due to a lack of battery, likely drained by those two rascals. Outside the window, a merciless hurricane swept through the landscape, shrouding the earth in a thick, white blanket. Frost flowers adorned the windows, and the outdoor temperature plummeted to a chilling -20 degrees. It was no wonder she felt icy upon waking. Hastily, she turned on the living room heater and donned a heavy down jacket. The power bank was fully charged, and when it ran low, she could simply recharge it without a second thought. After a quick wash and a modest breakfast, she resumed downloading various entertainment materials, including novels, television dramas, films, variety shows, and short videos. Alone, one always needs a bit of spiritual sustenance, lest madness ensue. Once her phone was charged, she was astonished to find over 100 missed calls. The outlets in her home proved functional, as her faux siblings must have brought their chargers. In the news studio, the host's voice quivered, eyes glistening with unshed tears, as he solemnly reported the catastrophic scenes unfolding across China. The power of this blizzard was unprecedented, wreaking havoc that was heart-wrenching. Railways were paralyzed, roads frozen. Once sturdy buildings swayed precariously under the storm's might, crops buried beneath thick layers of snow, and port facilities severely damaged. Transportation and livelihoods faced devastating blows. The host's tone was filled with urgency and concern as he called upon the public to remain indoors and await rescue, urging everyone to avoid venturing out and to collectively withstand the ravaging storm. Each moment of waiting was a testament to the reverence for life and a steadfast hold on hope. Qiao sighed. This was just the beginning. Things would undoubtedly worsen. The class group chat erupted with chaos. The dormitory had lost power early in the morning, with wires severed by the storm, and repairs were nowhere in sight. Who would come to fix it in such ghastly weather? The cafeteria was closed. What were they to eat? With no power in the dorm, they couldn't tea-boil water, let alone prepare instant noodles. The supermarkets outside were shuttered. It was as if the heavens themselves had turned a deaf ear. Eventually, the counselor intervened to calm the situation. But peace was hard to maintain as the lack of electricity meant phones could not be charged, forcing everyone to conserve their usage. The Wi-Fi was down, and phone signals were intermittent. At that moment, Ruan Mingyue reappeared, sharing a screenshot of her phone displaying a full battery alongside the caption. Though I can't have instant noodles, at least I still have power. This prompted some to recall that the class monitor was at Qiao's place. Clever classmates began inquiring about Qiao's address. Ruan Mingyue, wishing to flaunt rather than reveal, kept the address to herself. Meanwhile, she was still plotting for Ruan Weibao to pursue Qiao, believing that Qiao, being foolish and naive, would soon return with supplies. If the classmates truly discovered her location, there would not be enough to go around. However, diligent individuals managed to unearth a photograph of Ruan Weibao's profile from previous chats, the corner revealing the name of the neighborhood, Hongyang Community. "Monitor, you're being rather underhanded," they remarked. Hongyang Community was merely 5 kilometers from their school, while she dined luxuriously at Qiao's, enjoying the comforts of air conditioning. She intended to keep it a secret from them. "You've changed. This isn't like you. One must not be so selfish. I misjudged you before." Ruan Mingyue hastily defended herself, claiming Qiao's house was under renovation and devoid of furnishings, save for functional outlets. She even sent a photo, but disbelief persisted. Frustrated, she pounded her thigh, lamenting the collapse of her carefully cultivated image as a good class monitor, all due to Qiao. How could she command respect henceforth? Qiao, the harbinger of misfortune, had brought her nothing but bad luck. She no longer cared about Ruan Weibao's pursuit of Qiao and hastily shared Qiao's house number in the group chat. "How could I be so selfish? This is Qiao's home, not mine. I cannot make decisions here." Thankfully, after my insistence, Qiao finally agreed to disclose her house number. Upon hearing this, her classmates began praising Ruan Mingyue. Some went so far as to criticize Qiao for being stingy and unhelpful to her classmates, questioning why a local resident wouldn't voluntarily provide her address. Some even suggested that she deserved to have no friends or family. Ruan Mingyue, eager for her classmates to visit Qiao's, proclaimed, "Come over if you wish. At least there's power and Wi-Fi." She was desperate for company, both to uphold her image and to prove her honesty, and because she was starving, having consumed only a few bites of barbecue since yesterday. If Qiao didn't return soon, would she really starve here? She reminded her classmates to bring their own provisions, insisting they not trouble Qiao too much. The chat was filled with flattery directed at Ruan Mingyue, while Qiao, the true host, was labeled stingy for not properly hosting her classmates. Ruan Weibao, feeling indignant, asked, "Mingyue, what are you doing? Aren't we here to win over Qiao? If your classmates all come over, how can we foster a connection? Do you think I wanted this?" Ruan Mingyue shivered in the cold, muttering angrily about Qiao's absence. Ruan Weibao remarked, "She was already running a fever. She surely can't freeze to death outside. After all, it's now -20 degrees. She likely wasn't dressed warmly when she left." Considering the weather had been pleasant lately, we're indoors with a fire going and still feel a bit chilly. What about her? Ruan Mingyue stared blankly at the burning wooden furniture before her, which they had stolen from the hallway. Her expression darkened further with Ruan Weibao's words. The house hadn't been transferred to their name, and the funds hadn't been secured. How could Qiao perish? Did she dare to die? Yet at that moment, it was too late for concern. After class, they had gone directly to enjoy barbecue, dressed only in light jackets, without even thermal pants. With a blizzard raging and temperatures plummeting, venturing out for food was out of the question. They might as well wait for those foolish classmates to come to them. Meanwhile, Qiao was oblivious to their ramblings, engrossed in tidying up. Sleeping in the living room was not a sustainable option. This apartment had both a master and a secondary bedroom equipped with beds and wardrobes, and Qiao felt disinclined to monopolize them. There was also a small study, just 8 or 9 square meters. She moved its contents to the secondary bedroom, tidying up the study. She laid down a carpet, placed a mattress, and changed her bedding, readying it for sleep. The smaller the room, the cozier it felt. She also tidied the living room, bathroom, and kitchen, especially the living room, which was covered in carpets. The carpets were layered, the bottom one acquired from the library lounge for free, while the top layer was purchased from a mall. Stepping on it felt both soft and warm. At the entrance, she blocked the door with flood sandbags, ensuring her safety. Even if someone tried to break in, they would be thwarted. But, she reasoned, she was the only living soul here. Who would come knocking? If any spirits wished to enter, they could likely just pass through the walls. After completing her tasks, she retreated to her space for a hot shower. A simple lunch followed, and then she resumed downloading more materials on her electronic devices, contemplating the need for physical exercise. At this moment, She lacked nothing but strength and stamina. Chapter 10. An argument in the afternoon. Qiao set up the treadmill and ran for an hour. This body, having been neglected in terms of exercise, could only manage a mere 10 minutes on a low setting before it began to falter. Coupled with a childhood of insufficient nutrition, her limbs were frail. After entering university, her days were spent either attending classes or isolating herself at home, engrossed in videos and video games, with little inclination to move. Now, she could no longer afford to succumb to weakness. Gritting her teeth, she persevered and managed to complete the hour. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the carpet, breathing heavily. In a class group chat, the vice class monitor, Yu Ming, organized a group of classmates to seek refuge at Qiao's home from the impending blizzard. 10 individuals signed up, with only 2 being female. Qiao noticed that these were the very people who had derided her for being stingy. The class advisor vehemently advised against it, urging everyone to remain in the dormitory for safety. The winds were fierce, the roads treacherous, and public transport had ceased operations. Did they intend to walk? Should anything happen beyond the school gates, the institution would bear no responsibility. Students were cautioned against impulsiveness, as the school was already working on a solution and would provide hot water later. Additionally, power restoration efforts were underway, with electricity expected to resume by nightfall. However, such dismissive reassurances had been repeated throughout the day, and the students were no longer willing to wait. Youthful exuberance drove them to act immediately. Ruan Minghua warmly welcomed everyone, reminding them not only to bring food, but also to pack their bedding from the dormitory to guard against the dropping temperatures. Little did they know that when they trudged to Qiao's home, they would find it completely bare. The electricity and Wi-Fi they were fixated on would soon be cut off, leaving them to ponder their emotions when that reality set in. Yet, they must certainly engage in a quarrel. After a brief rest, Qiao began practicing with a modified wolf fawn club, which was twice as heavy as the ordinary kind. It was exhausting. After only a few swings, her arms grew heavy. Biting her lip, she envisioned the apocalyptic scenes of others being robbed of supplies or mercilessly slain by marauders, and she persisted in her training. By evening, Qiao discovered that the air conditioning had ceased to function. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to a chilling -30 degrees, freezing the external unit. She turned on 2 heaters directed toward herself and commenced her shooting practice. The toy gun, black in color, was affectionately named Little Black. The living room was rectangular, with a distance of 9 meters between the farthest diagonal corners, ample space for her current level of skill. The punching bag was adorned with a layer of sandbags and bore a human figure for target practice, which she approached with diligence. The metal bullets were free and could be replicated indefinitely, allowing her to use them without a hint of remorse. Bang! Bang! She fired over 100 shots, with 2/3 finding their mark on the target. The stray bullets fell onto the carpet, but she could not be bothered to collect them, opting to gather them all at a later time. She moved her computer and iPad to a small study, where she found hundreds of download tasks. Sipping on milk tea, she burrowed under her covers. The window in the study was similarly sealed with sandbags, creating a stark contrast between the frigid world outside and the warmth within. She lay in bed, perusing her phone. Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Weibao had only sent a few perfunctory messages of concern, with no missed calls. The 2 likely assumed her phone was dead and that she would return home once the storm passed, showing no inclination to seek her out. Alternatively, they might have thought they would perish outside and never return. In a class group chat, of the 10 students, only 6 had safely arrived at Qiao's home. 2 female classmates had regretted their decision just after leaving the school gates and turned back. 2 male classmates, it was rumored, had gone missing along the way. The group chose to ignore the missing individuals, as their fate seemed grim. Considering the blizzard, extreme cold, and the arduous trek, it was a lethal combination. The 6 students who reached Qiao's empty house erupted in outrage, directing their anger at the class monitor for having deceived them. Meanwhile, Ruan Minghua, who had finally managed to nibble on some instant noodles, devoured them ravenously, a stark contrast to her usual graceful demeanor. She incoherently explained that she had warned them in the group chat that there was nothing here, yet they had chosen not to believe her. The classmates refused to accept this, as they had come expecting comfort, only to find themselves delivering supplies to another. The students still in the dormitory initially regretted not having left, but soon began to feel fortunate, even making sarcastic remarks. When you left, you said you were going to heat Qiao's for hot pot. Was the hot pot delicious? You nearly emptied the dormitory, only to end up providing for someone else. Having consumed a packet of instant noodles, Ruan Mingyue's hunger subsided and her mind cleared. She began to explain in the group chat, once again casting blame on Qiao. However, her peers were unresponsive, with some raising doubts. Qiao had remained silent from the beginning, and no one knew if this was truly her home. The emptiness of the house, devoid of furniture, suggested it was uninhabited. Even if it was Qiao's house, did she know they were in an empty space? Had she granted them permission to enter? Upon hearing this, Yuming rushed to inspect the front door. A photo revealing signs of forced entry was soon shared in the group chat. A collective realization dawned upon them. So the class monitor actually broke in. Qiao was unaware of their arrival and had merely claimed to visit a sick friend. Would a patient reside in such a place? Class monitor, what on earth were you and your cousin doing in an empty house? Surely it wasn't anything morally questionable or unethical. Qiao observed the commotion in the group chat with a detached demeanor. She had not anticipated that Ruan Mingyue would divulge the address, nor that classmates would come knocking. In her previous life, when the dormitory experienced a power outage, there had been classmates seeking refuge. At that time, she had thought it only fair to offer them shelter. But Ruan Mingyue had dissuaded her, citing the dangers of the journey and her responsibility as class monitor to ensure her classmates' safety. This time, however, she had actively invited them over, and everything was different. Yesterday, exhausted, Qiao had fallen asleep without resistance. Tonight, she drifted into slumber with clarity. She had expected insomnia, considering her neighbors were ethereal beings. Yet, in a mere instant, she succumbed to deep sleep. Meanwhile, in Qiao's home, as tensions threatened to escalate, Ruan Weibao attempted to mediate, suggesting that at least they had electricity and Wi-Fi, urging everyone to charge their phones and play games. The group understood that causing a scene would be futile. Having made it this far, returning to the dormitory was not an option. They had already lost 2 classmates on the way, agreeing to claim they had simply gone missing. However, they had witnessed one being swept away by the hurricane and another crushed by a fallen tree. Exchanging glances, they resigned themselves to the situation, obediently spreading their blankets and turning to their phones. Yet the atmosphere had shifted. Yuming shot a glance at Ruan Mingyue and spoke coldly. Class monitor, we are both hungry and cold. Please boil some water for the instant noodles. The respect that had once characterized their relationship had vanished. Ruan Mingyue was taken aback. After 3 years as class monitor, she had always been treated with respect. Yuming, though the vice monitor, had always been beneath her. Yet, she had no choice but to comply, as she and Ruan Weibao possessed nothing and needed these supplies to weather the storm. Internally, she vowed to endure for a few more days, waiting for the tempest to pass, after which she would reclaim what was rightfully hers. When Qiao left, the kitchen had been equally barren. Aside from the faucet that had yet to be removed, everything portable had been taken. The electric kettle was, after all, brought by Yuming and the others. However, at this moment, the water pipes had long since frozen, leaving them with no choice but to venture outside to collect melted snow. As soon as the window was opened, both of them were seized by a violent shiver. Ruan Mingyue wore a scowl, cursing the wretched Qiao. She truly hoped he would meet his demise out there. Meanwhile, from the living room came a chorus of impatience, urging them to hurry, as they were on the brink of starvation. Ruan Mingyue swiftly transformed her demeanor, feigning a pleasant disposition as she replied, "It will be ready shortly." Dear classmates, do not fret. Chapter 11. The frigid cold on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. A biting cold wind swept through the morning, with temperatures plummeting to a chilling -40 degrees. When Qiao rose from her slumber, she discovered that her mobile phone was devoid of any signal. Undeterred, she opened her iPad and laptop, only to find that all download tasks had long ceased. The internet, once a vital link connecting the world, had now been irrevocably severed. Fortunately, the crucial information she required had already been downloaded. After hastily consuming a few bites of breakfast, Qiao commenced her daily exercise regimen. In this world where the strong survive and the weak are cast aside, every second was of utmost importance. She had to seize every moment to enhance her capabilities, striving to find a glimmer of hope amidst the relentless darkness. Unbeknownst to her, however, the city of M had succumbed to complete power failure the previous night. Plunging into darkness, the ferocity of the extreme cold had utterly obliterated an already precarious power supply system. Upon awakening, Yu Ming and his companions realized that both the internet and electricity had vanished, while the blizzard continued unabated and temperatures continued to drop. Beyond their sight, the storm obscured everything. Their treatment of Ruan Mingyue and her companion was far from courteous. They treated the two as mere servants, dismissing the need to even address them by title, opting instead to use their names directly. Ruan Mingyue, clean up the sunflower seed shells on the floor. Ruan Mingyue, make the bed. Ruan Mingyue, fetch melted snow. At last, Ruan Mingyue could no longer endure it. I am a class leader, not your servant. Yu Ming scoffed. How did you become a class leader? Do you need me to spell it out for you? Ruan Mingyue fell silent, acutely aware that her ascent to leadership had not been entirely legitimate. During the voting, she had enthusiastically assisted the teacher in counting votes, all the while surreptitiously swapping her name onto the ballots. Otherwise, Yu Ming would be the class leader, and her actual vote count would be woefully inadequate. Yu Ming continued to taunt. Ruan Mingyue, what are you still doing? Go check the branches. Can't you see the fire is about to go out? Ruan Weibao quickly pulled Ruan Mingyue aside, fearing she might lose her temper. In their current predicament, they were outnumbered 6-2 and stood little chance. Bundled in blankets, Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Weibao secured themselves with ropes to fend off the relentless cold. Clinging to one another for warmth, they managed to remain upright against the merciless storm. Even so, their resolve only allowed them to stagger a few meters away from the precarious unit door, each step filled with a profound dread of being swept away and lost in the endless snow. They battled against the tempest, dragging along branches torn from trees by the howling wind, using them as makeshift markers as they painstakingly moved towards the building. Ruan Mingyue's cheeks were sliced by the frigid gales, numbing her senses until she could scarcely feel anything. After what felt like an eternity, they finally returned to the safety of the building. It took Ruan Mingyue a moment to catch her breath before she could voice her discontent. You just stood by and watched them bully me, she exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. Ruan Weibao sighed. They are numerous. I dare not provoke them. Just endure a little longer. Once the blizzard subsides, everything will return to normal. Meanwhile, Qiao occupied her days with physical training and organizing her supplies. The urgency of stockpiling had led to a chaotic accumulation of items, especially after the resources she had replicated the night before. As she meticulously sorted and categorized her supplies for easier access, she found herself engrossed until nightfall. The time she had banked in the past 2 days had been entirely consumed, and she was ejected from her space. She made a mental note to better plan her time in the future, for more perilous disasters and crises surely lay ahead. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the raging hurricane finally subsided, leaving only an unending snowfall. The ground floor of the community lay blanketed in white, with only the second-floor windows faintly visible. The temperature had plummeted to a staggering -50 degrees. Each breath felt as if the air had solidified, the cold slicing through the world like a sharp blade, sculpting it into a desolate and frigid wasteland. This silence was not one of peace, but rather the eerie stillness of an impending doom, as if time itself had frozen, invoking both awe and despair. In the world of unrelenting cold, the streetlights that once illuminated the path home had toppled under the hurricane's wrath. Now buried beneath layers of snow, the ancient, dilapidated buildings, unable to withstand 3 consecutive days of blizzard, crumbled into heaps of rubble. Cars lined the roads were ravaged by the storm, their windows shattered, now entombed beneath the snow, never to see the light of day again. As people witnessed the cessation of the hurricane, they believed the calamity had passed. Yet, as time wore on, the snowfall showed no signs of abating. Although the temperature had stabilized at -50 degrees, it was still deadly. Within the community, lives were being extinguished by the cold, with bodies left carelessly at doorsteps, covered only by a thin layer of white cloth. Some families perished entirely, with no one left to collect the dead. The human population of Blue Star had dwindled to less than a third of what it was before the end. It became evident to all that this was not merely a severe snowstorm, but rather the beginning of the end. Quick-thinking survivors began to venture out in search of supplies, while others still clung to false hopes, remaining in their homes to await rescue. Qiao's days were productive and fulfilling. Beyond her physical training, she began preparing meals. With snow expected to last another fortnight, cooking now was advantageous, as the smoke would be concealed beneath the snowfall, eluding the notice of others. Having been responsible for preparing her family's meals since the first grade, she found the task of cooking simple home dishes effortless. Stir-frying, stewing, deep-frying, and making noodles, steam buns, flour rolls, and congee, she carefully packaged her creations into disposable containers. Using disposable boxes not only spared her the chore of washing dishes, but also reduced costs when replicating items. She brewed a pot of ginger tea, storing it in a thermos for easy access later. A kettle of boiling water was prepared for instant noodles and tea, ensuring convenience. After a week of minimal tasks, boredom set in. Following her workout, she gazed at the falling snow, lost in thought. The snow had accumulated to cover the third floor. What was she doing on this very day in her past life? Extending hospitality to Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Weibao, sharing all her supplies. She wondered if the two in this life were also well provided for. At that moment, Ruan Mingyue, dragging branches back to the 6th floor, let out a tremendous sneeze. Damn it, I must have caught a cold, she cursed vehemently. That evening, Qiao nestled in bed, watching a documentary on life in Antarctica, when the sound of a helicopter overhead interrupted her. Could it be a rescue drop? Did the pilot not realize this was a ghost town? There was not a living soul here to receive it. Initially, she had no intention of getting up to investigate, but then a loud crash resonated. Was that gunfire? She quickly rose, extinguished the lights in her room, moved aside the sandbags, donned her night vision goggles, and peered outside. The helicopter did not linger, swiftly dropping a human-shaped object before departing in haste. The figure plummeted straight down, landing on the roof of the building opposite. Qiao cursed her own ill-timed words, lamenting the boredom she had complained about, realizing she had unwittingly invited trouble. Chapter 12. A man falls from the sky once the sound of the helicopter had completely faded. Qiao finally dared to move. The temperature by the window was quite low, prompting her to don a down jacket and resume her observations of the rooftop across the way with her binoculars. They say curiosity killed the cat, and she had no intention of checking on the state of that man, nor of extending a hand to save him. Her previous life's misguided benevolence had cost her dearly, and she refused to repeat such folly in this lifetime. Moreover, the ability to dispatch a helicopter in this weather, specifically to the Mingri Jiyuan to commit murder and dispose of a body, was far beyond her capacity to confront. The gunshot had been very real, and her black dog could not contend with it. She hid behind the window, scrutinizing the scene for several minutes, but the figure remained unresponsive. The heavy snow began to blanket the shadow, gradually obscuring it. It seemed certain that he could not survive, even if he had not perished from the gunshot or the fall. Lying in such frigid conditions for an extended period would surely lead to death by frostbite. Thus, she would gain yet another spectral neighbor. Just as Qiao was about to leave her post at the window, the shadow on the opposite rooftop began to stir. Was he still alive? She silently gave a thumbs up. What a remarkable will to live. The man staggered forward through the snow, making his way into the nearest building. From his silhouette, he appeared to be a man of considerable stature, tall and robust. A sense of unease began to creep in. She wondered what unforeseen consequences this man might bring. If his assailants were armed, did he possess a weapon as well? Would those who sought to kill him return, only to discover that their prey had vanished? In recent days, she had grown accustomed to the company of spirits. The sudden presence of a living person was disconcerting. What if he discovered her and attempted to seize her home and supplies? Qiao barricaded her door with sandbags and lay down, her mind heavy with worry. Starting tomorrow, she resolved to train her body more rigorously and enhance her strength. Fear, she concluded, was of no use. Only by becoming stronger could she face any challenge. In Building 7, room 1202 on the top floor, the man exerted himself and kicked open the door. Cradling his injured arm, he stumbled into the interior. The living room bore evidence of multiple households pooling resources, 4 distinct names adorning the offerings on the table. He approached and began to eat indiscriminately. His indomitable spirit kept him alert, yet his body trembled uncontrollably from the bitter cold. Frost clung to his brows, falling away with each shiver. After consuming several hard egg cakes and a wilted apple, he felt slightly better. Entering the bedroom, he found a small shrine adorned with several blankets. It appeared that someone had recently passed, and a simple funeral had been conducted here. He thought nothing of it, shedding his shoes and wrapping himself in one of the blankets. He felt no trepidation about the possibility of those who had pursued him returning to discover the absence of a corpse. Those individuals had already realized that the apocalypse was upon them and were preoccupied with looting supplies. Having been shot in the chest, plummeting from a helicopter, and enduring temperatures of -50 degrees, no one would suspect he was still alive. Before he set off, he had sensed something amiss, prompting him to wear a bulletproof vest beneath his clothing. Fortunately, the frigid weather had deterred them from inspecting his wounds, or he would not have escaped their notice. When he was thrown from the aircraft, he had managed to exert a bit of cleverness. Otherwise, he would have fallen directly to the ground. Though snow blanketed the earth, it had long since frozen solid, forming an unyielding surface. A fall would have surely been fatal. He landed on the rooftop, remaining conscious. He waited until the helicopter had departed and endured the cold for some time, ensuring that the group would not return before daring to move. He was unsure if it was merely his imagination, but as he lay on the rooftop, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. Initially, he thought it was his would-be assassins, but upon observing the situation in the community, he wondered if it might be a spirit after all. That night, Qiao found little peace in her slumber. At dawn, she added 2 more layers of sandbags at her door. With 3 layers now, even a submachine gun would find it impossible to breach, ensuring her safety. She then commenced a more rigorous training regimen. While swinging her mace, she strapped sandbags to her arms. When running, she secured sandbags to her legs. During shooting practice, her arms bore not only sandbags, but also a bottle of mineral water. By the end of the day, she had exhausted herself to the point where she could hardly concern herself with anything else, rubbing her sore muscles and grimacing at the pain. In Building 7, the man awakened and examined his injuries. His arm was merely bruised. The bone remained intact, an unexpected stroke of luck. He moved his body and began to survey the building. The entire structure comprised 2 units, totaling 48 apartments, 39 of which were inhabited by spirits. This indicated that there were 39 households worth of offerings to consume. He rummaged through each apartment, gathering any usable supplies, food, drink, clothing, and bedding, and collected them in one place. In his haste the previous night, he had carelessly entered the top floor. Now reflecting on it, he realized how exceedingly cold it was there. As the snow continued to fall, he considered that it might soon engulf several floors. Thus, he decided to take residence on the 11th floor, room 1102. This apartment was devoid of spirits and contained simple furnishings, making it far warmer than the ground. He placed all his collected supplies inside, though he realized they would not last long. Qianhan, this so-called abode of spirits, was notorious throughout City M. It was his first visit. Its remote location, coupled with its reputation for being filled with spirits, discouraged others from approaching. There were no shops in the vicinity, let alone residents. Before the apocalypse, city dwellers would deliberately bypass this area. For 2 kilometers around, there was not a soul in sight. While the solitude was refreshing, it did not bode well for stockpiling supplies. The man's gaze drifted to the other buildings. Qiao frequently employed her binoculars to spy on the man in Building 7, yet she saw no signs of anyone emerging. Aside from the windows that had been boarded up, the curtains of other vacant apartments remained tightly drawn, and there was no indication of movement or light within. If that man had not frozen to death, he must possess exceptional counter-surveillance skills. Typically, anyone would seek warmth in such frigid conditions. Yet, with candles and lighters readily available throughout Qianhan, finding a source of heat should not have been difficult. His ability to resist the urge to warm himself spoke volumes of his remarkable physical constitution. If he could maintain this state indefinitely, it would be ideal. They could coexist without disturbing one another, living parallel lives in separate buildings. However, fate had other plans. Close to midnight that evening, Qiao witnessed the man emerge from Building 7. Through her binoculars, she observed his tall and imposing figure, his sharp features partially obscured by the collar of his coat. He strode purposefully, his broad shoulders subtly quaking with each step. This man exuded strength, though he bore no weapons. It remained uncertain whether he concealed a firearm within his black cold-weather gear. He approached Building 13 with long strides. Qiao felt a surge of trepidation. She had no desire to engage with someone like him. In truth, she had contemplated erasing any trace of her presence, pretending that room 1101 was unoccupied. But why should she? She had arrived first and had not wronged anyone. In an instant, she came to a resolution. Regardless, they would inevitably cross paths. Why not confront the situation now? If he harbored ill intentions, she could unleash a stone from her space to crush him. If he meant no harm, they could coexist peacefully, each residing in their respective buildings. The man's footsteps drew nearer to the entrance of Building 13. Chapter 13. The living neighbor Qiao stood behind the door, her right hand gripping a black dagger while her left hand prepared to summon a stone pedestal from her spatial realm. The initial tension had dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating thrill. If the man truly possessed a firearm, she would acquire a genuine weapon. Though the black dagger was commendable, it could not compare to the potency of a real gun. However, as she awaited the man's arrival, she discovered that he did not enter Building 13, but rather exited the community gate. How disappointing. Qiao pouted. She stowed away the dagger and took out a copy of the Huangdi Neijing to peruse. It was not until dawn that the man returned. He bore a massive iron door, approximately 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, reminiscent of a warehouse entrance. It was laden with supplies, securely bound by ropes and slung over his shoulder. Gas canisters, branches, blankets, flour, rice, oil, down jackets, and more. The weight of these provisions carved deep grooves into the hardened snow beneath. This man had evidently engaged in a zero-cost procurement. She mused that had it not been for the duplicator in her spatial realm, she might have braved the blizzard to partake in such a venture herself. Now, with an abundance of resources at her disposal, she felt no need to take risks. Fortunately, the relentless blizzard concealed his tracks within moments. Otherwise, she feared attracting unwanted attention. Seeing the man return to Building 7 without a tail, Qiao yawned and peacefully drifted into slumber. In the following days, the man remained hidden within Building 7 during the day, venturing out at night to gather supplies. Each return brought him a bounty, much to Qiao's delight. As the sole living neighbor in the community, the more resources he amassed, the safer she felt. Perhaps having surveyed the area for threats, the man began to kindle a fire for warmth on the third day of his stay in Building 7. With curtains drawn, Qiao could only catch glimpses of the flickering flame. Meanwhile, she continued her physical training in her modest domain, enhancing her strength. She indulged in reading, hot pot, barbecued meats, crawfish, and milk tea, relishing her life. In the spatial realm, she had been meticulously saving time without squandering it. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, the relentless blizzard finally abated. Snow had accumulated to engulf the height of 5 stories. The people erupted in jubilant cheers, rushing out of their shelters, arms raised as if to disperse the long-accumulated gloom. They believed this prolonged snow disaster had finally met its end. The cessation of snowfall was expected to herald the sun's return, a warm and resplendent light of salvation. They anticipated the gradual melting of snow, a rise in temperature, and the end of this bitter cold. In the Hanyang community, the emaciated Ruan Mingyue had been mercilessly bullied by Yu Ming and others. Her cousin, Ruan Weibao, also expressed concern for her. Upon witnessing the snow cease, both revealed genuine smiles. They were finally able to leave this cursed place and return to school. She intended to inform her teacher of the misdeeds of these individuals and ensure they understood that crossing her would lead to dire consequences. However, as seconds ticked by, the sun remained elusive, as if it were a mirage conjured by a dreamer. The sky remained shrouded in a thick, gray veil, robbing the world of its vibrant colors and vitality. Worse still, the temperature did not rise as they had hoped. Instead, it continued to plummet. As people gradually comprehended that this extreme cold would not dissipate swiftly, despair crept into their hearts like a chilling frost. Their supplies had dwindled, and the few pieces of furniture that could be burned for warmth were nearly gone. In the community, household after household disappeared silently under the onslaught of the frigid air. Doors were pried open, and homes were stripped bare of resources, leaving no trace behind. Even more disheartening, the bodies of the unfortunate deceased received no semblance of respect. Their garments were ruthlessly stripped away by those driven by greed and desperation, tearing away the last vestiges of dignity from their lifeless forms, leaving only cold bodies shivering in the biting wind, a testament to the world's cruelty and indifference. The instinct for survival compelled people to venture outside, embarking on a quest for resources. Yet, those who had sensed the impending crisis had already begun a frenzied accumulation of supplies before the snow had ceased. Now, those who had just stepped out were undeniably lagging in the race for survival. Wrapped in heavy clothing and wielding sticks, kitchen knives, and other weapons, they ventured into the city in search of anything usable. In the marketplaces, individuals congregated, their eyes gleaming with a mix of greed and despair. Supermarket shelves had long been ransacked, leaving only scattered remnants to whisper of former prosperity. Yet, even amid such desolation, people were reluctant to relinquish hope. Suddenly, someone discovered a forgotten packet of instant noodles in a corner, igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of all present. They surged forward, fiercely competing for this single packet, fists and feet colliding as screams and curses echoed, revealing the darker sides of human nature. Outside the marketplace, a solitary piece of firewood lay quietly in the snow, seemingly awaiting a fortunate soul. Yet, this seemingly insignificant piece of wood sparked an even fiercer struggle. People raced for it, stumbling and rising again, some even risking their lives to claim this last warmth. In the apocalypse, the weapons in people's hands evolved from rudimentary sticks and kitchen knives to more lethal instruments. Makeshift firearms glinted coldly, and modified clubs exuded a menacing aura, becoming tools for the reckless. In this chaos, heinous acts such as murder, robbery, and the abuse of women proliferated like weeds, omnipresent and insidious. Each moment, individuals succumbed to darkness while others grappled with despair. Societal order had collapsed, and the authority of law vanished in the face of extreme conditions, replaced by a frenzied scramble for survival resources and a harrowing test of human morality. Amidst the turmoil of life and death, the Tomorrow's Garden remained eerily tranquil. The community was already secluded, and prior to the apocalypse, no one resided within several kilometers. Coupled with the unique nature of the spirits, no one would think to seek resources here. Qiao had begun cultivating strawberries and various vegetables in her glass greenhouse. Their growth rate mirrored that of the outside world, so it would be a while before she could enjoy her own strawberries. However, she was not in a hurry, as her spatial realm was abundant in fruits, strawberries, grapes, durians, apples, bananas, cherries, and more. While cooking pumpkin porridge, she saved the seeds to plant in a pot. She also attempted to cultivate sweet potatoes and potatoes. From the books she had gathered at the M-City Library, she found literature on planting and followed the guidance to learn seedling cultivation. Qiao opened the kitchen window. Each breath felt as though it crystallized into ice within her lungs. The temperature had plummeted again after the snow ceased. Today's temperature, -53 degrees. She donned a mask and grasped a pair of binoculars. In the distance, small black dots moved slowly across the snowfield. She understood that the real chaos of the apocalypse would commence after the snowfall ceased. During the blizzard, people still clung to illusions, believing that once the storm subsided, everything would return to normal. Now, she merely wishes that the tranquility of Tomorrow's Garden could endure a little longer. Yet, contrary to her desires, misfortune frequently occurs. Chapter 14. The boisterous young couple. That afternoon, a young couple moved into the community, taking residence in Building 8. This building stood adjacent to the man's Building 7, effectively facing Qiao's abode. The three households occupied their respective buildings, forming a triangular arrangement, each undisturbed by the others. The couple displayed an exuberant flair, Arriving in a nearly pristine SUV that roared as it entered the community, the thunderous sound echoing throughout, seemingly announcing their arrival to the world. Qiao wondered whether the spirits would find it noisy or perhaps even cover their ears. The snow, hardened by the extreme cold, was treacherously slippery. Yet, the SUV was equipped with anti-slip chains on its tires, showing no signs of apprehension. The windows, modified with a special treatment, gleamed brilliantly. Both individuals were clad in top-tier winter apparel, their heavy, expertly designed garments far superior to the hastily purchased ones by Qiao. It was evident they had come well prepared. Why refer to them as a young couple? They were inseparable, even during the move, embracing as they carried their belongings, which seemed to surpass the typical affection of married partners. The woman, slightly shorter and obscured by a mask and hat, was hard to discern. The man, around 175 centimeters tall, sported glasses and had a slender frame. They appeared to have prior knowledge of Building 8 being vacant, for they did not venture upstairs to inspect it, instead slowly unloading their abundant supplies into the unit. Through her binoculars, Qiao observed them moving into the 7th floor, drawing back the curtains to reveal furniture shrouded in white cloth. Everything bore a familiar semblance. Could they be the owners? Qiao speculated aimlessly. That night, as was customary, the man from Building 7 exited the community, heading towards the city center. The newly arrived couple followed closely behind, driving out of the premises, concealed behind her curtains. Qiao munched on strawberries, watching as the SUV gradually caught up to the man. The vehicle halted for a moment, allowing the man to join them. Were these three collaborating? Did they intend to form a team to scavenge for supplies? Qiao shook her head dismissively and returned to her cocoon. In her previous life, during the second year of the apocalypse, after parting ways with Ruan Mingwei, she had briefly formed teams with others, but those experiences proved unsatisfactory. In a world ravaged by chaos, trust was a rare commodity. Today's ally could easily become tomorrow's adversary, driven by desperation for a mere packet of instant noodles. During the 2 months spent with those individuals, she found herself repeatedly overlooked deliberately, merely to deprive her of her resources. Countless times, she had been set up to face danger, pushed out as bait. The burden of vigilance, not only against external threats, but also against the scheming of companions, was suffocating. Ultimately, she chose the path of solitude. Even upon entering the official base in M City, she maintained her solitary existence, participating only in sanctioned tasks without forming any alliances. Within just 3 days, Qiao noticed a surge of unfamiliar faces infiltrating the community. They arrived in groups or with families, never alone. In her recollections from the past, Tomorrow's garden had remained largely deserted until the second year of the apocalypse. When she and her companions sought construction supplies there, they hardly encountered any living souls. This time, however, the situation was markedly different. It was noteworthy that among this influx of new survivors, not a single elder could be spotted. It was likely that the elderly had succumbed to the merciless blizzards at the onset of the extreme cold. Fortunately, those who chose to reside in Tomorrow's garden brought with them substantial baggage, concealing valuable supplies within. Qiao surmised that they were either well-off individuals or, like the man from Building 7, had wisely stockpiled resources while the snowstorm raged. After all, why would they forsake the resource-abundant city center to settle in this ghostly enclave? The city center, compared to this place, was a veritable treasure trove of supplies. Moreover, many resources lay buried beneath the thick snow, waiting to be uncovered by those willing to exert the effort. As Qiao nibbled on spicy duck snacks while watching a variety show, she reminisced about her former self with a sense of nostalgia. Back then, her supplies had been completely depleted by 3 individuals, forcing her to venture out with Ruan Mingwei and Ruan Weibao in search of sustenance. They had rushed to the nearby supermarket, laboring tirelessly in the snow, driven by a flicker of hope for survival. Yet, the hard-won supplies could be snatched away before they even reached their lips. Some would not only seize your resources, but also take your life. After all, resources were finite, and reducing the number of living contenders was the only way to acquire more. The closer one got to the city center, the more survivors there were, leading to greater chaos. Thus, It was no wonder that these individuals had chosen to retreat to tomorrow's garden for tranquility. Qiao remained ensconced in her little sanctuary, diligently honing her physical abilities. Fortunately, her marksmanship had improved significantly. From a diagonal distance of 9 meters in her living room, she could now achieve perfect accuracy. She devoted 20 minutes each day to practice shooting at longer ranges, conserving her time for more critical moments ahead. In the dead of night, she spotted the SUV departing from the community gate once more. Today, it was the man from Building 7 driving, with a young couple seated in the back. She understood that these new neighbors were likely drawn by the trio. Their daily excursions, laden with supplies, could not go unnoticed. It was undeniably troublesome. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Had her reincarnation not been so time-sensitive, she would have preferred to retreat to the remote mountains, seeking solitude until the apocalypse came to an end. The population within the community continued to swell, with nearly every unit now housing 3 or 4 families. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao removed the sandbags obstructing her window, asserting her ownership of the residence. She reminisced fondly about the tranquil moments spent alongside the spirits, which were now overshadowed by the increasing number of neighbors. As more residents moved in, her door was knocked upon repeatedly. "This place is occupied. Move along," she shouted, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor as she savored her wasabi shrimp balls. However, after more than an hour, the knocking resumed, this time grating on her nerves and interrupting her physical training. Frustrated, she scribbled a note stating, "This house is occupied. Please do not disturb," and affixed it to her door, finally enjoying a moment of peace. Despite the abundance of vacant units in the community, the incessant knocking upon her door resumed within 2 days. At that moment, Qiao was practicing her marksmanship, arms laden with 20-pound sandbags, and could only shout from inside, "This house is occupied." She initially assumed the note had fallen off or been taken by a careless neighbor for kindling. However, the persistent knocking continued, and she sensed something amiss. The footsteps outside were erratic, and the breaths did not belong to a single individual. She released the sandbags from her arms, grasped her firearm, and cautiously approached the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw only a woman clad in insufficient layers, shivering from the cold. The woman was exhaling warm breath into her left hand while knocking with her right. Yet, in the corner, a poorly concealed man's shoe was visible. Chapter 15. A murder. Qiao addressed the woman outside the door, stating coldly, "This house is occupied. You should seek another." The woman knocking maintained a gentle demeanor. "I just moved in and have no tools for breaking in. I was hoping to borrow some from you." Qiao responded icily, "I possess no such tools. I am a former owner and have a key. Breaking in is unnecessary." Unfazed, the woman continued to feign distress. "My child is only 3 years old, waiting downstairs in her father's arms, and she's freezing. Please have mercy on us. We only need the tools, nothing more. We will be neighbors after all." Qiao replied, "No, go away." The woman fell silent and departed, taking the man's shoe with her. Yet, Qiao remained uneasy, choosing to wait by the door. Shortly thereafter, the woman returned, clutching 2 packets of instant noodles. After knocking, she said, "My child is so cold. May I borrow some hot water?" She quickly added, "We're not asking for it for free. We will exchange the noodles." In this post-apocalyptic world, where firewood is plentiful and snowmelt is abundant, the notion of trading noodles for hot water seemed ludicrous. Qiao knew these individuals would not relent easily. "I have no hot water, and I do not want your noodles," she stated firmly. The group outside grew impatient. A tall man pushed the woman aside, abandoning any pretense. "Why waste time talking? Just break down the door and take the house." Another man stepped forward, brandishing a machete, asserting, "What is there to fear? Only one woman is inside." The original woman scolded them. "You two are too rash. It would be better to coax her to open the door. Breaking it will damage the lock." The tall man raised his hammer dismissively. "Locks can be repaired. Besides, we are 3. Who would we fear?" The knife-wielding man urged the woman to retreat, explaining that all the furnished houses in the community had been occupied, leaving only those haunted by spirits, devoid of furniture. "Enough chatter. Let us seize this house quickly. I'm freezing to death." They had the advantage in numbers. Qiao smirked coldly, having engaged with the woman long enough to discern their intentions. To dare seize her home was tantamount to courting death. The living room and study had been meticulously arranged by her. The floors were carpeted and the walls insulated. She intended to endure the extreme cold here, unaware that misguided individuals would soon come knocking, attempting to force entry. She would not show mercy. Outside, the tall man lifted his hammer, ready to strike, when he noticed the door slowly opening. He laughed triumphantly. "It appears you are wise. As long as you're not too unattractive, we could provide for you." He leered, pulling the door wide. Yet, as the door swung fully open, he was taken aback. A sandbag wall stood before him, and just as he was about to curse, a dark gun barrel was aimed squarely at them. The man behind him scoffed. "You think a toy gun can intimidate us?" Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. Pain surged through his neck as disbelief washed over him. He touched the wound, finding his hand drenched in blood. Although the bullet was not real, it was made of metal, and while it wouldn't be fatal immediately, he would soon succumb to blood loss and the biting cold. Panic set in, and he fell backward, losing control. The woman screamed in terror, "Murder! Murder!" The tallest man, closest to the door, disregarded his companion as fate, intent on fleeing. Qiao would not allow that. Her initial shot had been aimed at the distant man to prevent their escape. She pulled the trigger again, and the fleeing man collapsed, a metal bullet striking true in his neck. In this frigid land, where heavy clothing was the norm, only a neck shot could ensure a swift death. Thankfully, the close range made it easier for Qiao to hit her mark. The woman outside had never witnessed such brutality. Despite her association with the two men, she had primarily guarded supplies, never having seen murder firsthand. Now, paralyzed by fear, she could only plead for mercy. "I'm sorry. We should have tried to take your home. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I have supplies and a car downstairs. I will give them to you, please." Qiao's heart was as hard as stone. She aimed again at the woman's temple. She understood all too well the dire consequences if these three were to breach her sanctuary. The best outcome would be losing her supplies and being ejected from her home. The worst? Enduring their violence and ultimately facing death. The two men, though not yet dead, lay weakened on the ground, attempting to crawl away. Qiao emerged from her room, wielding a machete, and delivered a fatal blow to each of their necks, ensuring their demise. In her previous life, she had only slain her first victim 2 years into the apocalypse. Yet now, within a month of this new existence, her hands were stained with blood, and she felt no regret. Her only lament was that her firearm was not genuine. Its lethality was insufficient. She yearned for a real handgun, for had she possessed one, there would have been no need to emerge to finish them off. She piled the bodies at the 11th floor stairwell to serve as a warning. Surely, no one would dare disturb her again. Peering out the corridor window, she spotted a dilapidated van parked below. From the tall man, she retrieved a set of car keys. Quickly donning her winter gear, she grasped her weapon and machete, cautiously descending the stairs. The corridor was eerily silent. The new neighbors were hushed in fear. Having heard the gunfire and the woman's screams, "Murder!" they cowered behind their doors, peering through peepholes at Qiao as she descended. This woman was terrifying. She possessed a gun. How could she so brazenly take lives, and 3 at that? She was utterly ruthless. Did she not fear that the authorities would come for her after the cold passed? Outside the community, while survival often led to violence, people concealed their identities, remaining strangers. After a murder, they would flee quickly, ensuring that even if order were restored, the police would have no leads. But this woman was different. She had killed openly in her own neighborhood. People knew her house number and could easily track her down. Yet, some still harbored the delusion that the end of the cold apocalypse would come to pass. Qiao's eyes glinted with icy resolve as she remained vigilant, alert to any sound beyond the doors. Should any fool dare to provoke her, she would not hesitate to spill more blood. Reaching the ground floor, she unlocked the van's door. Inside, there were only 3 seats. The rest was piled high with supplies, blankets, winter coats, down jackets, and provisions, including food, medicine, charcoal, and firewood. She transported supplies, such as grain, medicine, and charcoal to the upper floor in 2 batches. Due to the cumbersome nature of the wooden materials, she only took 1 piece for ease of duplication, leaving the rest in the vehicle which she parked in the underground garage. After securing the garage door, She returned home to warm herself. The underground garage contained several independent parking spaces with doors, evidently modified by the previous owner, which conveniently allowed Qiao to conceal her vehicle. Nevertheless, should the car be stolen, it mattered little, as there were other vehicles in the vicinity. With corpses piled at the entrance, no one dared to approach, granting Qiao a peaceful respite for 2 days. However, on the third day, someone knocked at the door once more. Chapter 16. The new neighbors outside the door stood a man and a woman. The woman was clad in a striking red winter coat, while the man wore glasses. They were the ostentatious couple from Building 8. Qiao furrowed her brow, wondering what these two wanted from her. She spoke. "They're already residents here. You should find another place." Upon hearing a voice from within, the woman in red removed her scarf, revealing a charming round face. With a beaming smile, she said, "Hello, we are your neighbors from Building 8. My name is Lin Feifei, and this is my boyfriend, Lu Chun. We would like to discuss something with you. Could you please open the door?" Qiao was uncertain of their intentions and had no intention of opening the door casually. Moreover, she was unsure if the man from Building 7 was lurking behind, and the thought of facing 3 individuals alone, not knowing if they were armed, made her hesitant. "Just tell me what you need. I'm listening," she replied. Lin Feifei pouted, taken aback by the refusal. She had shown her face to indicate there was no threat. Lu Chun, sensing Qiao's apprehension, gently pulled Lin Feifei back to a safer distance, displaying his empty hands and even turning around to demonstrate their harmlessness. "Look, we are unarmed and harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to discuss cooperation." Despite Lu Chun's assurances, Qiao remained resolute in her decision not to open the door. "What kind of cooperation?" she inquired. Lu Chun, undeterred, understood that caution was prudent in these dire times. If he were in her position, he would also hesitate to open the door. He appreciated her careful demeanor, which aligned with his plans. Lin Feifei interjected, "In the past few days, a large number of survivors have flooded into the community. They're not only seizing supplies, but also homes, forcing many neighbors out and even killing some." Qiao was well aware, having seen 3 corpses stacked at the stairwell outside. The community had become a chaotic scene, filled with the sounds of fighting and cries of distress. Tomorrow's garden, once a haven, was now fraught with danger. Lin Feifei continued, "We, along with a gentleman from Building 7, wish to move in and become your neighbors." Qiao frowned at the mention of the man from Building 7, whose complex background made her wary of any association. She had not forgotten how he arrived in the community. The thought of having him as a neighbor unsettled her. Frustrated, she said curtly, "The house isn't mine. You can move in if you wish. It's none of my concern." Lin Feifei detected her impatience and, with a pout, turned to her boyfriend, voicing her complaint. "She has a point. The house isn't hers. We can move in without her approval. Why bother with her?" Lu Chun patted his girlfriend's shoulder and reassured her, "Feifei, let's focus on the task at hand. If you were at home and someone knocked, would you dare to open the door?" Lin Feifei's pout faded as she considered the current state of the community. She wouldn't dare to open the door, let alone live alone. She looked up again, sincerity in her eyes, as she spoke to Qiao. "Sister inside, I apologize for my earlier behavior. We genuinely wish to discuss cooperation. The 4 of us could band together to scavenge for supplies and look out for one another. We found a sliding security door outside the community that we can install at the stairwell, creating an additional barrier against intruders." Lu Chun added, "To be frank, we've heard about your formidable capabilities. After careful consideration, we made the decision to approach you. You possess strength without bullying others, and your character is commendable. We 3 have ample supplies and a 4-wheel drive. The gentleman from Building 7 is also quite capable. Together, we stand a better chance of surviving in this perilous world." Qiao, being the first resident of Tomorrow's Garden, had observed the trio closely. They indeed appeared stronger than the others, yet they had not abused their power, focusing instead on resource gathering. While the notion of forming a team could be deferred, having them as neighbors seemed preferable to random strangers. With the added security of a door at the stairwell, it would provide her with peace of mind. "All right, you can move in first. When the gentleman from Building 7 arrives, we can discuss further matters," she finally conceded. Lin Feifei flashed a delightful smile, revealing her little tiger teeth. "Norus, Let us install the security door on the 10th floor before we move in. It's safer that way. Before long, Qiao heard the sound of a drill from downstairs. She had listened carefully for any signs of an ambush at the door and detected none. Following the sound to the 10th floor, she found Lin Feifei steadying the sliding door while Lu Chun was drilling into place. They were well prepared, indicating that regardless of her agreement, they would make the move. Upon seeing Qiao, Lin Feifei gasped, "You, how are you so young?" Her eyes widened in surprise. "You look entirely different from what I imagined." In Lin Feifei's mind, a woman capable of taking on 3 men, 2 of whom were quite large, would surely resemble a seasoned fighter. Yet the woman before her appeared even younger than herself, with a delicate face and a slender figure. However, when her gaze fell upon the weapons in Qiao's hands, a modified toy gun and a bloodied machete, she opted for silence. Especially when confronted with Qiao's cold expression and piercing gaze, which sent a shiver down her spine. The aura of this woman rivaled that of the man from Building 7, instilling fear. "My name is Qiao," she introduced herself. Lin Feifei found her voice enchanting, crystal clear and melodious. "Qiao? What a lovely name. Can I call you Sister Qiao? Do you need assistance?" Qiao inquired. Lu Chun continued working, nearly finishing the door installation. "In a moment, we will retrieve our belongings. Could you stay here and keep watch?" Qiao nodded. Lin Feifei now regarded Qiao with admiration. A woman who could single-handedly take down 3 opponents was her idol. The man from Building 7 was impressive, but his size and masculinity did not strike her with the same awe. Lin Feifei chattered on. "Don't let my boyfriend's glasses fool you. He has no bookworm. We often go rock climbing, camping, and adventuring. Installing security doors is a breeze for us. We once set up a tent on the edge of a cliff using just a wire. Far more challenging than this." Lu Chun, sensing Qiao's aversion to excessive noise, swiftly completed the door installation and took his girlfriend's hand. "Let's head back to collect our things." Chapter 17. The move Qiao stood within the confines of the sliding door on the 10th floor, her grip firmly clutching the cold barrel of the gun, aimed defiantly at the outside world. The residents of the 9th floor cautiously peeked out, drawn by the commotion, only to retreat hastily upon meeting her gaze, which seemed capable of freezing their very blood. Who would dare provoke that female harbinger of death? After all, she had taken 3 lives herself. Approximately half an hour passed in silence before the corridor echoed with the sound of heavy footsteps, reminiscent of a colossal entity ambling through the shadows. The man approached at a leisurely pace, gradually revealing a tall and imposing silhouette within Qiao's line of sight. The first thing that caught her attention was a mountain of supplies, tightly wrapped in 2 bed sheets. Following that was a face, sharp-featured and inscrutable, with deep-set eyes that concealed untold secrets. Despite bearing such a burdensome load, the man exuded an air of composure and elegance, presenting a disconcerting sense of reassurance and beauty. Qiao recognized him as the man who had been dropped from a helicopter. He stood casually, yet commanded an undeniable presence, rendering those around him hesitant to speak. She slowly opened the sliding security door to grant him passage. However, he paused, his voice low and cool. "Gu Qianhan." Unfazed, Qiao met his scrutinizing gaze and stated her name, Qiao. A smirk played at the corners of Gu Qianhan's mouth, his eyes still piercing, as if to say, "You were the one who observed me from the rooftop, weren't you?" After a brief silence, Qiao chose not to deny it. Gu Qianhan continued, "Rest assured, I will not bring you trouble." Qiao shrugged inwardly, thinking to herself, what a joke. If it weren't for your frequent forays into the world in search of supplies, would Lin Feifei and Lu Chun have come seeking you? Would so many survivors have flooded into Mingri Jiyuan, disturbing the peace? Yet, upon reflection, she realized the house was not hers to claim, and thus she had no right to complain. Given the circumstances, she would not dwell on any grievances. She merely sought a sliver of hope amidst this apocalypse, yearning for safety. Simultaneously, she couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Qianhan seemed familiar, as if she had encountered him before. However, she was merely an ordinary person, never having crossed paths with influential figures. So how could she possibly recognize someone of his stature? Gu Qianhan proceeded to move the supplies into room 1002 on the 10th floor. Qiao observed him coldly, offering no assistance. She thought to herself that having such a formidable man reside on the 10th floor, serving as the first line of defense, was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Gu Qianhan then moved the 3 corpses from the 11th floor outside the security door, continuing his role as the sentinel. With a hint of admiration in his cold tone, he remarked, "Your marksmanship is commendable." With that, he departed, likely returning to Building 7 to retrieve more items. Soon after, Lu Chun and Lin Feifei arrived. Lin Feifei chattered excitedly. We moved with an off-road vehicle and encountered several unsavory characters along the way, which was quite bothersome. Fortunately, my Lu Chun drove right through them, and they didn't dare to approach us. And as for our house, the moment we stepped outside, it was occupied by others. Lin Feifei glanced toward the 11th floor. "Darling, let's reside in room 1102 next to Qiao. With Qiangu on the 10th floor, we can rest easy knowing he's there to protect us." Lu Chun glanced at Qiao, seemingly seeking her approval. He could not comprehend why he felt the need to consult her. Despite her being several years younger and a woman, Qiao nodded in agreement. Lin Feifei continued, "The vacant apartment on the 10th floor can serve as our activity room for meetings and gatherings." Lu Chun added, "Room 1001 will serve more than that. Given the current situation, we need to arrange night watches, and that room will be perfect for it." After the two finished moving their belongings, they drove off to fetch Gu Qianhan. After all, he needed assistance transporting furniture, and it would take him an eternity to manage alone. By 6 o'clock in the evening, they had settled in and gathered in room 1001. The living room bore 2 altars, and after everyone bowed in respect, they took their seats. Initially an empty shell, the space now featured a set of tables and chairs, alongside a 3-seat sofa, courtesy of Gu Qianhan. Sensing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lu Chun broke the silence. "The afternoon was rather rushed. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lu Chun, the character for Dust. I am 25 years old and currently in my 3rd year of graduate studies, hailing from City K. My hobbies include road trips and rock climbing." Lin Feifei stood up next. "I am Lin Feifei, and Lu Chun is my partner. We grew up together. I am 22 years old and in my 4th year of studies. We happened to be passing through when we got stranded in M-City due to a snowstorm. Building 8 belongs to a classmate of mine, and we borrowed the key to escape the bitter cold. My classmate warned me about the spirits here, which only excited me more. But when the navigation failed, we got lost, and luckily, we spotted Qiangu gathering supplies outside the community, which led us to this place." Lin Feifei continued, but Lu Chun interrupted. "Feifei, you talk too much. Others need a chance to speak too." Embarrassed, Lin Feifei flashed a sheepish smile, revealing her little tiger teeth. "I'm sorry, I have a tendency to ramble. I'll keep quiet now and let the esteemed gentleman speak." Gu Qianhan introduced himself. "I am Gu Qianhan, 28 years old. Just an ordinary person, without any significant occupation." He stood casually, his demeanor deliberately restrained, yet he radiated an undeniable aura. Qiao recognized that much of what he claimed was likely a fade. Someone who had been specifically dropped from a helicopter could hardly be considered an ordinary individual. In truth, not a single word he spoke was likely genuine. Perhaps even his name was a fabrication. But what concern was it of hers? If Gu Qian's enemies were to come calling, she could simply leave Mingri Jiyuan. The world was vast, and there would always be a place for her. With everyone else sharing their introductions, she knew she couldn't remain silent. "I am Qiao, a local, currently a 3rd-year student at M-City Normal University, age 21. Lin Feifei's expression turned admiring, but then she exclaimed, "Wait, 21? You're younger than me by a year. I can't believe I called you sister just now. What a blunder." However, recalling the icy demeanor with which Qiao had addressed her, she shivered slightly. "From now on, let us just call each other by our names." Qiao remained non-committal. She had no desire to address others as sister. Lu Chun quickly interjected, "No need to call me brother. Just use my name." Gu Qianhan waved his hand. "Let us get down to business. I know of a hidden pharmaceutical factory. Let us discuss the matter of acquiring supplies at midnight." Chapter 18. Impromptu team formation. Qiao had no intention of joining forces with them. She lacked for nothing and was reluctant to endure the betrayal of companions once more. Why venture out into the cold when she could save her snacks and lose herself in novels at home? Yet, The mention of a pharmaceutical factory swayed her resolve. She possessed basic medicines in her space, but one could never have too many. Moreover, there were numerous specialized medicines that she did not have. All the medications in her space had been purchased, and duplicating them required expenditure. There was no such thing as acquiring them for free. Gu Qianhan spoke up. The community is chaotic now, but it hasn't descended into utter disorder yet. I propose that one person stays behind to guard the home, while the others accompany me to retrieve the supplies. With the apocalypse upon us, things will only worsen. We must seize this opportunity to stockpile ample resources. Lu Chun chimed in, agreeing that Gu Qianhan was correct. Currently, everyone's focus was on the supplies in the city center, and few consider the factories. Lin Fei, ever forthright, inquired, if someone stays behind to guard the place, how will we divide the supplies found? Gu Qianhan turned to Qiao, asking her opinion on the matter. Qiao replied, the person who stays to guard will rotate. The supplies will be evenly divided among us. Agreed, Gu Qianhan nodded. The safety of our base is equally vital. Henceforth, we will divide the supplies into 4 equal portions. Lu Chun and Lin Fei showed no objection. Among the 4, they were the weaker ones, possessing only an off-road vehicle. Otherwise, they would have no justification for sharing the supplies. Besides, most of the information regarding the supplies came from Gu Qianhan, making their contributions almost effortless. After deliberation, they unanimously decided that Lin Fei would stay behind to guard today. Gu Qianhan stood up. I have locked the door to the rooftop terrace and barricaded it with heavy objects from the inside. The key is in room 1001's living room. Anyone who needs it can retrieve it. They each returned home to prepare and agreed to meet back here at 8 in the evening. Upon returning home, Qiao turned on the electric heater in her small room and summoned barbecued food, handmade noodles, and milk tea from her space. The items were still warm from when they were packaged, and the duplicator preserved their original temperature. She squinted with delight as she indulged in her feast. Engrossed in a variety show on her tablet, carefree and untroubled, she felt no anxiety about the impending search for medicines. Having survived 4 years in the apocalypse in her previous life, she knew how to protect herself. Even the worst-case scenario of betrayal from Gu Qianhan and Lu Chun, she would not be afraid. In a one-on-one close combat situation, she might not match Gu Qianhan's strength, but she possessed 2 stone lions, each weighing several thousand pounds, collected from the entrance of her library in her space. Summoning them to crush her adversaries would be a trivial task. Moreover, she had her space to retreat to if necessary. Having finished her meal, while it was still early, she returned to her space to tend to her glass greenhouse. Tender shoots of bok choy had broken through the soil, glistening with freshness after watering, and they looked utterly charming. The pumpkins had also sprouted. In a few months, she would have an abundance of them. She swallowed, craving pumpkin red bean cakes. The strawberry plants had grown significantly as well, with one even producing flower buds. The temperature in her space was akin to late spring or early summer, perfectly conducive for plant growth. At 8 in the evening, the group reconvened. Qiao spoke. I have a van. Though somewhat dilapidated, it is functional. It's parked in the underground garage. Do you need it? Lu Chun was ecstatic. Of course we need it. With 2 vehicles, we could transport even more supplies. We searched for abandoned vehicles outside for quite a while, but found none. And Gu Qianhan is unwilling to steal from others. Gu Qianhan pointed to a corpse outside the security door, asking, is that theirs? Qiao nodded slightly. Lin Fei clutched Lu Chun's arm. Darling, you must return safely. I'll be waiting for you at home. Lu Chun comforted her with a gentle pat on the head. Are you scared? Lin Fei nodded, her fingers nervously tugging at his shirt. This is my first time being home alone. I'm a little frightened. She lifted her head. But I know it's more dangerous outside, so I will guard our base well. Qiao observed the watermelon knife in Lin Fei's hand, returned home, and retrieved a 2-meter-long iron rod. You can tie the watermelon knife to this iron rod with a rope. If anyone attempts anything untoward, you can hide behind the security door and stab them through the gap. Lu Chun gratefully accepted it. Thank you. I'll make sure it's securely tied. Lin Fei nodded hesitantly. Having never harmed anyone before, she could only encourage herself. Don't be afraid. I can do this. Gu Qianhan, pensive, suggested when we return, we can build half a wall behind the security door for cover. The term cover struck Qiao as particularly professional, causing her heart to skip a beat. Gu Qian's identity was undoubtedly not simple. In the underground garage, Gu Qian drove the off-road vehicle, leading the way. Lu Chun followed in the battered van, with Qiao seated in the passenger seat. A tow rope connected the two vehicles. Once they exited the community, Qiao donned night vision goggles, her binoculars in hand, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. She frequently glanced back to check if any vehicles were tailing them. Lu Chun noticed her cautious demeanor and refrained from mocking her. Instead, he felt a sense of relief, allowing him to concentrate on driving. When with Lin Fei, he had been on high alert, needing to protect the innocent girl. However, now, fighting alongside Qiao, he experienced an unprecedented sense of security. He increasingly felt that teaming up with Qiao was indeed a wise decision. Gu Qian had mentioned that Qiao was the original owner of Mingri Jiyuan and had likely resided in the community before the apocalypse. Initially, he had worried that she might be a homebody and a liability, but his perspective had long since shifted. Just as Lu Chen's thoughts wandered, Qiao's sudden movement interrupted his reverie. She swiftly picked up the walkie-talkie, her voice calm yet urgent. Gu Qian, there are vehicles following us, more than one. They must be from the community. A wave of anxiety washed over Lu Chun. Though Gu Qian and Qiao were formidable, they could not withstand a multitude of pursuers. Would they be able to successfully acquire the medicines tonight? On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Gu Qian's voice was steady and powerful. Stay close. Don't fall behind. Before he finished speaking, the off-road vehicle surged forward like a wild stallion, dragging the van into the darkness of the night. Qiao gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, maintaining communication with Gu Qian while keeping a watchful eye on the rearview mirror for their pursuers. The following vehicles clearly had not anticipated their swift reaction and were momentarily left behind. Yet, Qiao understood that this was only temporary. If they did not quickly devise a way to shake them off, they would inevitably be caught. Lu Chen focused intently on driving the van, acutely aware that any lapse in concentration could prove fatal. His off-road vehicle, heavily modified at great expense, was designed for navigating sand dunes in the desert. It possessed tremendous power. If the van did not receive adequate acceleration, the tension on the tow rope could result in its snapping. Being an outsider, he was unfamiliar with the terrain of M-City. If the off-road vehicle left him behind, the people from the community would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rob the van, leaving him no chance to escape. He could not bear to imagine the fate that awaited the innocent girl he had cherished since childhood if he were to perish. Those demons in the community would surely pounce at the chance. He even began to regret allowing Fei to stay in the community alone. Chapter 19. The pharmaceutical factory. Qiao sat in the passenger seat, unperturbed. She continuously relayed information about the pursuing vehicles via the intercom. In her previous life, she had faced blades at her throat multiple times. Now, at the very least, there was a car to shield her, so what was there to fear? As she watched the car behind draw ever closer, a thrill surged through her veins. The landscape grew increasingly familiar, reminding her of a week-long extracurricular activity she had participated in during her freshman year nearby. Not far ahead lay a relocated housing community where the developer had, in a bid to save land, constructed buildings with narrow spacing. Due to the accumulation of snow, this created a constricted alleyway, flanked by towering ruins that formed a natural barrier. Gu Qian, at a 45-degree angle, 200 meters ahead, there's an alley. We can use it to shake them off. Qiao urged through the intercom. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian immediately adjusted the vehicle's direction, maneuvering the off-road vehicle deftly toward the alley's mouth. The van closely followed, and both vehicles squeezed into the narrow space almost simultaneously. The pursuers clearly did not anticipate such a move, slowing down at the alley's entrance as they sought alternative routes. However, the other end of the alley was a dead end. Yet, Gu Qian was prepared. Leveraging his exceptional driving skills, he sharply turned the wheel at the alley's end, executing a daring U-turn that brought the vehicle perilously close to the wall. Then he accelerated out of the alley, back onto the main road. The van followed suit, albeit with slightly less grace. Yet with Lu Chen's efforts, they too successfully completed the turn. As they re-emerged onto the main road, the pursuers had been left far behind, their car lights merely flickering in the distance like faint stars in the night. Wonderful, We've shaken them off. Lucien exclaimed, elated. An hour later, they finally arrived at an expanse of unending snowy terrain. Qiao glanced at the detailed map in her possession. Indeed, there was an old pharmaceutical factory here, having stood for over 30 years. Being an old factory, both the workshop and the office building were only 4 stories high, now buried beneath the snow. However, a more pressing realization, as cold as ice, gripped Qiao's heart. According to the map, 3 kilometers east of the factory should lie a tranquil village. Yet, at this moment, all she could see was a towering expanse of snow, swallowing all vitality and completely burying the village beneath an endless white shroud. The surface of the snow was devoid of any life, as if time itself had been frozen by this profound silence. As her gaze extended, Qiao's heart grew heavier. Throughout her 4 years of tumultuous survival in the last days of her previous life, and even now, she had never truly contemplated how the villagers living in those lowly homes struggled to survive amid the raging blizzards and bitter cold. Perhaps they had perished long ago beneath the snow. The snowy landscape, which should have been pure and serene, now resembled a vast white funeral shroud, weighing heavily on her spirit. Gu Qianhan walked slowly across the pristine snow, eventually stopping at a spot, his gaze penetrating as he looked down. Beneath my feet lies the office building of the pharmaceutical factory. Digging down from here is the fastest way in. The night was as dark as ink. One person was assigned to stand vigilant in the storm, keeping an eye on their surroundings, while the other 2 gripped their cold, iron shovels, commencing the arduous battle against the cold and time, shovel by shovel, clearing the thick snow. The 3 of them took turns, sweat mingling with their exhaled breaths. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lucien seized a moment to catch his breath and asked Gu Qianhan, "Brother Qian, this factory is remote. Its building's old and cramped. How can you be so certain it was operational before the blizzard?" Gu Qianhan offered no explanation, simply responding, "I am certain." At this hour, the temperature had plummeted to a frigid -54 degrees, with even the air seeming to solidify. The snow was as hard as iron. Each shovelful tested their strength and resolve. After 2 exhausting hours of relentless effort, they finally broke through the final layer of snow, their shovels striking the cold, solid concrete beneath. As the surface of the concrete appeared, Gu Qianhan swiftly retrieved a small flashlight from his backpack, its beam piercing the darkness, illuminating the unknown ahead. He crouched down, carefully examining the cracks and old marks on the ground, seemingly searching for something. Here, he pointed to a spot where the elements had eroded the surface more deeply. Using a sledgehammer here is the quickest way to access the office building. The snow was too hard. Digging to find a window would consume most of the night. As soon as Gu Qianhan finished speaking, Lucien quickly picked up the sledgehammer he had prepared earlier from the snow. In the dim light, the hammer's outline appeared particularly distinct. 1, 2, 3. Under Gu Qianhan's command, the sledgehammer struck the eroded spot with a resounding thud, each blow accompanied by a dull sound and flying debris. After several rounds of effort, the seemingly indestructible concrete floor finally cracked, followed by the sharp sound of shattering as a piece of concrete was successfully pried up. Seeing this, the 3 of them increased their efforts. At last, they created an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Gu Qianhan, donning a headlamp, was the first to crawl inside, followed closely by Qiao. Lucien remained outside, holding the intercom to keep watch. Upon touching the ground, Qiao took a moment to observe their surroundings. They had entered the office building of the pharmaceutical factory, specifically the finance room. Gu Qianhan was not far away, and Qiao restrained her urge to quietly collect supplies into her space. The man's identity was unclear, and he was cautious. His eyes always seemed unfathomable, and she did not wish to expose her space. She constantly reminded herself that today was for gathering free medicines. Other items could wait. Regardless, the medicines they acquired today would be shared equally, and she had modest expectations. Just a portion of each type would suffice. In the office corridor, there were promotional images for cardiovascular and heart disease medications. Perfectly, she had none of these in her space. As she passed the factory director's office, she considered entering to see if there was anything valuable inside, But Gu Qian's cold voice stopped her. Let us focus on the task at hand. The first floor featured a sample display area, housing nearly all the medications produced by the factory. Antibiotics, antiviral drugs, anti-inflammatory medications, and disinfectants were all present. Items she already possessed in her space and thus found uninteresting, leaving them for Gu Qian to collect later. She moved deeper inside. Cardiovascular medications, such as antihypertensives and anti-anginal drugs. Respiratory medications, including cough suppressants and bronchodilators. Digestive medications, like antacids and antidiarrheals. Psychiatric medications, such as antidepressants and anxiolytics. In her previous life, she had suffered from severe depression in the second year of the apocalypse, so this time she was well prepared. She took out a snakeskin bag from her backpack and joyfully began to fill it, leaving nothing behind. The bag quickly filled, and she began on a second one. Even if there was only one bottle or box of each medication, she was unperturbed. On the way back, she could use the replicator to reproduce them, returning the original medicines to their rightful place. Liu Chan was not as vigilant as Gu Qian, making him easier to deceive. She opened a long-defunct refrigerator and was astonished to find anti-radiation medications, various vaccines, thrombin, and adrenaline inside. These were also absent from her space, making this outing truly worthwhile. Her efforts in excavating the snow amidst the biting cold were not in vain. Without a second thought, she stuffed everything into the snakeskin bag. With utmost care, she packed the items, fearing that some precious medicines might shatter, completely oblivious to the scrutinizing gaze of the man behind her. Gu Qian narrowed his eyes, meticulously calculating the volume of the bag. This woman, surprisingly, did not seize the opportunity to conceal anything for herself. Could it be that he had misjudged her, and Qiao truly lacked any hidden space? Chapter 20. Doubt. It is not surprising that Gu Qian harbors doubts regarding Qiao's possession of space. After all, a single woman, living alone, who has not stepped outside her home even once in an entire month of a ravaged apocalypse, appears remarkably well, completely devoid of any signs of lacking essential supplies. He even speculates that had they not approached her to invite her to form a team, this woman might have continued to seclude herself within her home indefinitely. What deepens Gu Qian's suspicions is Qiao's unervingly calm demeanor following her act of killing. Her tranquility suggests she had anticipated the onset of the apocalypse and comprehended that in this chaotic world, one need not bear responsibility for taking a life. The internet had ceased to function entirely on the third day of the apocalypse. How could a woman who had never set foot outside her house be aware of the impending doom? How could she be so certain that the law had become obsolete? That murder would go unpunished? Prior to the apocalypse, Gu Qian was an exceptionally busy individual, having never delved into the realm of online literature, nor had he ever heard of the supernatural concept of space. Yet all these doubts stem from Lin Fei. Every time they ventured out to gather supplies, she would inadvertently lament, "If only I had space, how convenient it would be to collect resources." Such offhand remarks planted seeds of suspicion in Gu Qian's mind. As they nearly emptied the exhibition hall of its pharmaceuticals, Qiao expressed her desire to return the way they came. However, Gu Qian stopped her, insisting, "Let's go to the warehouse. There are more medicines there." He did not question why Gu Qian was so familiar with this pharmaceutical factory. After all, everyone has their secrets. The factory had been struggling in recent years, and upon receiving a snowstorm warning, it had shut down, leaving the vast premises deserted. Even the security guard had fled home on the second day of the storm. Thus, they boldly approached the warehouse. Gu Qian instructed Qiao, "Take more antibiotics, antiviral drugs, anti-inflammatory medications, and painkillers, especially alcohol. It will be indispensable in the apocalypse." Qiao merely responded with a disinterested diligently filling the snakeskin bags with the items Gu Qian mentioned. In truth, she had already acquired what she needed from the exhibition hall, so her excitement was muted. Gu Qian observed her every move, scrutinizing her actions. Even faced with a warehouse brimming with pharmaceuticals, Qiao showed no inclination to secretly hoard any supplies. This slight disappointment led him to conclude that the woman truly lacked space. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have stashed away some medicines. Everyone understood the significance of pharmaceuticals in the apocalypse. He clapped his hands, declaring that should suffice. Let's take these up first. Qiao complied, finding it more convenient to operate from the vehicle. Lu Qian awaited them above. Standing in the snow, the biting cold felt like a blade, stripping away every ounce of warmth from his exposed skin. Watching for danger in the snow was sheer torment, a test of both will and endurance. Qiao, switch places with Lu Qian. You will take over the watch, Gu Qian commanded. Qiao's expression remained as serene as a still pond, betraying no emotion, while internally she rejoiced at the prospect of being alone. Gu Qian glanced at the shivering Lu Qian with disdain. It was disappointing for a man to be so ineffective. He turned to Qiao, saying, "You can take your time moving the pharmaceuticals to the vehicle. It will save time, but remain vigilant." Seeing the abundance of supplies, Lu Qian offered, "Qiao, do you need my help?" Almost in unison, Qiao and Gu Qian replied, "No need." With a swift motion, Gu Qian dashed into the office of the factory. Urgency lacing his tone, "Stop dawdling. There are still plenty of medicines waiting for us in the warehouse. We must return to the community before dawn. Otherwise, we will surely attract unwanted attention." Qiao meticulously transported the precious medicines to the off-road vehicle in 4 trips, filling it to the brim with 8 bulging snakeskin bags, even occupying the passenger seat. She settled into the driver's seat, relishing the vehicle's excellent insulation against the cold. It was warm inside the off-road vehicle. Only a fool would stand out in the frigid wind. Moreover, she had a more secretive plan in mind. Once the vehicle was filled, any subsequent supplies would undoubtedly be loaded onto the van, facilitating her operations. After ensuring there were no surveillance devices within the vehicle, Qiao cautiously surveyed her surroundings and quietly stored the pharmaceuticals in her space, duplicating them with a copier. Upon completing this, her thoughts began to drift. She recalled Gu Qian's seemingly omnipresent gaze at the factory. That intense scrutiny was impossible to overlook. Initially, in the exhibition hall, she had assumed it belonged to a trapped employee. However, upon confirming the factory was entirely deserted and all surveillance equipment had failed, she realized that the gaze was indeed Gu Qian's. She was not so deluded as to believe Gu Qian had developed feelings for her. Her appearance was merely average, though she considered herself reasonably attractive. Throughout the past month, she had diligently eaten and exercised, attempting to shed her previous frailness. Her skin, once pallid, now radiated a healthy pink. Yet, at her core, she was merely an ordinary person. She sensed that Gu Qian's identity was anything but mundane, and given his appearance and physique, it was unlikely he would fall for someone like her. Of course, she was not engaging in self-deprecation. She held a satisfactory view of herself. After much contemplation, she concluded that Gu Qian's persistent gaze was likely due to her prolonged seclusion within her home, seemingly devoid of any resource shortage, which aroused a suspicion. This did not trouble her. After all, prior to the apocalypse, she had always been a person who hoarded supplies. She recalled a winter break in her sophomore year when she had spent an entire month indoors, yet her stockpile had barely diminished. Not to mention her previous life, where she, along with Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Weibao, had managed to survive for half a month relying solely on their family's reserves. In this world, there are always those who take pleasure in stockpiling supplies. It offers an inexplicable sense of security. Was this considered crime? She reminded herself that upon returning home, she should place some supplies in a conspicuous spot in the kitchen to dispel any doubts others might harbor. After all, in this apocalyptic world, any behavior deemed too peculiar would invariably attract unnecessary trouble. Gu Qian and Lu Qian made their final rounds. In the pharmaceutical warehouse, Gu Qian instructed Lu Qian, "You go ahead, I'll bring up the rear." As Lu Qian struggled to carry several heavy snakeskin bags, completely oblivious to what lay behind him, Gu Qian waved his hand, and the pharmaceuticals beside him gradually vanished into thin air. Chapter 21. Do you wish for our demise here? Recently, Gu Qianji decided to replace Lu Qian at the pharmaceutical factory, leaving Qiao to keep watch. His choice was not rooted in any chivalrous sentiment, but rather stemmed from Lu Qian's slightly sluggish reactions, making him more malleable. In contrast, Qiao was too astute and vigilant, making it difficult to conceal supplies. Gu Qianhan carried several snakeskin bags, yet moved with unusual steadiness, though his brow furrowed slightly. The confined space of 200 square feet felt exceedingly cramped for him. In the warehouse, the towering stacks of pharmaceuticals meant he could only manage to collect less than a third of the available goods, and the limited area was already filled to the brim. He could only select the most essential items. Indeed, Gu Qianhan had acquired a space, activated just before their departure that very night. This was the root of his lingering suspicion towards Qiao. After Lin Feifei had mentioned the space multiple times, he had attempted to use a drop of his blood on the ring passed down from his mother, but after 2 unsuccessful tries, he had laughed bitterly at the absurdity of it all. How could such a ridiculous situation exist in this world? Surely, the sudden apocalypse had driven him to madness. However, everything changed drastically after his meeting with Qiao during the day. Upon returning to room 1002 and, while sorting his belongings, he accidentally cut his finger, and blood splattered onto the ring once more. In that moment, a miracle occurred. The space had indeed been opened. Though the space was small and could not accommodate a person, it was a stroke of immense fortune in this desolate world. He reflected carefully. The only change had been his encounter with Qiao. Linking her various peculiar behaviors, he became increasingly convinced that she too harbored a more expansive space. Yet, after a night of testing and observation, he was disappointed to discover no such space existed within her. Otherwise, even the calmest individual would find it hard to resist the temptation of storing pharmaceuticals in such a resource-scarce apocalypse. He could only attribute his previous failures to an insufficient amount of blood. Even someone as composed as he was felt a pang of regret. Had he opened the space sooner, he would have been able to gather more supplies. His Hummer, helicopter weapons. Gu Qianhan was a person of cool-headed decisiveness, never revealing weakness or hesitation before anyone. However, in the face of this sudden betrayal and the apocalypse, he couldn't help but entertain the notion of what if. Yet, he quickly shook his head in self-mockery. What ifs existed in this world? My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. As long as he remained alive, there would always be a chance for resurgence. Those who had plotted against him should pray they do not perish in the bitter cold, because they would need to endure his wrath and vengeance. He would exact his revenge. All that belonged to him would one day be reclaimed by his own hand. Upon returning to the ground, Gu Qianhan was surprised to see Qiao sitting in the off-road vehicle on watch. His gaze dark and his tone cold, he commanded Qiao, "Get out of the car. You obstruct our sight and hearing from inside. Do you wish for us to perish here?" Anger surged within him, sharpening the intensity in his eyes, which left Lu Chun beside him, too frightened to speak. Qiao, however, calmly nodded, harboring no resentment. For one, Gu Qianhan's reasoning was sound, and for another, the pharmaceuticals held significant value. As Qiao expected, the medicines Gu Qianhan and Lu Chun retrieved were loaded into the van, with some gaps still unfilled. "Let's go to the office building to gather more supplies," he suggested. Lu Chun headed off to scavenge for snacks, knowing Lin Feifei had a fondness for them, while Gu Qianhan entered the manager's office. He expertly located several jars of fine tea and tea sets, and upon seeing Gu Xingqiao's nameplate on the desk, he revealed a cold smile. Later, the 2 vehicles were filled to the brim with assorted snacks, A4 paper, pens, and more. Lu Chun, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Qiangu, should we come back again tomorrow night? With so many pharmaceuticals, even if we trade them for food, we could sustain ourselves for several years." However, Gu Qianhan was less optimistic. "The heavy snow has ceased. Our tire tracks will be evident. After we leave, countless vehicles will follow our trail to this place. Even if we return immediately after delivering the supplies, this place will have been emptied." Lu Chun felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his optimism. "We have been incredibly fortunate to gather so many pharmaceuticals." He began to flatter Gu Qianhan, praising him as the great benefactor who knew the factory's location and circumstances. His gaze turned toward Qiao, adding, "And we owe thanks to Qiao. Had it not been for your familiarity with the terrain, we wouldn't have been able to shake off those tailing us." Gu Qianhan stepped into the off-road vehicle, urging, "Stop chattering. Let us hurry back to the community. Until we return home, everything remains uncertain." As they departed the pharmaceutical factory, The area ahead lay in silence. I told you, who would dare to rob in such severe cold at night? If someone had the determination to rob in the dead of night, they could succeed at anything. Why resort to theft? Just as Lu Qianhan finished speaking, two figures appeared ahead, blocking their path, quickly followed by a gathering of more ruffians. Armed with machetes and clubs, they sought to plunder others' resources under the cloak of night. Lu Qian's lips twitched. Is the local area of M City really so perilous? I shouldn't have spoken. I'll keep my mouth shut. The leader of the group, youthful and reminiscent of a pre-apocalypse social youth, sported a visible tattoo beneath his ear. Everyone out of the vehicle. We only seek supplies, not lives. Those who know their place should not resist foolishly. Our weapons do not discriminate. These robbers appeared poorly equipped with only crude weapons, machetes, vegetable knives, and clubs. Perhaps true big shots preferred to act brazenly in daylight from the safety of vehicles. Who would willingly endure the hardship of robbing in such frigid conditions? Nevertheless, at this critical juncture, the trio chose not to halt for negotiations, but resolutely pressed down on the accelerator. Especially Gu Qianhan, driving the monstrous off-road vehicle, seemed to unleash all the pent-up rage within him into the boundless night. His wheels mercilessly crushed, leaving behind gruesome trails of blood, staining the pristine snow a shocking crimson. Two individuals were directly run over, their insides spilling out. Others were struck aside by the vehicle, sustaining severe injuries. In these frigid conditions, their fates were sealed in death. Following closely, Lu Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that the usually composed, reserved, and reliable Qiangu would exhibit such a brutal and bloody side. The splattered blood seemed to narrate a tale of savagery that sent chills down one's spine. Yet Qiao felt no surprise, as if the Gu Qianhan before her was the true essence of his being. Although he had hidden it well, she had sensed from the very beginning his cold indifference and decisive cruelty. It was even possible that he had taken lives before the apocalypse. Recalling the scene of him hauling corpses on the 11th floor, Gu Qianhan's expression bore no hint of emotion, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Ultimately, the trio managed to arrive safely at the community. However, at the entrance of Juran Garden Community, under Building 13, Qiao sat in the vehicle, her gaze piercing through the throngs of people, fixating on the unit door tightly surrounded by dozens. In truth, it could hardly be called a door. It was the stairwell window of the 6th floor, now smashed open, serving as an entry point. A cold smile crept across her lips. Gu Qianhan had indeed spoken true. As long as one had not returned home to close the door, everything remained uncertain. At the forefront of the crowd stood a middle-aged man, strikingly prominent. He was clad in a military overcoat, beneath which a glimpse of a security uniform could be discerned. His voice resonated among the throng, imbued with palpable authority. Our demands are modest. Leave behind half of the supplies, and you shall be free to return home. Chapter 22. Leave half of the supplies, and you may depart after the words were spoken. A long silence ensued, with no one responding. The man's face bore a fierce expression, masked by a forced smile. Look at me, frozen into oblivion, and I haven't even introduced myself. Li Wano, the representative survivor elected by our community. Out of respect, you may call me brotherly. In this extreme cold and hunger, with our homes stripped of supplies, I was chosen to negotiate with you. We are all from the same neighborhood. Surely, you wouldn't abandon us in our time of need. Such eloquence, yet negotiation demands weapons. Must we barricade the doors? It was clear what this entailed. Without yielding half of their supplies, they would not be allowed to leave. But would surrendering half guarantee their safe passage? Lu Qianhan felt an overwhelming tension. His hands trembled tightly around the steering wheel. What should they do? There were at least 20 to 30 of them. How could they possibly manage? Fei Fei was still upstairs. He worried for her safety. Were they tormenting her? These people now occupied the Tomorrow Garden. Would they incite a riot? Would they collectively turn against them? If they were to uphold their word, then half the supplies would suffice, for they had collected much today. Qiao, irritated by the commotion, commanded silence. Lu Qianhan turned to gaze at the composed Qiao, feeling a wave of calm wash over him. Yes, with Qiao and Qiangu present, there must be a solution. At that moment, The intercom crackled to life with Gu Qian's icy voice. Qiao, what are your thoughts? Qiao replied, we cannot give up the supplies. Once we concede, it will only escalate. Gu Qian smirked. That was my thought as well. Lu Qian pondered whether he too should voice an opinion to assert his presence. However, both the poised Gu Qian and the piercing-eyed Qiao seemed uninterested in his input. The intercom crackled again with a succinct and firm inquiry. Are you ready? Qiao answered, at any moment. Lu Qian yearned to ask about this cryptic riddle when he suddenly saw the off-road vehicle barreling towards the crowd, blocking the entrance of the apartment building like a rampaging beast. Though Li Wanhao reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the lethal impact, he was still knocked to the ground by the tremendous force. He roared, damn it! What the hell? Lu Qian exclaimed, while Qiao had already leaped atop the van like an arrow released from its bow. Wearing night vision goggles, she drew her weapon and began precise shooting at the fleeing crowd. The night was dark as ink, and the heavy attire of the people rendered metallic bullets ineffective. They seemed to have anticipated her. Their necks were tightly wrapped in scarves, leaving only their eyes exposed. Qiao took a deep breath and began firing at the eyes peering from the crowd. It hurts. My eyes. The anguished cries echoed through the night. Ahead, the off-road vehicle rampaged mercilessly, crushing everything in its path. Behind, Qiao's precise shots plunged the enemy into despair. Li Wanhao's eyes widened in fury as he witnessed his comrades fall one by one beneath the wheels, while others writhed in agony for my wounds, fleeing in panic. He shouted commands to the remaining men. Go, bring that woman down from the van. Facing the advancing thugs, Qiao calmly stowed her firearm and retrieved a spike bat from her backpack. With a gentle press, the bat elongated to 3 times its original length, emanating a chilling glint. She called to Lu Qian, drive, charge through. Then, she swung the bat, striking the heads of those attempting to approach. This weapon, modified uniquely, appeared as an ordinary plastic bat, but concealed a sturdy iron core within. Substantial in weight, each strike held the potential for fatality. Thanks to a month of rigorous training, Qiao's strength had significantly improved. Otherwise, wielding such a heavy bat would have been a daunting task. With one swing, a skull shattered, brain scattered. Blood sprayed forth, staining the van and splattering onto Qiao's body and face. Yet, she seemed impervious to the chaos, her gaze fixed coldly on the approaching assailants. Lu Qian drove recklessly among the thugs. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of the heads crushed by Qiao's strikes, sending a chill coursing through him. At that moment, Qiao appeared more fearsome than Gu Qian. Meanwhile, Gu Qian, immersed in the thrill of the chase, glanced at Qiao atop the van, a flicker of admiration sparkling in his eyes. Realizing the tide had turned, Li Wanhao hurriedly led his remaining men to retreat. They abandoned their injured comrades, leaving them to lie cold and alone on the ground, their fates uncertain. Lu Qian, in a frenzy, yearned to pursue, but Qiao's voice brought him back to reason. Don't chase the desperate. Aren't you worried about Lin Feifei? Lu Qian's eyes widened in realization. Slapping his forehead in a moment of clarity, he had almost jeopardized everything. He turned to Qiao, respect lacing his tone. Sister Qiao, I will head upstairs now. Qiao did not notice the subtle shift in how he addressed her. She merely nodded. I will guard down here. You two go check on the situation upstairs. There may be others at the safety door, as well as the small door on the top floor. The 2 men armed themselves and dashed upstairs. Lu Qian raced ahead, his heart racing as he fervently prayed for Lin Feifei's safety. Meanwhile, Gu Qian inexplicably glanced back. He saw Qiao standing solitary atop the van, her black spiked bat still dripping blood. Clad in a white winter coat, now splattered with crimson stains, she resembled a red plum blooming in the snow. Both tragic and fierce. Particularly striking was the blood streak across her face, bisecting her pallid skin and accentuating her eyes, adding an eerie beauty to her visage. At the 10th floor safety door, indeed, there were people, but they were mere minions. With the commotion below, those individuals had already fled, hiding in the unoccupied apartments. Gu Qian, though having moved in only half a day ago, was well acquainted with the residents of the unit. He ferreted out the hiding minions, dealt with them severely, and dispatched any defiant ones directly, tossing their bodies downstairs. Lin Feifei embraced her boyfriend, tears streaming down her face. "You finally returned. I was on the verge of collapse." Li Wanhao, leading his meager remnants, stumbled back to his territory. He slammed his fist onto the table, sending dishes clattering. In a fit of rage, he kicked his subordinate Lu Quan, exclaiming, "You useless fool! What kind of terrible idea did you come up with that has left me severely weakened?" Lu Quan, small in stature, was sent sprawling to the ground by the sudden kick, utterly humiliated. At that moment, a trembling underling stepped forward, nervously lighting a cigarette for Li Wanhao. "Boss, Quan Gu actually suggested we directly raid and seize the supplies. The idea to block the door downstairs was conceived by that scoundrel Song Quan." Li Wanhao's eyes narrowed. Gritting his teeth, "Where's Song Quan? Where's he?" The underling shrank back, lowering his voice even further. "He was run over by Gu Qianhan." Chapter 23. Who are you, really? The group worked collaboratively to transport the heavy supplies into the living room of room 1001, intending to distribute them during the day. Gu Qianhan remarked, "Though we have repelled those intruders, we cannot be assured they will not return. We must forego sleep tonight and immediately reinforce the security door and the rooftop defenses, just in case." The gravity of his words cast a serious pall over the group, who understood the life and death implications of the situation, leaving no room for dissent. They swiftly set to work, electrifying the security door. Behind it, they constructed a sturdy half-wall with bricks, ensuring that even if the adversaries could reach through the door, the occupants within would remain unscathed. The rooftop was fortified with a heavy iron door, its key divided into 3 parts. By the time they completed their preparations, the clock had quietly ticked to 8 in the morning. Perhaps the ferocity of last night's battle weighed heavily on everyone's minds, for many lives had been lost within the community. The entire building was eerily silent, a tacit acknowledgement of the danger posed by disturbing the fierce spirits of the departed. It was not only Building 13 that lay in silence. The entire neighborhood was enveloped in quietude, with no one daring to venture outside in search of supplies, choosing instead to remain indoors. The 4 of them shared a simple meal of instant noodles, distributing the supplies they had gathered the night before. The provisions were evenly divided into 4 portions, temporarily alleviating the fatigue and tension from the previous night. Qiao was content to receive 2 boxes of tea and a tea set, while Lin Feifei clutched snacks tightly, yearning for spicy strips and chocolate, exclaiming her love for them. Gu Qianhan spoke again. "The community has descended into chaos. From now on, we must take turns keeping watch to ensure our safety. I will go first, and after 3 hours." His gaze inadvertently swept over Qiao's face, noting the undeniable pallor that marked her features. "Lu Chun, you will take over for me, and the rest will follow in succession." Had Qiao known that her complexion would evoke pity and unnecessary sympathy from others, she would have scoffed dismissively. Her naturally pale skin, combined with her penchant for staying indoors, left her devoid of color. For the past month, she had made a concerted effort to eat more, even feeling a slight increase in her weight. Otherwise, how could she have so effortlessly struck down an opponent in a moment of crisis? In the afternoon, after completing her physical training, Qiao held the snowboards and poles she had purchased from an outdoor supplies store, wearing her snowshoes as she prepared to practice skiing on the rooftop. The biting cold made travel inconvenient and noisy, while skiing in this snow-laden world had become a swift means of transportation. Before the apocalypse, Qiao had been an ordinary person, utterly clueless about skiing. Now, she relied on online video tutorials, learning and experimenting bit by bit. Initially, falls were inevitable. Yet Qiao feared neither pain nor embarrassment. She would spring back up after each tumble, determined to continue her practice. After several attempts, she managed to glide a few meters with some semblance of control. Just as she removed her ski goggles, intending to take a break, an unusual sound pierced the stillness. Building 13 had 2 units, and at that moment, 2 shadowy figures were stealthily approaching from the exit of the other unit. These newcomers were unaware of Qiao and her companion's reputation and the dangers they had previously faced. They intended to fetch snow from the rooftop, but were taken aback by the sight of Qiao diligently practicing skiing, a nefarious intent blossoming within them. Qiao sensed something amiss through her goggles, but refrained from turning around immediately. Instead, she firmly gripped her snowboard. She realized that she had been careless, having left her Wolfong club and Black's Eye behind. Uncertain if others were watching her, she hesitated to retrieve her weapons from her space. As the two figures drew ever closer, Qiao inhaled deeply, suddenly pivoting to face them, raising her snowboard and swinging it with all her might. The thin snowboard sliced through the air like a sharp blade, instantly severing the throats of the two men, blood gushing forth, and they collapsed to the ground. Qiao gazed at the blood-soaked snow, a wave of regret washing over her. This was the meticulously prepared slope she had crafted, now marred by the presence of these unwelcome intruders. With a soft sigh, she was about to deal with the bodies when Gu Qianhan's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Do you need assistance?" She looked up to find Gu Qianhan standing not far away. Her expression, previously one of indifference, now bore a hint of wariness and scrutiny. How had he approached so silently? How long had he been there? What had he witnessed? Gu Qianhan seemed to read her thoughts, explaining, "I came to summon you to a meeting in the small lounge." Qiao nodded. "I'll be right there. I can handle the bodies myself." As Gu Qianhan descended, the image of Qiao's swift and decisive actions replayed in his mind, and he mused, "This woman is even more efficient than Shun San and the others." When he had arrived, the two sneaky men had been about 7 or 8 meters away from her. He had chosen not to warn her, eager to ascertain her capabilities. He had underestimated her before, yet now he harbored more doubts about her true identity. The group convened in room 1001. Gu Qianhan announced, "Tonight, we will head to the canned goods factory." Before the last syllable had faded from his lips, Lin Feifei eagerly interjected, "Are we talking about fruit cans or meat cans?" Gu Qianhan frowned, perturbed by her exuberance. "Fruit cans." Qiao's interest was piqued. While their space was not lacking in fresh fruits, they indeed had no fruit cans. In truth, before the apocalypse, few people would have thought of canned goods. Lin Feifei, recognizing her previous annoyance, was too excited about the prospect of fruit cans to dwell on it. She clung to Lu Chen's arm, exclaiming, "Dear, did you hear? It's fruit cans. I haven't had fruit in half a month. I'm practically salivating just thinking about it." Seeing his girlfriend's joy, Lu Chen felt a surge of happiness as well. "If we find the cans, I'll make sure you get your fill, my little glutton." Lin Feifei pouted, "You can't keep indulging me. You should eat too. In this apocalypse, I can't always rely on you and become a burden." Lu Chen affectionately stroked Lin Feifei's hair. All right, whatever you say." Having grown up with Feifei, he had cared for her since she was a child, and his love for her ran deep, making it impossible for him not to indulge her. He only hoped to protect her and navigate the apocalypse together safely. Lin Feifei had already learned of Qiao's heroic deeds from her boyfriend, and her admiration for her was palpable, intensifying her curiosity. She subtly shifted her seat, leaning toward Qiao. "Sister Qiao, I heard from Qiange that you're a native of Mingri Jiyuan, and you've lived here even before the apocalypse." Qiao perceptively noted the subtle shift in her address, but chose not to address it directly, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Feifei's excitement grew. "Aren't you afraid?" Qiange said that before him, "You were the only living person in this community." Qiao's expression remained nonchalant. "I'm not afraid. I don't live alone. My entire family is here with me." She gestured to the air. "My grandparents, parents, and younger brother are all by my side." The others exchanged puzzled glances, for they had not heard any sounds from above. It was clear that Qiao lived alone. However, they soon recalled the community's nickname, Ghost Community, and it dawned on them. Qiao's family must have passed away, accompanying her in another form, silently watching over her. Lin Feifei, realizing her slip of the tongue, swiftly redirected the conversation. "Sister Qiao, how did you become so skilled? Have you practiced martial arts before?" Qiao noticed Gu Qianhan listening intently, understanding the importance of answering this question thoughtfully. With a composed demeanor, she recounted, "After my grandfather passed away, he left me a self-built house in the outskirts of M City, but news of its impending demolition surfaced. The village bully, Gu Qianhan, sought to seize it, relentlessly causing me trouble and tormenting me. In order to protect myself, I engaged in physical training and acquired weapons." Gu Qianhan's gaze grew complex. It was no wonder this woman was so resilient, vigilant, and fierce. Lin Feifei looked at her with admiration. convinced that Sister Qiao would surely defeat him in a spectacular fashion. No, Qiao sighed and shook her head. As a solitary person, I simply couldn't contend with him. Ultimately, the land was sold to the village bully for less than half its market value. Though Qiao spoke with calmness, the others felt their hearts clench at her words. Reality is often so harsh. Unsure of how to comfort Qiao, Lin Feifei once again shifted the topic. Well, since it's the apocalypse, having that self-built house is of no use. It's already buried under snow. But with your money, you could stockpile supplies. At this point, Lin Feifei's excitement bubbled over. Sister Qiao, did you use that money to hoard a lot of resources? Qiao sighed again and shook her head. I had no idea the apocalypse was approaching, so how could I have stockpiled in advance? She produced her nearly drained phone and opened the banking app. Unfortunately, the app ceased to function after the network outage, displaying only a blank screen. All she could offer was a screenshot from the day after the apocalypse. Handing it to Lin Feifei. Look, there's still over $1 million in my bank account. Chapter 24. We wish to move to the 10th floor, Lin Feifei exclaimed once more. I have never seen such a vast sum of money. Sister Qiao, you are so wealthy. Gu Qianhan also glanced at the screenshot and confirmed that there were no signs of editing. Qiao explained, one portion is an unexpected compensation. Along with the proceeds from selling my self-built house, it all adds up to this. Her expression turned regretful as she mused. Had I known the apocalypse was approaching, I would have exchanged everything for supplies, enough to sustain me for a lifetime. Lin Feifei, puzzled, inquired, Sister Qiao, if you never ventured out for supplies after the apocalypse, how did you manage to eat? Qiao lifted her head and replied earnestly, I am a homebody who dislikes going out, especially with the village bullies causing trouble. Hence, I prefer stockpiling essentials like rice, flour, and cooking oil, purchasing enough for several months at once. Snacks too I buy by the box. Her gaze gradually became distant, as if lost in a faraway memory. During the winter break of my sophomore year, I didn't step outside my door for a whole month. Upon hearing this, Lin Feifei felt a surge of inexplicable sorrow. The winter break encompassed the spring festival, yet Qiao spent it alone, confined within her home, surrounded by a wall of black and white photographs. She was the only living soul in the entire community, a thought that stirred deep compassion. Outside, the predatory village bullies lurked, eager to prey upon her vulnerability. Unable to contain herself, Lin Feifei stepped forward to embrace Qiao, assuring her, Sister Qiao, you will never be alone again. We are all your good friends. Qiao lowered her head in silence, seemingly accepting the warmth of the embrace. However, her eyes lacked any warmth. Alone? She did not perceive herself as lonely. Especially in the apocalypse, she was even more reluctant to engage with others. Just as now, her choice to temporarily team up with these individuals was solely based on the resources Gu Qianhan possessed. Should these individuals ever pose a threat, she would unhesitatingly sever ties and retreat unscathed. In this lifetime, she would trust no one. Gu Qianhan, self-proclaimed as a keen observer of human nature, realized that Qiao's earlier words were indeed devoid of deceit. After countless tests and observations over the past 2 days, he finally set aside his suspicions about her. Yet, he had not anticipated that while Qiao spoke the truth, she had artfully rearranged the sequence of events, distorting facts and blurring the lines of reality. A classic example of a montage lie. Lin Feifei scanned the group and asked, who will stay behind at the base while we head to the canned goods factory tonight? Qiao observed the hopeful gazes of Lu Chun and Lin Feifei, recognizing their reluctance to part. After all, she would eventually receive her share of the canned goods, so it mattered little whether she ventured out or not. She proactively stated, I will stay behind. Gu Qianhan's lowered gaze concealed his thoughts. This time, he was certain that Qiao indeed lacked spatial abilities. Otherwise, no woman in the apocalypse would resist the temptation of canned fruits. As night fell, Gu Qianhan, Lu Chun, and Lin Feifei exited the community to collect supplies from the canned goods factory. Meanwhile, Qiao, having rested well during the day, felt no fatigue and leisurely perused the Huangdi Neijing. This ancient text encapsulated the essence and mysteries of traditional Chinese medicine. Qiao meticulously studied it, starting from the foundational concepts of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. After a month of diligent effort, she had barely managed to grasp this challenging material, gaining a preliminary understanding of the underlying logic of Chinese medicine. The balance of yin and yang. The interactions of the five elements. These seemingly abstract concepts held profound insights into human physiological functions, pathological changes, and the laws of nature. Today, she delved into the chapter on pulse diagnosis, an esteemed skill in traditional Chinese medicine that allows practitioners to perceive a patient's internal qi and blood conditions through the pulse, thus assessing their health. However, a chasm often lay between theory and practice. Qiao studied diligently through the night, yet faced with the dense text, she felt at a loss. Each nuanced description of the pulse was like a lighthouse in a fog, appearing and disappearing, difficult to grasp. If only she had a teacher to guide her step by step, relying solely on her self-study. She felt that it would take her decades to reach the point of diagnosing patients. Rubbing her weary eyes, she closed them for a moment's respite. After the commotion of the previous day, she presumed that nothing untoward would occur tonight. Yet, unexpectedly, strange noises emerged from beyond the safety door. Qiao set aside her book, took up her black dog, and stood behind the wall, inquiring, "Who is it?" Two women stood outside the safety door. The older one spoke, "I am Xia Shuei, and this is my sister Xia Shiyu. We live in 901 downstairs." Qiao, growing impatient, retorted, "Get to the point." Xia Shuei quickly added, "We wish to move to room 1001. Qiao replied curtly, "No." Xia Shiyu, witnessing her sister's rejection, interjected, "Why won't you agree? I know that room is vacant." Qiao stated firmly, "Because I am domineering and unreasonable, hence I refuse." Xia Shiyu retorted, "You." Her sister pulled her behind, pleading, "We can cook and clean. If you allow us to move in, we will do these tasks for free, without trading for supplies." Qiao replied, "We can manage those ourselves, no need for assistance. You should leave." Growing frantic, the sister implored, "Please have mercy on us. In room 902, several men have moved in and are constantly trying to bully us. Last night, they even attempted to break in. The elderly woman on the 8th floor is trying to steal our food, and there are bad people from the neighboring building." Qiao regarded them with an impassive expression, and then what after moving in? The sister responded eagerly, "Once we move in, they will naturally dare not bully us." Qiao pressed, "And then what?" The sister was momentarily stumped, not comprehending the implication. Qiao continued, "After that, we will not only have to protect you two from being bullied by others in the community, but we will also need to take you out to gather supplies, ensuring your safety outside the community, correct?" The sister harbored such hopes, but upon Qiao's articulation, she found herself at a loss for words. However, her sister stepped forward. "You are so capable. Obtaining supplies must be easy for you. Can't you help us out a little?" Qiao, exasperated, responded, "No. This is an apocalypse. Relying on others is not a solution. You must stand on your own 2 feet. No one is obligated to assist you. Furthermore, acquiring supplies is fraught with danger, as you must have heard the sounds of fighting at night." Qiao chose not to engage further, returning to the living room of room 1001 to continue reading by the fire. In her previous life, she too had sought assistance from others. Yet in the end, she always paid back 100-fold. She hoped her words would resonate with the two sisters. In this apocalypse, only personal strength would pave the way to survival. Uncertain of why she spoke so much, perhaps it was because she perceived not only desperation in the sisters' eyes, but also a fierce will to survive. The two sisters remained outside the safety door, pleading for some time longer, but upon realizing the futility of moving to the 10th floor, they departed in disappointment. Xia Shuei pondered Qiao's words, while Xia Shiyu's eyes flashed with malice. How could such capable individuals refuse to help them? They were just as wicked as the men from room 902. Chapter 25. Moral coercion. Hearing commotion from outside, the door of room 902 swung open from within. Voices of several men echoed from downstairs. "Haha, you've been rejected. Haven to you? You're utterly useless, yet you dream of moving to the 10th floor. They don't want you. The brothers want you. You'd be wise to follow them. You'll eat well and live comfortably. No more hunger or scavenging for supplies. We'll take care of you. By the way, I've never had the pleasure of playing with real sisters. That would be quite the experience." Their laughter was lewd and frivolous. Qiao remained unfazed, engrossed in her book. She was no saint. Besides, if two sisters couldn't handle such a trivial situation, they might as well not exist. The future would only grow more arduous. Downstairs, her sister Xia Shui brandished a kitchen knife, swinging it wildly. "Get away from us! Don't you dare touch us!" She shielded her sister behind her, shouting, "If I catch you trying to pry open our door again, I'll chop off your hands. Don't think we're easy prey. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. You may be many, but I can take down one of you at a time. Better to perish together than live in fear." The men across seemed taken aback by the ferocity of the gentle sister, momentarily stunned. Xia Shui pushed her sister back into their home and swiftly closed the door. Hearing the loud bang of the door, Qiao smirked. Now that was more like it. Inspired by the sisters from room 901, it took less than half an hour for the matron from room 801 to ascend stairs. Trailing behind was an elderly gentleman, cradling a small boy of about 5 in his arms. She appeared graceful, yet bore a sorrowful expression. "Kind souls, please allow us to move to the 10th floor. We're just an old couple with a little grandson." Tears welled in her eyes, ultimately cascading down her cheeks. Qiao observed. The matron had maintained her appearance well, and her tears were aesthetically pleasing. Unfortunately, such tactics were futile against her. Her heart had long hardened, akin to a stone in a cesspool, both foul and unyielding. The matron continued, "The apocalypse is harsh. We are frail and vulnerable. If you disregard us, we will surely perish." Was this moral coercion? Qiao had no intention of engaging. Everyone was struggling in this dire world. The little boy seemed to catch on to the sentiment, beginning to cry. Yet, Qiao remained indifferent, her gaze cold and unyielding. The boy's sobs grew louder, becoming heart-wrenching, but she stood like a statue, her eyes betraying no emotion. The elderly couple looked distressed, yet their past affluence shone through. Before the apocalypse, they must have been wealthy. A glance at the boy's shoes revealed them to be a renowned international handcrafted brand, undoubtedly worth no less than 20,000. Qiao recognized them thanks to Ruan Mingyue, who had once waved a magazine before her, prompting her to take note. At that time, she thought the prize could sustain her for a year, bewildered by the spending habits of the wealthy. Now, it seemed Ruan Mingyue had intended for her to buy them a pair. Regrettably, she was too naive back then, and Ruan Mingyue's hints were too subtle for her to grasp. As Qiao returned to reality, the little boy had exhausted himself, curling up in the matron's embrace. "Fast asleep." The matron, feigning vulnerability, pleaded, "If you want to let us move, at least grant us some supplies. We're not greedy. A few packs of instant noodles would suffice." "A few packs of noodles deemed not greedy?" Qiao scoffed inwardly. Leaning against the doorframe, she watched the matron with keen interest, eager to see what further tactics this elegant yet wealthy woman would employ. The matron seemed to perceive Qiao's thoughts. She gently placed the boy in the gentleman's arms and then plopped down on the ground, adopting a posture of tantrum. It was clear she aimed to use noise as a means of psychological manipulation against Qiao. Suddenly, Qiao felt a surge of annoyance and wished to turn away. She swiftly drew out a firearm from behind her, aiming it at the matron. "Leave." The matron's voice caught in her throat, unable to advance or retreat. Yet, being pragmatic, she wasted no time and fled with the gentleman, not lingering a second longer. In the canned goods factory, Gu Qianhan discovered an abandoned generator in the storeroom. Lu Chun, wearing a headlamp, examined it closely, exclaiming, "I've checked it. I can repair the damaged parts. After this, electricity will no longer be an issue for us." Gu Qianhan added, "We can double the power for the security doors." Late into the night, Gu Qianhan and the others had yet to return. Qiao felt a flicker of impatience and slowly strolled to the window. The outside world no longer resembled the bright, bustling memories she held. Without streetlights or the city's guidance, everything seemed enshrouded in a suffocating silence, every breath filled with the desolation and despair of the apocalypse. Occasionally, a faint glimmer appeared in the distance, possibly the headlights of a car venturing out at night, flickering lonely in the wind and snow. Akin to a lost ant on a vast snowy expanse, small and helpless. This light, while insufficient to dispel the surrounding darkness, inexplicably stirred something tender within Qiao, beneath the apocalypse. Even the most insignificant existence bravely proclaimed life's resilience and determination. Suddenly, Qiao's gaze was drawn to an unusual movement in the snow below. Shadows, blurred by the snow's glow, clung to the wall, moving stealthily, seemingly desperate to make no sound. She quickly donned her night vision goggles, and the scene before her sharpened into clarity. It was Li Wanhao and his gang. This fellow, undeterred by previous losses, dared to return. Clearly prepared, they bore a thick tree trunk, a makeshift weapon intended to force open the security door. These men had some cunning. They had discerned Gu Qianhan's whereabouts and chosen this moment to strike. Gu Qianhan and the others were out gathering supplies, leaving her alone to guard the base. Feigning ignorance, Qiao quietly ascended to the top floor, placing sandbags against the door to fortify it. No barrage could breach this barrier. Alone, she needed to prepare thoroughly. Upon returning to the 10th floor, she noticed the intruders had yet to ascend, lingering at the entrance, deliberating their strategy. They were slow. She feigned annoyance, calling down. This cursed weather is freezing. Why should I be the one to open the door at this hour? Who would come knocking at night? I'd rather sleep. Carefully closing the door to room 1001, she concealed herself behind the half-wall shadow of the security door, patiently awaiting the arrival of her uninvited guests. Chapter 26. The assault on Building 13. At the entrance of Building 13, Li Wanhao was meticulously strategizing. Caution was paramount as they ascended the stairs. They must avoid making any noise and, above all, must not alert anyone. Anyone, that is, including all the residents. Liu Guan whispered. What if the neighbors on the 9th floor detect our movements and warn those on the 10th? Li Wanhao snorted coldly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. They wouldn't dare. He then added, however, that it was wise to exercise caution. At each floor, they must ensure their vision was obscured by objects, just in case. The group ascended the staircase with utmost care, the night as dark as ink. They dared not turn on any lights for fear of being discovered by the 10th floor. On their shoulders rested a massive tree trunk, both long and heavy, which necessitated a slower pace. Each step required utmost vigilance. Any sudden movement could produce noise, revealing their whereabouts. Qiao had been crouched behind a safety wall for quite some time, her legs gradually numbing. Yet, the figure she awaited remained elusive. These individuals were exceedingly cautious. Had they been this prudent the previous night, their side might not have fared so well. Their numbers were indeed their greatest advantage. Finally, after a protracted wait, a faint and chaotic sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Soon after, a group of figures stealthily appeared outside the sliding door. 10 robust men, each shouldering a tree trunk. Their expressions tense. They were not only concealing their necks and faces, but also donning various protective gear over their eyes. Some wore heavy goggles, others welding masks. This was to guard against the metallic bullets fired by the black-clad assailants. They were adjusting their positions, preparing to charge through the sliding safety door. Qiao, hidden behind the wall, allowed a cold smile to curve her lips. She had just counted at the window, and there were clearly 12 individuals. Li Wanhao had indeed learned to be clever this time, opting to remain in the shadows and direct from behind. Just as the 10 were primed for their assault, Qiao stepped forward. Why complicate matters? If the door is broken, it must be fixed. Whatever you desire, let's discuss it. The men outside were momentarily taken aback. They had presumed their actions were shrouded in secrecy, unaware that they had already been discovered. Had their previous caution been nothing but a farce? Recalling Qiao's display from the previous night, blinding flashes, splattering brain matter, and gushing blood, they hesitated. After all, their aim was merely to procure supplies. None wished to forfeit their lives. At that moment, Li Wanhao's chilling voice resonated from downstairs. Do not waste time with her. Break down the door. She was merely stalling. There was no one else upstairs. If they did not breach the door now, they would miss their chance when Gu Qianhan returned. They would seize the supplies and flee. Gu Qianhan would never catch up with them. It turned out that their intention was simply to snatch supplies. The massive tree trunk was once again hoisted high, akin to a wild beast poised to break free, ready for a final charge. Qiao calmly called down the stairs. If it is supplies you seek, then there is no need for such a commotion. I shall open the door for you. Wouldn't that be more convenient? The men bearing the trunk exchanged glances, puzzled. Was she toying with them? Why had she not mentioned this earlier instead of waiting until they had shouldered the burden? Li Wanhao could no longer contain himself and stepped from the shadows, still partially concealed behind the tree trunk, revealing only half his face. What do you mean by that? Qiao smiled slightly, her tone sincere. You must understand, I've always lived alone, avoiding contact with anyone. Just yesterday, those three moved in, speaking of forming a team, but I'm hardly acquainted with them. Now, I am the sole occupant left here. I cannot fend off all of you. Rather than inevitably being overrun, it would be wiser to open the door willingly. A flicker of suspicion crossed Li Wanhao's eyes. You are so benevolent? Qiao spread her hands wide, displaying her empty palms as a gesture of sincerity. But I have one condition. Do not touch my home and do not harm me. Li Wanhao pondered for a moment before mustering the courage to step out from the crowd, standing not far from the safety door. Yet, he remained vigilant. Qiao's marksmanship had left a lasting impression on him. He scrutinized her hands and pockets, confirming that her modified toy gun was absent from her person. He also noted the absence of her spike club. It dawned on him that the gun and club had likely been taken by Gu Qianhan and the others to seek supplies. In this perilous world, the outside was even more treacherous. With the threat to his life diminished, Li Wanhao finally felt at ease to examine Qiao more closely. She was youthful, her skin as white as snow, radiantly beautiful, a stark contrast to the haggard women in the community whose faces were lined with weariness. However, her icy demeanor seemed to repel everyone. Yet, this did not instill fear in Li Wanhao. On the contrary, a flicker of greed and desire ignited in his eyes. To him, this was simply a matter of her not yet experiencing the charm of a man. Once he had her subdued, he was certain he could strip away her aloof facade. He maneuvered through the thick trunk and dense crowd, striding directly to the sliding door. Affecting a serious tone, he declared, "It is settled then. You shall open the sliding door for us, and we will spare you and your home." Through the sliding door, Qiao did not see Li Wanhao's confidant, likely still concealed on the 9th floor. That individual was quite cunning. Feigning fear, she exclaimed, "Are all you men here? Can your word be trusted? Will the others take advantage of me?" Li Wanhao, consumed by thoughts of the impending supplies and the alluring woman, was already impatient. He glanced back, noticing Lu Quan's absence, and grew incensed, shouting downstairs, "Lu Quan, get up here and stop slacking off." Moments latte. A shifty-eyed man in his 30s hurried up. "Boss, I was just following your orders to block that what's his name." Li Wanhao then recalled the task of obstructing the neighbor's view and shot Lu Quan an approving glance. Once they had secured the supplies and the woman, they would promptly depart from Mingri Jiuan, leaving no room for lingering. Gu Qianhan was no easy opponent. If they could not defeat him, they would simply flee. There was no shame in that. His underling had already used binoculars to ascertain that the supplies they had transported yesterday were all medical supplies. A full 2 trucks of medicine, priceless treasures in this apocalyptic world. After seizing these resources, they would head north to the neighboring city. As long as no one witnessed them, even if Gu Qianhan suspected their involvement, what could he do? By the time Gu Qianhan returned, they would have long vacated M City, and he would be unable to trace them. With these medicines in hand, they could lead a carefree life in this desolate world. With over 10 subordinates willing to follow him, he would become a local tyrant. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a mall security guard, often looked down upon by others. Now, he was eager to see who would dare to belittle him again. Chapter 27. No one left behind. Lu Quan's voice was not low. Although he did not explicitly mention the word eyes, Qiao understood its implication with a moment's contemplation. Lu Quan gazed at Li Wanhao, who stood above him, a foreboding sensation gnawing at his heart. The eyes had been blocked off since they ascended the stairs. There was no need to descend again. He merely found Qiao to be exceedingly perilous. As long as the sliding door remained closed, he had no intention of going to the 10th floor. However, Li Wanhao's fiery temperament left him no choice but to comply. He still wished to accompany them to the neighboring city for leisure, and he could not afford to defy Li Wanhao. At that moment, Li Wanhao stood before the sliding door, with Lu Quan behind him and 10 burly men further back. They had placed the stout tree trunks on the right side of the stairs, deciding against any further attempts to ram the door. Li Wanhao rubbed his hands together, his tone urgent. "Now that everyone is here, can we open the door?" Qiao stood silently behind the sliding door, her hands empty. She surveyed the team before her, a subtle smile playing on her lips, as if to say, "Of course, I shall open the door." With a soft click of the lock, the sliding door slowly creaked open. At that moment, Li Wanhao's gaze turned ravenous, his bloodied hands instinctively reaching forward, attempting to grasp Qiao's hand resting on the door. His intentions were twofold: to hasten the opening of the door and to seize an opportunity for himself. However, before his fingers could brush against her warmth, an irresistible force suddenly yanked him backward. Li Wanhao found himself enveloped in darkness, a crushing weight descending upon him. Pain erupted in his chest as he was violently overturned, rolling down the cold, hard concrete stairs, each collision of his head against the steps rendering him nearly lifeless. Qiao unleashed a torrent of stone pillars from her space, watching as they struck Li Wanhao and his entourage like bowling balls. These stones were her previous masterpieces, gathered from the library entrance and replicated using a copy machine. Help! Crash! In an instant, screams and the sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground intertwined, until all 12 lay motionless, blood gushing from their mouths. Qiao, wielding a cleaver, stepped out from behind the sliding door, each stride resolute and cold. Starting with Li Wanhao, she approached each individual, mercilessly delivering a fatal blow to their necks. Though Li Wanhao was already dead by the time she struck, she still bestowed upon him one final cut. Collecting the stone pillars, she executed her actions with fluidity and efficiency. Lu Quan's eyes bulged wide, unblinking in death, while Qiao merely cast a fleeting glance before turning to leave. One stone pillar accidentally rolled down to the 9th floor, and without hesitation, she pursued it. The doors of the 2 residences on the 9th floor were tightly shut, their views obscured. She confidently stored the stone pillar away, knowing no one would witness her actions. Li Wanhao's group had ascended with utmost caution. The neighbors below likely had not heard sound. Yet, she believed the recent commotion could not have gone unnoticed, though all had chosen silence and evasion. Returning to the 10th floor, Qiao reconfirmed that Li Wanhao and his crew had no chance of survival. Everything had proceeded so smoothly that she felt a twinge of surprise. She secured the sliding door, ascended to the top floor, and retrieved the sandbags that had been propped against the door, fearful of leaving any traces. Only after ensuring everything was flawless did she slowly step into the living room of room 1001. There, the fire crackled warmly, books lay open as if nothing had transpired. At 5 in the morning, the sound of an off-road vehicle echoed from below. Qiao knew that Gu Qianhan and the others had returned. She swiftly scanned the stairwell for the bodies, ensuring her arrangements left no room for error. Previously, the robust timber that Li Wanhao's group had laboriously transported upstairs was now cleverly positioned atop the corpses. The trunk bore splotches of blood, both from the heavy impacts of the stone pillars and the gory spray from slash necks. The entire trunk appeared ensconced in a thick, crimson shroud. There was no need for inquiry. The truth was singular. These individuals had endeavored to break down the firmly shut door with the tree trunk, but had not anticipated that a miscalculation would lead to their brutal demise. The few who had miraculously survived had not escaped the fatal strike of Qiao's cleaver, ultimately meeting their end here. Yes, such was the reality. Gu Qianhan and his 2 companions came to a gradual halt beneath the shadow of Building 13. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the vacant entrance of the unit, and he exhaled deeply. Today had gone smoothly, free from robbery on the road, and the residents of the community had not caused any trouble. However, Gu Qianhan's expression suddenly turned grave. His eyes were fixed on the entrance to the 6th floor, where faint, fresh scratches were visible. It seemed as if some great beast had inadvertently left its mark. Gu Qianhan swiftly exited the vehicle, weapon in hand, and barked, "Something's wrong. We must head upstairs immediately. Lin Feifei, stay here." Lu Chen glanced at the window of room 1001, where a faint glow of fire emanated, appearing deceptively tranquil. "Qiangu, what is?" Gu Qianhan meticulously examined the chaotic footprints on the 6th floor, observing only ascending tracks, with none leading back down. The situation was dire. Moreover, the marks between the windows and the corridor were likely caused by the tree trunks, presumably used to batter against the sliding door. Lu Chen's heart leaped into his throat. The disarray of footprints suggested a considerable number of individuals. Sister Qiao, Gu Qian cautiously ascended the stairs, his response cold and detached. She is a woman. Even if captured, they would not kill her immediately. He understood all too well what thoughts would arise in the minds of those ravenous men upon encountering the delicate Qiao. Gu Qian's gaze darkened. Yet as long as they lived, there was still hope. Lu Chen's heart raced like a drum, terror clinging to him as he closely followed Gu Qian. As they climbed higher, the scratches in the corridor became increasingly distinct. He hesitated, his voice trembling. Today we found plenty of canned goods. It should last us a while. We can forego the supplies upstairs. We can find more medicine. But life is singular. As long as we remain in the mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. If not, Gu Qian abruptly turned, his eyes as cold as frost. Lu Chen's words caught in his throat, ultimately falling silent. He understood the impropriety of such thoughts, but he had Lin Feifei to protect, and with his parents far away in City K, he could not afford to perish here. Drip! A faint sound of dripping water resonated from above, piercing the stillness of the night. Gu Qian reached out, his fingertips brushing against warm droplets of blood. In this frigid night, with temperatures plunging below 50 degrees, only a copious amount of blood could remain fluid without freezing. He grasped the implications quickly and hurried up the stairs. Though terrified, Lu Chen sighed deeply and followed. Qiange, wait for me. Chapter 28. Heartbeat. Gu Qian hastened to the 9th floor. On the staircase, several corpses lay sprawled in grotesque positions, their bodies drenched in blood. The contorted forms spoke of their desperate struggles in life, with deep, ghastly wounds revealing glimpses of bone. Some heads were barely connected to their torsos by a thin layer of flesh, as if they might sever at any moment, scattering across the floor. Gu Qian continued his ascent. At the corner of the 9th floor, the scene grew even more harrowing. Bodies piled high, blood staining the stairs, leaving no space to tread. Thick tree trunks lay interspersed among the corpses, like brutal reminders of a battleground. In this sea of death, Gu Qian was struck by the familiar figure of Li Wanhao. His eyes were wide open, his face twisted in agony, as if still enduring the torment of his final moments. A chill swept over Gu Qian. After last night's battle, how could he dare to provoke them again? He had underestimated the madness and cruelty of these desperate souls. Fortunately, the one left behind was Qiao. Had it been Lu Chen or Lin Feifei, they might have succumbed to the fierce onslaught and lost their stronghold. His room, 1002, was now cluttered with the supplies released from his space. Limited in capacity, he had to make room today to gather more canned goods. Should Li Wanhao and his men capture this place, all his efforts would go to waste. The outside was a scene of carnage. Yet Qiao was nowhere to be seen. Was she injured, or had she been bullied? He climbed the stairs and approached the sliding door. The door to 1001 was ajar, a faint glow of fire illuminating the interior. Through the crack, Gu Qian glimpsed Qiao, her head bowed. Engrossed in the book she held, her delicate neck glimmered in the firelight, and her profile, intermittently illuminated, seemed to stand in stark contrast to the brutality surrounding her. Her fingers, long and strong from practice, now possessed an inexplicable delicacy in the flickering light. Outside, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, making it unfathomable what kind of brutal battle she had just endured. Yet at this moment, she appeared to be in another realm altogether, indifferent to the chaos and clamor outside. She read quietly, as if everything beyond her sanctuary was of no concern. He gently pushed open the sliding door and stepped into 1001. Inside, Qiao lifted her gaze, and her cold, tranquil face met Gu Qian's profound eyes. Not sensing anything amiss, she turned back to her reading. Gu Qian's gaze, however, was unwilling to waver from her, captivated by her presence. But this tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, a sharp sound of retching shattered the serene atmosphere. Lu Chen had been closely following Gu Qian, but as he ascended the stairs, the stench of blood grew overwhelming. To retain heat, the windows had been tightly shut, making the air feel suffocating. Upon reaching the 9th floor and seeing the few scattered corpses, he managed to maintain his composure. However, upon reaching the halfway mark, the mountain of bodies before him finally broke his mental defenses. Heads hung limply, eyes bulging in terror, as if still narrating their fear and despair in life. The pungent odor of blood and the visual assault washed over him like a tide, compelling him to vomit. Gu Qianhan frowned. How utterly useless. He noticed Qiao was also disturbed by the sound of his retching, her brow slightly furrowed. He retreated from the living room, leaving a command, "Ignore it, keep reading." Before the words had left his lips, he had already briskly closed the door to 1001, blocking out the outside clamor. He swiftly lifted the incapacitated Lu Chun from the floor and proceeded toward the 9th floor, whispering, "Try not to make a sound when you vomit." Lu Chun's face was as pale as paper, his legs trembling, filled with confusion. Huh? What does that mean? Gu Qianhan opened the stairwell window and began to dispose of the bodies one by one. Gazing at the splattered blood on the ground, he furrowed his brow once more. He hurried to the rooftop, filled a wooden bucket with snow, and scattered it down the stairs, cleansing those nightmarish traces. When Lu Qianhan finally purged the discomfort from his stomach and looked up again, he was met with the sight of Gu Qianhan bent over, clearing the stairs. Disposing of the bodies was understandable, but cleaning the blood with snow in the dead of night struck him as odd. Previously, he and Lin Feifei had wasted a moment cleaning dust off their seats, only to be rebuked by Gu Qianhan for dawdling. But now, he watched Gu Qianhan ascend the stairs once more to fetch snow, unable to restrain himself from speaking. "Brother Qian, Feifei is still downstairs, and the canned goods are still in the car." Gu Qianhan shot him a piercing glance, silencing him instantly. Yet, he was genuinely concerned for his wife left below, mustering the courage to ask, "Can I go down first?" To his surprise, Gu Qianhan gently nodded. "Go ahead." Gu Qianhan surveyed the stairs, now relatively clean, and a satisfied smile crept upon his face. He recalled that Qiao's cold weather gear was white. It should be difficult to soil now. Gu Qianhan, a man inherently cool and detached. Before the apocalypse, he had been like a caged beast, his tailored suit a shackle of self-restraint. He forced himself to blend into this seemingly glamorous yet hypocritical world, while inside, he was a suppressed volcano, yearning to erupt. He immersed himself in boxing and close combat training. Every punch, every grapple was a release of his internal struggles, a yearning for freedom and wildness. Yet these were merely superficial remedies. The beast within still stirred restlessly. Finally, the apocalypse descended, plunging the world into chaos and disorder. The beast within him found its outlet, and he wielded his blade with abandon, slaying those greedy robbers and aggressors. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, a mixture of disdain for the apocalypse and a release of his primal instincts. Now, he encountered Qiao, a woman seemingly like a porcelain doll, yet with a heart as cold as ice. He had witnessed her take lives thrice, each instance more shocking than the last. His attraction to her was only natural. When it came time to distribute supplies, Gu Qianhan, citing his distaste for canned goods, traded his 2 boxes for a printer that was meant for Qiao. In her heart, Qiao wondered, is this fellow seeking something from me? Why is he so agreeable today? Or is this yet another test? It never ends. Fortunately, she lacked for printers in her space, so it mattered little. Lin Feifei and Lu Chun observed the strange atmosphere, unable to decipher Gu Qianhan's intentions. After all, Gu Qianhan had previously exhibited indifference and suspicion toward Qiao, showing no signs of affection. Moreover, Gu Qianhan's expression remained as cold as ever, making it seem as though someone owed him money. Chapter 29. Pleasing in the afternoon, for individuals convened in room 1001. They sat in a circle, their eyes fixed upon an unfolded map, concentrating on their target for the night, the remote meat processing plant. It concealed the essential supplies they desperately needed, various frozen pork products, crucial for enduring the harsh winter and sustaining their survival. As they discussed the arrangements for those who would remain behind, Lu Chun exchanged a glance with Lin Feifei. Summoning his courage, he softly inquired, "I have a suggestion. I wonder if it is appropriate to voice it?" Gu Qianhan nodded slightly. Lu Chun then deliberately looked toward Qiao, and upon seeing her gentle nod, his anxiety eased a fraction. The harrowing scene in the staircase from the previous night had completely subjugated him to Qiao, elevating her to the same esteemed status as Gu Qianhan in his eyes. I and Feifei are acutely aware of our limitations. Even if we were to stay behind, facing a crisis like last night's. It would be challenging to safeguard the base's security. Lu Qian spoke with sincerity and humility. Gu Qian gestured for him to continue. Brother Qian, your wealth of information and your thorough understanding of the supply hideouts make you the natural choice for the leader's role. As Lu Qian spoke, his tone grew more resolute. And Sister Qiao, her strength is formidable, unmatched in the community. She is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to remain at the base. After speaking, Lu Qian cautiously observed He Qiao's reaction, relieved to find she was not angered. He continued, as for Fei Fei and me, we are merely drivers and laborers, and it would be a stroke of luck if we could keep pace with the team without being a burden. Gu Qian harbored similar thoughts. However, due to the peculiar feelings he had developed for He Qiao, he hesitated to express them, fearing she might perceive it as a form of distrust. The room fell into a serene silence as Gu Qian's gaze landed on He Qiao, who seemed lost in thought. He softly asked, "What are your thoughts?" He Qiao was pondering whether to have hot pot or crayfish for dinner and casually replied, "Then I shall stay at the base." Her tone carried a hint of nonchalance. Being a homebody, she preferred the comfort of staying in, especially since basking by the fire was far more pleasant than braving the frigid winds outside. There was something she refrained from voicing. Although Gu Qian was cautious around her, he would not skimp on the supplies allocated for her. With her at home, warming by the fire and engrossed in a book, acquiring the supplies seemed like a windfall. What was there to be unhappy about? Observing He Qiao's docility, Gu Qian felt a pang of sympathy. She never opposed others' words, and she complied with any requests made of her. With such a gentle disposition, she would undoubtedly suffer in the apocalypse. Lu Qian spoke again. Fei Fei and I have discussed it. Given our abilities, we do not deserve to be allocated 2 portions of supplies. From today onwards, we will only require 1 portion. Gu Qian naturally agreed. In the days that followed, He Qiao seemed to revert to the time when it was just the 4 of them in the community. Apart from exercising, she read books, played games, and watched shows, living a rather blissful life. After Li Wanhao and his subordinates met their demise outside the sliding door, the residents of the community, once restless, became like startled birds, no longer daring to provoke them. Even Annie from the 8th floor ceased her inquiries, let alone mentioning instant noodles. He Qiao relished the tranquility. While Gu Qian, Lin Fei Fei, and Lu Chun ventured out to gather supplies, she remained in room 1001, freely organizing her time. The living room of room 1001 was now filled with an array of supplies, such as mooncakes, duck necks, and jellies, items that were either difficult to divide or in excess. Since they needed to split the supplies into 3 portions, Gu Qian suggested leaving them in the living room for communal sharing. As the longest tenured member among the 4, He Qiao naturally became the primary beneficiary of these provisions. The only discomfort she felt was that Gu Qian seemed intent on investigating her residence. Today he claimed he did not like potato chips. Tomorrow he insisted on giving her surplus dried tofu. And later he asserted that there was no place to store canned goods, insisting on delivering them to her. The man stood outside, persistently knocking on the door with a heavy box in hand, as if he would not relent until she opened. He Qiao was at a loss for words. This man still harbored suspicions of her. However, even if he entered, he would find nothing amiss, for she had long concealed what should not be seen in her storage space, and had strategically placed inconspicuous supplies around the kitchen. Yet, she had no intention of accepting his offerings. She understood a fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Thus, she spoke brusquely through the door. "I do not want it." Gu Qian, undeterred by the 3rd rejection, pondered thoughtfully, what does He Qiao truly enjoy eating? At that moment, Lin Fei Fei and Lu Chun were hiding by their door. One was straining to hear sound from outside, while the other peered through the peephole to survey the situation. Once Gu Qian's figure disappeared down the corridor on the 11th floor, Lin Fei Fei tentatively asked, "Darling, do you think Brother Qian has feelings for Sister Qiao?" Lu Chun shook his head, his tone resolute. "Absolutely not. Brother Qian is no ordinary person. His intention in giving things to Sister Qiao is likely to find an opportunity to investigate her home." Lin Fei Fei was astonished. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Chun nodded. "During our time at the pharmaceutical factory, Brother Qian was quite stern with Sister Qiao. Look at how I treat you. I could never bear to be harsh with you. Therefore, Brother Qian definitely does not have feelings for Sister Qiao. After hearing Lu Qin's reasoning, Lin Feifei found it quite plausible, now that you mention it. Brother Qian does indeed seem rather indifferent, treating Sister Qiao no differently than us. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Meanwhile, Gu Qian was at home, staring intently at a map of City M, contemplating, tonight, there's a place to gather gasoline, and nearby is a small snack factory that should contain items He Qiao enjoys. In the dead of night, He Qiao's eyelids inexplicably twitched, seemingly heralding an ominous sign. She tightly gripped her binoculars, repeatedly scanning the roads outside the community, which had been engulfed by darkness, yearning for the arrival of headlights that never came. Please, let nothing go awry, He Qiao silently prayed. It was not until the first light of dawn began to break that an off-road vehicle slowly towed a van into the community. Lu Chun and Lin Feifei have both been injured. He Qiao, come down and lend a hand. Gu Qian's voice from the intercom remained calm, though it could not mask a hint of fatigue. Chapter 30, Real Guns. Gun wounds. He Qiao's heart tightened abruptly, and she hurriedly inquired, what about you? Are you hurt? She understood well that if Gu Qian also fell, she would be the sole survivor among the four. The lurking forces within the community would undoubtedly pounce like ravenous wolves, and the fragile tranquility they had painstakingly maintained would shatter in an instant. Upon hearing He Qiao's concern, Gu Qian felt a warmth in his heart. I'm fine. He Qiao exhaled a sigh of relief. I'll be right down. As she descended, the sight that greeted her made her heart constrict. The front of the SUV was crumpled. The headlights mysteriously vanished, and a significant portion of the rear was torn open. The van's tire was deflated, and 2 windows had shattered, merely covered by clothing to shield against the cold. It was as if the remnants of the night's harrowing ordeal were laid bare before her. He Qiao could vividly imagine the fierce battle they had endured that night. Inside the van, Lu Chun lay silently in the passenger seat, his face as pale as a ghost, deeply unconscious. Blood had soaked through his entire insulated suit at his right shoulder, and though the wound had been crudely bandaged, in the frigid temperatures, had it not been for timely intervention, he would have long succumbed to death. Lin Feifei's left arm was also injured, her face marred with bruises, yet she persevered to drive the van back. At that moment, she was tearfully caressing Lu Chen's face, her eyes brimming with worry like a surging tide. He Qiao opened the car door, and a wave of warmth enveloped her. Inside, an electric heater hummed softly, plugged into a portable power source, evidently set up to prevent Lu Chen's injured shoulder from freezing. It was clear that this was the work of Gu Qian. Only he possessed the capability to tend to severe injuries. Had it not been for him, Lu Chun might not have made it back to the community. Gu Qian had not abandoned Lu Chun as a burden, but had instead taken the time to treat him, which astonished He Qiao. In her past life, when she had temporarily teamed up with others, even a slight delay in reaction could lead to abandonment, let alone someone as severely injured as Lu Chun. In this apocalyptic world, those deemed useless could be ruthlessly discarded at any moment. Upon seeing He Qiao, Lin Feifei's pent-up tears finally spilled forth. Sister Qiao, it's all my fault. Lu Chun was hurt while trying to protect me. I tripped and fell. It's my fault for being useless. It's all my fault. He Qiao quickly gestured for silence. Don't shout. Do you want everyone to know we have someone seriously injured here? Lin Feifei immediately grasped her meaning and clamped her mouth shut. Gu Qian carried the unconscious Lu Chun, while Lin Feifei supported him with her uninjured right hand. He Qiao stood on the snowy ground, vigilantly observing the surroundings while guarding the 2 vehicle supplies. The community was a tangled web of danger, far more perilous than the desolate pharmaceutical factory. She dared not let her guard down, remaining alert instead of sitting in the car. As dawn broke, visibility improved. Suddenly, He Qiao noticed 2 inconspicuous marks on the SUV's window. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were bullet holes. She quickly checked the van and discovered bullet holes on its door as well. The penetrative power of these bullet holes was formidable, clearly made by a standard handgun rather than a modified hunting rifle or toy gun. Could it be that Lu Chen's injuries were gunshot wounds? He Qiao's heart sank instantly. The apocalypse had persisted for a month and a half, and the border had become virtually non-existent. allowing foreign firearms to seep into the hands of ordinary survivors in China. In her previous life, after entering the official base in City M, she had heard a police officer from the pre-apocalypse era mention that on the 6th day of the blizzard, all organized firearms and ammunition had been strictly controlled by the authorities, preventing their proliferation among civilians. Thus, in this life, she had boldly advanced with only a dagger and a spike club, knowing that ordinary survivors were unlikely to possess genuine weapons. Gu Qianhan was an exception. Those wishing to kill him even had helicopters at their disposal, rendering him far from ordinary. However, the fact that the ordinary survivors outside the community now wielded firearms signified that the future would be fraught with chaos. After much effort, they finally secured Lu Chun and transported all supplies to the 10th floor. At this moment, the truth was clear. The marks on the vehicles were undeniably bullet holes, and Lu Chun's shoulder bore the evidence of a gunshot wound. In room 1001's living room, the other three gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Gu Qianhan's expression was as dark as the stormy sea. "We must have been targeted. They ambushed us on our way back to the city." Qiao replied, "In this post-apocalyptic world, you venture out daily in search of supplies. It's inevitable to attract attention. It would be wise to refrain from going out for the next few days." Gu Qianhan nodded. The situation outside the community has become even more chaotic. The group we encountered today not only carried handguns, but also automatic weapons. Had it not been for our heavily modified SUV, which is exceptionally sturdy with bulletproof glass, we might have perished at the gas station. Lin Feifei appeared remorseful. "Sister Qiao, the van, its engine is completely beyond repair. Truly sorry." Qiao shook her head. "This is not your fault. You were injured yet still managed to drive the vehicle back. That is commendable." Blood had yet to dry on Lin Feifei's face, and fear and worry intertwined in her gaze. Qiao had just checked on Lu Chen's condition in room 1102. Based on her past experiences, he should be out of immediate danger. After all, the charcoal was burning vigorously in the bedroom, and ample medical supplies had been prepared. Gu Qianhan had even meticulously redressed his wounds, changing his medications and clothing. Qiao spoke reassuringly. The bullet did not strike any vital areas, and the wound was treated promptly. "You need not worry excessively. I will keep watch tonight. You can stay at home to care for Lu Qianhan." However, Lin Feifei wiped away her tears with her sleeve and resolutely stated, "No, Lu Qianhan cannot keep watch anymore, and I cannot evade my responsibilities any longer. If we do nothing and simply rely on others, why should you continue to team up with us? I cannot always be a burden to you." Gu Qianhan's gaze towards Lin Feifei transformed from one of disdain to understanding. "In that case, you stay here to keep watch. Qiao and I will head downstairs to deal with the vehicles. It is unwise for us to venture out in the coming days. We must remove all the tires. Otherwise, leaving them in the garage may provoke others' covetous eyes." In the garage, Qiao and Gu Qianhan worked together to remove all the tires, placing them onto a small cart. Gu Qianhan also detached several key components. Even if someone found replacement tires, they would be unable to drive away. Qiao stood at the garage door, her hands trembling slightly as she secured the cold locks. To ensure safety, she unhesitatingly added 2 more locks. The garage was enveloped in a blanket of snow, the temperature chilling to the bone. After only a short while, she felt the cold wind penetrating through the seams of her clothing. Qiao stomped her feet, trying to dispel the chill. Just then, a sudden, exuberant female voice shattered the silence. "Gu Qianhan? Mr. Gu, is that really you?" Chapter 31. The unveiling of identities. Qiao turned and silently repeated the name, Gu Qianhan. She had not anticipated that Gu Qianhan was indeed a member of the Gu family. The two names, Gu Qianhan and Gu Qianhan, differed by merely 2 characters, yet their pronunciations were strikingly similar. This false identity had been altered in vain. Even when his true identity was exposed, Gu Qianhan remained composed. He cast a glance at the unruffled Qiao, presumably having long suspected that his name was a Fade. He intended to clarify the matter, but with outsiders present, he could only manage the situation for the time being. With an impassive expression, he coldly stated, "You have mistaken the person." Despite his outward calmness, Qiao perceptibly detected a flicker of displeasure in his demeanor. A woman hurriedly approached, removing her scarf, her face adorned with an ingratiating smile. I understand, mister. Gu has his own considerations. Qiao's gaze fell upon the woman's face. Yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. Wasn't he this Ruan Mingwe? After a month and a half apart, it felt like a century had passed. Qiao even struggled to recognize Ruan Mingwe's voice immediately. What was she doing here? According to her memories from her previous life, at this moment, Ruan Mingwe and Ruan Weibao should still be huddled in the old house of Hanyang community. Qiao's gaze swept past Ruan Mingwe, but she did not spot Ruan Weibao. Only a few unfamiliar men were busily repairing vehicles in the nearby parking area. One tall man, upon noticing Ruan Mingwe's approach, followed closely behind her. It was evident that Ruan Mingwe had some connection with these strangers, who bore fierce expressions and were considerably older than her. Dressed in a black winter coat, with a scarf concealing most of her face, revealing only her eyes. Qiao had long shed the image of a frail woman. Through her trials, she had become strong and assertive in her stride. Ruan Mingwe, naturally, could not recognize that this woman before her was once the timid Qiao. With eager eyes, Ruan Mingwe addressed Gu Qianhan. Captain Gu, greetings. I am Ruan Mingwe, and these gentlemen are my teammates, all possessing commendable skills. I wonder if we might have the privilege of joining your team? Gu Qianhan's expression remained unchanged as he coldly replied, no. With that, he grasped a small cart and turned to leave. Ruan Mingwe bit her lip, a hint of hurt flashing in her eyes. Her beauty was striking, and in this moment, she appeared even more endearing. The men behind her, seeing her distress, stepped forward angrily. Who are you? How can you treat Mingwe this way? She only wished to form a team since she saw you were few in number, yet you respond with such disdain. Gu Qianhan coldly uttered leave. Jiao Chun, clutching a wrench, was about to retaliate when Ruan Mingwe quickly grasped his hand, softly saying, Brother Chun, please don't be agitated. Captain Gu is merely unaccustomed to expressing himself. He means no harm. Jiao Chun, pacified by her gentle words, began to calm down. Meanwhile, Gu Qianhan glanced back to find Qiao observing the scene with evident interest, as if relishing the unfolding drama. He seized Qiao's arm and said, let's go home. Ruan Mingwe, observing the intimacy between the two, began to speculate about their relationship. Jiao Chun, gazing at his goddess, asked in confusion, Mingwe, why are you being so courteous to that Gu fellow? Ruan Mingwe offered a perfunctory smile. He is an exceptionally capable individual. Collaborating with him brings only benefits. Jiao Chun believed her implicitly, yet glanced at his companion working on the car, hesitating. My brother might not agree to join another team. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Ruan Mingwe's eyes as they shifted towards the mechanic, Jiao Bin. At 42, Jiao Bin was Jiao Chen's elder brother, recently released from prison before the apocalypse, and he was a formidable character. She found it challenging to manage someone like him, especially since his subordinates were former inmates who hardly acknowledged her. Currently, her only asset was Jiao Chun. She tightened her grip on his hand, coaxing softly, could you please help me test the waters? She punctuated her request by suggestively biting her lip. Understanding her implication, Jiao Chun pulled her aside, pressing her against the wall as he kissed her passionately, declaring, all right, whatever you say. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingwe's heart brimmed with derision. Once I conquer Gu Qianhan, we'll still care for you. Upon returning to the 10th floor, Gu Qianhan entered the room, his gaze fixating on Lin Fei, who was drenched in sweat on the treadmill. You go upstairs and look after Lucien. Lin Fei, increasingly adept at reading the room, quickly noticed the urgency concealed beneath Gu Qianhan's calm facade. Without a word, she concluded her workout and ascended, taking care to close the door behind her. Turning, Gu Qianhan settled Qiao on the living room sofa and handed her a steaming cup of ginger tea. The basement is cold. Warm yourself. He then sat across from her, his expression earnest. My real name is Gu Qianhan, the eldest son of the original wife of the president of Huaheng Group. The company spans numerous industries, including construction materials, healthcare, chemicals, AI technology, and food processing. On the first day of the blizzard, I was inspecting operations in a neighboring province. Later, while returning by helicopter, I was ambushed by my father's mistress and her son, shot, and my body discarded at Mingrijin. You are already aware of the subsequent events. Qiao gazed at the formidable man before her, quietly admiring his commanding presence. He truly embodied the essence of a president. However, before the apocalypse, she had never been intrigued by the world of affluent tycoons, and thus had never heard of Gu Qianhan. Yet, doubts lingered in her mind. At the time of his fall from the top floor, he had endured for several minutes in the snow before daring to move, and had withstood the frigid temperatures of -50 degrees for 3 days without seeking warmth from flames. With his abilities and alertness, how could he have been so easily overpowered? But she refrained from voicing her curiosity, as it was not particularly strong. Gu Qianhan seemed to sense her thoughts. I had already caught on to their scheme. I was feigning murder. He revealed a thin smile. The Gu family is quite chaotic now. It is wise to lay low for the time being. Qiao shrugged. The world of the wealthy was indeed deep and complex beyond imagination. Gu Qianhan, with penetrating eyes, inquired, "Do you have any questions?" Qiao gently shook her head. Regardless of Gu Qianhan's true identity, it was of no concern to her. After all, in this apocalyptic reality, the more one knew, the greater the inherent danger. Gu Qianhan refilled Qiao's cup with hot tea, obediently sitting beside her. Qiao recognized that the term obedient seemed utterly at odds with Gu Qianhan's former demeanor, yet in this moment, it felt remarkably fitting. He had shed his previous coldness and ruthlessness, becoming surprisingly compliant. As Qiao held the warm tea, enveloped in steam, a sudden realization struck her. She had never witnessed Gu Qianhan serving tea to Lu Chun or Lin Feifei. Reflecting on his various unusual behaviors during this time, his unannounced visits bearing an array of snacks, trading 2 boxes of canned fruit for an old printer, and prioritizing her needs during resource distribution, her heart raced with suspicion. Could it be that Gu Qianhan was pursuing her? Chapter 32. Is this pursuit? When Qiao raised her gaze once more, she found herself locked in the depths of Gu Qianhan's penetrating eyes. In that moment, the chill that once characterized his demeanor had been replaced by a fervent warmth. Despite having traversed 2 lifetimes without ever truly experiencing romance, she was by no means naive. The sentiments reflected in his gaze were unmistakable to her. At that instant, she realized with certainty, this man was indeed pursuing her. Yet, her heart did not swell with joy or bashfulness. Instead, a frigid vigilance instantaneously encased her heart like ice. Qiao understood all too well that Gu Qianhan was a man of profound mystery, fraught with peril. Her mind began to race. What could be his motives for such behavior? Why was he exhibiting signs of affection toward her? What concealed intentions lay behind his pursuit? The last man who sought her affections, Ruan Weibao, had aimed to conspire with his girlfriend to seize her possessions and savings. Thus, what could Gu Qianhan's true objective be? In a world where currency had lost its value, and given his status as a wealthy magnate, he could hardly be in need of money. Was it for her resources? No, that seemed unlikely. Her supplies paled in comparison to Gu Qianhan's own reserves. A more sinister thought suddenly surged within her. Had her spatial abilities inadvertently been revealed to Gu Qianhan? In the pharmaceutical factory, was he not constantly observing her to ascertain the existence of her space? The notion coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent. Qiao lowered her gaze, her heart racing like a frenzied drum, her fingers instinctively clenched into fists. She weighed the pros and cons with rapidity, and a singular thought crystallized in her mind. Eliminate Gu Qianhan. Her space was her bottom line. No one was permitted to encroach upon it. At that moment, Gu Qianhan remained unaccompanied. Should he return to the Gu family, she would find herself at a disadvantage. She set down her teacup, intending to summon a stone pillar from her space. Positioned directly across from her, Gu Qianhan would be an easy target. However, before she could release the cup from her grasp, Gu Qianhan had already reached out to take it, his voice gentle. "The tea has cooled. Allow me to add some hot water." He skillfully seized the thermos to refill her cup, his back unwittingly exposed to her. A flicker of thought sparked within Qiao's mind. A surprise attack from behind could prove effective. A heavy blow to the back of his head would surely ensure his demise. Just as she prepared to rise stealthily, Gu Qianhan suddenly grumbled. "Earlier in the basement, that woman nearly pressed against me, and you did nothing to help, merely watching the spectacle." She was taken aback. Did Gu Qianhan have surveillance equipment embedded in his skull? Every time she contemplated taking action, He seemed to evade her efforts with uncanny fortune. The opportunity slipped away, and Gu Qianhan had already settled back onto the sofa. He regarded Qiao's frigid expression and clarified, "I have no connection with that woman. I had never even seen her before." Mentioning Ruan Mingyue prompted Qiao to recall a detail. In the basement, Ruan Mingyue had addressed Gu Qianhan as Mr. Gu and Captain Gu. However, tracing back to the previous life, it was not until the second year of the apocalypse that various factions began to form a balance of power, and titles for squads started to emerge, such as the Wolf Squad and the Peak Capture Squad. The title of captain came into existence thereafter. Currently, although she, Gu Qianhan, Lu Chun, Lin Feifei, and others were temporarily allied, they bore no official title. Gu Qianhan, as the leader, was respectfully referred to as Qiange. Ruan Mingyue's reference to him as Captain Gu struck Qiao as particularly incongruous. Moreover, she felt a twinge of doubt. Ruan Mingyue had always been one to boast. If she had been acquainted with someone of Gu Qianhan's stature prior to the apocalypse, how could she possibly resist flaunting it? Reflecting on the first half year of the apocalypse, she and Ruan Mingyue had been nearly inseparable, yet she had never once heard her mention Gu Qianhan's name. Now, observing the imposing figure of Gu Qianhan before her, his features became increasingly distinct. A sudden realization illuminated her thoughts. She finally understood why he seemed familiar upon their first encounter. Following the apocalypse, the official base in City M had gradually been privatized, with the Gu, Zhou, and Qin families rising to prominence, each establishing their own dominion. She had once caught a distant glimpse of the powers that be within the Gu family, and upon reflection, that individual must undoubtedly be Gu Qianhan. At that time, in the sweltering heat, Gu Qianhan had altered his hairstyle and was surrounded by numerous individuals, making it difficult for her to discern his identity. Now, upon close inspection, the man before her was indeed the future head of the Gu family. It was rumored that the head of the Gu family commanded a formidable task force known as the Cold Wind Squad, established in the second year of the apocalypse. Consequently, the head of the Gu family was also referred to as Captain Gu. However, at that juncture, she had merely been a lowly survivor on the outskirts of the base, struggling for basic sustenance, leaving her little inclination to probe the true names of such high-ranking figures. Thus, her knowledge of this powerful figure's past remained scant. The fact that Ruan Mingyue had so readily referred to Gu Qianhan as Captain Gu led her to ponder. Could she also be a reborn individual? Otherwise, how could she possess such intimate knowledge of Gu Qianhan's identity? Furthermore, her lack of surprise at his presence in Mingri Jin suggested she might have had prior knowledge of his future prominence, prompting her to seek him out in advance. Noticing Qiao's altered demeanor, Gu Qianhan inquired with concern, "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" At that moment, Qiao's mind was in disarray. She could scarcely manage a response and muttered evasively, "I'm feeling unwell. I'll just head upstairs to rest." Gu Qianhan, filled with concern, urged, "Please go upstairs and take a break. The electric heater and the charcoal basin are both on." He added, "Don't hesitate to use them. I'll bring you something later." However, as Qiao's figure vanished around the staircase corner, Gu Qianhan's expression darkened abruptly. Having weathered countless storms in the business world and encountered a multitude of individuals, how could he fail to perceive the mixture of suspicion and wariness etched upon Qiao's face? His intrusion into her life, marked by gunfire, betrayal, and the use of an alias, had undoubtedly intensified her mistrust. He smiled ruefully at the irony. He had once suspected Qiao of possessing spatial abilities, and now she regarded him with equal suspicion, an eye for an eye. Yet, even though he had deceived her, Qiao remained as gentle and compliant as ever, never uttering a word of reproach. This very obedience stirred a sense of unease within him, for he feared she might become a target for exploitation in this chaotic world. And then there was Ruan Mingyue. He was unequivocally certain that he had never crossed paths with her, neither before nor after the apocalypse. Nor had he ever heard her name. Her familiarity in addressing him, coupled with the unmistakable glint of calculation in her eyes, led him to question her perception of his intelligence. Could it be that she was aligned with Gu Qianhan, with her forces closing and unbeknownst to him? He had underestimated this illegitimate child. It seemed that his plans to return to the Gu family would need to be expedited. Chapter 33. Retribution. Qiao curled up in the warm embrace of her bedding within the confines of her small room, tightly clutching the pillow as a torrent of thoughts flooded her mind. In her previous life, she had caught a distant glimpse of Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Weibao at the M City base. It was the early days of the 4th year of the apocalypse. During that time, they still masqueraded as cousins, deceiving others as they wandered into the base. Shortly thereafter, Ruan Mingyue had ensnared the director of the task distribution office, while Ruan Weibao engaged in a romantic liaison with the director's sister. Given Ruan Mingyue's proximity to the upper echelons, it was highly probable that she had already uncovered Gu Qianhan's true identity. In her former life, Qiao had perished in an onslaught by raiders, while Ruan Mingyue, residing within the confines of the base alongside the director, likely survived the chaos, outliving Qiao. Furthermore, Ruan Mingyue's eagerness to align herself with Gu Qianhan suggested that he had led the Gu family to triumph in the struggle for power within the base, ultimately becoming its true leader. If she could be reborn, it was not inconceivable that Ruan Mingyue could also have undergone a similar fate. However, reflecting on Ruan Mingyue's actions in this life, Qiao deduced that her rebirth must have occurred after the network was severed during the apocalypse. Otherwise, she would never have been easily lured into an empty house by a mere phone call. Instead, she would have been preoccupied with stockpiling supplies in preparation for the impending calamity. Yet, the ever-present Ruan Weibao was conspicuously absent from her side at this moment. Qiao couldn't help but wonder if he too had experienced rebirth. All of this hung over her like a dense fog, leaving her in a state of profound perplexity. Gu Qianhan, the future overlord of the apocalypse, was currently not someone she could afford to eliminate. Qiao was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the Gu family and had no desire to become a target of relentless pursuit. For now, Gu Qianhan's feigned affection and compliance afforded her a temporary safety. However, the question of whether Ruan Mingyue had indeed been reborn demanded thorough investigation. After all, Ruan Mingyue had died later than she had. Did she possess knowledge of the impending natural disasters that were soon to unfold? Qiao's heart raced, as she felt herself standing before a colossal enigma, with the key to unraveling it potentially concealed within Ruan Mingyue. In Building 2 of Tomorrow's Garden, Jiao Bin and his group firmly occupied 4 apartments on the 7th and 8th floors of Unit 1. In the master bedroom, Jiao Bin sat rigidly in his gaming chair, his brow furrowed, the swirling smoke from his fingertips serving as a physical manifestation of his tumultuous thoughts. As the leader of their small faction, he enjoyed the privilege of a private room, adorned with several unopened packs of cigarettes on the bedside table and a disarray of supplies scattered about. Jiao Chun stood opposite him, nervously beginning, "Brother, have you considered my proposal?" Jiao Bin irritably crushed the cigarette but into the ashtray, contemplating the idea of allying with Gu Qianhan. "Whose notion was that?" "It was my own idea," Jiao Chun replied. Jiao Bin raised his gaze. "Oh? How did you come to that conclusion?" Gu Qianhan is exceptionally capable, frequently venturing outside the community and consistently reaping substantial rewards. He must know numerous secret resource locations. If we could partner with him, we would undoubtedly acquire a significant amount of supplies. Partner? Jiao Bin's anger flared, and he snatched the ashtray, ready to hurl it. Jiao Chun, alarmed, instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, terrified of being struck. What if he were to mar his appearance and become unworthy of the goddess? Nonetheless, the ashtray never left Jiao Bin's grasp. The affection he held for his brother prevented him from acting upon his rage. Jiao Chun was the child of his parents' later years, 19 years his junior, raised as though he were a son. How could he bear to inflict harm? He slowly set the ashtray down, his gaze filled with helplessness at Jiao Chen's naive ignorance. He felt a growing frustration before Ruan Mingyue entered this community. They were entirely unaware of Gu Qianhan's true nature. Little Chun, Ruan Mingyue is cunning and far from virtuous. Brother, this matter has nothing to do with Mingyue. I merely observed Gu Qianhan's formidable strength and thought we should. Jiao Chen's words dwindled under Jiao Bin's piercing gaze. Jiao Bin inhaled deeply, striving to quell his emotions. Have you ever considered how an ordinary female university student like Ruan Mingyue came to know the young master of the Gu family? Upon hearing this, Jiao Chun immediately leaped to the defense of his goddess. Mingyue mentioned that it was due to a university club activity. She had once visited the Gu family's technology company, thus becoming familiar with Gu Qianhan's appearance. Jiao Bin shook his head. Little Chun, when we first encountered Ruan Mingyue, she was accompanied by a group of classmates. Upon learning we resided in Tomorrow's garden, she proactively offered to join us. Don't you find it all too coincidental? Jiao Chun, blushing with shyness, smiled. Mingyue said she thought I was someone she could rely on, which is why she was willing to move into Tomorrow's garden with me. Jiao Bin wearily waved his hand, unwilling to continue debating with someone so infatuated. He sighed inwardly, attributing it all to karma. It was his own youthful indiscretions with numerous women that had now led his younger brother to face the repercussions. He could only analyze the situation from another angle. Little Chun, Gu Qianhan is of noble birth and possesses grand ambitions. He would never willingly occupy a subordinate position. If we were to cooperate with him, we would inevitably be at a disadvantage. I cannot bring myself to refer to a mere boy as my brother. Seeing Jiao Chun remain unperturbed, Jiao Bin continued. Even if I were willing to humble myself, he is the young master of the Gu family, destined to return to his clan one day. He is already immensely powerful, possesses his own team, and commands a wealth of resources in M City that we could only dream of. Why would he choose to ally with us, mere nameless individuals? Misinterpreting his brother's wavering resolve, Jiao Chun interjected eagerly. Mingyue said that as long as you give a nod, she has a way to persuade Gu Qianhan to accept us. Observing his obstinate brother, Jiao Bin felt a headache coming on. He dismissed Jiao Chun and promptly summoned his trusted confidant, seeking an opportune moment to discreetly eliminate Ruan Mingyue, ensuring Jiao Chun remained oblivious to their involvement. Ruan Mingyue could no longer be permitted to linger. Previously, he had been amenable to nurturing such a woman due to her beauty and status as a university student, considering her a potential legacy for the Jiao family. Should a child be born, inheriting even a fraction of Ruan Mingyue's intelligence and looks would enhance the Jiao family's lineage. He was now advanced in years, having squandered his youth and unable to produce offspring, relying solely on Jiao Chun to bear more children. Ruan Mingyue's alluring figure would ensure that any child born would not go hungry. However, Ruan Mingyue's current fixation lay in how to secure his allegiance to Gu Qianhan. Who was Gu Qianhan, after all? The fate of Li Wanhao served as a stark reminder, cautioning him to steer clear of that perilous man. How could he fail to comprehend Ruan Mingyue's ulterior motives? This woman possessed neither strength nor resources. Seeking to align herself with Gu Qianhan was akin to chasing phantoms. Thus, she had set her sights on Jiao Chun, attempting to persuade him to convince his brother to join Gu Qianhan's ranks, hoping to leverage her way into a position of power. Truly a fanciful notion. Chapter 34. The Pursuit of a Wife in Flames Afternoon. Gu Qianhan knocked on the door of He Qiao's residence. He Qiao, devoid of the inclination to entertain him, feigned sleep, her thoughts consumed by the impending nocturnal reconnaissance mission. She intended to stealthily infiltrate Ruan Mingyue's hiding place under the cover of darkness, seeking to uncover the truth. Earlier that day, through the gap in the curtains, she had utilized the telescope's precise view to finally catch a glimpse of Ruan Mingyue. She had long known that Building Number 2 harbored a small faction, comprised of individuals with complex backgrounds and considerable strength. Their mannerisms hinted at a wild and untamed existence reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. Many bore criminal records or were involved in dubious activities. Among them, a particularly noticeable man shared a similar height with Gu Qianhan, yet his presence paled in comparison to Gu Qianhan's commanding aura. He Qiao recognized him as the lumbering figure who accompanied Ruan Mingyue. The biting cold had everyone bundled up tightly, and since He Qiao had not anticipated Ruan Mingyue's presence at Mingri Jiyuan, she had not had the opportunity to closely observe the soul woman among them. However, at this moment, she was certain that Ruan Mingyue was indeed residing in Building No. 2 with this group. Judging by Ruan Mingyue's conduct in the basement earlier that day, it was apparent that she had come with intentions directed towards Gu Qianhan, wholly unaware of He Qiao's existence. He Qiao contemplated that, apart from Gu Qianhan, Lu Chun, and Lin Fei Fei, No one else in the entire community knew her name. The three of them were preoccupied with stockpiling supplies and physical training. In this apocalyptic world, trust was scarce, and they were unlikely to divulge information about others easily. She began to comprehend why Gu Qianhan had chosen a name so similar to her own. It indeed spared him considerable trouble. She wondered why she had not thought of adopting a different name herself. Outside, Gu Qianhan's knocking grew increasingly urgent, yet he received no response. After a moment of hesitation, he gently placed supplies at the doorstep, intending to turn away, but concerned for Qiao's safety gnawed at him. What if something unfortunate befell her, such as fainting with no one to notice? With this thought, he inhaled deeply and softly said, "I beg your pardon." He then stepped back, preparing to kick open the firmly shut door. However, upon hearing the words, "I beg your pardon," Qiao sensed trouble. She quickly gathered her wits. The door concealed a meticulously arranged three-layer sandbag barrier, not easily breached. Thus, she hastily called out, "I'm fine. I just dozed off." Upon hearing this, Gu Qianhan immediately retracted his poised foot, his expression devoid of any embarrassment. "May I come in to ensure your well-being?" he inquired. Qiao pondered internally. If she did not allow him to see her now, he might return later that evening. If she were absent then, it would surely raise his suspicions. The four of them had formed a team, agreeing to inform one another whenever they left, yet she wished to keep her nocturnal exploration plans a secret. Just a moment, Qiao decided to open the door. She quickly scanned the living room and kitchen, ensuring no traces of her preparations remained. Simultaneously, she stored all the sandbags behind the door into her space. The door creaked open, revealing a slightly pale Qiao, evidently having just risen from bed. Gu Qianhan furrowed his brow. "You should lie down. Let me handle the rest." Qiao glanced past him, taking note of the electric heater, smokeless charcoal, electric blankets, warm packs, instant noodles, canned goods, and ham sausages he had brought. She shook her head. "I don't need supplies. You can take them away." As soon as she finished speaking, she shut the door firmly. Gu Qianhan stood before the unyielding door, a smile creeping onto his lips. He had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof Qiao would possess such endearing qualities in private. Clad in cartoon pajamas adorned with a creature sporting two horns, she appeared quite youthful. After all, she was only 21, yet to graduate from university. If he was not mistaken, the living room was carpeted in a long-haired rug. He noticed that Qiao was barefoot, her petite feet delicate and dainty. A surge of possessiveness washed over Gu Qianhan. Throughout his life, he had never failed to obtain what he desired. Yet, Qiao was not a mere investment or subordinate. He needed to approach her gradually, lest he frighten her away. Gazing at the supplies on the floor, Gu Qianhan pondered. He recalled that the Gu family's business included a branch producing carpets, high-end merchandise destined for European royalty. Fitting for Qiao to tread upon. He resolved to procure several warm carpets for her. He understood that his feelings for Qiao were currently rooted in possessiveness rather than love, but she was the first person to stir such emotions within him, and he yearned to provide her with benefits. In the pre-apocalyptic era, he had generously rewarded his capable subordinates. He was not one to issue empty promises. His wealth was substantial and tangible. Now, amidst the apocalypse, money had lost its value, so he sought to furnish Qiao with resources instead. At 8 p.m., it was Lin Feifei's turn to keep watch. As she brushed past Gu Qianhan, her legs felt weak and she nearly sank to her knees. Today, she had learned that Gu Qianhan was, in fact, the eldest son of the president of Huaheng Group. Huaheng Group, having risen in M City, was also well known in her hometown of K City. The towering office building in K City's center and the bustling shopping mall bore the unmistakable Huaheng Group logo, a silent declaration of its domain. Furthermore, whispers circulated about Huaheng's many undisclosed dealings, instilling a sense of dread. Lin Feifei could never have imagined that she would be teamed up with someone of such high status and intricate background, reflecting on Gu Qianhan's usual aura of formidable distance. She now grasped the extent of his identity and power, far surpassing her initial understanding. Gu Qianhan's expression remained indifferent as his cold gaze swept past the curious Lin Feifei, causing her heart to skip a beat. She dared not speculate further, hastily altering her address to him, her voice trembling slightly. "Han Ge." Gu Qianhan nodded slightly, refraining from elaboration. Yet, the chill emanating from him sent an involuntary shiver down Lin Fei's spine. She patted her chest, musing that no matter how many times she beheld Hangu, she would always be struck by the icy aura that enveloped him. However, recalling the scene from earlier that day, she felt that Gu Qianhan was not entirely unapproachable. He was, after all, a normal human being. Through her observations, she had witnessed Gu Qianhan's tenderness towards Qiao, his meticulous care, prompting her to reconsider the peculiarities surrounding his recent behavior. She finally concluded that Hangu genuinely held an interest in Qiao. The elusive idol had captured the affections of her once untouchable male god, rendering the world a tapestry woven with the threads of the extraordinary. Reminiscing about Gu Qianhan's attentive demeanor towards Qiao, particularly his masculinely charged statement, "You should lie down. Let me take care of the rest." Lin Fei had pressed her face against the door, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she were about to swallow this explosive revelation whole. What a sensational scoop! She had longed to rouse her beloved Lu Chun from his slumber to share the shocking news. Yet, Lu Chun had only awakened briefly at noon to take his medication before descending back into sleep. She could hardly disturb him for the sake of mere gossip. Fortunately, Lu Chun had regained consciousness, and his gunshot wound was not life-threatening, allowing her the leisure to indulge in her fanciful musings. Moreover, she remembered Lu Chun mentioning Gu Qianhan's previous severity and wariness towards Qiao at the pharmaceutical factory. She was incredibly curious to witness what the pursuit of a wife in flames truly entailed. Chapter 35. Exceptional stamina. Gu Qianhan returned to his residence and, after a simple meal, immersed himself in rigorous training. After completing 100 push-ups, he unhesitatingly shed his heavy outerwear, leaving only a snug thermal undershirt that clung to his iron-like physique, accentuating the contours of his muscles. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He was far from satisfied. He bent down once more, embarking on another round of push-ups that challenged his limits. Beneath the embrace of the thermal shirt, his 8-pack abs appeared sculpted, while the broadness of his shoulders contrasted sharply with his taut waist, exuding an indescribable blend of strength and beauty. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering heavily upon the cold concrete floor. Fortunately, prior to the apocalypse, he had already cultivated a daily exercise regimen and had undergone professional combat training. Otherwise, on that frigid night when he was abandoned from the helicopter, he might have become just another lost soul in this desolate world. After the apocalypse, apart from venturing out to scavenge for supplies and taking necessary rest, he devoted every moment of his time to training without reservation. Not a single day had he allowed himself to slacken. In the stillness of the late night, when all was silent, Qiao pushed open the window, securely tying a sturdy rope to a massive stone below the window before nimbly descending along it. Having practiced multiple times on the outer wall of the small villa in the space, and clad in professional climbing shoes, each step was steady. In that moment, her feet landed upon the snow-covered ground, which remained cold and indifferent, showing no signs of melting. The 5th floor had been mercilessly consumed, rendering the 6th floor a new ground. The height from the 11th to the 6th floor was not excessively daunting. She pressed against the wall, stealthily making her way to building number 2, where the entrance was blocked by obstacles, guarded by 2 men. From the outset, Qiao had no intention of taking the seemingly convenient stairway. She was well aware that even the slightest sound in the depths of the corridor could invite disaster. Moreover, there should be little noise within the corridor. She circled around to the concealed side of building number 2, which lay in the blind spot of building number 13. From her backpack, she retrieved the professional climbing gear she had purchased at the outdoor supply store and began her vertical ascent. Each step was taken with utmost caution, and she silently rejoiced at her past wisdom in not skimping on expenses at the outdoor supply store. When she finally reached the 7th floor and was about to catch her breath, an abrupt and suggestive sound intruded her ears. The woman's voice was sultry and lingering, a stark contrast to the composed demeanor of Ruan Mingyue in class. Thick curtains concealed the interior, with only a few indistinct shadows flickering behind them, inviting speculation. Qiao quickly adjusted her position to remain more concealed while instinctively pressing her ear against the wall. 10 minutes later, the hurried and fervent gasps gradually subsided. Subsequently, Ruan Mingyue's satisfied yet slightly seductive voice softly emerged. "Chenggu, you are truly remarkable." After a moment of silence, Ruan Mingyue's words carried a hint of urgency. "What did your brother say? Is he willing to ally with Mr. Gu?" Jiao Qin's response seemed somewhat perfunctory. "My brother said he will think it over." Before the words had barely left his lips, Jiao Qin eagerly kissed Ruan Mingyue again, filled with insatiable desire. "Mingyue, let me cherish you once." Ruan Mingyue, with her slight strength, could hardly push away the hulking figure and, knowing she needed something from him, could only acquiesce to his whims. Soon, faint sounds of Ruan Mingyue's delicate murmurs and Jiao Qin's heavy breathing echoed from within. Half an hour later, it was still not over. Hanging on the wall, Qiao silently lamented, "Exceptional stamina." After another 10 minutes, the sounds within finally calmed, as if tranquility had returned. In the aftermath, Ruan Mingyue nestled weakly against Jiao Qin's chest, her voice tinged with a playful pout. "Have you found any news about that woman I asked you to locate?" Jiao Qin feigned innocence, remaining silent. Ruan Mingyue grew anxious, propping herself up and gently nudging him. "Speak up." With a reluctant sigh, Jiao Qin replied, "I searched according to the characteristics you described. Height of around 1.7 meters, long hair, pale skin, timid personality, but truly found no one." Ruan Mingyue's expression darkened instantly. "Did you genuinely search?" Qiao, eavesdropping outside, couldn't help but smirk coldly. Weren't those characteristics a perfect match for herself? Yet Ruan Mingyue was searching for her. Why? In this apocalyptic world, why was she not hoarding supplies instead? She had deceived both herself and Ruan Weibao into an empty house, yet left no incriminating evidence. Was this an act of vengeance against her? Jiao Qin quickly sat up, raising his hand in an oath. "I not only searched at Mingri Jiuan, but scoured the vicinity. Truly, no one has seen this woman." Ruan Mingyue's face turned to ice. "If no living person has been seen, what about the corpse?" Jiao Qin cautiously scrutinized Ruan Mingyue's expression, quietly inquiring, "What is she to you? Why must you find her?" Suddenly, Ruan Mingyue realized her loss of composure, quickly regaining her demeanor with a coy smile, snuggling back into Jiao Qin's solid chest. "She is my cousin's girlfriend. After the apocalypse struck, she took advantage of the chaos to steal my cousin's heirloom, the jade pendant. My cousin, in his attempt to retrieve it, met with an unfortunate accident and lost his life. This grudge I must avenge." Qiao's eyes instantly turned to ice. Upon hearing this, what more could she possibly misunderstand? Ruan Weibao had no such heirloom pendant. The jade pendant Ruan Mingyue spoke of was undoubtedly the relic left to her by her mother, the very key to her spatial abilities. In her previous life, the pendant was inadvertently lost in the second year of the apocalypse, and she mourned its loss for a long time. Now, it seemed highly likely that Ruan Mingyue had covertly pilfered it, thus unlocking the space. Otherwise, in this world of desolation, who would go to such lengths to seek out a mere ordinary jade pendant? Qiao couldn't help but let out a self-mocking laugh. Her past self had been utterly foolish. She had once regarded Ruan Mingyue as an inseparable confidant and viewed Ruan Weibao as a lifelong partner to rely upon. After the apocalypse, she had exhausted herself gathering supplies solely to support the two of them. Yet, she had never anticipated that the ultimate reward would be their betrayal and deceit, even losing her own spatial abilities to them. At that moment, another memory surfaced in Qiao's mind. In the base, although Ruan Mingyue had latched onto the director of the task distribution center, her condition was astonishingly unbelievable. Her skin was fair and radiant, as if she had never endured the brutality of the apocalypse. Now, reflecting upon it, she and Ruan Weibao must have collaborated to devise a scheme, swindling supplies from countless individuals to sustain such a lavish lifestyle. Those supplies, without a doubt, were hidden within the space. Chapter 36. Mr. Gu is not so superficial at this moment. Qiao was certain that Ruan Mingyue was indeed a reincarnate. But what of Ruan Weibao? Had he also been reborn? Or had Ruan Mingyue revealed the events of her past life to him? Ruan Mingyue claimed he was dead, but Qiao was skeptical, fearing he was merely hiding somewhere, waiting to conspire with Ruan Mingyue. Within the room, Ruan Mingyue's voice echoed once more, laced with a tinge of desperation. "Chengge, you are all I have left. In this world, I have no other support. Only your love and kindness remain. You will help me, won't you?" Xiao Chun could hardly resist Ruan Mingyue's coquettishness. Having lost his parents young and endured hardship while his brother was imprisoned, he had toiled in various jobs, carrying bricks on construction sites, assisting in kitchens, delivering takeout, and more. He had faced countless dismissive glances and had never had the opportunity to engage with someone as beautiful as Ruan Mingyue, let alone hold her close. Despite knowing he was unworthy of her and sensing her ulterior motives, he remained indifferent. What mattered to him was that this woman was his at that moment. He would unhesitatingly give her his heart, should she desire it. Xiao Chun vowed earnestly, "Mingyue, your cousin is my cousin. I will avenge you. I will find that woman, and whether she is alive or dead, I will ensure you receive closure." A flicker of surprise crossed Ruan Mingyue's eyes. "I knew you would be the best, Chengge. You are a reliable man." She wrapped her arms around his neck and offered her crimson lips, exclaiming, "Meeting you in this life is my greatest fortune." Xiao Chun was elated, reveling in the rare initiative from the goddess before him. While they became entwined beneath the covers, he inquired about the woman's characteristics. Ruan Mingyue, eyes closed and hands limply resting on his robust shoulders, appeared enraptured, yet her heart remained as cold as ice. With Gu Qianhan unreachable and Qiao vanished without a trace, anxiety gnawed at her. The man before her, though tall, was not particularly astute. He followed his brother's lead in all matters and held little sway within their group. The respect his brother's subordinates showed was merely a facade. For now, he served as her temporary crutch. Qiao chose not to eavesdrop any longer, quietly returning to her own residence. Once home, she hastily prepared herself and descended to hand over the night watch to Lin Feifei. Upon seeing Qiao, Lin Feifei eagerly grabbed a small stool, her face brimming with curiosity. She was bursting with questions. "Sister Qiao, what do you really feel about Hangge?" Before Lin Feifei could finish, the door to room 1002 creaked open, and Gu Qianhan strode into the living room of room 1001 with his long legs. Lin Feifei met his indifferent gaze and promptly swallowed her questions. "Sister Qiao, I think I'll go upstairs to take care of Lucien." With that, she swiftly exited the living room. Once Lin Feifei left, the atmosphere in the living room turned cold and silent. Qiao pulled out the Huangdi Neijing and immersed herself in its pages, disregarding Gu Qianhan's intense stare. Since that night, Gu Qianhan no longer concealed his feelings. He meticulously traced every contour of Qiao's figure with his eyes, her silky hair, crimson lips, delicate neck, and slender fingers. The love of adults is often intertwined with an unspoken desire. Gu Qianhan had previously dismissed the companions arranged by his business partners. After each collaboration, they would subtly offer him beautiful women. Yet he found such gestures both tedious and distasteful, never succumbing to their allure. His desires were inherently muted. He found greater satisfaction in the achievements and fulfillment his work provided. Thus, he worked tirelessly, striving for more partnerships to elevate the Gu family business to new heights. Although his father held the title of president, most of the profitable decisions were made by him. Young, beautiful women who threw themselves at him had never stirred his heart. Later, familial alliances were arranged. Among a stack of documents, he selected a pleasing heiress who had just returned from studying abroad. She agreed to the marriage without even meeting him. He had even forgotten her name, only recalling her surname, Zhou. Had the apocalypse not occurred, they would have been engaged next month. However, upon meeting Qiao, he found himself yearning for her company, even desiring to share intimate moments together. His gaze was frank and fervent, devoid of pretense. Qiao lifted her head from her book and, with a calm demeanor, glanced at Gu Qianhan. "Mr. Gu, it seems it is not your turn to keep watch tonight." Gu Qianhan smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by her aloofness. "I merely wish to spend more time with you." Qiao's tone remained unchanged. "I do not need that." Gu Qianhan's smile broadened, as if her indifference did not affect him in the least. He placed several sweet potatoes onto the fire, carefully setting beside them a few jars of canned fruit, hoping to warm them through the residual heat. Then, he rose and retreated to his own home, returning with a small pot containing brown sugar and red dates, which he placed over the charcoal to simmer slowly. I asked Lin Fei. She said this would be good for your health. Although he appeared somewhat clumsy in performing these trivial tasks, his composure and demeanor were undiminished. His gaze remained focused and profound, pouring the brown sugar with utmost care. As he stirred, his expression was profoundly serious, as if reviewing a contract worth millions. Qiao furrowed her brow, a wave of confusion washing over her. She was genuinely perplexed. Previously, Ruan Weibo had pursued her, seeking her property and savings, yet had never gone to such lengths. He feigned concern but was tight-fisted, only ordering takeout for her before the apocalypse, and that was on a cash-on-delivery basis. What then did this scion, Gu Qianhan, truly desire? Hours earlier, as she hung outside Building 2, the frigid air had allowed her to analyze the situation with clarity. She was certain her space had not been exposed. As long as she stepped out of room 1102, she had never utilized her space or withdrawn any items from it. The only exception was when she had eliminated Li Wanhao and others, but she had cleaned up meticulously, leaving no trace. Having endured 4 years of turmoil during the apocalypse in her past life, her experience was more than sufficient to deceive Gu Qianhan and others. There was no way he could know about her space. While Ruan Mingyue was aware of her space pendant, she had no knowledge that Qiao had activated her space. After all, in her previous life, she had not begun to use it until the second year of the apocalypse. Moreover, since Ruan Mingyue sought to seize the space pendant, she would be even less likely to divulge its secrets. Ruan Mingyue must have feared that revealing it would attract more would-be usurpers. She had tasked Jiao Chan with locating her, providing numerous physical traits, but withholding her name, with her intentions laid bare. If she was wary of Jiao Chan, it was evident how guarded she was, making it improbable that she would confide in Gu Qianhan. Thus, Qiao found herself even more confounded, pondering what Gu Qianhan sought from her. Was it mere carnal desire? She shook her head, internally dismissing that notion. She firmly believed that Gu Qianhan was not so superficial. Gu Qianhan, indeed, I am that superficial. As Qiao was lost in thought, a knock echoed from outside the sliding door. Who could it be, knocking at such a late hour? Chapter 37. Mr. Gu, I implore you to take me in listening to the incessant knocking from outside the door. Gu Qianhan's eyes flickered with impatience. He had no intention of responding, but the disturbance persisted. A glance at his wristwatch revealed the hour, 1 o'clock in the morning. Who, in their right mind, would dare to interrupt the intimate moment he was sharing with Qiao at such an ungodly hour? Just then, a delicate voice called out from beyond the door, Mr. Gu, are you in there? Qiao rolled her eyes inwardly. Was that not Ruan Mingyue? This neighborhood was truly uncanny. She had just been contemplating Ruan Mingyue, and now here she was. Wasn't she supposed to be exploring life in bed with Jiao Chen? How could she appear so soon at Building 13? How did Jiao Chen allow her to leave? Outside, Ruan Mingyue caught the sound of steady, rhythmic footsteps emanating from within. A smile crept on her lips. He's here. In a flurry, her slender fingers weaved through her hair, taming the strands that the cold wind had tousled. She removed her down jacket, revealing her slender waist, and a striking purple off-shoulder sweater came into view. The delicate fabric clung gently to her graceful form, while a hint of red lace from her undergarment peeked through, casting an alluring charm in the dim corridor light. She was convinced that this would surely captivate Gu Qianhan. Cursed Jiao Chen, she had to endure so much just to escape him. After downing half a bottle of white wine, she had finally managed to break free. Before arriving, she had meticulously wiped her face and neck with wet wipes, erasing any trace of him. She had even changed into a fresh outfit and spritzed herself with perfume to mask the scent that belonged to Jiao Chen. She had carefully observed Building 13 from outside. The lights on the 10th and 11th floors were still on. She had heard that one of the male teammates had sustained an injury. She speculated that the person keeping watch on the 10th floor was likely Gu Qianhan. Now, it seemed her gamble had indeed paid off. With Qiao still missing, it was imperative for her to climb the social ladder by aligning herself with Gu Qianhan. Otherwise, when he returns to the Gu family in a few months, her opportunity would vanish. According to information she had received from the director of the Task Distribution Center in her previous life, Gu Qianhan would return to the Gu family in the second year of the apocalypse, at the onset of the base's establishment. By then, he would have solidified his position within the Gu family with the resources and team he established outside. Not only would he marginalize his biased father, but he would also confine his younger brother, born of his stepmother. In her past life, when she entered the base, Gu Qianhan had already become the true master of the Gu family. By the 5th year of the apocalypse, he had triumphed over the Zhou and Qin families, dominating the base and establishing himself as its rightful leader. Now, she needed to cultivate a relationship with him before he ascended to power. Gazing at the tall and imposing Gu Qianhan, exuding an extraordinary aura, Ruan Mingyue felt a flutter in her heart. She belonged with someone like Mr. Gu, destined to become the lady of the M City base. A mundane man like Jiao Chun was utterly unworthy of her. Before Gu Qianhan reached the sliding door, Ruan Mingyue called out sweetly, "Mr. Gu." She deliberately pulled down the collar of her long sweater, exposing more of her fair skin in an attempt to capture his attention. However, Gu Qianhan merely halted and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" Ruan Mingyue's expression momentarily stiffened but quickly regained its composure. Having adorned herself beautifully, she was a stark contrast to her previous appearance in the underground parking lot. It was no wonder Gu Qianhan failed to recognize her. She feigned a high-pitched voice. "I am Ruan Mingyue. We met in the underground parking lot before." Yet, Gu Qianhan unceremoniously spat out a single word: "Leave." Ruan Mingyue was taken aback, watching as Gu Qianhan turned to depart. Panic surged within her. She quickly spoke again. "Mr. Gu, my team comprises over 10 capable individuals who wish to join yours." However, Gu Qianhan's stride did not falter. Clenching her teeth, she decided to gamble. "If you do not want them, I alone will suffice." At last, Gu Qianhan paused. Believing her words had made an impact, she continued, "Jiao Chun and I are merely teammates. Please do not misunderstand. I am still single." Gu Qianhan finally turned around, his frosty gaze fixated on Ruan Mingyue. The look in his eyes was filled with a palpable hostility, as if he regarded her as nothing more than a piece of discarded flesh. Ruan Mingyue felt a chill run down her spine, rendered speechless, even hesitant to breathe. "Leave?" Gu Qianhan reiterated, his voice icy, before resolutely returning to the living room of room 1001. In a bid to draw Gu Qianhan's attention, Ruan Mingyue had deliberately left her heavy military coat and thick pants on the 9th floor. Now, clad only in a thin purple long sweater and black leggings, she trembled in the frigid air. As Gu Qianhan's figure vanished from her sight, she could no longer concern herself with her appearance. Teeth chattering, she hastily donned her down jacket and rushed back to the 9th floor, desperate to retrieve her military coat and pants. It was utterly frigid outside, with temperatures plummeting below 50 degrees Celsius. Even in the stairwell of the building, the temperature was frighteningly low, at least 40 degrees below zero. However, when she arrived breathlessly back on the 9th floor, she was astonished to discover that her military coat and pants had mysteriously vanished. In her preoccupation with observing the commotion on the 10th floor, and then being captivated by Gu Qianhan's arrival, she had completely overlooked any sounds from downstairs. Who stole my clothes? Return them to me at once." Ruan Mingyue shouted in anger, pounding on the door of the 9th floor. After a considerable wait, room 901 remained silent. Meanwhile, from room 902, heavy footsteps echoed within. Moments later, several men appeared before her. Upon seeing Ruan Mingyue in all her alluring glory, their eyes gleamed with covetousness. Well, where did this little beauty come from?" "She has come right to us," one man teased. "Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I assure you, Big Brother will make you feel like you're in paradise," another man chimed in. Ruan Mingyue, feeling overwhelmed by their numbers, was seized by a wave of panic. Forgetting about her military coat and pants, she swiftly turned and fled downstairs while they were distracted. Meanwhile, Qiao listened to the commotion below and mused. Ruan Mingyue should be subdued for a few days now. In a few days, the military will be stationed in M City. They will begin preparations to establish the base and distribute supplies to each community. At that time, Gu Qianhan observed Qiao, lost in thought, feeling no jealousy over the attention of other women. "What are your thoughts?" Gu Qianhan suddenly asked. Qiao snapped back to reality and looked up at Gu Qianhan's cool demeanor, carefully considering her words. "That woman knows your true identity. Could she potentially expose you? After all, when you arrived at Mingri Jiuan, you were murdered and discarded. If those individuals discover your current whereabouts..." Realizing she had nearly divulged too much, she quickly corrected herself. "I mean, do you find yourself in a precarious situation?" Qiao had intended to express her concern that they might come looking for him, posing a danger to her. However, upon reflecting on the recently acquired resources, a different question arose. Gu Qianhan maintained her frosty demeanor as she replied, "If I were truly concerned about my identity being exposed, that woman and her companions would never have walked out of the underground garage alive." Qiao, taken aback by her words, gazed at Gu Qianhan in astonishment. "Did you do this on purpose?" Gu Qianhan nodded slightly. "I will eventually return to the Gu family. Rather than returning of my own accord, it is preferable to allow them to force my return." Qiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly, indeed. The world of the wealthy is undeniably intricate. Chapter 38. The military arrives a week later. Qiao was deeply immersed in intense physical training, sweat cascading down her body like raindrops. Suddenly, an ear-splitting cheer erupted within the community, abruptly pulling her from her concentration. She halted her movements, breathless, and instinctively moved towards the window to gaze outside. As anticipated, the long-awaited figures had finally arrived. The military personnel had reached M City. Various military vehicles were stationed on the streets, trucks laden with a multitude of supplies methodically entering each community for distribution. Survivors instinctively formed long lines, their faces illuminated with anticipation and hope. It was later revealed that each individual could only receive one portion. Yet this allocation was sufficient to provide them with a semblance of survival in the apocalypse. As some survivors recognized the familiar silhouettes of the military, tears of joy welled in their eyes, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of life. In the hearts of the Chinese populace, the military stood as a guardian deity, omnipotent and always ready to rise to the occasion in times of dire need. The arrival of the soldiers brought not only much-needed supplies, but also an endless faith and hope, instilling courage and confidence in people amidst the despair of the apocalypse. In that moment, they profoundly felt that their country had not forsaken them. Qiao did not rush downstairs. Instead, she fixated on the exit of building number 2, patiently awaiting a specific moment. At last, Ruan Mingyue, clad in a pink down jacket, slowly emerged through the gates of building number 2. A cold smile curled on Qiao's lips. She had been anticipating this moment. Accompanied by Jiao Chun, Ruan Mingyue joined the queue for supplies. Observing this, Qiao swiftly donned her winter attire, including a hat and scarf, and descended the stairs. As she passed room 1001, the door to the living room stood ajar, revealing Lin Feifei steadfastly holding her position. In the adjacent room 1002, sounds of Gu Qianhan's training occasionally echoed, indicating he was preoccupied and would not be finished for at least another hour. Moreover, with Gu Qianhan's ample reserves, he likely looked down upon the military's meager offerings and had no intention of joining the throngs. As for Lin Feifei, she had the dual responsibility of caring for Lu Chun and guarding the door, making her equally unlikely to act impulsively. This was a prime opportunity. She needed to resolve a significant matter. Lin Feifei noticed Qiao heading downstairs and inquired, "Sister Qiao, are you going down to collect supplies?" Qiao nodded slightly while pushing open the door. Lin Feifei, naturally drawn to the excitement, also wished to go down but was acutely aware of her responsibilities. She could only ruefully say, "Sister Qiao, once you finish collecting the supplies, could you watch for a while? I would also like to take a look." Qiao readily agreed. For her, there was little difference between staying on the 10th or 11th floor. Upon reaching the ground floor, Qiao discovered that the queue for supplies had formed 2 long lines. She deliberately chose a line different from Ruan Mingyue's, to ensure Ruan Mingyue would spot her quickly. Qiao even removed her scarf, revealing her face. Ruan Mingyue stood amidst the queue, waiting with boredom, although she did not truly need these supplies. Jiao Chun doted on her, always prioritizing her needs, and she had little regard for the scant provisions being distributed by the military. Nevertheless, she still hoped for a stroke of luck in encountering Gu Qianhan. Since that night of rejection, when her winter clothes were stolen, and she was frightened by the man on the 9th floor, she had returned to building number 2 with frostbite. To make matters worse, Qiao Chun had discovered her condition. It took considerable coaxing, along with several humiliating poses, to placate him. From that point on, she refrained from carelessly seeking out Gu Qianhan in building number 13. Now, to align herself with Gu Qianhan, she could only leverage her relationship with Jiao Chun. She wished for Jiao Chun to persuade his brother, Jiao Bin, to join Gu Qianhan's team, yet she had received no affirmative response. Moreover, Jiao Bin's increasingly menacing gaze towards her had begun to unsettle her. At that moment, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar face. The woman, clad in winter attire, appeared tall and upright from the side, entirely unlike the timid He Qiao she was accustomed to. Yet that face, pale and slender, unmistakably belonged to He Qiao. Before the apocalypse, she had envied He Qiao's fair complexion and delicate features. Having seen that face countless times, how could she possibly be mistaken? Upon noticing the woman across the way lift her head, Ruan Mingyue quickly turned away, using Jiao Chun's tall figure to shield her view. Jiao Chun, concerned, asked Mingyue, "What's wrong? Are you cold? I told you not to come down. We have everything at home." Ruan Mingyue, hidden in Jiao Chun's embrace, cautiously cast a glance at He Qiao. It was too similar. Truly it was. However, their mental states were entirely different. She lowered her voice and asked Jiao Chun, "Do you see the other line, trailing about 10 people behind us? That woman in the white winter coat. Have you seen her before?" Jiao Chun turned to glance at He Qiao, shaking his head. "No, I haven't." It was no wonder Jiao Chun did not recognize He Qiao. Since the onset of the apocalypse, He Qiao had only ventured out once, and that was at night. Although she had been a force to be reckoned with atop a bread truck, the darkness in her scarf had concealed her true identity from prying eyes. Upon hearing Jiao Chun's response, Ruan Mingyue speculated that He Qiao might not reside in Mingri Jiyuan. She recalled the temporary shelter established by the military outside the community and deduced that He Qiao might be staying there. It was plausible that He Qiao had come to Mingri Jiyuan to Qiao for additional supplies. Casting a glance at Jiao Chun, who was dutifully shielding her from the wind, she said, "I'm a bit cold. Could you run upstairs and fetch a hand warmer for me?" Jiao Chun hesitated. "There are too many people here, and some ruffians are around. I don't want to leave you alone." He added, "Besides, we don't lack for supplies. If you're cold, we could just go home." Yet Ruan Mingyue, observing the slowly advancing line, was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. She rose on her tiptoes and gently kissed Jiao Chun. "Good brother Chun, my dear husband, you're the best. Just help me get a hand warmer. Besides, there are soldiers maintaining order here, armed and vigilant. Who would dare to cause trouble?" This was Ruan Mingyue's first public display of such affection towards Jiao Chun. He was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of dizziness, before obediently turning back towards building No. 2. Meanwhile, He Qiao, though maintaining a low profile in the queue, had already captured the surrounding happenings in her peripheral vision with keen awareness. As Jiao Chun's figure gradually faded from view, Ruan Mingyue could no longer contain herself and quietly approached her. Her expression was exaggerated, and her tone brimmed with incredulous delight. "He Qiao, is it really you? You're alive. How wonderful." Chapter 39. What about your pendant? He Qiao, fully in sync with Ruan Mingyue's exaggerated demeanor, exclaimed, "Mingyue, is that really you? At long last, I have met you." However, Ruan Mingyue sensed something amiss in He Qiao's behavior. Her usual character had never been so flamboyant. Yet, preoccupied with the fate of the pendant, she had no time to delve into He Qiao's transformation. She forced a smile and said, "I've been searching for you all this time." Gripping He Qiao's hand tightly, she eagerly urged, "Come, let us find a quiet place to catch up." He Qiao, internally scoffing, maintained a calm facade, replying, "No need to rush. Let us first collect the supplies." Ruan Mingyue, however, resolutely shook her head. "There's no hurry. The supplies will be distributed all day. We can come back for them later." He Qiao feigned helplessness and followed her lead. As they walked and chatted, the atmosphere appeared congenial. Suddenly, He Qiao halted and inquired, "Mingyue, Where is your cousin? Does he live in Mingri Jiyuan as well? Ruan Mingwe's gaze flickered slightly before returning to normal. My cousin? He is with classmates from our class. He is perfectly safe. Qiao recognized that extracting further information was futile at that moment, so she quickened her pace, seeking a secluded spot. Eventually, they stumbled upon an abandoned house and stepped inside. Ruan Mingyue cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before gently closing the door. As soon as the door clicked shut, she impatiently pressed, Qiao, where's your pendant? Qiao, already aware of her intentions, feigned confusion. Are you referring to the pendant my mother left me? Ruan Mingyue nodded eagerly, yes. Qiao countered, why do you ask about it? Ruan Mingyue stammered. Didn't you always say it was your mother's only keepsake and very important to you? Instead of answering directly, Qiao asked, Mingyue, don't you wish to know how I've survived during this apocalypse? Ruan Mingyue, filled with urgency, realized her earlier eagerness had raised Qiao's suspicions. The Qiao before her was no longer the easily deceived person she used to be. She was now on guard. Quickly, she adopted a softer tone, attempting to regain control of the situation. You see, I was so overjoyed to see you that I forgot to ask about you. On the day of the blizzard, you went out for supplies and didn't return. My cousin and I were very worried about you. Qiao fabricated a lie. I hid in the supermarket and was later taken by a kind person to escape the blizzard, which led me here by chance. She began to meander through their shared memories, deliberately avoiding the topic of the pendant. After half an hour, Ruan Mingyue could no longer contain her impatience. Casting a glance outside to confirm their solitude, her expression changed dramatically as she suddenly brandished a sharp fruit knife, pointing it menacingly at Qiao. Stop. Hand over the pendant. Qiao, taken aback, asked in fear, Mingyue, what are you doing? Her helpless demeanor resembled that of someone vulnerable before the apocalypse, which only emboldened Ruan Mingyue further. With reckless abandon, she declared, do you not understand? Give me the pendant your cursed mother left you. At the insult directed at her mother, Qiao's expression turned icy, and she no longer felt the need to feign politeness. Ruan Mingyue keenly sensed Qiao's shift, and before she could react, Qiao swiftly kicked the fruit knife away. In the next moment, Ruan Mingyue found herself forcefully knocked to the ground. Dazed and unable to move, she seethed with anger. Damn you, Qiao. Have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? Qiao ignored her outburst, quickly binding Ruan Mingyue with rope. As Ruan Mingyue prepared to scream for help, Qiao coldly interrupted. Go ahead and call for help. I'm quite curious to know why you're so desperate for my pendant. Realizing the futility of calling out, Ruan Mingyue promptly fell silent. She had hoped to seize Qiao's pendant to unlock the space, thereby gaining power in this harsh new world. In her previous life, she had unlocked the space too late, missing the prime opportunity to hoard supplies, barely scraping by. This time, she was determined to acquire the space early and tightly cling to Gu Qianhan's influence. Once she returned to the Gu family with Gu Qianhan, seated upon the throne of the base's matriarch, wealth and glory would be hers. Observing the fervent longing in her eyes, Qiao surmised that Ruan Mingyue was indeed plotting something. Even bound, she showed no fear, likely still fixated on the space and Gu Qianhan. How utterly powerless had Qiao felt in her past life to allow Ruan Mingyue to act so brazenly without fear. Moments later, Ruan Mingyue snapped back to reality, acutely aware of her predicament. Her tone softened considerably as she said, Qiao, I'm sorry, I was too hasty. I just wanted to see the pendant your mother left you. Qiao remained silent, watching her intently. Ruan Mingyue concocted another scheme. Qiao, I truly admire your pendant. How about I trade you some supplies for it? How much do you want? Would 10 pounds of food suffice? Finally, Qiao grew weary of the charade, scoffing. You think 10 pounds of food is enough to trade for the space pendant? You're truly deluded. Ruan Mingyue's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Qiao had uncovered the secret of the space pendant? No, it couldn't be. In her previous life, Qiao hadn't unlocked the space until the second year. Ruan Mingyue had admired the pendant's beauty and had hidden it away. It was only when she accidentally cut her finger that she discovered the space. It was still the early days of the apocalypse. Qiao couldn't possibly know the pendant's secret. This foolish woman didn't even realize that the pendant had been stolen by her. She had been discreet, and Qiao would only assume it had been lost while searching for supplies. Ruan Mingyue forced a calm facade. Qiao, what are you joking about? What space? Have you been reading too many novels? Qiao gazed at her silently, noting the underlying anxiety beneath her feigned composure, a cold smile curling at her lips. She stepped closer to Ruan Mingyue, her penetrating gaze seeming to peer into her very soul. Did you think I was unaware? Your desire for my pendant is merely to unlock the space. I assenti it? Qiao's voice was low and powerful, each word striking Ruan Mingyue like a hammer. Ruan Mingyue attempted to mask her panic with words, forcing a smile. Qiao, you must be mistaken. How could I steal your pendant? I'm just curious about it and wanted to take a look. However, Qiao paid no heed to her evasions. Her gaze turned frigid, as if to freeze Ruan Mingyue in place. Have you already forgotten what happened in our previous lives? Do you need me to help you remember? Chapter 40. Dual rebirth. These words struck Ruan Mingyue's heart like a bolt of lightning, leaving her utterly unprepared. Her complexion turned ashen, and her fear was palpable, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead like pearls scattered from a broken string. Qiao mentioned a past life. Could it be that Qiao had also been reborn? In that moment, Ruan Mingyue truly grasped the essence of fear, as if an invisible hand was choking her heart, rendering her breathless. Yet she attempted to struggle. What are you saying? I don't understand. Have you lost your mind from hunger and are hallucinating? In a bid for self-preservation, Ruan Mingyue began to invoke her connections. Qiao, let me be honest with you. I am currently involved with someone named Jiao Chun, whose brother, Jiao Bin, wields considerable power and commands a substantial following. You would be better off joining us. I assure you, you will live a life of abundance, enjoying the finest luxuries. What else do you wish to know? I will tell you everything. The Jiao brothers have concealed supplies just outside the community, located on Hongbin Avenue. However, Qiao astutely sensed Ruan Mingyue's abnormalities. Her fear seemed to transcend reason. Although you and Ruan Weibao conspired against my savings and property before the apocalypse, neither in this life nor the last did you achieve your desires due to its onset. You two, as a couple, falsely claimed to be cousins. Yet you ultimately failed to inflict any substantial harm upon me. The only thing you should fear is stealing my pendant. Yet, according to your logic, you merely took a pendant without causing me harm. So why are you so terrified? You shouldn't be like this, knowing that in your heart, you have never been wrong. Others are to blame. With each word Qiao uttered, Ruan Mingyue's pallor deepened. At this juncture, Ruan Mingyue was convinced beyond doubt that Qiao had indeed been reborn. She recognized that speaking further could only lead to more trouble, so she desperately pleaded, "The reason for my fear has already been articulated by you. It is because we once plotted against your inheritance and deceived you. Beyond that, there is nothing else I have hidden from you. After we parted in the second year of the apocalypse, I never saw you again. What else could I have done to harm you? My fear stems from the fact that you too have been reborn, and naturally, I feel apprehensive." Qiao slowly crouched down, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Ruan Mingyue. "Look, your sweat has already soaked your collar. If this continues, you will freeze to death here. Will you not speak the truth?" Ruan Mingyue refused to divulge the truth. "I am afraid because I thought I was the only one reborn, the protagonist. And now it appears I am merely a supporting character. I swear I am not deceiving you. If I were, I would meet a dreadful end." Qiao scoffed, declaring that if oaths held any weight, there would not be so many people in the world. They would have all perished long ago. She gently caressed Ruan Mingyue's smooth cheek, then abruptly pressed it against the icy snow. Such a lovely visage. If it remains in close contact with the snow for too long, within minutes, circulation will cease, and it will gradually decay. Ruan Mingyue was filled with terror. She needed this face to allure Gu Qianhan and could not afford any mishaps. "Qiao, I beg you, let go, and I will tell you the truth." Yet, Qiao's grip remained as firm as iron. Desperately, Ruan Mingyue insisted, "I will speak. I will tell you everything. In our previous life, when we were still living in Hongyang community, searching for supplies, you were besieged by robbers and nearly met with disaster. That was actually Ruan Weibao's scheme. He wanted to play the hero and make you infatuated with him." Qiao still did not loosen her hold. Ruan Mingyue continued to argue. This was all Ruan Weibao's idea. I had nothing to do with it. I even urged him not to proceed with such a plan. Although Qiao believed the hero saving the beauty was a farce, she did not accept that Ruan Mingyue was uninvolved. Both she and Ruan Weibao were two of a kind. Yet Ruan Mingyue often led their actions, coming up with many of the nefarious ideas. Qiao's voice was as cold as ice. Where's Ruan Weibao now? Ruan Mingyue's cheek remained pressed against the frigid snow, the extreme cold robbing her of all sensation, leaving only an overwhelming dread. She feared for her beauty. Qiao, if you release me, I will tell you everything. Qiao sneered. If you were truly sincere, you would have already disclosed the location of Ruan Weibao's burial site. Ruan Mingyue's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Qiao. How do you know about him? Qiao's gaze was filled with derision. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, you two were still colluding in the base under the pretense of being cousins, seeking allies and stealing supplies. Yet in this life, you have parted ways with him. Clearly, an irreconcilable conflict must have arisen between you. Given your nature, those who offend you cannot expect a favorable outcome. Ruan Mingyue's face contorted with resentment as she gritted her teeth. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, he conspired with others against me, attempting to seize my space. We ultimately perished together. The first thing I did upon my rebirth was to kill him. His body is buried in the snow of Hongyang community. If you do not believe me, go find it, right below your building. Qiao, I have told you everything I know. Now, please let me go. Ruan Mingyue's voice was filled with urgency. However, a glimmer of contemplation crossed Qiao's eyes. She still had many unresolved questions and would not easily release Ruan Mingyue. Just then, an anxious call echoed from outside. Mingyue, where are you? It was Jiao Chen's voice. He had come searching for her. In that moment, Ruan Mingyue could no longer afford to consider the space pendant, only wishing to escape the clutches of Qiao. Qiao had changed, entirely different from her former self, as if she were a completely new person. If her suspicions were correct, Qiao might have already been reborn before the apocalypse struck. No wonder she had not attended school before the apocalypse as she had in her previous life. Instead, she had orchestrated a scheme to trap Ruan Weibao and Ruan Mingyue in an empty house, subjecting them to hunger and cold. Qiao must have already awakened her space at that time, gathering a wealth of supplies. With her ample savings, it was certain that she had stockpiled a considerable amount of resources. Ruan Mingyue silently vowed that she would reclaim the space pendant, and all the supplies within would belong to her. In her previous life, the space had been hers. In this life, it rightfully belonged to her. Heaven had granted her rebirth to allow her to become the protagonist of this world. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there was no fear of firewood running out. The most crucial thing now was to survive. Only by enduring could she seize back everything that belonged to her. With hope blossoming within her, Ruan Mingyue opened her mouth, ready to call out to Jiao Chen. Yet, how could Qiao permit her that opportunity? In a flash, Qiao struck with precision, delivering a blow to Ruan Mingyue's neck. Instantly, darkness enveloped her vision as she slipped into unconsciousness. Qiao quickly retrieved a towel from her space to stifle Ruan Mingyue's mouth, then crouched by the door, peering through the crack. There stood Jiao Chen, along with his brother Jiao Bin and a group of imposing followers, merely dozens of meters away. Chapter 41. Fear, where are you, Mingyue? Brother Jiao Chen called out the name of Ruan Mingyue with a face full of anxiety, his voice rising in desperation. Mingyue, my Mingyue, please respond. Brother Jiao Bin trailed behind with a group of younger followers. Their expressions varied, but none rushed. If it weren't for his deep worry for his brother's safety, Jiao Bin would never have stepped outside the community. After all, the entire city of M had been tightly controlled by the military. Their past actions, plundering resources, committing murder and robbery, left them feeling uneasy. Jiao Chen's gaze fixed on a small house ahead, and without hesitation, he hurried forward, eager to investigate. His brother quickly reached out to stop him. Why are you being so reckless? We don't even know if anyone's inside that house. Determination shone in Jiao Chen's eyes. Whether there is someone there or not, I must go in. Mingyue is missing. His brother scoffed dismissively. She's an adult, and many people saw her leave with another woman. They were probably acquaintances, reminiscing in some corner. Jiao Qin's emotions flared. Brother, you don't understand. Mingyue is so fragile. If she encounters someone with malicious intent, how could two girls resist? Seeing his brother's agitation, Jiao Bin ceased to obstruct him, but signaled to his followers behind him. The younger ones all shook their heads, and Jiao Bin realized that Mingyue's disappearance had nothing to do with them. They had the chance to act. Upon reaching the door of the small house, Jiao Chun gently knocked, his voice trembling slightly. Is anyone there? Inside, Qiao glanced at the unconscious Ruan Mingyue on the floor and chose silence. Jiao Qin knocked harder, but the outside fell eerily silent. Qiao felt a pang of unease and hurriedly pulled the unconscious Ruan Mingyue into a concealed space. Once inside, Qiao quickly found a cloth and tightly covered Ruan Mingyue's eyes. She needed to ensure that even if Ruan Mingyue woke up, she would not be able to see the hidden space. How fortunate for Ruan Mingyue, Qiao had initially not intended to let anyone step into this private domain. Yet, she had not anticipated the depth of Jiao Chen's feelings for Ruan Mingyue. In just half an hour, he had recklessly rushed out of the community, even bringing his brother and followers along. Outside, Jiao Chen lost his patience and began to kick the door. His strong frame crashed against it, sending the door crashing down. However, upon bursting into the room, he found it utterly empty. Panic surged as he frantically scanned the surroundings, filled with dread and anxiety. Brother Jiao Bin entered behind him, surveying the vacant room. I told you it was all in your head. There's no one here. Jiao Chun paced the room anxiously, delivering a heavy punch to the wall. Mingyue, she can't be in danger, can she? Jiao Bin secretly relished the situation. He hoped nothing would happen to Ruan Mingyue. To him, she was cunning, merely using his brother as a stepping stone. Only his Na'vi brother would believe she was a weak and helpless woman. Feigning calm, he said, "Don't panic. Let us head back to the community and drive around to search nearby. This isn't a viable method." With that, he pulled Jiao Chun away from the small house. It was only once their figures had completely faded from view that Qiao released Ruan Mingyue from the concealed space. Slap! A sharp strike jolted the unconscious Ruan Mingyue awake. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The sting on her cheek brought a flicker of joy. Feeling pain meant her face was intact, undamaged. However, this joy was swiftly replaced by anger as she recognized the source of the pain. Qiao, how dare you hit me? Ruan Mingyue exclaimed incredulously, unable to comprehend how the once timid and self-effacing Qiao now dared to lay hands on her. Regaining her composure, she urgently inquired, "Where is Jiao Chun? Where are the others?" "They've already left," Qiao replied tersely. Ruan Mingyue's fury erupted, cursing, "That idiot Jiao Chun. Why didn't he think to check the small house for me? What a useless fool." Qiao coldly observed her tirade, pondering deeply. At this moment, Ruan Mingyue should have guessed that she had preemptively activated the concealed space. But why had she not suspected that Qiao was hiding her there, instead blaming Jiao Chun for not searching the house? Was she deliberately feigning ignorance, attempting to deceive herself to escape? Qiao scoffed internally, no longer wishing to engage in a verbal spar with Ruan Mingyue. If Jiao Chun could find this place, others might as well. She slowly approached Ruan Mingyue, the glint of her dagger catching the dim light. Ruan Mingyue watched as Qiao closed in, her curses dwindling. "Qiao, what do you intend to do?" she asked, fear lacing her voice. Ignoring Ruan Mingyue's plea, Qiao crouched down and roughly yanked the sleeves of her down jacket. Ruan Mingyue's arms were tightly bound behind her, and though she could not see Qiao's actions, fear gnawed at her heart like ice. She had no idea what Qiao planned, but she sensed her current predicament was perilous. "Qiao, I've told you everything I know," she cried out, "about the pendant with the concealed space. I admit I stole it, but when I took it, I truly had no idea it contained a space. Otherwise, I would have returned it to you." Qiao paused momentarily, lifting her head to fix Ruan Mingyue with a piercing gaze. "You're lying. In the 4th year of the apocalypse at the M City base, you clearly encountered me. Why didn't you return the pendant?" Ruan Mingyue faltered, stammering, "I meant to return it, but Ruan Weibao wouldn't allow it." Qiao's expression turned icy in an instant. Ruan Mingyue realized she had misspoken and quickly fell silent, but it was too late. Qiao coldly remarked, not long ago. You claimed that after we parted in the second year of the apocalypse, you never saw me again. Yet now you admit you encountered me at the M-City base. As she spoke, Qiao rose and pressed the dagger against Ruan Mingyue's chin, gently lifting her face. Ruan Mingyue was consumed by terror, her nerves taut to the breaking point, tears threatening to spill. Qiao looked at Ruan Mingyue, trembling with fear, and memories of a past life flooded her mind. In that time, she had seen Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Weibao from afar at the base. They were radiant, allied with the director of the task distribution office, while she remained destitute, barely able to maintain her basic sustenance, forced to dwell in the most marginalized and impoverished corner of the base. Although she had loathed their deceit, she felt powerless to retaliate or confront them. All she desired was to survive. Her body, weakened by prolonged hunger, could only partake in the most basic tasks to sustain herself. To avoid offending the director of the task distribution office, she had to swallow her pride, pretending not to see the two and even avoiding them. In her memory, Ruan Mingyue should never have seen her at the M-City base. However, now Ruan Mingyue was deliberately concealing the fact that they had encountered each other there, especially when she mentioned the M-City base. Ruan Mingyue's fearful and guilty demeanor raised doubts in Qiao's mind. Could it be? Chapter 42. The brutal murder of Ruan Mingyue. Qiao narrowed her eyes, continuing with the task she had left unfinished. Ruan Mingyue felt a surge of excruciating pain, as though something sharp had sliced through her wrist. Warm liquid flowing forth in response. Terrified into silence, she could only plead with her helpless gaze toward Qiao. Yet, Qiao's tone grew increasingly sinister. Shortly after I spotted you at the base, the gates were breached by raiders in the dead of night. In retrospect, it is evident that there was an inside man, enabling such a stealthy infiltration without alerting the sentinels. Qiao's hands did not falter as she tugged at Ruan Mingyue's other sleeve. Bound tightly, Ruan Mingyue found herself utterly immobilized, unable to evade her fate. The dread of death engulfed her like a black hole, rendering her speechless. Her mind was awash with thoughts of pleading and justifications, yet she lacked the courage to utter a word. Fear gripped her so tightly that even breathing became a laborious task. So, you are the inside agent, are you not? Qiao's words pierced like ice. Ruan Mingyue felt the sharp blade slice in her other arm. The frigid weather rendered the dilapidated shelter nearly useless, with temperatures plummeting to around -50 degrees. In such conditions, compounded by her bleeding arm, she feared she would not survive even a minute. Suddenly, she found her voice again. Qiao, it wasn't me. It was Ruan Weibao. However, Qiao interpreted this as a confession of guilt. She coldly replied, "After seeing me at the M-City base, you feared I would remember the pendant, so you plotted to kill me beforehand, did you not?" Ruan Mingyue vehemently shook her head in denial, but Qiao remained unmoved. She continued, "In truth, had you not sought your own demise by trying to seize my pendant, I would have never uncovered the truth. In our previous life, I already knew you and Ruan Weibao were not true siblings. Yet, I chose to stay silent out of gratitude for your past assistance. When I was reborn, I had no intention of crossing paths with you again or seeking revenge. I merely wished to live peacefully. It was you who forced your way into my life, repulsing me." Ruan Mingyue realized it was futile, no matter what she said. Qiao would not believe her. She felt her lifeblood rapidly draining, her existence slipping away bit by bit. With a desperate glimmer in her eye, she suddenly said, "Qiao, I wronged you in our past life. If you kill me in this one, we shall be even. Before I die, I have a small wish, might you? For the sake of our past as classmates, grant it?" Without waiting for Qiao's response, she continued, "I wish to see your stockpiled supplies before I perish. In my previous life, when I activated my space, it was already the end of the second year of the apocalypse. I could scarcely gather any resources. Moreover, Ruan Weibao, that slothful fool, consumed most of what I collected. In this life, you were reborn early. You must have amassed a considerable stockpile. I long to see it, so I may die in peace." Yet, Qiao remained unmoved. "Whether you close your eyes or not is of no consequence to me." Ruan Mingyue was momentarily speechless, a flicker of hatred crossing her gaze. But it was fleeting as she implored, "After my death, could you keep my body in your space?" I do not wish to be discarded in the snow. The bitter cold will mangle my corpse beyond recognition. Qiao realized she was still scheming about the space, perhaps hoping to draw nearer to it for another chance at rebirth. Regardless of Ruan Mingyue's intentions, Qiao would not acquiesce. Their bond was long severed. They were enemies across 2 lifetimes. Ruan Mingyue was on the brink of death, her pallor as white as paper from blood loss, summoning the last remnants of her strength. She whispered, "Qiao, I beg you to keep my body in your space. I'm truly sorry. If there is a next life, I will surely make amends." Her words dripped with sincerity and sorrow, as if she had finally grasped the gravity of her transgressions. Gradually, she closed her eyes, appearing as serene as one who has fallen into eternal slumber. In that moment, she shed all pretense and cunning, resembling a withering flower on the verge of being swept away by the wind. They say that death extinguishes all grudges, allowing them to dissipate with the wind. However, Qiao crouched down, viciously striking Ruan Mingyue's face with her knife. Her voice dripped with scorn. "You act quite well. Even in death, you wish to enter my space." Coveting it, Ruan Mingyue exhibited no response. Qiao pressed her face into the frigid snow, yet she remained unyielding. For the sake of the space, she was even willing to sacrifice her beloved beauty. Standing tall, Qiao brought her knife down. It seemed to sever one of Ruan Mingyue's fingers. But suddenly, Ruan Mingyue let out a piercing scream, her eyes snapping open, filled with resentment toward Qiao. "You vile creature." Qiao smirked coldly. "I merely graze your arm with the back of my knife. I did not even break the skin. If you wish to feign death, at least do it convincingly." Ruan Mingyue roared in fury. "Why will you not let me be?" Qiao once more crouched down, her gaze complex. "I wish to pose the same question to you. In our past life, I never harmed any of you. Why did you relentlessly pursue me, stealing my pendant and seeking to end my life?" Ruan Mingyue expressed no remorse. "You brought this upon yourself." She was acutely aware that Qiao would never let her go and that her time was short. Thus, she cast aside all facade, her features contorting with rage. Why was I born in that patriarchal little county? You need do nothing, yet you possess a house and a fortune. Is it merely because of your fortunate birth? I refuse to accept it. I have always excelled, topping every exam, yet a single misstep in the college entrance examination robbed me of my dream university. Even after graduation, finding a job is a struggle. Teaching positions are no longer secure. And you, idling at home playing games and scrolling through your phone, need do nothing while your savings and rent will suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. Fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to obtain your pendant and unlock that space. You, a harbinger of doom, the heavens could not bear to watch, thus gifting your pendant to me. Had I not encountered you at the base, had you not cursed me with your presence, I could have lived a carefree life thanks to that space. This is all your fault. Ruan Mingyue's eyes shone with a frenzied light, as if she sought to unleash all her life's bitterness and resentment in this final moment. That wretched Ruan Weibao. I thought only of him, even confiding the secret of the space. Yet he conspired with others against me, not only stealing my space, but also plotting my death. This is all you're doing. Were it not for your appearance at the base, none of this would have transpired. I hate you. Chapter 43 Departure. Qiao stood to the side, arms crossed, silently observing Ruan Mingyue's descent into madness. Her eyes betrayed no emotion, for she understood that this individual would never confront her own mistakes, nor would she reflect upon them from the depths of her heart. Qiao's patience had long been exhausted. She no longer wished to entangle herself in the futile debate of right and wrong. The grievances of the past, the scars etched deeply within her heart, could not be soothed by mere apologies. Ruan Mingyue's hatred was, to Qiao, nothing more than a fleeting whisper, insignificant and inconsequential. Qiao's gaze gradually turned icy. With swift precision, she drew a dagger and approached Ruan Mingyue. The distance between them was so close that she could discern the twisted fury in Ruan Mingyue's eyes, filled with resentment and madness. Without hesitation, she swung the dagger, its silver arc slicing through the air and precisely severing Ruan Mingyue's throat. Blood gushed forth like a breached dam, pouring out in torrents. Qiao deftly sidestepped the splattering crimson droplets, unwilling to remain behind Ruan Mingyue. She yearned to witness firsthand the extinguishing of those once hateful eyes, avenging her former self. Ruan Mingyue's body began to convulse involuntarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Blood continued to cascade from her throat, staining her garments a vivid red and casting a pall of death over the land. Qiao observed this scene with a calm demeanor, her face betraying not a flicker of emotion, as if she were merely a spectator to a play in which she had no stake. Only when Ruan Mingyue's body lay still did Qiao slowly wipe the dagger clean on Ruan Mingyue's clothing before sheathed at her waist. Only the dead could forever guard the secrets of the space. From the moment she hung from the outer wall of Building 2, she had never intended for Ruan Mingyue to survive. She casually dug a shallow grave in a corner of the small room and buried Ruan Mingyue where she fell, as if disposing of an inconsequential object. Qiao stood within the confines of the small room, gazing at the blood-soaked earth, her heart tranquil. She knew that everything had finally come to an end. She had avenged herself and cleared the obstacles for her future. After the act of murder, Qiao had no intention of returning to Mingri Jiyuan. Firstly, Jiao Chun and others were still searching for Ruan Mingyue's whereabouts. After all, she had left the community alongside Ruan Mingyue, and it was only a matter of time before Jiao Chun and the others caught on. Although dealing with them was not a daunting task, the military had now stationed in M City, and she wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Secondly, there was the presence of Gu Qianhan. Her instincts told her that Gu Qianhan was an exceedingly dangerous figure. She simply wished to navigate this apocalyptic world in peace, without entangling herself with such a formidable individual. This decision took Qiao a mere 3 seconds to make. There was no hesitation, no doubt. Though the residence at Mingri Jian had been meticulously crafted, everything within its confines was backed up and could be replicated at any moment. Her acquaintance with Lin Feifei, Lu Chun, and others was still brief, lacking any deep emotional ties. With no unbreakable bonds to keep her tethered, the decision to leave came naturally. She summoned an SUV from her space, crashing it through the already fragile rear wall, and sped away in an entirely opposite direction from Mingri Jian. She did not look back. Everything here was but a transient encounter for her. Whether it was Ruan Mingyue in the snow or Gu Qianhan waiting for her at Building 13, in her eyes, survival was the sole priority. In downloaded materials, she had developed a yearning for a place known as Taiwei Mountain, spanning nearly 10,000 square kilometers. This vast expanse was marred by a foreboding restricted zone occupying 2/3 of its area. Before the apocalypse, the terrain here was complex and ever-changing. Mountains rose and fell, peaks interlaced, as if meticulously sculpted by nature, yet fraught with perilous threats. Within the restricted zone, toxic gases coiled like specters in the air, deterring any thought of venture. Poisonous flora thrived in abundance, appearing as malignant growths of the earth, exuding a lethal allure and danger. These toxic plants and gases wove an invisible net of death, rendering Taiwei Mountain's restricted zone a genuine no-man's land. As the apocalypse descended, the world succumbed to chaos and turmoil. Humanity, in pursuit of survival, flocked to resource-rich metropolises, seeking refuge. Yet, the restricted zone of Taiwei Mountain seemed a forsaken corner, neglected and untraversed by the brave. The relentless snowfall and frigid temperatures buried the venomous creatures, plants, and gases beneath 5 stories of snow, igniting Qiao's adventurous spirit. She consulted the map. Taiwei Mountain lay approximately 1,000 miles away. With the heavy snowfall ceased and the snow surface hardened by low temperatures, her SUV equipped with anti-slip chains could traverse the sparsely populated lands. Reaching the destination within a few days, she intended to retreat into the depths of the mountains, away from the clamor and strife of the apocalypse. Within her space lay an abandoned shipping container that, with a little arrangement, could serve as a splendid refuge. The vehicle carved a graceful arc across the pristine snow, mirroring the exhilaration coursing through Qiao's heart, free and unrestrained. However, in the living room of room 1001 in Building 13 of Mingri Jian, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Are you certain Qiao merely went downstairs to collect supplies? Gu Qianhan's voice was low yet laden with an unyielding force, causing Lin Feifei to tremble involuntarily. She timidly glanced at Gu Qianhan and nodded. Yes, Sister Qiao said she would return shortly. Gu Qianhan glanced at the watch on his wrist. Qiao had been gone for a full hour. A sense of foreboding quietly emerged in his heart. He picked up binoculars, scanning the crowd queued for supplies within the community. Yet Qiao's figure remained elusive. Returning to the adjacent room, 1002, he began packing essential supplies into his space. In recent days, apart from training his body, he had been busy disassembling and reorganizing supplies, compressing space to maximize its utility. Although he did not fully comprehend why he was doing this or why he felt compelled to take these supplies while searching for Qiao, he had no time to ponder. He only knew that if he missed this opportunity, he might never see Qiao again. Mingri Jiyuan was already situated on the outskirts of M City. After driving for a mere 10 minutes, the silhouette of M City vanished from his rearview mirror. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief and prepared to continue onward, he suddenly spotted a vague black, looming ominously in the darkness ahead. He slammed on the brakes and quickly grabbed the binoculars to observe. Through the lens, a well-equipped, formidable convoy came into view. Their attire was markedly different from that of the official military, resembling more of a private organization. Chapter 44. Finally in hand, recalling the harrowing experience that Gu Qianhan and her companions faced a few days ago with armed robbers, along with the bullet holes in their vehicle and Lu Chen's gunshot wound. Qiao could not help but speculate that the individuals before her might be the very culprits behind it all. The military currently held a firm grip on City M, rendering these nefarious forces incapable of acting brazenly within the city limits. They could only lurk in the surrounding areas, waiting to prey upon travelers like her. However, it was too late to turn back now. They had already discovered her presence and were rapidly closing in. Qiao fixed her gaze on the approaching convoy, yet she felt no hint of panic. Raising her binoculars, her heart surged with excitement at the sight before her. Firearms, the coveted treasures she had long desired. Handguns and submachine guns glinted ominously in the hands of these men. Even more exhilarating was the sight of a figure hanging from the car door, with grenades strapped to his waist. Qiao wiped away the non-existent drool from the corner of her mouth. These weapons would be hers. The mere thought of these arms being replicated at no cost filled her with joy. Who would dare provoke her? Anyone who tried would receive a grenade in return. But after her initial thrill, Qiao quickly regained her composure. She was acutely aware that the enemy's convoy consisted of 3 vehicles: an SUV, a van, and a small truck. The interior of the SUV and the van was difficult to discern, while the truck's bed was empty, clearly intended for cargo. She estimated that there were around a dozen adversaries, while she stood alone. Not only were they numerous, but they were also armed, whereas she possessed no firearms at all. Her Wolf Fong Club and Black Zai were utterly trivial in comparison to their weaponry. Yet, Qiao did not falter. She quietly opened her car door and stealthily slipped behind the vehicle. She knew they likely had binoculars and could capture her every move. But this was precisely what she wanted, to make them believe she had fled the vehicle, thus lowering their guard. Using the rear of the car as cover, she stealthily crawled under the SUV, utilizing this natural concealment to enter the space. However, the place she entered was also where she had emerged from. Therefore, she could not remain in the driver's seat. She would be unable to fight effectively. Inside the space, Qiao could clearly observe the surroundings within a 5-meter radius of the entrance. She patiently awaited the arrival of her prey. The convoy halted 20 meters away, ceasing its advance. Although she could not see what was happening on that side, her ears were attuned like radar, capturing every delicate sound. The screech of brakes, hushed whispers, and the faint sound of footsteps heightened her heart rate, igniting a sense of tension within her. "Boss, why is there no movement? Should I get out and check?" inquired a somewhat impatient voice. Moments later, a deep and commanding voice replied, "Go ahead." Qiao focused intently on the view from beneath the vehicle, watching as 2 individuals cautiously approached, inspecting the interior and the surroundings, even scrutinizing every corner beneath the car. Her heart raced, but her exterior remained composed and calm. "Boss, No one is here. They must have been scared off, one of them reported. This vehicle is quite nice, looks brand new. I wonder which rich kid came to City M and got frightened away, the other jested. Indeed, a little while later, the figure referred to as the boss approached. Through the binoculars, I saw it was a woman, and she seems quite attractive. Otherwise, we should drive after her and enjoy ourselves. Ever since the military moved into City M a couple of days ago, we haven't had any fun. Qiao could not help but smirk inwardly, knowing her opportunity was about to present itself. From her vantage point beneath the vehicle, she observed countless legs moving about. She counted and saw at least 9 individuals. However, she was aware that others likely remained in the vehicles. Yet this did not deter her plan. She kept her focus outside, searching for the optimal moment to strike. At last, she spotted a man heavily armed. He had a handgun holstered on his thigh, a submachine gun in his right hand, and 2 grenades hanging from his waist. This man was her target. When he wandered alone to the back of the SUV, Qiao acted swiftly, grasping his foot and pulling him into the space. Outside, a terrified scream pierced the air, only to be abruptly silenced. The chaos and clamor of the outside world felt distant and unconnected to her. The horrified scream and the frantic calls of her pursuers searching for their missing companion had no impact on her. Within the confines of the space, she felt like a deity presiding over life and death, coldly observing her prey beneath her. Before he could fully comprehend the sudden turn of events, Qiao seized a heavy stone and struck it down upon his head with force. After a dull thud, silence enveloped the scene, leaving behind disarray and a foreboding dark red stain. She quickly confiscated his handgun, submachine gun, and grenades, tossing them all into the replication machine. The machine whirred to life, producing identical weapons one after another. Faced with a veritable mountain of weaponry, she revealed the most genuine smile she had worn since the apocalypse began. Yet, the external danger had not dissipated. The group was anxiously calling for their missing companion, Yubo, their weapons tightly gripped, and some were even peering beneath the vehicle once more. But how could Qiao be found there? She remained hidden within the space. Boss, this car feels cursed. We should head back. That woman must be some kind of monster, one of them remarked. Monster? Do you think this is a television drama? The apocalypse has struck. Even animals could become sentient, another replied. As the figure dubbed the boss decided to retreat, Qiao recognized her moment had arrived. She pulled the pin from a grenade, stowed the SUV in the space, and hurled the grenade out with all her might. 1, 2, 3. She continued to throw grenades until all her enemies encircling the SUV lay lifeless. Their vehicles were parked 20 meters away. Some had sensed something amiss and attempted to turn back. But at that moment, Qiao possessed extraordinary strength, effortlessly tossing grenades into the convoy. With a series of deafening explosions, the convoy was engulfed in flames and smoke. Originally, Qiao had intended to collect their vehicles and supplies as well, but she understood that her strength was insufficient for such an undertaking. Simultaneously, she was curious about whether they concealed even more formidable weapons and insidious plans. Yet, regrettably, she no longer had the opportunity to investigate. However, none of that mattered anymore. She had finally acquired the coveted item she had long sought. She discarded the body from the space, released the SUV, and continued on her journey. A glance at the handgun quietly resting in the passenger seat brought a smile to her lips. Yet, that smile had not lingered long before the silhouette of the convoy reappeared ahead. Chapter 45, Danger Damn It. Qiao could not help but mutter a curse under her breath. Before her lay an unprecedentedly large convoy, 10 vehicles marching forth with a formidable presence, far surpassing the previous 3 small cars. Among them, 2 enormous trucks were laden with plundered supplies, their armed personnel vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Based on their attire, vehicles, and weaponry, it was evident that this was the stronghold of the earlier assailants. Alternatively, the dozen or so individuals could merely be the advance guard of this grand convoy, and the man referred to as the boss might merely be a minor squad leader. Perhaps the main force had heard the earlier explosion and arrived to provide support. Qiao was acutely aware that confronting this group head-on would be tantamount to striking a rock with an egg. Without hesitation, she resolved to flee. Swiftly reversing, she sped away in the opposite direction. The earlier strategy of overcoming the few with the many might have worked when the numbers were smaller, but now, faced with an overwhelming force that could number 70, 80, or even 100, her chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Yet, 3 heavily modified off-road vehicles suddenly broke away from the convoy, shadowing her closely and relentlessly pursuing her rear. The engines of these off-road vehicles roared, releasing a speed far superior to her own, the gap between them closing mercilessly. Qiao's palms were slick with perspiration, surrounded by the vast expanse of pristine snow. Devoid of any cover, was she truly to vanish into thin air before the eyes of so many? What if these individuals guarded the perimeter? Would she be trapped indefinitely? A hasty glance at her spatial timer revealed less than 5 days remaining. She could not afford to be ensnared by these pursuers. However, the off-road vehicles were drawing ever closer, even beginning to fire upon her. Bullets rained down like hail, and she dodged with remarkable agility. But her vehicle ultimately fell victim to their fire. With the urgency of her reincarnated existence weighing heavily upon her, she had focused solely on stockpiling supplies, leaving no time to modify her vehicle. With the gunfire ringing out incessantly, the rear window shattered in an instant, followed by the front window meeting the same fate. The vehicle skidded violently, as if the right rear tire had also been struck. She fought with all her might to maintain control. Fortunately, she had preemptively replicated a new off-road vehicle within her space. Otherwise, the loss would have been unbearable. Just days prior, she had discovered that small objects could be directly placed into the replicator, while larger items, like her vehicle, could shrink if she concentrated on duplicating them while her hand rested upon it. Remarkably, upon retrieval, they would revert to their original size. At this moment, she glanced at the enemy vehicles through the rearview mirror, also black off-road vehicles, but their speed, collision resistance, and bulletproof capabilities far exceeded those of her own. How wonderful it would be to secure one of those vehicles within her space. Yet, such an opportunity seemed exceedingly remote. Resolutely, she decided that since only these 3 off-road vehicles were pursuing her, they might suspect she was armed, but they could never fathom the existence of her miraculous replicator. Qiao gradually reduced her speed, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while clutching a grenade with the other, her teeth biting down on the safety pin, preparing to hurl this deadly bomb behind her. A life-and-death showdown was imminent. Just then, a military green off-road vehicle appeared ahead. Was that a military vehicle? But why was there only one? She glanced again in the rearview mirror and saw that the pursuing vehicles showed no signs of hesitation, seemingly dismissing this solitary military vehicle entirely. These individuals were truly audacious, reckless to the core. Had they been ordinary people, the sight of a military vehicle would have sent them fleeing in terror. How could they continue their pursuit? The gunfire from behind intensified, even spilling towards the military vehicle ahead. On the icy expanse, the military green off-road faced off against 4 black ones, the tension palpable. Without hesitation, Qiao hurled the grenade backward. Then, freeing her hands, she raised her binoculars to observe the approaching vehicle. To her astonishment, it was Gu Qianhan. Though she could not discern his expression, she felt the suffocating pressure emanating from him, a palpable force felt even from hundreds of meters away. She would not naively assume he had come to find her. Emotions in the apocalypse were complex and fragile, incapable of transcending life and death. Even if he truly sought her, she would not feel elated. His arrival had completely disrupted her plans. She could have used the bomb to destroy the 3 vehicles behind her and slipped away into her space under the cover of the ensuing smoke. What was she to do now? Surely, she could not annihilate Gu Qianhan as well. Though she was ruthless, she had not descended to the level of indiscriminate slaughter. Moreover, she had no desire to offend the Gu family. Turning her gaze back, she saw the 3 off-road vehicles still intact, continuing their pursuit. Distracted by Gu Qianhan's presence, she had failed to accurately throw the bombs. Indeed, his presence only slowed her progress against her pursuers. Amidst the hail of bullets, Qiao's vehicle narrowly brushed past Gu Qianhan's military off-road. In that fleeting moment, he shouted, "You go first." Hearing those words, she caught a glimpse of the urgency, concern, and a complicated mix of emotions on his face, causing her heart to tremble slightly. This man had truly come for her. With no time for reflection, she instinctively sprang into action. She swiftly tossed the submachine gun and grenades from the passenger seat into Gu Qianhan's vehicle. Time was of the essence. She could not spare even a moment for words. Yet, she distinctly perceived the flicker of joy in Gu Qianhan's eyes as their vehicles intersected for that brief instant. In the rearview mirror, his military off-road charged forward like an enraged beast, colliding fiercely with the pursuing vehicle, flipping it over in a breathtaking scene. However, the other two pursuers remained undeterred by Gu Qianhan's fierce assault, steadfast in their pursuit of Qiao. She slammed the accelerator, and just ahead, an abandoned factory loomed into view. Upon seeing this, Gu Qianhan immediately turned his vehicle around, chasing the remaining two off-road vehicles. His right hand gripped the steering wheel tightly, while his left aimed the submachine gun out the window, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets at the enemies ahead. One of the off-road vehicles fell prey to Gu Qianhan's relentless assault, but the other continued to pursue Qiao closely. The vehicles behind her pursued furiously, bullets raining down incessantly in a deafening chorus. Qiao gripped the steering wheel tightly, an exhilarating thrill surging within her. This scene felt as though it had leapt straight out of a movie, so thrilling. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as a bullet whizzed past her ear. The rush of air was sharp and fierce. The rearview mirror shattered in an instant, shards flying everywhere. Qiao's ears rang as if they had been seared by flames, an unbearable pain striking her suddenly, causing her to gasp sharply. Warm blood trickled down like fine rain, staining her cheeks and clothing, filling the vehicle with a heavy scent of blood. Chapter 46. What an exhilarating experience. The pain. It truly hurts. Qiao had no time to concern herself with the minor wound. In this apocalyptic world, merely surviving is a tremendous blessing from the heavens. Losing an ear? What does that matter? As long as life persists, hope remains. Moreover, she could still distinctly hear the deafening roar of the engines and the sharp whistle of bullets slicing through the air from the vehicles behind her. This indicated that her hearing had not been compromised. Yet, the distance was great and the force of the shots was formidable. It was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a standard submachine gun. Could it be a sniper rifle? A wave of indescribable ecstasy surged within Qiao. She had to acquire that sniper rifle. She pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle surged forth like a wild stallion, recklessly charging into the abandoned factory. Inside the factory, the atmosphere was dim and silent, with sporadic metallic clinks echoing hauntingly in the vast space, adding a chilling aura to the desolate ruins. The gaping hole in the roof resembled an eye of the sky, with snowflakes drifting down, blanketing parts of the machinery, further enhancing the desolation. Qiao swiftly retrieved some blood from her storage, pouring it over herself without hesitation. Then, she climbed out of the vehicle, leaving a gruesome trail of blood that wound its way down the car door to the lifeless body on the ground, a shocking crimson. She lay on the cold, snowy ground, holding her breath, quietly awaiting the approach of the vehicles behind her. Moments later, the pursuing off-road vehicle slowly entered the factory, still 100 meters from where Qiao had parked. However, the wheels did not halt, continuing to roll forward at a leisurely pace. Inside the vehicle, besides the driver, there were three others, each armed. A slightly plump man in the back seat fidgeted restlessly, his hand poised above the door switch, as if ready to exit and investigate the situation. In the passenger seat, a lean man with piercing eyes coldly remarked, "Be cautious." He raised the sniper rifle in his hands and, without hesitation, fired a shot at the Qiao on the ground. The gunshot echoed, yet the woman on the ground remained as motionless as a statue. The plump man in the back seat reported to the front, "Wu Gu, this woman should be dead." However, they were oblivious to the fact that Qiao was currently hidden in her space, merely half a meter from the corpse on the ground. Her heart raced with lingering fear, thankful for her timely change of plans. Initially, she had intended to lie on the ground, seizing the chaos to retrieve the sniper rifle and their modified off-road vehicle into her space, then releasing a bomb to take them all down. Yet at the critical moment, an intense sense of unease surged within her. It was an instinct, a warning from the depths of her soul. Perhaps it was the vigilance and caution she had cultivated over 4 years of survival in the apocalypse that had now come into play. Thus, she found a doll in her space, dressed it, adorned it with a wig, and meticulously disguised it as a body lying on the ground. Veusha, seated in the passenger seat, commanded, "Drive closer. Let us see if her vehicle is still operational. It looks quite new. If we take it back and modify it, it should be useful." The vehicle gradually came to a stop. The doors opened, and the two men in black clothing, armed with weapons, cautiously exited the vehicle. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and wariness, prepared for any sudden danger. Wu Zhe also disembarked, carefully inspecting the factory before announcing, "The factory is secure. No signs of life detected." Upon hearing this, the two in front finally relaxed. They knew Wu Zhe was a top assassin before the apocalypse, unmatched in reconnaissance abilities. If he declared the factory safe, it undoubtedly was. Even the driver felt reassured and stepped out of the vehicle. Having observed that the driver of the opposing vehicle was a woman, and a rather attractive one at that. With 2 months having passed in the apocalypse, beautiful women had become increasingly scarce. Since she had just died, her body should still be warm. They three likely wouldn't be interested, leaving a golden opportunity for him. The 2 men in the back seat meticulously searched the surroundings, not even overlooking Qiao's heavily damaged off-road vehicle, riddled with bullet holes and shattered glass. Ultimately, their gazes converge upon the submachine gun firmly gripped in Qiao's hands. "Look, she still has plenty of bullets in that gun," the plump man exclaimed with excitement. However, Wu Zhe's expression darkened instantly. He recognized that weapon. It belonged to their team. "Fool, that gun is you Bo's." Wu Zhe's tone was frigid and devoid of warmth. "Ah, Wu Ge, are you saying this woman single-handedly took down Bo Zi and Captain Hao and their crew?" The other man gasped in disbelief, astonished. "Just her alone?" Wu Zhe nodded gravely, a hint of respect and concern in his eyes. "It appears so." He continued his analysis. "As you observed, that military off-road vehicle appeared later. Previously, it was just this woman fighting alone. She managed to single-handedly defeat our 3 vehicles and over 10 men." Images of his confrontation with this woman began to surface in Wu Zhe's mind, and he found himself curious and eager. If he faced this woman, who would emerge victorious? What a pity, Wu Zhe murmured to himself. He thought that had this woman survived, he would certainly plead with Boss Xie to recruit her into their ranks. After all, there were very few formidable female members within the current team. Yet, when he cautiously unveiled the wig covering her head, what met his gaze was nothing more than an ordinary doll. The doll seemed to carry a mocking smile, ridiculing his underestimation and carelessness. "Damn it, we've been tricked." Veusha bellowed in fury. He never imagined he would fall prey to a woman's ruse. "Stay concealed." Wu Zhe quickly issued the command. The 4 seasoned veterans reacted swiftly to this sudden turn of events, each seeking shelter. Wu Zhe excelled among them, his movements agile and decisive, instantly assessing the gravity of the situation. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. The most likely scenario was that there were more than one opponent. They must be hiding nearby. And this woman was merely bait to draw them in. No wonder she could take down over 10 of them. It turned out she was not alone. Such a grave oversight. Yet, there were no other tire tracks around the factory. Where could they be hiding? The doll was positioned a mere 2 meters from Qiao's off-road vehicle. The 4 men almost instinctively chose to take refuge in this very vehicle as a temporary sanctuary. At this moment, the outside was enveloped in silence. There was no sound, nor could they sense any signs of life. Wu Zhe's gaze swept across the empty factory, attempting to capture any suspicious traces. However, aside from the cold machinery and scattered debris, he found nothing. He instinctively felt for the sniper rifle that should have been in his hands. Yet, at that very moment, an indescribable fear surged within him, causing cold sweat to break out all over his body. What was happening? Wu Zhe was astonished to discover that the sniper rifle in his possession had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 47. Alas, how annoying at this moment. Qiao was exploring the space, handling the sniper rifle she had acquired from Wu Zhe. In her hands, the weapon felt exceptionally comfortable, as if it had been tailor-made for her. Its body was a profound black, with smooth and elegant lines that exuded a chilling and lethal beauty. Qiao gently caressed the cold surface of the rifle, savoring the heavy sense of security it bestowed upon her. From this moment onward, she harbored no more reservations. In this apocalyptic world, she was determined to emerge unscathed. Just moments ago, as Wu Zhe noticed the peculiarities of the corpse, she silently extended a hand from her space, seizing the sniper rifle from his grasp. Wu Zhe's overconfidence became the root of his failure. While there were indeed no living beings in the factory who could have anticipated that Qiao possessed such a space, this confrontation was destined from the outset to be an asymmetrical battle. Outside the space, Wu Zhe had already drawn the pistol tucked at his waist. Yet as time passed, he began to deeply doubt his once prized reconnaissance abilities. His mind insisted that there were no living creatures within 100 meters. Nevertheless, the sniper rifle had inexplicably vanished. With no one around, he dared not act recklessly and could only observe his surroundings with utmost caution, as if every whisper of wind could set his nerves aflame. Within the confines of the space, Qiao had made ample preparations. Not only had she loaded her submachine gun with ammunition, but she had also prepared a series of grenades for emergencies. Finally, Wu Zhe detected something amiss nearby. However, when he looked up, he was met with the sight of a gun barrel suspended in midair, accompanied by a torrential downpour of bullets. The ferocity of the firepower forced him to take refuge within the battered all-terrain vehicle, which, having endured the ravages of war, now appeared as though it could disintegrate at any moment, emitting mournful creaks. Qiao observed as Wu Zhe and his three companions cowered beneath her onslaught, too fearful to show their faces. Emerging from her space, she continued to fire while slowly retreating until she reached the modified all-terrain vehicle that had long piqued her interest. Without hesitation, she absorbed it into her space. Then, with one hand gripping her weapon and the other clutching a grenade, she pulled the pin and hurled it without a moment's doubt. Something felt amiss. Instinctively, Wu Zhe raised his pistol and squeezed the trigger, the bullet whistling through the air toward the grenade. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, the brilliant firelight and shockwave instantly consuming the surrounding air. The dilapidated all-terrain vehicle trembled in the wake of the blast, as if it too sensed the harrowing struggle for survival. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Grenades flew through the air like meteors, and no matter how precise Wu Zhe's marksmanship was, he could not withstand this relentless tide of assault. He kept pulling the trigger, bullets pouring forth like a torrential rain, but the ammunition in his magazine dwindled rapidly. The three men behind him, aware of their lack of skill, passed their pistols to Wu Zhe, hoping to prolong their defense a little longer with his superior aim. However, bullets inevitably run out. In this apocalyptic world, ammunition was already exceedingly scarce. Of course, he had never encountered a monster like the one before him, who seemed to have an endless supply of bullets. Looking at the last bullet in his magazine, a bitter smile crept across his lips. He knew he had no way out. He aimed the gun at his throat, his eyes filled with resolve. In this world, only he had the right to decide his fate. He, Wu Zhe, would never surrender. With a deafening roar, Qiao swiftly retreated into her space. In that instant, she profoundly appreciated the significance of possessing such a space, a miraculous boon. Otherwise, she would likely have perished. Through the veil of her space, she witnessed her battered all-terrain vehicle disintegrate into dust amidst the flames of the explosion. The sheer power of the blast exceeded her imagination, mercilessly consuming Wu Zhe and his three companions, their forms twisting and fading into nothingness, leaving no intact bodies behind. Qiao understood in her heart that there was no need for further confirmation. There could be no survivors in that place. Moreover, the factory trembled violently in the aftermath of the explosion, heralding the brutality and carnage of this battle. Debris scattered, dust swirling, chaos reigned. She lingered in her space, taking a moment to catch her breath. Outside the factory, the distant sound of gunfire erupted fiercely, weaving a chaotic symphony, a testament to the ongoing skirmish. Soon after, the thunderous roar of bombs followed, chillingly resonating through every inch of air. 5 minutes slipped by unnoticed. The gunfire gradually waned, replaced by the deafening sound of something being torn apart by explosives. Within her space, Qiao clenched her fists, her heart tumultuous. The appearance of Gu Qianhan and his resolute words, "You go first," felt like a boulder cast into her previously tranquil heart, creating ripples of turmoil. He had come to her, not the other way around, she murmured to herself, attempting to convince her mind. He had urged her to leave first. Why should she return? Don't think. Don't look. Don't listen. She repeatedly admonished herself. Logic dictated she should distance herself from danger. Without him, she could easily handle these adversaries on her own. Yet, every time she recalled Gu Qianhan's words, "You go first," that inner conflict surged like a tide. Qiao paced back and forth within her space, her heart brimming with agitation. After all, he would become the master of the Gu family, impervious to death. She consoled herself with this reasoning, but he had not encountered her in his past life, nor was there a situation like today's. The memories of her previous life flooded back, deepening her turmoil. Alas, how vexing! She could not help but grasp her hair, her heart filled with contradictions and struggles. Gu Qianhan was a perilous individual. If he were to perish here today, wouldn't that eliminate a troublesome matter? Chapter 48. Indomitable spirit Gu Qianhan was an exceedingly perilous individual. Should he perish here today, it would undoubtedly spare her from a considerable entanglement. Nevertheless, regardless of the turmoil within her thoughts, Qiao was acutely aware that she could not remain indifferent to Gu Qianhan's plight, since she could not bear to abandon him. She resolved not to squander any more precious time. With determination, she stepped out of the confines of her space. Through the shattered glass window, she gazed at the battlefield outside. Gu Qianhan was valiantly maneuvering a military SUV amidst a hail of bullets, exhibiting remarkable bravery. Yet, two black off-road vehicles unleashed an exceptionally fierce barrage of fire. His vehicle bore numerous bullet holes, and the rear had even been struck by an explosive, placing him in a dire situation. The previously overturned SUV had resumed its pursuit. Within the black off-road vehicles, the driver was intensely focused on steering, while the others relentlessly attacked Gu Qianhan. This was not a mere 2-on-1 confrontation, but rather an overwhelming 8-on-1 disparity. Moreover, Gu Qianhan was preoccupied with driving and fending off the enemy's assaults. If this continued, his defeat was inevitable. Contemplating Gu Qianhan's future role as the commander of the base in City M, where he would undoubtedly benefit the local populace, she thought to herself, he could not die here. He should not die here. She swiftly bound together more than 10 bombs, duplicating them into 4 sets for contingencies. Qiao released her SUV from her space, charging towards the 3 entangled enemy vehicles like a wild stallion. Upon seeing Qiao return, Gu Qianhan's eyes flickered, and an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. She had come back. Her willingness to return signified that she still held him in her heart. Qiao drove alongside Gu Qianhan, raising the bombs in her hands. "I will throw the bombs. You focus on shooting." Gu Qianhan gazed at the seemingly inconspicuous yet remarkably powerful explosives, his lips twitching in disbelief and amusement at Qiao's audacious plan. Just as he was about to offer a warning, Qiao interrupted him. She accelerated her vehicle, showcasing its agility. The enemy's SUVs were comparable in size to Qiao's, but their heavy modifications rendered them cumbersome. While they could rapidly gain speed in pursuit, they lacked the nimbleness of Qiao's vehicle in close quarters. Seizing the opportune moment, she hurled a cluster of bombs towards one of the enemy SUVs. Gu Qianhan, seeing this, could only shake his head in resignation before raising his pistol and aiming at the target. Before the apocalypse, he frequently visited shooting ranges to release his pent-up emotions. Occasionally, during international business trips, he would take the opportunity to engage in legal hunting. His marksmanship was naturally precise. The gunfire erupted, and the bombs detonated instantaneously, engulfing one SUV in a fiery explosion, reducing it to countless fragments, with human bodies, weapons, and debris scattered across the ground. A finger even flew towards Qiao's windshield, which she disdainfully brushed aside. Observing the devastation, another black SUV quickly turned to flee. Yet Gu Qianhan would not let this opportunity slip away. He aimed for the vehicle's tire, hitting it squarely, causing the SUV to lose its balance. Qiao seized the chance to throw a grenade, which seemed almost sentient as it slipped through the SUV's window, triggering a violent explosion. Qiao did not relent, continuing to hurl bombs. Gu Qianhan realized it was too late to stop her and could only watch helplessly as vehicles, weapons, and personnel were obliterated in the unending explosions. However, there was no trace of regret on Gu Qianhan's face. Rather, a tender smile emerged. He too had his eyes set on that modified SUV and its weapons. But upon reflection, he deemed it more satisfying to obliterate them than to struggle for possession. With the immediate threat neutralized, Gu Qianhan contemplated exiting the vehicle to join Qiao. A chasm of several dozen meters lay between them, yet it felt as though an entire world separated them. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust of explosions, ultimately resting on Qiao at the steering wheel of her SUV. She sat resolutely amidst the chaos, her expression serene, as if capable of devouring the tumult of the world around her. It was reminiscent of that night when she had dispatched Li Wanhao's gang, remaining composed while perusing her book, perhaps even more so now, for this time he had witnessed it all firsthand. He pondered, realizing he had irrevocably fallen for this woman. Had anyone told him in the past that he would come to love a woman so deeply as to risk everything for her, he would have scoffed at the notion. Yet, at this moment, he had completely contravened his own intentions. He disregarded his personal safety, disrupting the carefully laid plans to evade the Gu family's surveillance, and dashed out of the compound solely to seek her presence. In the face of the enemy's fierce gunfire, he unhesitatingly stepped forward, intent on rescuing her from peril. At that moment, a torrent of intense emotions surged within him. He had never felt such anxiety, such a sense of loss and longing. Confronted with contracts worth millions, his father's favoritism, and the schemes of a half-brother, he had never been so restless and uneasy. Just as Gu Qianhan was about to alight from the vehicle, Qiao's urgent shout rang out like thunder. "Run! Their main force is approaching, armed with even more weapons." Gu Qianhan snapped his head up, and in the distance, he beheld a vast contingent advancing rapidly towards them. Chapter 49. The confession space in the midst of their hasty escape. The urgency of the moment had distracted them from their bearings. Now, as they surveyed their surroundings, the traces of City had long vanished, leaving them amidst an expanse of unending snow, directionless and lost. Qiao anxiously turned to Gu Qianhan. "Do you know where we are? How far are we from City?" City, with its military protection, represented their only hope for temporary safety. Gu Qianhan scanned the area, spotting a solitary abandoned factory standing desolately in the snow. Its entrance and sign were entirely obscured by the blizzard, rendering its identity unrecognizable. "I have no idea. I can't recall," he replied, shaking his head in resignation. In a state of growing desperation, Qiao swiftly maneuvered the vehicle, seeking a path to safety. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of Gu Qianhan's arm and shoulder, where dark stains of blood were faintly visible on his black winter attire, nearly imperceptible unless examined closely. He must have sustained injuries during the recent skirmish. "How many shots did you take?" she inquired. Gu Qianhan responded nonchalantly, "It's nothing." Qiao sighed inwardly, finding his answer utterly unhelpful. The pursuing vehicles from behind were closing in, and despite the excruciating pain he endured, Gu Qianhan remained composed, issuing commands. "Qiao, drive your SUV in front of my vehicle." Although perplexed, Qiao trusted Gu Qianhan's extensive combat experience and complied. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Gu Qianhan swiftly exited, gesturing with his hand, and to her astonishment, Qiao's SUV seemed to vanish into thin air. Was this a spatial phenomenon? Did Gu Qianhan possess such an ability? In this day and age, had space become as common as cabbages? Gu Qianhan, perceiving her astonishment, succinctly stated, "The situation is urgent. I will explain later. My gunshot wound requires immediate attention, or else I risk losing my entire arm." With that, he promptly took his seat in the passenger side. And Qiao, too preoccupied to ponder further, climbed into the spacious military SUV and drove away. The formidable presence of Gu Qianhan's vehicle successfully obscured them from the enemy's line of sight, leaving them unaware that he had concealed the car within the spatial realm. Qiao suddenly grasped his intent. while Gu Qianhan retrieved bandages, alcohol, tweezers, and other medical supplies from the space. With the window of the driver's side shattered and the biting cold wind surging in, Qiao quickly seized clothing from the back seat, using it to block the opening in an attempt to create a relatively warm environment for Gu Qianhan's treatment. In the frigid temperature of -50°, treating a wound on his arm and shoulder without removing his clothing was impossible. Therefore, he first produced a mobile power source and an electric heater, placing them inside the vehicle to dispel the chill before gradually loosening his attire. Qiao cranked the vehicle's heater to maximum while vigilantly monitoring the relentless pursuit through the rearview mirror. Despite their heavy equipment and limited speed, she dared not relax in the slightest. The weaponry wielded by their pursuers was formidable enough to instill fear, and the unfamiliar terrain added to their anxiety, leaving them uncertain of any potential ambushes lurking nearby. Additionally, M-City now enjoyed the steadfast protection of the military. The once rampant criminal forces had fled like startled birds from their former stage. Yet, amidst the seemingly tranquil snowfield, who could guarantee that beyond the enemies at their heels, no other similar organizations lay in wait, poised to strike? While Qiao's mind wrestled with these complex considerations, her peripheral vision caught an undeniable sight. Gu Qianhan, partially undressed, revealed a robust physique. His bronze-toned torso was exposed to the frigid air, muscles taut and defined, with a chiseled abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. Gu Qianhan moved with remarkable speed and precision, using tweezers to extract the bullet lodged within him. His left arm and shoulder bore gaping wounds, blood seeping continuously, staining the fabric around his waist. Yet, he appeared impervious to the pain, executing the procedure with ruthless determination. Even though the wound was not hers, Qiao felt a pang of anguish in her heart. She focused intently on driving, striving to maintain stability and minimize the jostling that might exacerbate Gu Qianhan's suffering. Blood flowed from the wound, tracing the contours of his abdominal muscles before disappearing into the shirt wrapped around his waist. A tremor of concern coursed through Qiao, and she quickly retracted her wandering thoughts, refocusing her attention on the road ahead. Meanwhile, Gu Qianhan, despite enduring indescribable agony, could not help but smirk slightly, having noticed Qiao stealing glances at him during her moment of distraction. Regrettably, the frigid temperature proved unbearable, compelling him to don his clothing once more. He gazed at Qiao, who was deeply engrossed in driving, pondering his choice of words. He never expected he would feel nervous or afraid. Finally summoning his courage, he ventured, "Actually, I possess a spatial realm." Qiao's grip on the steering wheel faltered slightly, her heart racing at his unexpected revelation. Oh my, why did he suddenly mention this? She thought. She had no desire to know. She could pretend she hadn't heard anything, even feign amnesia. After all, in this world, the more one knows, the swifter the demise. Sensing her tension, Gu Qianhan nonetheless pressed on. It's similar to the spaces described in novels, where one can store items. Qiao, feeling cornered, replied, "No need. I don't wish to know about that." However, Gu Qianhan seemed oblivious to her reluctance, continuing, "My space is approximately 200 square meters, with a height of about 10 meters, and time inside is frozen. Unfortunately, it cannot accommodate living beings." Qiao shook her head in exasperation, the wind howling outside. She deliberately raised her voice. "I'm driving. The wind is too loud. And I can't hear what you're saying." Chapter 50. Shared Space. Gu Qianhan smiled, a hint of fondness lacing his expression. "My space was unlocked the day I first laid eyes on you. You are truly my lucky goddess." Qiao furrowed her brow, recalling Gu Qianhan's peculiar gaze at the pharmaceutical factory. So it was because of her that he had opened his space, leading him to suspect that she might possess similar abilities. There was also that time he had deliberately arranged for her to swap shifts with Luchun, as if testing her, fearful that she might uncover his secret. Seemingly seeing through her thoughts, Gu Qianhan smiled slightly. "You guessed correctly. I did sneak a considerable amount of medication into the space that day. Your vigilance was too high, so I had to let Luchun take your place." A heavy silence enveloped the car. Qiao continued to feign ignorance. Yet Gu Qianhan pressed on. Qiao. I chose to be honest with you because I do not wish to keep anything from you. I hope my world can be completely open to you. For a moment, Qiao was at a loss for words, opting to remain silent. Behind them, pursuers lingered closely, but Gu Qianhan seemed unfazed, as if the world consisted solely of the two of them. He opened his heart to Qiao, even willing to present his entire being before her. In truth, he had done just that. He retrieved a ring from his pocket and gently waved it before her. This is the key to unlocking the space. A family heirloom from my grandfather. Finally unable to endure further, Qiao exclaimed, "Please, can we discuss this after we escape the danger? This is distracting. I still need to drive." Gu Qianhan stubbornly insisted, "It is precisely because of the imminent danger that I must tell you everything." He continued, "I had tried to unlock this ring with my blood twice before meeting you, but to no avail. The day I met you, I was on the verge of giving up when, by chance, my blood dripped onto it, and unexpectedly, it worked. The space is not only filled with medication, but also an array of snacks, and I even collected various feminine items specifically for you, stored in a separate corner." Qiao couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking to herself, "This usually aloof man is unusually talkative today." However, Gu Qianhan shifted his tone. "Once we are out of danger, you should also try the blood recognition. I wish to share this space with you." Upon hearing this, Qiao gently turned her head, their gazes quietly meeting in the air. The steadiness of his eyes remained, yet beneath that calm lay an intense emotion, simmering like molten lava, poised to break free at any moment. Qiao quickly turned away, continuing to drive, but replied flatly, "No need." The responsibility of sharing space was too great for her to accept lightly. Moreover, if she were to acknowledge ownership with her blood, what ramifications would it have on her own space? She was never greedy. She did not covet others' possessions, nor did she wish to share her own. Gu Qianhan was perplexed by Qiao's silence. In his mind, the space was an invaluable entity. In a world fraught with peril, possessing space and resources signified a glimmer of hope for survival. He was eager to share this hope with her. Why would she refuse? He could see the fierce desire for survival reflected in her eyes. Yet, he did not want to continue in this muddled state. The military jeep he drove had been borrowed from the armed forces, revealing his identity. Upon returning to City M, he feared he would not be able to return to Mingri Jiuan for a while. He had to revisit his family. The Gu family, complex and fraught with danger. His father's mistress and illegitimate child lurked like venomous snakes, poised to strike. His father favored one over the other, while his mother remained indifferent. Not to mention the so-called relatives, each harboring ulterior motives, offering no peace of mind. He was acutely aware that beneath the seemingly calm surface of the Gu family lay turbulent undercurrents. He did not wish for Qiao to be swept into this storm, nor did he want her to suffer even the slightest harm. He needed to eliminate the dangers surrounding the Gu family before he could bring Qiao back home. Thus, he was eager to clarify everything to her, to help her understand his feelings. He longed for her response. "Qiao, if you have any doubts, feel free to speak. I will answer you truthfully," Gu Qianhan said sincerely, clutching his injured arm. Qiao gently shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her voice. "I have no doubts." Gu Qianhan was unwilling to accept this. "You just left. Why did you suddenly return? Was it not out of concern for me? An indication of your feelings?" Qiao wanted to shout, "Heavens! Bring back the indifferent Gu Qianhan of before." Taking a deep breath, she calmly replied, "I returned only because you came to rescue me. I'm not so cowardly as to let you die in my stead." An awkward silence fell once more within the vehicle. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao finally broke the stillness. "Gu Qianhan, your feelings are too evident for me to ignore." Gu Qianhan's eyes flickered. Qiao was finally confronting their feelings. Yet after a brief moment, his expression grew cold again. "But your love arrives too abruptly for me to accept, and I cannot possibly reciprocate. You are the legitimate heir of the Gu family, the one who wielded power in the business world before the apocalypse, and after. You will hold a significant position in the M-City base due to your family's strength. I am an ordinary person. We inhabit different worlds. I merely wish to survive and do not wish to entangle myself with the elite." Qiao's words were unambiguously direct, yet Gu Qianhan feigned ignorance. The noise outside is too loud. I cannot hear what you're saying. This line was what Qiao had used to deflect him earlier. Now, it was returned to her. Qiao, resigned, closed her mouth, unwilling to continue their entanglement. She understood that Gu Qianhan would soon return to the Gu family. By driving the military jeep to find her, he had effectively announced his identity to the world. He would undoubtedly return to the Gu family. When that time came, they might never see each other again. In this apocalyptic world, it was exceedingly difficult for two people who had met to reunite. His feelings would naturally fade with the passage of time. They were, after all, from two different worlds. A young master from a prestigious family, who had briefly tasted the life of a commoner, had developed a fondness for an ordinary girl. It was merely a fleeting novelty. The convoy behind them gradually diminished from view until it became a distant speck, ultimately swallowed by the vast road ahead. As the vehicle continued for several kilometers, Qiao's taut emotions found a moment of release. She exhaled softly, and in that rare tranquility, a familiar silhouette quietly came into view. Gu Qianhan, is this not the pharmaceutical factory we visited before? Gu Qianhan reluctantly nodded, secretly hoping this road would stretch on indefinitely. Chapter 51. Lovers from the pharmaceutical factory to tomorrow's garden. This path was familiar to Qiao, as she knew how to return. Meanwhile, Gu Qianhan sat silently in the passenger's seat, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Qiao feigned ignorance of his unusual demeanor. Yet inwardly, she pondered. The lofty young master of the Gu family, having faced rejection in his confession, was understandably in low spirits. Once he returned to the Gu family, he would soon cast aside this ordinary person. At that point, she could resume her tranquil, mundane life. She felt compelled to tread carefully, planning to leave the city once the storm had passed. In contrast, the Jiao brothers, though harboring dissatisfaction towards her due to Ruan Mingwei, were far easier to handle than the band of ruthless individuals she had encountered today. At worst, she could resolve matters decisively, eliminating them all. With a gun and explosives at her disposal, she felt fearless. However, she had to be cautious, ensuring she did not attract the military's attention. In this post-apocalyptic world, the military was diligently establishing an official base in City M, striving to maintain stability and order. She had no desire to become a sacrificial pawn in their quest for authority. Yet at that moment, Gu Qianhan was silently reviewing everything in his mind. Before the apocalypse, he was the true helm of the Gu family's billion-dollar assets, having participated in countless business decisions. Whenever a collaboration failed, he would calmly reflect on it, drawing lessons from the experience. He never succumbed to despair. Rather, he grew stronger with each setback. Those arduous challenges felt to him like the journey of climbing a peak, with every conquest bringing immense satisfaction and exhilaration. For him, Qiao was not merely a business partner or a contract. She was the only woman who had stirred his heart in over 20 years. He would not easily let her slip away. In a sudden jolt of the vehicle, he let out a pained groan. As the outline of City M became vaguely visible, Qiao thought they must be far from danger. Thus, she halted the car and suggested to Gu Qianhan, "Let us take a moment to rest here." Remembering that Gu Qianhan had been injured while saving her, she added, "Should we check your wound to see if it has reopened?" Gu Qianhan, however, teased, "Are you hoping to see my muscles?" Qiao rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking how insufferable he was. The Gu Qianhan before her was a stark contrast to the composed and reserved man she remembered. She found it impossible to reconcile this smooth-talking individual with the Gu Qianhan she once knew. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Gu Qianhan had already formulated a plan. Recognizing Qiao's aloof nature, he understood that if he maintained his aloofness, they might never grow closer. As a man, he was willing to change himself to accommodate her, and he saw no harm in doing so. Observing the expression of bewildered amusement on Qiao's face, he found it thoroughly entertaining, far better than seeing her alone, perpetually wearing that detached look as if she could disengage from the world at any moment. Each time he witnessed that expression, it pained him deeply. After teasing Qiao enough, Gu Qianhan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he began to address her rejection. "Let me clarify the reasons you just mentioned. First, you said my affection was too sudden. I cannot agree with that. On the night we first met, you stood atop a van, wielding a spiked club. Your face smeared with blood. Your bravery left a lasting impression on me. The following day, you dispatched 2 men on the rooftop with a snowboard. I truly began to feel something for you on the 3rd day of our acquaintance. That night, you single-handedly eliminated Li Wanhao and 11 others, yet remained composed enough to read in the adjacent room. I fell in love with you today. While many claim to experience love at first sight, I did not. Such fleeting infatuations often stem from physical attraction. I was captivated by your character. He added, of course, I am a normal man. Seeing you so beautiful naturally makes me want to kiss and embrace you. Qiao remained silent, not truly taking Gu Qianhan's explanations to heart. She had once harbored feelings for Wan Weibao, but that admiration had begun as a debt of gratitude. Yet, what was the outcome? That so-called debt of gratitude had turned out to be a ruse orchestrated by Wan Mingwei and Wan Weibao. In the end, she lost not only her space pendant, but nearly her life. Now, Gu Qianhan was risking his life to save her, yet her heart had hardened beyond measure. No amount of saving could sway her. She would repay Gu Qianhan's injury, but only in material terms. Gu Qianhan continued, secondly, you mentioned our mismatched identities. I can somewhat agree. After all, I'm 7 years your senior, akin to an old ox courting a tender grass. Qiao could not help but roll her eyes. Do not misconstrue my meaning. I was referring to your family. Gu Qianhan interrupted, you mentioned the Gu family. Yet, even though I was born into it, we are all merely ordinary people with the same physical constitution. He chuckled at himself. In this post-apocalyptic world, we are all the same. Surviving is the greatest triumph. There is no longer any distinction of status. You are shifting the concept, Qiao retorted. Gu Qianhan did not argue, but continued. Thirdly, you expressed a desire to avoid entanglements with the upper crust. This matter can be easily resolved. My family is emotionally detached. My grandfather has long ceased to involve himself in family affairs. My father is biased, and my mother is infatuated, seeing only my father. I have even been plotted against by my father's mistress and her son, leaving my fate uncertain, yet they did not send anyone to seek me out. Upon hearing this, Qiao felt a flicker of sympathy for Gu Qianhan. It turned out that the seemingly lofty Gu Qianhan also bore his own burdens. Gu Qianhan caught the glimmer of compassion in Qiao's eyes and quietly noted her softening heart. He raised his gaze. After we marry, you need not even meet them. Qiao was taken aback. Marry? Who agreed to that? We are not even a couple. Gu Qianhan raised an eyebrow. We can start as friends. Qiao fell silent, realizing she could not outmaneuver this man. Gu Qianhan recognized he had perhaps gone too far with his jest, and after a moment of silence, he regarded Qiao earnestly. I will not pressure you. However, the world beyond City M is more perilous than you can imagine. For now, let us stay in Building 13 of tomorrow's garden. I have confirmed with the military that there will be personnel guarding the area, ensuring our safety. He turned, his demeanor softening with a subtle plea. Is that acceptable? Chapter 52. The space ring. Qiao nodded in acquiescence. All right. However, with her long legs, she could walk away from anyone who attempted to stop her. Yet, at that moment, she had no desire to entangle herself with Gu Qianhan, merely responding nonchalantly. Gu Qianhan, perceptive as he was, chose to remain silent, safeguarding their fragile equilibrium. If necessary, he could always assign more protection for her. His voice was low. Why do you wish to leave the community? Would you care to share with me? Qiao hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Someone informed me there are resources hidden outside the community, and I wish to investigate. Was it Wan Mingwei who told you? Gu Qianhan's tone bore a subtle edge. Qiao looked up in surprise, tacitly acknowledging the truth of his words. Gu Qianhan sighed softly. That woman is cunning and untrustworthy. You are far too gullible. Qiao did not refute him. It was merely an excuse she had made up, and she had no intention of elaborating. She could not very well admit that she wished to leave M City. Curiously, she asked, how did you know it was her who informed me? Gu Qianhan felt an endless patience whenever he was with Qiao. He explained, you went downstairs to collect supplies and did not return for a long time. When I inquired, I learned you had been taken out of the community by Wan Mingwei. Subsequently, I found out that Jiao Chun and others were also searching for her whereabouts. After they returned empty-handed, I borrowed a vehicle from the military and came to find you myself. Though Gu Qianhan spoke lightly, Within a few hours, he had swiftly investigated, analyzed, acted, and even utilized military resources. This keen intelligence and decisiveness stirred a quiet admiration in Qiao. She fell silent, an acceptance of Gu Qianhan's inquiry evident in her silence. Gazing at her, a wave of unnameable tenderness surged within Gu Qianhan. "Did you leave the community with that woman because of me?" Qiao shook her head, secretly amused by the notion. How could that possibly be? Yet, Gu Qianhan was unwilling to concede easily. "You barely know each other. Your only connection is me. How can you claim it is not for my sake?" Only then did Qiao recall that when the three of them had encountered each other in the basement, Ruan Mingyue had not recognized her. At that moment, she had not initiated any acknowledgement either. Thus, Gu Qianhan remained unaware of their acquaintance. However, she understood that once Gu Qianhan returned to the Gu family, a little investigation would reveal that they were classmates. Consequently, she decided to cease her concealment. More importantly, she did not wish to deceive this powerful heir of the Gu family. After all, the fickleness of human intentions was unpredictable. One moment he might be interested in her, even touched by her sacrifices, and the next, he could harbor murderous intent due to her deception. The world of the powerful was starkly different from that of ordinary people. While disputes among common folk might be trivial, in the realm of the mighty, being disliked could lead to life-threatening consequences. After careful consideration, Qiao finally spoke. "In truth, Ruan Mingyue and I were classmates in university, and she was my class monitor. She has a hometown boyfriend named Ruan Weibo, and they have always referred to each other as cousins. Before the apocalypse, they conspired to have Ruan Weibo approach me with the intention of marrying me to seize my property and savings. Even after the apocalypse, she remained relentless in searching for me. When I went downstairs to collect supplies, Ruan Mingyue recognized me and forcibly pulled me out of the community, intending to take me to meet Ruan Weibo. In a fit of rage, I killed her. The information about the resources was something Ruan Mingyue divulged to me in her last moments in a bid to escape." Gu Qianhan listened intently, his eyes gleaming with profound intensity. He had not anticipated that Qiao had not only endured bullying from local tyrants before the apocalypse, but had also nearly fallen victim to the schemes of this duo. He slowly lifted his gaze, landing upon Qiao's composed visage. Her voice was low and indifferent, recounting those painful memories without emotion. A surge of indescribable heartache welled up within Gu Qianhan, crashing over him like a relentless tide, culminating in a deep, sorrowful sigh that lodged in his throat. Unutterable. How much hurt and suffering must his girl endure to confront the injustices and malevolence of this world with such equanimity? He yearned to step forward, to envelop Qiao in his arms and offer her warmth and solace. Yet he feared that such a gesture might disrupt the tranquility of her heart. His hands clenched painfully. Restraint, control. He must not frighten her. He struggled to quell the fury within him. After a brief moment, he composed himself, transforming back into the calm man he was. He inquired, "Where's Ruan Mingyue's body? I need to arrange for its disposal." Qiao replied coolly, "There is no need. I have already taken care of it." Upon hearing this, Gu Qianhan did not press further. "Jiao Chun and his brother will likely realize you left the community with Ruan Mingyue," he cautioned. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Qiao's eyes. "I will handle it myself." Gu Qianhan's eyes were filled with tenderness and understanding. "I know you are capable of dealing with everything, but I wish to protect you. It is my desire." Qiao's tone remained icy. "There is truly no need." Gu Qianhan chuckled softly, fully aware of Qiao's stubbornness and independence, which were the very qualities that drew him to her. She never relied on anyone nor harbored illusions about others. Yet he also understood that sometimes protection need not be overtly acknowledged. Thus, he nodded gently, affirming, "All right, I understand." However, within his heart, a plan was already forming, ready to discreetly deal with Jiao Chun and his brother, clearing all obstacles for Qiao. Hours later, they approached the vicinity of Mingri Jiyuan. Concealed about 1,000 meters from the community, they peered through binoculars to see a group of strangers in matching black combat gear gathered outside. They stood in tidy formation, their gazes sharp, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. Qiao speculated that these individuals were likely sent by the Gu family to retrieve Gu Qianhan. Gu Qianhan softly called out, "Let us stop here," his voice tinged with reluctance. He slowly removed the precious space ring, his gaze tenderly resting on Qiao's hand resting on the steering wheel. Her hands were slender yet strong, but just as their fingers were about to meet, Gu Qianhan abruptly halted. He recognized that Qiao was averse to being touched by others. Qiao keenly sensed his intention and quickly withdrew her hand into her sleeve. She could not simply wear someone else's space ring. Gu Qianhan understood her refusal, his hand lingering in the air for a moment. They faced each other in silence. Ultimately, it was Gu Qianhan who retracted his hand. With a weary sigh, he rubbed his temple, a hint of exhaustion and helplessness in his voice. "In this world, aside from you, I have no one else I can trust." He gazed deeply into Qiao's eyes, continuing, "Please help me safeguard this ring. It is my lifeline." Chapter 53. Separation. Qiao understood that Gu Qianhan was subtly hinting to her that the Gu family was fraught with peril. However, as an ordinary person yearning for a peaceful existence in a post-apocalyptic world, how could she easily become entangled in such conflicts? Gu Qianhan seemed to perceive her hesitation, letting out a gentle sigh as he leaned back against the passenger seat, his voice low and sorrowful. Upon returning to the Gu family, "I will be surrounded by countless prying eyes. My father favors that illegitimate child, and my mother, rather than protecting me, will only aid in my demise. I am utterly isolated within the Gu family." After a brief pause, he continued, "The secret of this ring space is known to no one, and the supplies within are sufficient for me to weather the storm. Please keep it for me for 2 months. If I have not returned by then, all of its contents will belong to you." With that, he placed the ring gently on the seat, preparing to exit the vehicle without awaiting Qiao's response. Qiao sighed helplessly, pondering the absurdity of the situation. "Wait," she said, her voice laced with determination. "No more than 2 months, not a day longer." Upon hearing this, Gu Qianhan's lips curled into a smile. Yet, when he turned back to face her, his expression reverted to one of coldness tinged with unvoiced grievances. "Thank you for your willingness to assist me," he said, his voice somber. He added, "You are too naive, too quick to trust others. Do not offer your help so readily in the future." Qiao retorted silently, "You overestimate my innocence. I am not as simple as you believe." Gu Qianhan replied, "I wish you were less naive, perhaps a bit more cunning, so that I could be at ease." Unwilling to dwell on this topic any longer, she said, "Since you are willing to take risks to save me, I cannot be stingy. I have a grand gift for you, which may prove useful upon your return to the Gu family." After a brief pause, she continued, "Beneath the elevated highway on Yokohama Avenue lies a cache of supplies hidden by the Jiao brothers." Gu Qianhan regarded Qiao with a profound gaze. At that moment, he finally perceived a flicker of acknowledgement from her, however meager. It was enough to fill him with elation. Were it not for the Gu family's watchful eyes nearby, he would have pulled Qiao into his embrace, fiercely kissing her. But that was impossible. The Gu family was unsafe, and he could not allow Qiao to be entangled in any danger. He restrained himself, reminding her, "Remember, we are not close. We merely reside in the same building." His gaze lingered on her face, traversing from her eyes to her nose and then to her shoulders, before reluctantly shifting away. He had done nothing, yet it felt as though he had done everything. Qiao felt her cheeks flush. Suddenly, she called out to Gu Qianhan. He turned abruptly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, Qiao merely smiled ruefully. "This is the vehicle you borrowed from the military. You must drive it back to the community." As she spoke, she tossed a heavy backpack to him. "Inside are a handgun and ammunition, which I just seized from those thugs before you arrived. Keep it. It may come in handy." Gu Qianhan felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, his smile outshining even the most formidable weapon. She had generously given him the very arms she had fought to obtain, despite knowing how desperately she desired them. During their earlier discussions about Lu Chen's injury in Building 13, the typically indifferent Qiao had murmured, "If only I had a real gun." Once he returned to the Gu family, he would have ample opportunities to acquire such resources. As a young woman, Qiao undoubtedly needed these weapons more than he did for her own protection. He gently removed the small bear pendant from the backpack, stating, "With this protection, I'm sufficient." Qiao replied, "You're truly something else. Don't be foolish. I am reluctant to part with it." She mused that trading the weapons within the backpack for supplies could yield a substantial amount of food. Quietly, she hid in a corner, watching as Gu Qianhan drove away. She never harbored a shred of doubt regarding his abilities. He would undoubtedly survive within the Gu family. After all, he was destined to become the de facto ruler of the M City base. She had no intention of tampering with the ring in her possession, choosing instead to safeguard it for future return. 2 months was not a promise made lightly. The malevolent forces surrounding M City would eventually grow complacent. At that moment, she could return the ring without reservation, allowing her to soar freely, unburdened. The thought of entering the M City base flickered briefly in her mind before being dismissed. In her previous life, she had endured countless tribulations within that very base, ultimately meeting her demise there. Now, having acquired enough resources, why would she willingly plunge back into such endless strife? She preferred the seclusion of Taiwei Mountain, a place rarely trodden, free from worldly disputes. There, she could quietly await the end of the apocalypse. Perhaps in 10 or 8 years, this calamity would finally subside. Before her death, Ruan Mingwei had divulged everything she knew in a desperate bid to survive, including the cycle of extreme heat followed by prolonged darkness. Due to years of insufficient sunlight, many plants would mutate and release lethal gases. Yet, Qiao felt no trepidation regarding this knowledge. She understood that, following the extreme heat, the majority of fragile plants would have perished under the sun's relentless glare. Even if toxic flora thrived in Taiwei Mountain, she would remain unafraid. All she needed was to find a high, sparsely vegetated area to settle down, ensuring her safety during these trying times. Moreover, her storage contained ample supplies of gas masks and protective clothing, sufficient to counter any potential threats. Her only regret was that Ruan Mingwei had only survived until the 5th year of the apocalypse, leaving her unaware of what subsequent disasters might befall them. Upon returning to Mingri Jiyuan, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The air was imbued with a subtle ambience, a blend of tranquility following a busy day and the hope of rebirth. Military personnel remained engaged in their duties, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun, forming a steadfast line of defense protecting this home. The distribution of supplies was proceeding methodically. The expressions on the faces receiving provisions reflected less of the previous numbness and fear, replaced instead by anticipation for the future. Qiao stepped into this bustling scene, her gaze sweeping over the queuing crowd, noticing that the numbers were not as overwhelming as she had expected. She surmised that perhaps most people had already acquired the supplies they needed. The military's arrival undoubtedly infused new vitality into this land, restoring the belief that the nation had not forsaken its ordinary citizens. Holding her identification card, she approached the registration desk. The man responsible for the registration was middle-aged and wore a friendly expression. Upon learning that Qiao was a university student, particularly from M City Normal University, he informed her, currently, the official M City base is under construction, located right in the center of the university town. Chapter 54. Indifferent parents once the base is established. Individuals of your caliber will be indispensable. You have the opportunity to participate in the construction at the base in advance, which not only allows you to accrue construction credits, but also grants you priority access once the base is complete. Furthermore, you could assume a teaching position within the base, with remuneration settled in the form of credits, while enjoying the benefits afforded to skilled personnel, including complimentary accommodation. She thought of Lu Chun and Lin Fei and inquired, "Will university students from other regions be able to enjoy these benefits?" The man smiled and nodded, "Certainly. Not just university students. Any individual possessing essential skills, such as electrical engineers, welders, or agricultural experts, can report to the base and receive special allowances for talented personnel. We welcome all who wish to contribute to the reconstruction of our homeland." Qiao pressed further, "What about postgraduates? Are there similar policies in place for them?" The man pondered for a moment before responding, "Postgraduates certainly have corresponding policies, but the specific details will need to be clarified during your registration at the base. After all, Each tier of talent possesses its unique value and contributions. After collecting supplies, Qiao expressed her gratitude to the staff and returned to Building 13 to replace Lin Feifei in collecting supplies. On her way back, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Building 2, her heart silently noting the scene. There was no sign of Jiao Chun and the others. The area designated for collecting supplies was devoid of their presence. The windows were tightly shut, heavy curtains blocking any prying eyes from the outside. And the usually well-guarded entrance of Building 3 was eerily silent and vacant. Could it be that they were still outside the community, braving the cold in their relentless search for Wan Mingyue? With the military's arrival, they should be lying low or fleeing M City. Yet they chose this critical moment to make a conspicuous exit from the community solely to seek out one person. Xiao Bin's indulgence towards his brother had reached such an extent that it was almost poignant. However, Qiao's conjecture was far from the truth. At that moment, Jiao Chun lay unconscious, quietly resting in the back seat of a van. Xiao Bin sat in the passenger seat, his unwavering gaze fixed upon his younger brother, leading a group of subordinates as they sped towards the outskirts of M City. Nightfall arrived as expected. Gu Qianhan stepped through the doors of the Gu family residence. This was not the ancestral home steeped in family history and memories, but rather a temporary structure erected on the land designated for the base. The base had yet to be officially named, yet the Gu family had already taken up residence. This was a reluctant measure taken by the military in their haste to establish a base in M City amidst scarce resources, relying on the existing influential families, such as the Gu family, to shoulder this significant responsibility. Indeed, in the face of the apocalypse and the collapse of order, every powerful family represented an undeniable force. Concurrently, there were other families such as the Zhou, Qin, and Hai families that had also provided critical resources for the establishment of the base and were included in the list of early residents. In the dining hall, the venerable elder Gu Qianhan, a once formidable figure who had transitioned from darkness to light, sat at the head of the table. He simply remarked, "It's good that you're back." He adhered to a strict educational philosophy, never indulging his descendants, allowing them the freedom to grow. The elder Gu did not have only Gu Qianhan as his son. He had once fathered 3 sons. However, in the bloody struggle for family fortune, the other 2 had been eliminated by Gu Qianhan's father. During that time, he remained an observer, believing that those lacking strength met their demise as part of fate. Thus, despite Gu Qianhan's long absence, he had never sent anyone to search for him. Gu Hongxin sat at the elder's side. Upon the return of his long-missing son, his expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, he coldly remarked, "Had enough of the wild? Finally willing to come home?" Gu Qianhan merely addressed him with a calm father. Only Shun Ruochu's eyes glimmered with tears. Her voice choked with emotion. "Son, it's good that you're back. You must have suffered greatly out there." She hurriedly lifted a bowl of fish soup from the table and offered it to Gu Qianhan, urging, "Drink more of this to nourish yourself." Gu Qianhan accepted the soup with a stoic expression, yet did not take a sip. Not a single person in the Gu family noticed the gunshot wound on him. The fish soup, known for its stimulating properties, would only exacerbate his injuries. After a brief reunion, the atmosphere at the dining table grew cold once more, the only sound being the gentle clinking of utensils. Shin Ruochu continuously served Gu Hongxin dishes, attempting to cultivate a semblance of familial warmth. "Hongxin, you've lost weight during these days of working with the military on the base construction. You should eat more." However, Gu Hongxin disregarded her kindness, not even touching the food she offered. After hastily finishing his meal, he stood up to leave. Shin Ruochu understood in her heart that he was off to meet that mother and son again, but she could only silently endure, as if by not asking, she could maintain the fragile illusion of happiness. Gu Qianhan returned to his room. A middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age with a square face, followed closely behind. Respectfully reporting, "Young master, the Zhao brothers have quietly left M City. Should we continue to track their movements?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qianhan pursed his lips. "No need. They won't dare return in the short term. Immediately arrange for personnel to covertly protect Qiao. Remember, you must keep your movements hidden. Do not let Qiao suspect anything. and ensure that neither Gu Qianhan nor Gu Hongxin's people discover your whereabouts. The middle-aged man appeared hesitant. While I can understand not informing the second master, the son-in-law is your father. He shouldn't. A cold glint flashed in Gu Qianhan's eyes. I suspect the incident of my attempted murder is connected to him. With that, he picked up a pen, swiftly inscribing an address on a piece of paper and handing it to the middle-aged man. Hai Shu, you will personally lead a team to this location to procure supplies. This matter must stir significant commotion so that everyone is aware. Hai Shu was a figure entrusted to him by his maternal grandfather, not a member of the Gu family. Thus, Hai Shu addressed him as young master rather than eldest young master, reserving the title of second master for Gu Qianhan. Chapter 55. The Denunciation Concurrently. Qiao and Lin Feifei were partaking in supper together in room 1001, subsisting on the provisions freely dispensed by the military earlier that day. These supplies, comprising king goods, military rations, compressed biscuits, and water purification tablets, were promptly duplicated by Qiao for future discreet utilization. Although Lu Chun was ambulatory, having even accompanied Lin Feifei in guarding the main entrance that afternoon, his physical condition remained tenuous, precluding prolonged standing. Observing Lu Chun, Qiao contrasted his protracted convalescence from a single gunshot wound with Gu Qianhan's resilience. The latter, despite sustaining 2 gunshot wounds, remained vigorous, engaging in hours of intense combat. The stark disparity between the two men was indeed striking. Lin Feifei, in high spirits, remarked, Sister Qiao, I verified during the distribution that the military will maintain a presence in the vicinity of our residential complex. We are now safe and need no longer live in apprehension. Qiao, however, was less sanguine. In her previous life, the military's deployment to M-City did usher in a period of stability, albeit ephemeral. The bright future complex, situated on the city's periphery, was not a priority. The military's primary objective was the establishment of a base in M-City and the retrieval of national assets, leaving scant resources for the garrisoning of individual residential complexes. Furthermore, the persistent probing of nefarious elements in the city's outskirts would eventually lead to the military's gradual withdrawal from these complexes, consolidating their forces for the construction of the M-City base. As she dined, Lin Feifei enthusiastically shared, once Lu Chun has recuperated, we intend to explore the M-City base, primarily to accompany the military convoys back to K-City. Otherwise, traversing the terrain safely with just the two of us would be arduous. We can then discreetly follow them when they conduct operations near K-City. Her excitement was soon tempered by a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. We owe our survival to Brother Han and Sister Qiao. Thank you both. I can only hope that my parents and Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin are faring well. Their advanced age makes them vulnerable to the extreme cold. This accursed apocalypse. Lin Feifei finally succumbed to her emotions, her voice breaking as she vented her pent-up anxieties and fears. Qiao watched her silently, her own heart aching. She recalled her own past trepidation, the constant fear that had pervaded her existence. She had once proposed joining the base construction efforts, if only for the guaranteed sustenance. However, Ruan Mingyue had vehemently opposed the idea, primarily out of a fear of hardship and the potential separation of genders and accommodations, which would impede her clandestine relationship with Ruan Weibao. Following supper, Lin Feifei and Qiao retreated to their respective abodes. The military presence within and around the residential complex stood as a sentinel, their vehicles parked along the roadside, silently proclaiming that in this land, iniquity would find no refuge. Those erstwhile benevolent neighbors who had previously resorted to nocturnal burglaries now recoiled, retreating into their own circumscribed domains, refraining from any further transgressions. Many were finally able to relinquish their burdens and succumb to slumber, no longer tormented by the specter of unwelcome intrusions. In this extraordinary epoch, the military had adopted decisive and efficacious measures, apprehending and subjecting to military justice those nefarious elements that had failed to evacuate M-City in time. This was not merely to restore order, but also to safeguard the resources that were now so precious in this desolated landscape. Every grain of sustenance, every drop of potable water. The military confiscated all resources seized from these nefarious elements. Though their provenance was dubious, they became indispensable to the base's construction in this era of acute scarcity, constituting a vital lifeline for the survivors. Qiao remained ensconced in her humble dwelling, adhering to a simple and regimented routine, alternating between physical exercise, literary immersion, and the consumption of novels and variety shows. Furthermore, the strawberries cultivated within the spatial glass conservatory were now ripe for consumption. These unassuming berries, replete with juice and imbued with a delectable sweetness, surpassed even the imported strawberries she had savored before the apocalypse. Moreover, the meticulously cultivated bok choy had yielded its second harvest, its verdant leaves radiating vitality. Regrettably, her current disposition precluded culinary endeavors, prompting her to store the produce within her spatial dimension. The pumpkins, too, were flourishing, their robust forms exuding a gentle radiance, their rinds gradually assuming a golden hue, presaging their imminent maturity. In a matter of days, these pumpkins would reach full ripeness, ready to be transformed into delectable dishes such as fragrant pumpkin porridge or delicate pumpkin cakes. However, this ephemeral tranquility was abruptly shattered after a mere handful of days. The sliding door on the 10th floor was subjected to a violent barrage, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts. "Comrade, open the door immediately." This was followed by more knocking. The sliding door was susceptible to creating noise, and the unit was filled with the sound. "We have received a formal denunciation alleging that you are suspected of homicide with weaponry and the clandestine possession of illicit resources." At that moment, Qiao was reclining on the sofa on the 11th floor, indulging in strawberries while watching a humorous variety show. The commotion below was a tempest that stirred the placid waters of her mind. She swiftly surveyed her surroundings, ensuring that all weaponry and resources were securely concealed before taking a deep breath, composing herself, and descending to the lower floor. Upon exiting the door of room 1101, she paused and retraced her steps, releasing all the resources she had acquired since encountering Gu Qianhan and his companions from her spatial dimension. To ensure verisimilitude, she reduced the quantity of each item, as if she had been subsisting on these resources all along. Reaching the security door, she beheld several soldiers in camouflage uniforms, fully armed and poised for action. Their eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, betrayed the gravity and importance of their mission. Upon spotting Qiao, a soldier stepped forward, stating with courtesy and resolve, "Greetings, please cooperate with our investigation and open the sliding door." Qiao surreptitiously assessed the situation, concluding that these individuals were amenable to reason. She endeavored to adopt a less aloof demeanor, inquiring, "May I inquire as to the identity of the informant? We are all law-abiding citizens here, and this misunderstanding is egregious." An officer approached Qiao, presenting his credentials with a stern countenance but a measured tone. "I am Captain Zhou, the officer in charge of this operation." Captain Zhou retracted his credentials, adding, "I apologize, but the identity of the informant is confidential, as per regulations. Please open the door promptly to facilitate our routine inspection." Qiao smiled faintly, feigning nonchalance. "Of course, Captain Zhou, I fully comprehend. As a citizen, cooperating with the government is our duty. However, I must emphasize that we possess no illicit resources here, let alone engage in homicide with weaponry. This is a complete misunderstanding." With that, she opened the sliding door, stepping aside and gesturing an invitation. Chapter 56. The raid. The soldiers entered swiftly and methodically, dividing into teams to conduct a meticulous search. Qiao stood to the side, appearing relaxed yet keenly observant, closely monitoring their every movement. These disciplined individuals refrained from making reckless statements, and none arbitrarily apprehended ordinary survivors. She was merely asked a few basic questions, handed over the keys to her home, and was confined to the entrance, temporarily unable to leave. The soldiers proceeded to inspect each room in succession. Qiao felt an unusual tranquility within her, for she was acutely aware that there was nothing amiss in her residence. Before leaving, Gu Qianhan had entrusted her with the keys to his home. She had quietly entered to inspect it earlier, finding it devoid of any significant supplies. Particularly, the medicines had likely been secured by Gu Qianhan in his spatial compartment. Among their group, Perhaps only Lu Chun and Lin Feifei in room 1102 had a relatively larger stockpile of supplies. After all, their previous distribution of resources had been based on headcount. Yet even so, once divided among the three families, what remained paled in comparison to the plunderous hordes. Regarding the soldiers' claims of armed murder, Qiao remained entirely unconcerned. She wielded only a black dog and a spiked club, and the individuals she had slain were all in self-defense. She had never instigated any conflict. She was unafraid. Outside the sliding door, two soldiers stood guard. Qiao heard the door to room 1102 creak open, and Lin Feifei emerged, confronting the soldiers. She hesitated, firmly believing that these guardians in military attire would uphold the scales of justice and refrain from imposing unfounded charges. This heavy trust had been cultivated over decades of the Chinese military's unwavering commitment to protect and serve the people. A trust that remained unshaken even in this apocalyptic era. It resonated not just with Qiao, but with all ordinary survivors. The soldiers were like a beacon of light, illuminating the dark corners of the human heart, instilling courage and strength to persevere. Through the narrow gap of the sliding door, Qiao caught a glimpse of several figures peeking from the halfway mark of the 9th floor, behaving furtively. The boldest among them, an elderly woman from the 8th floor, was the first to emerge, inquiring of the military. "Is this a raid?" The two soldiers on duty offered no response. The elderly woman, feeling foolish, fell silent. The innate curiosity of the Chinese people persisted, even amidst the chaos of this disordered world. Perhaps, in the crevices of despair, individuals could still find sparks to ignite their passion for life. Even merely witnessing a tempest could add a touch of color to their otherwise drab existence. Among the onlookers, a silhouette inadvertently revealed itself, its outline familiar to Qiao. Soon after, that figure was pulled away by another woman. Qiao instantly recognized them as the sisters residing in room 901. About 10 minutes later, the leading soldier descended, holding the black dog and spike club that Qiao had deliberately left in her living room. She had intended for them to discover these items. Otherwise, they would have been safely secured in her spatial compartment from the very beginning. Not to mention, she had backups in her space and felt no regret. After all, she had acquired firearms and had grown somewhat indifferent towards the black dog and spike club, especially the sniper rifle, which she had secretly practiced with a few times in her space. It was exhilarating. The time within the space was precious. She was reluctant to squander it solely on practicing her marksmanship. She truly was a woman who grew weary of the old and craved the new. The soldiers behind her were empty-handed, but were reporting to Captain Zhou. "We have discovered a substantial amount of supplies, including a considerable quantity of medicines." Qiao couldn't help but smile lightly at the soldiers' report of substantial supplies, knowing full well they were merely everyday necessities, devoid of any contraband. In this tumultuous world, who was T trying to stockpile essentials for peace of mind? She turned her gaze towards Lin Feifei, who was patiently explaining something to the soldiers. Her expression a mix of helplessness and urgency. Qiao refrained from intervening, confident that Lin Feifei could manage the situation. In this apocalyptic era, everyone had their own survival strategies, and Lin Feifei was indeed a clever individual. Captain Zhou held the walkie-talkie, his expression grave as he listened to the instructions from the other end. A sense of unease began to creep into Qiao's heart, as she sensed she might soon be taken away. After all, her hands were stained with blood. Just at the Jiren Garden, no fewer than 20 lives had ended at her hands, though all of it was born from the necessity of self-defense in this apocalypse. She understood that undergoing an investigation was an unavoidable part of the process. However, she also knew that as long as the investigators were honest and impartial, she would quickly clear her name and regain her freedom. Yet, if anyone harbored ill intentions and sought to impose unfounded charges upon her, she would have no choice but to employ her best strategy and vanish into the depths of Taiwei Mountain, never to concern herself with worldly affairs again. The outside world was far too tumultuous, and the malice of humanity had wearied her spirit. She was truly fatigued by social interactions, yearning for a quiet corner to spend her remaining days. As for the ring she had promised to safeguard for Gu Qianhan, she would have to take it one step at a time. Qiao was acutely aware that she had never been a paragon of virtue. In this apocalyptic world, she had but one goal: to survive. At that moment, Captain Zhou suddenly switched off the walkie-talkie and solemnly announced, "Everyone will be taken back first. As for these supplies, we will assign 2 personnel to guard them. Decisions will be made once the investigations are complete." Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. The military had not hastily confiscated the supplies, but chose to clarify matters first. This indicated that these individuals were indeed principled, unwilling to impose baseless accusations. They would not blindly round up ordinary survivors simply due to a shortage of resources. However, Lin Feifei was anxious. "My boyfriend has a gunshot wound and can't withstand strain. Can he stay in the house? I will go with you. Whatever you wish to ask, I will answer truthfully." Captain Zhou remained silent, his meaning unmistakable. No, the higher-ups had ordered that everyone must be taken away. Lu Chun grasped Lin Feifei's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Let Captain Zhou finish speaking. Qiao interjected, "We will cooperate with the military's inquiries, but it is quite cold outside. May we 3 go upstairs to fetch some warm clothing?" Captain Zhou regarded Qiao and Lin Feifei, 2 seemingly delicate women, and then glanced at Lu Chun, who stood pale and unsteady. He sensed that these 3 did not resemble the desperate individuals described in the reports. Yet, the military was currently focused on eradicating the nefarious elements that had emerged in the early days of the apocalypse, preferring to err on the side of caution. Moreover, in these 2 months of chaos, he had been deceived by many who appeared weak and innocent. In this new world, many had changed. One cannot solely judge by appearances. At that moment, Lu Chun coughed lightly a couple of times. Captain Zhou finally nodded. "Be swift, and do not attempt any tricks." Chapter 57. The conclusion. As Qiao stepped through the threshold of her home, the silhouette of a soldier followed closely behind, ensuring that the door remained ajar. She retrieved an oversized black men's down jacket from the wardrobe and donned it over her polar expedition gear. Uncertain of how many days she might be detained, she meticulously filled every pocket with long-lasting provisions: compressed biscuits, beef jerky, and dried sweet potatoes. After a moment's contemplation, she grasped a thermos filled with steaming ginger tea. Shortly thereafter, Qiao, Lin Feifei, and Lu Chun descended the stairs under the escort of the soldiers. Each step seemed to bear the weight of the complex and subtle gazes from the surrounding neighbors, an amalgamation of schadenfreude and veiled delight. In the wake of the apocalypse, survival had become the paramount law. People were tightening their belts, grappling with the biting cold and the omnipresent threat of death, all in pursuit of the exceedingly scarce resources. Their eyes were filled with despair and longing, as if each morsel of food and every drop of warmth represented a continuation of life. Yet, on the 10th and 11th floors, 2 starkly contrasting worlds existed. There, 4 individuals reigned like sovereigns on isolated islands, surrounded by abundant resources and formidable strength. Seemingly ensconced in a haven untouched by the apocalypse, they possessed ample medical supplies to fend off disease, sharp weapons to repel marauders, a roaring charcoal fire to dispel the winter's chill, and generators providing a continuous supply of electricity. Dressed in warm clothing, they gathered around a hot pot, laughing and conversing as if the crises outside were of no consequence to them. However, they had never extended a hand to their neighbors below, sharing neither warmth nor hope. Those neighbors struggled in despair, often knocking on the sliding door of the 10th floor with hopes and pleas. They sought to borrow supplies to weather the storm or yearned for shelter to evade danger. Some even suggested moving upstairs to weather the trials together. Yet, their responses were met with icy silence and haughty indifference, like an invisible wall separating them from hope. Now, these individuals had finally stumbled, taken away by the military. The neighbors, once spurned, felt a mix of relief and venomous curses in their hearts. Why should we suffer so, teetering on the brink of life and death, while you bask in abundance and tranquility as if the apocalypse had never arrived? This sense of injustice and anger quietly spread within each heart, finally erupting today. Nevertheless, they were not entirely ignorant. Those with eyes understood that the 4 on the 10th and 11th floors, despite their apparent indifference, had never bullied the weak nor instigated conflict. In this community, they were a rarity of generosity. Moreover, they had eradicated the gang, led by Li Wanhao, who had terrorized the neighborhood by demanding protection fees. These thugs had extorted a pound of grain from each household weekly, resorting to violence at the slightest resistance, and there were even instances where families, unable to pay, were coerced into offering their wives and daughters as payment, an appalling display of depravity. Yet, the darkness of human nature compelled the victims to silence, with no one rising to voice justice or testify on behalf of Qiao and her companions. Among the crowd, the two sisters from room 901 stood out, especially the younger sister, Xia Xiyu, whose schadenfreude was nearly palpable, as if celebrating a long-awaited victory. "The military will show no mercy to you murderers," she proclaimed, her tone dripping with glee, as if she could already envision the doom of Qiao and her companions. Qiao merely cast a fleeting glance at her, unperturbed. Engaging in verbal sparring held no interest for her. Lin Feifei, typically quick-witted, was enveloped in acute panic, her gaze frequently darting towards the gravely injured Lu Chun, filled with concern, leaving her no mental space to entertain Xia Shiyu's provocations. Sensing this, Xia Xiyu, mistaking their preoccupation for guilt, grew even bolder. "What good will it do you to hoard supplies? In the end, they will all be confiscated. Perhaps tomorrow we will divide your spoils." Her laughter pierced the air, grating on the ears of those around her. Qiao's expression hardened. She harbored a deep aversion for this woman, having never formed a favorable impression from their first encounter, and her disdain had only intensified. Her instincts suggested that Xia Xiyu might have played a role in the reporting, though she lacked evidence. At that moment, Xia Xiyu felt an inexplicable chill wash over her, causing her to shiver involuntarily, yet she quickly steeled herself. "Humph, the strongest among them has likely perished outside. The remaining three are either women or severely injured, hardly a threat." Just as she prepared to speak again, her elder sister, Xia Shui, swiftly intervened, covering her mouth and pulling her back into the crowd, her eyes radiating a warning. "Don't be foolish." Qiao found this scene amusing as she followed the soldier's lead, still disliking crowded places fraught with trouble. The thought of Taiwei Mountain increasingly captivated her. Upon exiting the community, after approximately an hour's trek, they finally arrived at the military's temporary command post. The command post appeared rather rudimentary, merely an abandoned office building repurposed for their needs. Qiao pondered that this was likely not the main command center of City M, which should be located near the university town, fully engaged in the construction of the City M base. This temporary branch's primary responsibilities seemed to involve pacifying local residents, safeguarding national assets in the vicinity, and dismantling nearby criminal organizations. Captain Zhou gently laid down the increasingly pale Lu Chun and turned to a young soldier behind him, instructing Zhang Tao, "Go fetch a military doctor quickly. This fellow's condition seems rather concerning." Lu Chun had been struggling to walk since leaving the community. Captain Zhou, though stern in appearance, was compassionate towards others. He did not hastily urge Lu Chun to hurry or chastise him for being sluggish. Instead, he silently shouldered Lu Chun's weight. Lu Chun appeared frail, yet weighed over 130 pounds. Throughout the journey, Captain Zhou and his team took turns carrying Lu Chun, with Captain Zhou bearing the greatest burden. Lin Feifei could not help but inquire along the way, "How much farther? Can we take a vehicle?" But Captain Zhou and his team remained silent, likely bound by strict military discipline that forbade casual conversation. Lin Feifei suggested they had vehicles and fuel, yet Captain Zhou continued forward without a word. Although Qiao had only spent a few hours with Captain Zhou, her confidence in the impending interrogation grew. The soldiers, while few in words, exuded a sense of discipline reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic military personnel, instilling a sense of security. It was reasonable to assume that those responsible for the questioning would be similarly composed. Lu Chun was taken away for medical treatment, and Lin Feifei's request to accompany him was denied. She clung desperately to Lu Chun's clothing, worry etched across her face. But he reassured her that they were in safe hands with the military. Subsequently, Qiao and Lin Feifei were led to separate interrogation rooms for independent questioning. As Qiao stepped into the interrogation room, her gaze fell upon the man seated at the center, and her heart sank. She inwardly lamented, "It is over." Chapter 58. Framing. In the interrogation room, where Qiao was present, two individuals were already seated at the interrogation table. Both were dressed in civilian attire, clearly lacking any military background. One was a woman, wielding a pen, with sheets of paper spread before her, evidently tasked with documentation. The other was a corpulent, sullen-faced, middle-aged man, exuding an inexplicable aura of menace that instinctively made Qiao wary. She was not one to judge a book by its cover. Yet the man before her radiated an unmistakable air of impropriety from every angle. "What are you dawdling for? Sit properly." The man's thunderous rebuke shattered Qiao's train of thought. She mused that perhaps Taiwan could set off today. Qiao was acutely aware that this was not the place for a head-on confrontation. Those who recognized the times were the true wise. Even if she were to leave, it would be under the veil of darkness, silently slipping away into the night. Noticing that Qiao exhibited no signs of fear, the middle-aged man's expression darkened further. "Name, age, place of origin, occupation, report them." Qiao, 21, local from M City, currently a junior at M Normal University, she stated. The man sneered coldly. "Do you admit to the crimes you have committed?" Qiao retorted, "What crimes have I committed?" His voice escalated several decibels. "Over 10 people have simultaneously reported you and your accomplices for murder in the community, and you still refuse to tell the truth." Qiao narrowed her eyes, surprised at the gravity of the situation. Over 10 reports were indeed significant. It was no wonder the military appeared so tense, as if preparing for battle when they came to search. However, they likely did not expect to find merely 3 seemingly inconspicuous young individuals. Qiao refrained from immediate response, contemplating her defense. The man, growing increasingly impatient, filled his tone with scorn. "You, a university student, are capable of committing murder and theft? I wonder what your teachers have taught you." Furrowing her brow, Qiao keenly sensed that this man was manipulating concepts, intending to pin a crime on her. Whether it was for the sake of a dazzling political record or coveting her supplies, she could not ascertain. She met his terrifying gaze with unwavering courage. "The individuals I have harmed were all in self-defense. I never initiated conflict. It was Li Wanhao and his group who first besieged us, intending to seize our supplies. When we refused, they acted first, and we merely defended ourselves. As for those supplies, in this apocalypse, everyone is striving for survival. Gathering resources is entirely normal. I do not believe I have done anything wrong." A wicked smile curled at the corners of the man's mouth. "You now admit to murder and also to stealing supplies." He completely disregarded the actions of Li Wanhao and his associates, showing no concern for whether Qiao's actions were in self-defense. Qiao understood the man had already made up his mind, labeling her guilty regardless of her explanations. Thus, she coldly uttered 3 words, "I do not confess." Following that, she chose silence, refusing to further argue. At this moment, she was uncertain about Lin Feifei's situation, likely not much better than her own. Qiao had come to a clear realization that this middle-aged man was no benevolent figure, and she had no intention of engaging in futile explanations. Let him decide her fate. She had her own strategies. However, her silence did not grant her a moment's peace. The man pressed on, denying it is futile. "This is an apocalypse, and in extraordinary times, we must resort to extraordinary measures." He threatened Qiao with a tone full of cruel satisfaction. "Soon, I will douse you with cold water and toss you outside. In this -55-degree chill, within mere minutes, you will become a vividly lifelike ice sculpture, shattering into shards at the slightest touch. I am eager to see whether your resolve or your icy remains prove more resilient." Upon hearing this, the woman responsible for documenting turned pale, biting her lip as if she wished to speak but hesitated. She softly called out, "Director Ma," yet before she could finish her thought, the man's piercing gaze silenced her. The woman trembled in fear, hastily amending, "Director Ma, we are strictly prohibited from abusing power." The man scoffed dismissively, as if he had no regard for her words. "We will simply omit that part about torture. Who would know?" He then turned his gaze back to Qiao, filled with disdain and jealousy. "Will you speak or not?" Director Ma, whose full name was Ma Chengran, had been a nameless little section chief before the apocalypse, harboring dreams of ascending to a directorial position through connections and savoring the sweetness of power. However, the onset of the apocalypse struck him like a hammer, plunging him from the heights into the abyss. The world fell into chaos, rendering former power and wealth as worthless as scrap paper, unable to procure even a morsel of life-saving bread. The riches he had embezzled had now become nothing more than a pile of worthless paper. He was forced to endure beatings, wear the clothes of the deceased, consume leftover food, and even seize resources from children and the elderly, treating his neighbors with contempt, living in utter disgrace. Those days were a scar on his heart, a dark history he least wished to recall. Yet, just as despair began to consume him, the military finally arrived. They established a base in M City, and he, the once director, was inexplicably recognized. Thus, when he saw Qiao thriving amidst the apocalypse, possessing the very resources he coveted, his heart swelled with jealousy and resentment. It was as if Qiao's very existence mocked his incompetence and failure. Qiao did not believe the man would truly dare to cast her outside. He wouldn't. Such a person only dared to be ruthless to the lower class, yet feared the powerful. After all, the military personnel were just downstairs and outside. They would not simply stand by. However, this interrogation room contained a window, beside which sat a basin of cold water. Qiao understood that Ma Changran was employing intimidation tactics, attempting to force her into bearing unfounded charges. Qiao was unafraid. With her skills, she did not believe this rotund director Ma could approach her with a water basin. "I will never confess to something I did not do," Qiao declared resolutely. Ma Changran's gaze grew increasingly ferocious, as if he wished to devour her whole. He stood, grasping the cold water from the bedside, advancing step by step towards Qiao. She had grown weary of his prattle. She resolved that once Director Ma drew closer, she would act. Dealing with this man, she would not even need to retrieve a weapon. She could simply snap his neck with her bare hands. 10 steps, 8 steps, 3 steps. Qiao twisted her wrist, preparing to strike. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was abruptly pushed open. Chapter 59. Stealing home, Captain Zhou stood at the entrance, firmly clutching an urgent report that had been delivered. "Ms. Qiao, we have received a notification from the head of Huahan Group, stating that the supplies you have concealed are all sourced from their subsidiaries. Furthermore, Huahan Group has issued a notice declaring that during this apocalypse, any survivor who obtains supplies out of sheer necessity will not be held accountable." Qiao felt a flicker of surprise within her. Huahan Group? Wasn't he that the enterprise belonging to the Gu Qianhan family? She had not anticipated that this individual had been pilfering from home all along. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "I appreciate the magnanimity of Huahan Group." She was not naive. She understood that it was Gu Qianhan's covert assistance behind it all. However, Captain Zhou regarded her with a complex expression. The timing of this announcement was too fortuitous, raising his suspicions. The supplies in their unit were dwindling, and orders from above mandated prioritizing ordinary survivors. His soldiers were uncertain where their rations for the following day would come from. What he had hoped would yield some results today had turned out to be a disappointment. Moreover, he added, regarding the incidents of armed assault, several individuals have testified on your behalf, asserting that your actions were in self-defense. However, the modified toy guns and spike clubs discovered in your residence will be confiscated in accordance with the law. At this point, Qiao was genuinely perplexed. When the military had taken her away, those seemingly friendly neighbors had exhibited expressions of schadenfreude, hardly indicative of anyone willing to testify on their behalf. As for Gu Qianhan, he had only recently returned home and was likely preoccupied with his own affairs, making it improbable for him to be present here. While she firmly believed that he had instigated the Gu family to issue that disclaimer, the notion that he had secretly placed his own people at Mingri Jiyuan to testify for them seemed excessively reckless, putting his cards at risk. He was, after all, not a man prone to such impulsive actions. Just then, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor as soldiers escorted several survivors into an adjacent interrogation room. Qiao focused her gaze and was taken aback to see that the group included some of Mingri Jiyuan's so-called good neighbors. Among them was the older sister of the pair from room 901, Xia Shui. Qiao couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was likely that her younger sister, Xiaoxiu, had been the one to report them, yet now the sister stood up to vindicate them. What kind of game were these two playing? In the Gu residence, Gu Qianhan's study was filled with tension. Uncle Hai spoke disapprovingly. Young master, you should not act on impulse. Our reliable manpower is already scarce, yet you choose to protect a woman of little significance. He sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. On your first day back at the Gu family, you dispatch people to covertly protect Qiao. I initially thought she held some crucial information, which is why I didn't intervene. But it now appears that you bear a resemblance to your mother from years past, forsaking everything for love. Have you forgotten your own ambitions? Gu Qianhan regarded the documents in his hand and replied slowly, Uncle Hai, I understand your concerns. You fear that I might follow in my mother's footsteps, losing myself for the sake of one person and neglecting my responsibilities. This is precisely why my grandfather entrusted the heavy burdens of the Shun family to me instead of my mother before his passing. However, Qiao is different. Her intellect and capabilities far surpass those of the average person. Were it not for her background, her achievements might even eclipse my own. Uncle Hai hesitated, but was interrupted by Gu Qianhan. What are they doing over there? Uncle Hai understood that over there referred to his uncle, Gu Heir, and the other unworthy third parties. Your uncle is busy with the construction of the base, and Gu Heir is right behind him. They seem intent on attributing all accomplishments to Gu Heir. Meanwhile, that third-rate individual is distributing supplies at the base, seeking to establish a favorable image for Gu Heir. The supplies they are using belong to you, after all. Gu Qianhan thought of his mother, who was likely in the kitchen preparing porridge to serve his biased father, showing no inclination to assist him. What should he do? He found himself yearning for Qiao. He longed to see her. Even if they did nothing but share the same house, it would bring him solace. Reflecting on it now, the happiest days of his life had surprisingly been spent during his time at Mingri Jiyuan. Uncle Hai hesitated momentarily before speaking again. Young master, should we not? Not necessary. Gu Qianhan interjected with a cold laugh. The prestige built upon supplies is as fragile as a bubble, easily burst. Survivors need genuine guardians, those who can resolve their issues and safeguard their lives, not a bowl of porridge or a loaf of bread as a means to earn their favor. What will we achieve by winning their hearts with supplies now? I wish to see how long their resources can last. In the past few days, Gu Qianhan had led his subordinates in assisting the military to rescue national assets, while simultaneously using military strength to protect the heavy machinery and electronic technology left behind by his grandfather. He was exceedingly busy, with only brief hours of rest each day. Had it not been for Qiao being taken by the military, he would have already been out with them instead of confined to his study. Fortunately, the individuals he had arranged at Mingri Jiyuan had promptly relayed news to him. He feared that Qiao might be subjected to unfair treatment. After all, the military's resources were stretched thin, and most of those responsible for the interrogations were individuals entangled in the web of M-City's past. Thus, he acted decisively, compelling all shareholders of the Gu family to sign a disclaimer, which he swiftly dispatched to various temporary military command centers. Simultaneously, he instructed his subordinates to use supplies to bribe several neighbors to testify for Qiao, asserting that her every act of violence during the apocalypse was merely in self-defense. Nevertheless, a deep-seated unease lingered within him. Qiao was exceptionally capable, and he feared she might not withstand the interrogator's provocations and might act out of impulse. Qiao was too innocent. In her world, there were only black and white, and she remained oblivious to the complexities and perils of the world. He did not believe that self-defense was wrong, but within the confines of the military's jurisdiction, should Qiao injure an interrogator, she would be labeled a criminal, making it impossible for her to find her footing in the M-City base henceforth. He needed to swiftly solidify the Gu family's position and establish a stronghold in the M-City base to better protect Qiao. He would meticulously eliminate the shadows she could not see. For instance, the local bully, Dazhuang. He had already dispatched someone to deal with him, ensuring Qiao would have no cause for concern. Time was of the essence. He had to accelerate his actions. So high. We only need to send someone to monitor the situation over there. There is no need to waste too many resources. Our primary objective now is to intensify our efforts in gathering supplies, while also reaching out to those forces that could be advantageous to us. We must swiftly establish our own power network in the M-City base. Our manpower is limited. We can entice survivors to assist with the snow clearance using supplies. Uncle Hai displayed a look of doubt. Involving ordinary survivors could expose our supply reserves. Gu Qianhan gently shook his head. We are already in the open. There is no need for excessive caution. Uncle Hai hesitated for a moment, but could not resist asking, with only you and Gu Heir as your father's sons. If Gu Heir were to be eliminated, you would become the sole heir. No matter how biased your father is, it would be of no consequence. Chapter 60. The youngest child, Gu Qianhan's expression was solemn as he stated, "Building the base is a matter of national importance, concerning the lives of countless survivors. In the face of such significant issues, personal grievances can be set aside temporarily." Uncle Hai sighed. "Young master, you possess a noble sense of duty." However, Gu Qianhan replied, "Uncle Hai, you overestimate me. I merely seek greater power." Uncle Hai shook his head. "You are too kind-hearted. Those on the other side show no mercy. The affairs concerning the illegitimate child and his mother are one thing, but the cruelty of your uncle is truly alarming. He has watched them harm you without intervention. On the day of the blizzard, our people were sent away, thinking your uncle's men were on a helicopter. Who could have anticipated? Sometimes I even doubt whether you are truly your uncle's biological son. How could he be so heartless?" Gu Qianhan waved his hand dismissively. "What does it matter? The Gu family has always been this way. He killed his own brother to seize control of the Gu family. And did my grandfather ever intervene?" Uncle Hai furrowed his brow. "Is it truly the same?" The old master merely observed the struggle without taking sides. "But your uncle is actively assisting Gu Heir in causing you harm. I often find it hard to understand how you can remain so calm." Gu Qianhan replied nonchalantly, "I have grown accustomed to it." Uncle Hai looked at him with a heavy heart. He witnessed the child grow up, but only after the passing of Elder Shun did he realize the hardships the young master faced within the Gu family. Inside the temporary office building of the M-City base, a bustling scene unfolded. Gu Hongxin was overwhelmed by mountains of work, his brow furrowed with anxiety. Although the construction materials needed for the base were nominally provided by the Gu, Qin, and Zhou families, the Qin and Zhou families were as stingy as squeezing toothpaste, their supplies utterly inadequate. As the chief commander of the base's construction, Gu Hongxin found himself increasingly reliant on the Gu family's own resources. Yet, since Gu Qianhan's return, everything seemed to have grown more complex and challenging. The board members began to shift their attitudes, no longer as agreeable and resolute as before. Why couldn't that boy just die out there? Gu Hongxin's face darkened. At that moment, his secretary, Jian Bai, gently pushed open the door, holding a thermos, and respectfully said, "General Gu, the lady has sent lotus seed porridge, claiming it clears the mind and reduces heat, urging you to take care of your health." Burdened by his overwhelming workload, Gu Hongxin didn't even lift his head, irritably waving his hand. "You can have it," replied to her, as per the usual. Jian Bai discreetly retreated, pondering in silence. Every time the lady sent something, General Gu always responded with such impatience. He could not fathom why the gentle and devoted Mrs. Gu would evoke such disdain from him. As Jian Bai opened the thermos and poured the lotus seed porridge into a lunchbox, he took a delicate taste. The texture was smooth and refined, evidently slow-cooked for an extended period, and the flavor was exquisite. Truly a pity for him. Just then, a woman draped in mink, exuding elegance, approached, holding another thermos. Despite appearing to be in her 30s due to her impeccable upkeep, Jianbai knew she was actually in her 40s. This woman was Qin Riyun, Gu Hongxin's mistress and the mother of the second young master, Gu Qianhan. As Qin Riyun passed Jianbai's desk, her gaze lingered on the thermos for a moment, a cold smile curving her lips. Internally, she scoffed, another delivery from Shun Ruochu. Yet, her face bore a gentle smile as she inquired in a voice reminiscent of a delicate tongs, "Secretary Jian, is the lotus seed porridge to your liking?" Jianbai promptly rose, offering an awkward smile. "The flavor is average." Qin Riyun feigned surprise. "If it's average, why have you consumed so much?" Jianbai smiled apologetically. "With the current scarcity of supplies, having anything to eat is fortunate." A glimmer of triumph flashed in Qin Ruyun's eyes as she advised, "When you return the thermos, tell Shin Ruochu that General Gu desires Buddha jumps over the wall, and she must personally prepare a portion. It needs to be simmered for an entire day to absorb the flavors." Jianbai hesitated momentarily, but maintained his smile. "Certainly, I will see to it." With her grievances vented, Qin Ruyun felt a surge of delight. She lightly tapped on Gu Hongxin's office door. "Hongxin, I brought you chicken soup." Upon receiving a response, she sauntered in, her waist swaying like a serpent. Jianbai observed as the woman entered the general's office and locked the door behind her, perplexed by why General Gu would forsake his legitimate wife in favor of this mistress. He was not Gu Hongxin's original secretary. The former had perished in the extreme cold at the onset of the apocalypse. He had been temporarily promoted and had only been working with General Gu for half a month. Yet in this brief period, he had already grasped the complexity and chaos within the Gu family. Moreover, he was aware that General Gu held little regard for the legitimate son, Gu Qianhan, while dote on the illegitimate son, Gu Qianhan. Although he was loyal to General Gu, it was evident to anyone that Gu Qianhan was merely a facade, lacking any real capability. Everything he possessed was a result of General Gu's covert interventions. Conversely, Gu Qianhan was clearly competent and not to be underestimated. Why then did General Gu show favoritism towards the second young master? Seeing Gu Hongxin finish the chicken soup, Qin Ruyun spoke softly, offering a few words of affection before gracefully exiting the office, citing her desire not to disturb his work. Stepping out of the temporary office building, she took her seat in the back of the car. At that moment, Gu Qianhan leaned in eagerly, his expression tense as he inquired, "Mom, how is my father's mood at present?" Qin Ruyun's countenance darkened instantly, her sharp voice laced with complaint. "How could he be in good spirits? You, with your insatiable greed, hoarding the construction materials sent by the Gu family, have drawn the ire of those stubborn board members. Now the supplies are being held up, and your father is overwhelmed." I can see blisters forming on his lips. Gu Qianhan, distressed, asked, "Should I go up to apologize?" But as soon as he spoke, he began to complain again. "Why are those board members, all surnamed Gu, always targeting me?" Qin Ruyun reminded him, "Do not forget, Gu Qianhan also bears the Gu surname." Gu Qianhan slammed the seat in frustration, gritting his teeth. Why can't he just die out there? How did he survive falling from the helicopter and getting shot? Qin Ruyun sighed. It was pointless to dwell on such matters now that he had returned. Before his return, you were the only bloodline of the Gu family, so the board members naturally indulged you. But now that Gu Qianhan has returned as the legitimate heir, those old foxes will reassess their interests. A weighty undertone resonated in Qin Ruyun's words. Gu Qianhan scoffed. What legitimate heir? His mother, Shun Ruochu, has long been out of the picture. Besides, you still belong to the Qin family, which remains intact and retains a degree of influence within the base. Qin Ruyun shook her head. Although Gu Qianhan's maternal grandfather, Elder Shun, has passed, his legacy and connections are formidable. As for me, I am merely the illegitimate daughter of the Qin family. As long as Gu Qianhan is present, the Qin family will not easily intervene. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Gu Qianhan's eyes. Gu Qianhan cannot be allowed to live. We must find someone to act again. However, Qin Ruyun remained relatively calm. Do not rush. He is currently preoccupied with fervently searching for supplies. Once he has been sufficiently occupied, we shall take action to eliminate him. By then, all these resources will belong to us. Gu Qianhan, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Mother, your foresight is truly remarkable. Chapter 61. Reporting Qiao emerged from the interrogation room, successfully reuniting with Lin Feifei. At this moment, Lin Feifei appeared to be still reeling from the terror of the interrogation, her face pale and her eyes filled with an inescapable fear. Upon seeing Qiao, her eyes instantly welled with tears, the unjust feelings spilling forth like scattered pearls. "Woo, Sister Qiao they." Before she could finish her sentence, her voice broke into sobs, laden with infinite grievance and dread. Qiao paused for a moment, raising her hand to gently pat the girl's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Feeling the warmth of Qiao's reassurance, Lin Feifei dared to lean against her, as if drawing endless safety from her presence. She was terrified, truly terrified of being wrongfully accused and subsequently convicted. She feared never being able to escape, never seeing Sister Qiao and Lu Qian again. Captain Zhou had already revealed to Qiao that during the interrogation, Lin Feifei did not shift all the blame on her. Instead, she insisted they acted in concert. This revelation genuinely surprised Qiao. She had prepared herself for the worst, believing Lin Feifei would, in a bid for self-preservation, take all the murderous accusations upon herself. After all, during their time at Mingri Jiyuan, both she and Gu Qianhan had indeed been stained with blood, while Lin Feifei and Lu Qian had clean hands. Moments later, they were escorted by Captain Zhou to the medical room. Under the careful treatment of the military doctor, Lu Qian's condition had visibly improved. His wound has become infected. He must be monitored closely once you return, the doctor advised. Upon hearing this, the frightened Lin Feifei suddenly realized, it's all my fault for being negligent. I thought Lu Qian could get up and move, so I didn't check his wound closely. Lu Qian hurried to console her. However, Qiao's attention was drawn to the dense crowd gathered downstairs. Captain Zhou, noticing her gaze, explained, these are survivors from the vicinity. As noon approaches, they are congregated here, hoping to receive some food. Qiao looked closely and saw the frail figures shivering in the cold wind. They were bundled in heavy clothing, layered upon one another, as if wrapping themselves in every bit of warmth they could find to fend off the biting chill. Even so, their exposed skin appeared alarmingly pale, revealing the harshness of their existence. More poignantly, most held worn bowls in their hands, their eyes filled with longing and hope. Among the crowd, the elderly were conspicuously absent. Alas, the relentless cold apocalypse had ravaged for over 2 months, leaving this land steeped in hardship and struggle for survival. Qiao inquired, will you provide food for those gathered here? Captain Zhou shook his head resolutely, though his eyes betrayed his reluctance. If we give once, the number of survivors surrounding us will only grow. We distribute supplies every 3 days according to regulations. We must adhere strictly to the rules. Descending the stairs, Qiao discovered that the pot used for cooking contained only a small amount of rice, meaning the porridge would inevitably be thin as water. She noted that each soldieress lunch consisted merely of a bun and a bowl of thin porridge. Yet, these young soldiers not only had to maintain order, but also had to dig through thick snow to find supplies in this frigid winter, where the snow had frozen into an unyielding hardness. They toiled under such heavy burdens, yet their rations were so meager, clearly indicating a severe shortage of supplies. It was no wonder Captain Zhou had appeared so agitated that morning. He must have believed new supplies were incoming. Even so, Captain Zhou did not exploit his authority to seize their provisions. Qiao felt a flicker of emotion, albeit a fleeting one. She asked, Captain Zhou, how many people will return with us? Zhou Qianhan appeared puzzled. You've cleared your suspicions. Director Ma and others will no longer pursue the matter. I can send a soldier with you to call back the 2 guards stationed at your door. Qiao suggested, I recommend driving us back. Zhou Qianhan frowned slightly. I apologize, but due to a shortage of gasoline, we must prioritize its use for base construction. We cannot drive you back at this time. Qiao shook her head. I personally intend to donate 3/4 of our supplies to the military. At the very least, those hardworking soldiers deserve to have enough to eat. Zhou Qianhan's eyes glistened with gratitude, for he knew of Qiao's ample supplies. Should she truly be willing to donate 3/4? It would provide the soldiers with rations for 2 days, allowing them to endure until the next batch of supplies arrived from the command center. He expressed his thanks fervently. Lu Qian and Lin Feifei exchanged glances. Lu Qian spoke up. We are also willing to contribute supplies, but since there are 2 of us, we can only donate half. While awaiting Captain Zhou's arrangements for transportation, Qiao noticed Lin Feifei persistently inquiring about news of City K from the military, finally understanding their true motive for donating supplies. It turned out that the 2 intended to follow the military vehicle back to City K. How had she not thought of this? Although City K lay in the opposite direction from Taiwei Mountain, they could first leave M City with a military vehicle. Once distanced from the criminal elements surrounding M City, she could go anywhere she wished. Yet, she did not intend to reveal her thoughts just yet. She would simply follow behind when the time came. In truth, Qiao's offer to donate supplies was not born of altruism. Altruism had long since departed from her heart. She calculated that fostering a good relationship with the military would yield a measure of peace in these chaotic times. Moreover, all the supplies at home had been acquired at zero cost. She could replicate them infinitely and felt no remorse in donating some to the military. However, there lay a deeper reason behind her actions. Not only did the neighbors of Gu Qianhan know of their abundant supplies, but even individuals like Director Ma had their eyes on them. She had witnessed the resentment and greed in Director Ma's gaze when he learned of their release. Such expressions were all too familiar to her from her past life. The greedy would stop at nothing for resources. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative, displaying her generosity through the donation of supplies and having the military transport them, thereby sending a clear message to those with ulterior motives. She had been magnanimous, leaving little behind. She was weary of the prying eyes of others and tired of relentless disturbances. She hoped this would secure her a few days of peace. Soon, Captain Zhou sent a small cargo vehicle. As Qiao and the others boarded, they noticed the woman responsible for recording in the interrogation room was also present. Director Ma seemed to have called her Hong Dandan. She wore thick gloves, tightly gripping a notebook. Sensing Qiao's gaze, Hong Dandan raised her notebook slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of explanation. I will accompany you back to the community to document the details of your impending donation. Qiao merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further comment. However, Lin Feifei recognized Hong Dandan immediately, her tone laced with displeasure. What? You wish to return home with us to spy on how much supplies we possess, and then report back to your Director Ma? Chapter 62. Green Tea. Hong Dandan gently bit her lip, seemingly wishing to defend herself, yet ultimately chose silence. She was acutely aware that, at this moment, no matter what she said, it would be difficult to earn the trust of others. She never anticipated encountering her former superior, Ma Qianhan, here again. Before the apocalypse descended, they had worked in the same unit, and she had merely been a newcomer. In the early days of the catastrophe, in a bid for survival, she had stolen supplies from the unit. Later, she encountered a man with ill intentions and killed him. Unfortunately, Ma Qianhan had witnessed both incidents. Now, with the military involved, he held her secrets, compelling her to submit to his whims. Even though he referred to himself as Director Ma, she could only helplessly assist him in concealing his identity. At that moment, several individuals climbed into the cargo area of the small truck, crowding the once spacious compartment. These were the neighbors from Gu Qianhan, lured by Gu Qianhan with promises of supplies, there to vouch for Qiao and her companions. However, Lu Chun and Lin Feifei remained blissfully unaware, gazing gratefully at these neighbors, promising them supplies as a token of gratitude upon returning to the community. The neighbors, however, waved their hands in refusal, their expressions somewhat awkward. They had not only been enticed by Gu Qianhan's offerings, but some had received special considerations, making them hesitant to accept anything from Lu Chun and Lin Feifei. Despite the throng in the truck, a miraculous space had cleared around Qiao. Everyone recalled her terrifying form as she ruthlessly dispatched foes atop the van, and they dared not approach her. Only Xia Shui, after much hesitation, finally gathered the courage to sit beside Qiao. The vehicle began to move. Qiao wrapped herself in a scarf, closing her eyes to rest. This was an open cargo truck, and in such frigid temperatures, the discomfort was palpable. Lin Feifei appeared to have emerged from the shadow of interrogation, her face radiant with a carefree smile. Lu Chun's injuries had been properly tended to, and they had established a favorable rapport with the military. Even more exhilarating was the news that the military would send personnel to the capital next month. With a route passing near K City, this meant they would soon be on their way home. In high spirits, Lin Feifei's chatter flowed freely as she excitedly pointed out the scenery outside. Darling, look at that snow over there, how white it is. Xiao Jia, look at the sky. It's so blue, it's intoxicating. Lu Chun patiently responded to every word from Lin Feifei, while Qiao merely offered a brief acknowledgement, considering it a response. The neighbors in the truck were taken aback. They had expected Qiao to be a formidable killer, yet here she was, remarkably serene. However, the image of Qiao had already taken root in their minds, and they dared only to observe her cautiously. occasionally mustering the courage to exchange a few words with Lin Feifei. Grateful for the neighbors' support in vouching for them at a critical moment, the atmosphere remained amicable. Yet, when inquiries arose about their supplies, Gu Qianhan's whereabouts, or their connection with Captain Shu, Lin Feifei deftly sidestepped them. This seemingly carefree girl possessed an unexpectedly astute mind. A few times, Xia Shui hesitated, but eventually, during a moment of congeniality, she summoned enough courage to lean closer to Qiao, almost resting her shoulder against hers. Qiao Jia. Before she could finish, Qiao's eyes snapped open, filled with wariness. Her body instinctively recoiled, a reflex honed by 4 years of survival in a brutal world. Even after her rebirth and a period of adjustment, she struggled to shed this vigilance. What is it? Qiao's tone bore a hint of impatience. Xia Shui's face displayed embarrassment and uncertainty, as if she had mustered immense resolve to speak. Oya, my sister is young and naive. She did not intend to report you. I hope you can forgive her ignorance, considering I am willing to testify on your behalf. Qiao fixed her gaze on Xia Shui, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips as she awaited further explanation. Xia Shui, seemingly oblivious to Qiao's indifference, continued, she just wanted to move to the 10th floor and befriend you. She is young, spoiled by our family before the apocalypse, and always got what she wanted, so she resorted to the wrong methods. She has always been pretty and sweet-tongued, and not only do our parents favor her, but even my boyfriend thinks we aren't sisters. Qiao replied coolly, so what? She had overestimated this woman. It turned out to be mere trivialities. Alas, she had no taste for green tea, especially in extreme cold. Xia Shui looked bewildered, as in her experience. Qiao should have sympathized with her plight of parental favoritism and understood her frustration in cleaning up her sister's mess. She glanced up at Qiao, only to find her eyes devoid of anything but coldness. Qiao slowly spoke. First, we are not familiar. You may call me by my name. Second, I do not know who reported us, yet you assert it was your sister? How amusing. She inwardly scoffed. She had encountered too many individuals like this in her previous life. Xia Shui appeared naive, but was, in truth, cunning. She had previously thought this woman possessed a strong will to survive, capable of enduring the apocalypse. Yet, it seemed she was now leveraging her younger sister to ascend. What? Are you trying to use your sister's ignorance to highlight your own understanding? Or is it about moving to the 10th floor? Perhaps you have ulterior motives regarding Gu Qianhan? Regardless of your intentions, do not trouble me. My patience is running thin. Qiao's tone carried a warning and impatience. No, you will misunderstand. I mean no harm. Xia Shui attempted to explain further, but was interrupted by Qiao. Your sister is all talk, lacking substance yet trusting you. She must have informed you before reporting us. You were aware beforehand. Moreover, you were present when the military took us away. Why did you not step forward then? As for your appearance at the military's temporary command center, do you not have an inkling? A wave of irritation surged within her. There was something else Qiao refrained from voicing. Her sister had likely been incited by Xia Shui to report them. However, reason reminded her that now was not the time to act. The truck was filled with neighbors and military personnel watching. Xia Shui wished to say more, but was elbowed aside by Lin Feifei, who wore a bright smile. Sister Shui, are you all right? Please hold on tight while the vehicle is in motion. Yet inwardly, she had scolded Xia Shui thoroughly. One annoying pest, daring to disturb her Qiao Jia's rest. Xia Shui dismissed the petite Lin Feifei. Yet upon meeting Qiao's icy gaze, memories of blood-soaked corridors flooded her mind. Recalling the night, she had seen countless bodies piled up after being thrown down the stairs. How could she have forgotten that Qiao was a merciless killer? She quickly retreated, hiding among the neighbors, no longer daring to show her face. Qiao's gaze fell upon the van, trailing closely behind a small truck. Gu Qianhan's responsiveness was indeed remarkable. Even from the Gu family, he could assist them without leaving a trace. This was no longer a time when information could not be transmitted through networks. Having received such a significant favor when she departs from M City with the military, she must certainly return the spatial ring to Gu Qianhan. Chapter 63. The turn of events, the manner in which Qiao and her companions were taken away by the military was remarkably peculiar. akin to a public display as they exited the community, slowly passing by each building. Every resident within the vicinity bore witness to their apprehension. Rumors swiftly spread throughout the community, becoming increasingly exaggerated and bizarre. Whispers suggested that they had been convicted and were soon to face a grim execution. After all, in this apocalyptic world where food was scarce, there was little surplus to sustain these so-called criminals. Some oblivious survivors, who had never even glimpsed Qiao and her companions, blindly joined in the chorus of curses, weaving malicious speculations about them with venomous words. The military should have acted long ago. The previous 2 times they had even distributed supplies to them, which seemed a gross misuse of resources. I, too, wish to witness their execution, to see if they will be frightened to the point of losing control. I heard that several trucks worth of supplies were seized from their home, resources that rightfully belong to ordinary people like us. You are misinformed. Not only were supplies found, but also dozens of corpses. What? They even consumed human flesh. Nevertheless, Qiao and her companions had not harmed the innocent, yet the accusations and insults persisted unjustly, as if they had truly committed heinous crimes. At this moment, the tide had turned. Qiao and her companions returned to the community not only unscathed, but also riding in military vehicles, with an air of grandeur. They were unharmed, their hands free, devoid of shackles, and the military personnel treated them with great respect. The survivors in the community watched as the small truck slowly entered, their hearts filled with trepidation, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Although few had witnessed Qiao commit murder, the mountain of corpses beneath Building 13 and the blood-soaked ground remained an indelible shadow in their minds. Who among them did not know that those residing on the 10th and 11th floors of Building 13 were bloodthirsty murderers? The truck came to a steady halt beneath Building 13, surrounded by an eerie silence, with no one daring to take a step forward. These individuals had always been arrogant. Now, having killed so many yet returning safely, their close ties with the military instilled fear in the hearts of the entire community. No one dared to act recklessly, fearing they would offend them. Even more so, they dreaded that their previous mockery and curses might be overheard, leading to retaliation. Qiao strode directly upstairs. The neighbors in the building heard the commotion and saw Qiao and her companions return. Yet, no one dared to open their doors to witness the spectacle. After all, many had reveled in their misfortune when Qiao and her companions were taken away, with some even boasting audaciously. Particularly, Xia Xiyu, who hid behind her door, watched with seething jealousy and rage as she saw Qiao return unscathed, her emotions boiling over like oil on fire, nearly breaking her nails in frustration. Why, that woman, who had clearly killed so many and stolen so many supplies, how could she escape execution? Her heart brimmed with endless resentment and bitterness. Xiaoxiu bit her lower lip until it turned pale. Her eyes, filled with malice, remained fixated on Qiao outside. Her heart raced like a drum, a tumult of anger and bitterness nearly suffocating her. It seemed Qiao sensed the venomous gaze emanating from room 901, a cold smile curling at her lips. As the military began unloading supplies, those so-called good neighbors emerged once more, eager to assist. In particular, the men from room 902 and the elderly lady from the 8th floor were especially enthusiastic. Comrades in arms, let my husband and me lend a hand. With just a few of you, how long will it take? The elderly lady's words dripped with urgency, not forgetting to cast a provocative glance at Qiao. That look seemed to say, no matter how capable you are, with the military's backing, you can no longer flaunt your power over us. With the military's support, her gaze towards Qiao grew even more audacious. Initially, she thought that once Qiao and the others were released, their supplies would remain intact, but to her surprise, the military was personally handling the supplies. This indicated that the individuals residing on the 10th and 11th floors, while having narrowly escaped execution, had their supplies confiscated by the military. Confiscation was indeed welcome. The military would surely distribute these resources to ordinary survivors like herself. She and her husband, along with their grandson, could claim 3 portions. Moreover, if their supplies were seized, she could only imagine the scarcity they would face. This turn of events meant that their own supplies would be less than those of Qiao's group, a fact that delighted her immensely. How would they flaunt their superiority after this? Her so-called willingness to help was merely a guise to seize some benefit. At that moment, several men from room 902 also gathered around. Indeed, comrades in arms, let us contribute our share. We have benefited from your free supplies. It is only right to give something back. As ordinary survivors, we also wish to do our part in this apocalyptic world. Their words rang hollow. Yet the military had long since become accustomed to such hypocritical facades in the apocalypse. Zhang Tao stepped forward, stating, "We have strict regulations. We cannot allow the public to assist. We appreciate your goodwill." He paused deliberately, casting a glance at Qiao, Lin Feifei, and Lu Chun before continuing. It should be clarified that the supplies of Ms. Qiao, Ms. Lin Feifei, and Comrade Lu Chun were not forcibly requisitioned by the military. They voluntarily donated them out of a sense of righteousness. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming intricate and delicate. Those neighbors who had initially intended to exploit the situation now wore expressions of surprise and disappointment. They had never anticipated that Qiao and her companions would be so generous, willing to donate their precious supplies to the military without compensation. The elderly lady from the 8th floor's expression darkened instantly. Her plan to seize some supplies had been thwarted, leaving her with nothing but resentment. She muttered under her breath, "How is this possible? How could they part with their supplies so easily? Do they not worry about the hardships to come?" The men from room 902 exchanged glances. Their original scheme to benefit under the pretense of helping now rendered futile, as they could only watch helplessly as military personnel loaded boxes of supplies onto the truck. Meanwhile, hidden behind the door of room 901, Xiaoxiu's expression grew increasingly furious upon hearing the military's words. The residents above would rather donate their supplies than share them with their neighbors. Such cold-bloodedness was appalling. Unbeknownst to her, her sister, concealed behind her, shared the same expression of indignation, clearly harboring the same sentiments as Xiaoxiu. Chapter 64. No more softness after bidding farewell to the military personnel. Qiao retreated to her cozy little room. Having gone several days without indulging in hot pot, she found herself craving it. Thus, she summoned an electric stove from her space, along with hot pot base and an array of ingredients. To ensure that the tantalizing aroma remained contained, she meticulously sealed every gap in the windows and door with cloth. She also located a delightful variety show on her iPad and poured herself a glass of cola, settling in comfortably to savor her dinner. Just as she was relishing her meal, a sudden cacophony of heavy objects crashing and clattering erupted from downstairs. Qiao strained her ears. It seemed to emanate from the 9th floor. Pouring herself another glass of cola, she chose to ignore it. After all, the issue of supplies had been acknowledged by the military, and the acts of eliminating Li Wanhao and others were deemed self-defense. Everything was well, and there was no need for concern. She felt buoyant and wished to remain undisturbed by external commotion. However, it was not long before the quarrel downstairs escalated. Sharp and grating, as if it could pierce through walls and reach Qiao's ears directly. "Sister, betray, you knew all along," playing the good person echoed through the air. She quickly realized that it was the Su sisters from room 901 embroiled in a fierce dispute. Their earlier conversation in the car had likely been overheard by other curious neighbors and relayed to the younger sister. The elder sister had been overly confident, believing that her pity and testimony would soften Qiao's heart and allow her entry to the 10th floor, neglecting to leave herself an escape route. Little did she know, Qiao was impervious to such tactics. It was clear now that the once inseparable sisters had completely severed ties. Qiao had no interest in witnessing the squabble of others. There would be more drama in the future. Instead, she continued to nestle in her little haven, enjoying her hot pot. She even retrieved a lobster from her space to toss into the pot, a gift from Gu Qianhan and Lu Chun, procured from a cold storage facility in the suburbs. Reflecting on it now, that cold storage also belonged to the Gu family. Although his surname was Gu, he showed no concern for family matters. Meanwhile, Gu Qianhan was seated inside a Hummer, racing through the snowstorm, leading military personnel to one of his medical equipment factories. This establishment was not part of the Gu family's properties, but rather an inheritance from his maternal grandfather. In the driver's seat was one of his own, while Uncle Hai sat beside him. Following closely were 5 heavy military trucks, leaving deep ruts in the snow. The Hummer jolted violently over the uneven terrain as Gu Qianhan, holding a supply list, suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Uncle Hai, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Young master, you need not come tonight. You are too exhausted, and the military is aware it is you." He opened a thermos and handed it over. "I brought you ginger tea. It will warm you up." Gu Qianhan accepted it and took a sip. "The factory is outside the city. I cannot rest easy until I see it for myself." With a furrowed brow, he returned to scrutinizing the list. That foolish woman, Qiao. How could she donate all her supplies to the military? What will she eat? Uncle Hai rolled his eyes internally. Not all of it, merely 3/4. Gu Qianhan feigned ignorance. "I know she will not use the supplies I left behind. So Hai, have him secretly send some supplies to Qiao, choosing items that girls like to eat." He was not merely referring to the supplies from room 1002, but also those in the space ring. For some reason, he was certain that Qiao would look down upon those items. Watching Gu Qianhan's fatherly concern for Qiao, Uncle Hai couldn't help but think he had chosen the wrong person. Was this man, who had lost his composure for love, truly the once dominant heir of the Gu family in M City? When Uncle Hai received the donation list, he happened to have some free time. Out of caution for Qiao, he had inquired thoroughly with Shun San, one of the guardians assigned to protect her. Shun San was a formidable bodyguard, formerly close to the late patriarch of the Shun family. When the young master sent Shun San to protect Qiao, Uncle Hai genuinely felt it was an overqualified arrangement. Through Shun San, he had gained some understanding of Qiao. "Young master, Missy does not require your concern." Gu Qianhan shifted his gaze from the supply list to Uncle Hai's face. "Did you not always say that Qiao would drag me down?" Uncle Hai smiled apologetically. "I was short-sighted before. Now, it appears Miss he is quite capable." Suddenly, Uncle Hai seemed to have an epiphany. "Young master, since you are so worried about Miss He, why not bring her to the Gu family and keep her close?" Gu Qianhan's expression darkened. "Uncle Hai, do not speak of such things again. The Gu family is very perilous. I will not let her wade through murky waters at this time." Uncle Hai opened his mouth to say something, but Gu Qianhan interjected. "Have our people secretly send some supplies, but do not alert anyone." So Hai Sai, "Young master, you are truly enmeshed in this. Please do not follow the same path as the young lady." Gu Qianhan scoffed coldly. How can Gu Hongxin be compared to Qiao? He does not even refer to him as father anymore, merely using his name. Just yesterday, he had uncovered the truth that his assassination attempt had a hand from his father, Gu Hongxin. When Gu Qiansheng and the youngest third plotted against him, Gu Hongxin had not only been aware, but had secretly instigated it. His own flesh and blood had sought his life. It was a stark revelation that a biological father could wish for his child's demise. With no warmth left in his heart, Gu Qianhan resolved never to show mercy again. Yet one thing puzzled him. Gu Qiansheng and the youngest third seemed unaware of Gu Hongxin's intent to kill him. If the three of them truly sat down to discuss matters without secrets, then perhaps his life would have already been forfeit at Mingri Jiyuan. The trio was not united. Mingri Jiyuan, Qiao tidied up her hot pot and planned to lounge on her lazy sofa to read a novel. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life with Lin Feifei's lively and slightly gossiping voice. "Sister Qiao, you missed quite the spectacle during dinner. You truly missed a grand show." Her voice brimmed with excitement. Xia Shui and her sister, oh my, they clashed head-on, almost pulling out knives to fight it out. Can you guess what happened next? Just as Qiao was about to respond, Lin Feifei eagerly revealed the answer. "Hey," her sister packed up and left, moving to room 902 across the hall, completely severing ties with her sister. "Now, our floor will be lively. There are bound to be more dramas ahead." Moving to room 902, Qiao's heart skipped a beat. If her memory served her correctly, room 902 was occupied by several men. Chapter 65. Overhearing against ones with a cacophony emanating from the floor below was enough to make Qiao roll her eyes. It had been ongoing for 2 or 3 hours. Was there no consideration for sleep? It seemed the night would offer no respite. even with 10 floors separating them. The noise was intrusive enough on the 11th floor, making it difficult to fathom how the residents below were enduring it. Ordinarily, individuals sharing a room would exercise a degree of discretion, mindful of disturbing others. However, the sounds from the 9th floor seemed to revel in their activities, brazenly flaunting their exertions. Xiaoshiyu's voice, initially laced with pleasure, had devolved into pained moans and pleas for mercy. Qiao couldn't help but wonder if she was regretting her impulsive decision to move into apartment 902. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. As the clock stealthily crept towards dawn, the uproar below persisted unabated. Qiao's patience reached its limit. She donned her coat and ventured out of her apartment. Upon opening the door, a gust of frigid air assailed her, eliciting a shiver. The temperature disparity between indoors and outdoors was stark, and the hallway offered no refuge from the biting wind. As she closed her door, she was surprised to detect muffled sounds of strained ecstasy emanating from the adjacent apartment. 1102, the residence of Lin Feifei and her companion. Qiao sighed inwardly. The impetuosity of youth, indeed. She recalled the injuries sustained, but it was not her concern. She strode to apartment 902 and rapped forcefully on the door. A man's enraged bellow erupted from within. "Who's there? Looking for trouble?" Another man's tone was equally hostile. "We've had enough interruptions. Disturb us again, and you'll regret it." Evidently, others had attempted to intervene, only to be rebuffed. Just then, Xiaoshiyu's cry for help pierced through the din. "Help me. Please save me. I'm going to die." Her plea was swiftly silenced. This was followed by even more violent thuds and the metallic screech of a bed frame, as if to punish Xiaoshiyu's indiscretion. Qiao felt little sympathy for Xiaoshiyu. As an adult, she should have anticipated the potential ramifications of moving into an apartment occupied solely by men. "I'm for the 11th floor," Qiao stated icily. "Keep it down, or you'll face the consequences." Her words had an immediate effect. The commotion within apartment 902 ceased abruptly. A man flung open the door, his trousers hastily fastened, and offered a hurried apology. "Sorry for the disturbance. We'll stop immediately. Please return to your apartment and rest." "We're terribly sorry." Qiao offered no response, turning and departing. As she passed apartment 901, she sensed a presence behind the door. Currently, Xiaoshui was the sole occupant of 901. She wondered what Xiaoshui was feeling, knowing her sister was being abused. Was it joy or heartache? Back in her apartment, the occupants of the 9th floor remained silent, and Qiao enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. The following morning, an urgent knock echoed on the sliding door. Qiao descended to find Gu Qianhan and Zhang Tao. Qiao opened the door. "Captain Zhou, is there an issue with yesterday's supplies?" Captain Zhou waved his hand dismissively, producing 3 pristine base cards from his pocket and presenting them to Qiao with a smile. "Ms. Qiao, I visited the base this morning and procured these base cards for the 3 of you. The supplies you donated have been converted into base points." Although Qiao had resolved not to set foot in the M-City base, she accepted the cards with a grateful smile, appreciating Captain Zhou's kindness. "Thank you, Captain Zhou. You've gone to a great deal of trouble." Captain Zhou offered a sincere smile and shook his head. "Ms. Qiao, the gratitude is ours. The team is facing a severe shortage of supplies, and your generosity has ensured that our soldiers will not go hungry." His gaze swept past Qiao, as if searching for someone. "Where are and?" Qiao chuckled inwardly. The pair had been up until the early hours, and were likely still sound asleep. She replied casually, "Perhaps they didn't hear the knock. You can tell me what you want to say, and I'll pass it on." Captain Zhou nodded, his expression turning serious. "And are from K-City, and I've learned of their plans. They intend to leave M-City with the military next month, to avoid the criminal gangs and raiding parties around the city. I suggest they exchange the points on their base cards for the supplies they need." Qiao nodded attentively. "I'll pass it on." Captain Zhou glanced around, ensuring they were alone, and seemed to hesitate. Qiao understood, and ushered him into the living room of apartment 1001, where the 4-person team had previously convened. Captain Zhou lowered his voice. "Tomorrow's Homes is located near the edge of the city, where resources are scarce and criminal elements are rampant. Our temporary headquarters will be relocating closer to the M-City base in a few days. I advise the three of you to report to the base as soon as possible. It's safer there. He paused before continuing. This would also make it easier for and to exchange their supplies. And for you, with these base points as a foundation, you can participate in base construction, and your future prospects will be bright. Furthermore, many senior officials who have contributed to the base's construction have already moved in and are forming their own task forces. With your skills and abilities, you'll have plenty of options. However, Captain Zhou was unaware that Qiao also intended to leave M City with the military next month. He was genuinely looking out for her. Qiao was surprised by Captain Zhou's candor. Some of this information was even a breach of protocol. After all, if those gathered around the temporary headquarters knew of their impending relocation, they would surely try to stop them. After seeing Captain Zhou off, Lin Feifei hurried downstairs. Meeting Qiao's teasing gaze, even her thick skin flushed slightly. Qiao relayed Captain Zhou's words, and Lin Feifei's eyes lit up. Sister Qiao, when are we leaving for the M City base? Qiao sighed inwardly. She truly didn't want to enter the base. Where there were people, there was trouble. She simply wanted to ascertain the military convoy's departure date and follow discreetly behind. She had no desire to enter the base. Moreover, Gu Qianhan was at the base, and she wasn't eager to see him so soon. She would find an opportunity to return the ring to him before she left, but not yet. She wanted to enjoy a few more days of peace and quiet. I don't want to enter the base so soon. We'll deal with that later, Qiao replied. Similarly, she didn't want to travel with, and she would secretly release the SUV and follow the military convoy. If it hadn't been for Gu Qianhan, she wouldn't have even considered partnering with the two of them. Outside M City, those two would be easy pickings for the ruthless gangs they'd encountered before. She wanted no connections with anyone. She simply wanted to be left alone. Chapter 66. We are not friends. Lin Feifei was utterly taken aback by Qiao's response. Her expression faltered momentarily before she pressed on. Did you not heed Captain Zhou's words? It won't be long before this place is no longer safe. Confusion enveloped Lin Feifei. For in her eyes, Qiao, as a native of M City, was vastly different from them. Mere outsiders striving to return to K City in search of their loved ones. Qiao Jia, I understand your strength, but after I leave with Lu Chun, you must feel incredibly lonely here. Wouldn't it be livelier and safer to move into the base? If she were in Qiao's position, she would not hesitate to pack her belongings and report to the M City base without a moment's delay. However, Qiao was unwilling to elaborate further. Everyone had their own choices and paths. Having navigated the apocalypse for 4 years in her past life, she was acutely aware of the ulterior motives behind Lin Feifei's words. It was not merely curiosity. It was a plea for companionship. Yet, Qiao chose not to explain further, instead turning to ascend the stairs for her physical training. When you prepare to move, please inform me so I can lock the door. Lin Feifei grasped Qiao's sleeve tightly, her eyes brimming with urgency. Qiao Jia, mister. Gu holds you in such high regard. If you enter the base, your life would undoubtedly improve immensely compared to residing at Ming Ri Jia Yuan. Qiao's expression darkened, her tone frigid. Lin Feifei let go. From the moment her father and stepmother passed away, she resolved not to force herself any longer, vowing to live according to her own desires. In this new life, she had sworn never to indulge in misplaced sympathy again. Anxious and filled with dread, Lin Feifei pleaded. Qiao Jia, we are teammates. Please help us. Qiao shook off her hand, her voice resolute. No one will always be there to assist you. You must learn to rely on yourself. Seeing Lin Feifei's bewilderment and disbelief, Qiao, with patience reminiscent of aiding her past self, addressed her. You too are already fortunate. At the onset of the apocalypse, you received help from friends, had a ready-made home, and the opportunity to collaborate with the formidable Gu Qianhan to gather supplies, thanks to your off-road vehicle. But luck will not remain on your side forever. Remember when you insisted on keeping watch alone, even counting Lu Chen's shift? Back then, you pondered why we should team up if you could not offer us anything of value. So why do you now presume I would alter my plans to accommodate you? Tears shimmered in Lin Feifei's eyes. After battling together through the apocalypse, facing life and death side by side, can we not be considered friends? Qiao gently pried her hand away, her voice laced with indifference. Not at all. In Qiao's heart, they were merely temporary allies. She had long outgrown the yearning for friendship. The experiences of Ruan Mingyue served as a profound lesson, deterring her from repeating past mistakes. For the sake of an ephemeral bond, she had not only sacrificed her space, but also her life in her previous existence. In this life, her sole desire was to navigate the apocalypse safely and protect herself. Lin Feifei's tears welled up, her genuine feelings rendered utterly worthless in Qiao's eyes. Witnessing her distress stirred an inexplicable irritation within Qiao. She could not comprehend why Lin Feifei stubbornly believed she would look after them. We are merely a temporary team. That does not imply we must remain bound together. Qiao opened the door to Gu Qianhan's residence, returning the previously removed tires and various parts of the off-road vehicle to Lin Feifei. Lin Feifei appeared troubled. I really don't know how to manage these. Qiao shrugged. Neither do I. Lin Feifei attempted to adopt a pleading tone. Qiao Jia, Lu Chun is still injured. Could you lend us a hand? Qiao's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Feifei, this is the apocalypse. We're no longer in an era where pouting can resolve issues. I am not lacking in resources and do not need to barter with you. Furthermore, I cannot afford to venture downstairs carelessly. The intentions of outsiders are unpredictable. What if someone harbors ill intentions and seeks to rob me of my home? And do not use Lu Chen's injury as an excuse again. He was with you last night. I imagine he has nearly recovered. The best I can do is watch over your belongings while you move to ensure nothing goes missing. With that, Qiao turned her back on Lin Feifei, retreating to her own home, leaving Lin Feifei standing in contemplation. For the next 2 days, the door next door remained firmly shut, never to open. It was not until the 3rd day that Lu Chun and Lin Feifei finally stepped outside. Lu Chen's complexion had noticeably improved, no longer appearing as pale and feeble as before. They approached Qiao's door, gently knocking. Qiao slowly opened the door. Finding Lin Feifei hiding behind Lu Chun, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Chun broke the silence first. Qiao Jia. We need to go to the underground garage to install the tires and parts on our vehicle. Could you please watch over our home? Qiao replied softly, acknowledging him. Some matters are better addressed sooner rather than later, so they no longer harbor unrealistic expectations of her. Lu Chun smiled sheepishly. Over the past few days, we have studied the structure of the off-road vehicle closely and should be able to reassemble the removed tires and parts. He understood that he was justifying their delay in coming to apologize. Gently tugging Lin Feifei closer, he continued, Qiao Jia. I am aware of what transpired in the past few days. I can see that you had our best interests at heart, and your words were sincere. Feifei has been spoiled by me. She has realized her mistakes. Gathering her courage, Lin Feifei spoke softly, Qiao Jia, I have come to understand. My actions were a form of coercion, and we had no right to impose upon you. I truly never considered your perspective. I only took and relied upon you. I am sorry. Qiao merely responded with a calm assurance. I will keep an eye on your home. Your supplies will not be lost. Had it not been for their fundamentally good nature, she would have severed ties long ago. However, in the apocalypse, having one less enemy was advantageous. She wished only to expedite their departure. Lu Chun and Lin Feifei exchanged glances, each finding solace in the other's expression. It seemed that Qiao was not genuinely angry with them. Thank you, Qiao Jia. Lu Chun expressed again, gratitude evident in his voice. We will not trouble you any further. Chapter 67. No more Lu Chun and Lin Feifei's frequent descent to repair their vehicle inevitably piqued the curiosity of their neighbors. They dared not inquire directly with Qiao, opting instead to approach the seemingly amiable Lin Feifei. In response to their inquisitiveness, Lin Feifei merely alluded to preparations for a return to her hometown, K City, while remaining tight-lipped about further details. The announcement of the military's arrival in M City and the subsequent establishment of a base near the university town swept through the city like a spring breeze. The survivors of Mingri Jiyuan were no exception, having learned of the news early on. When Qiao collected supplies, she received special attention from the staff, as the military placed a premium on highly educated survivors and key talents across various fields. Once reported to the base, they would be entitled to corresponding subsidies and preferential treatment. Even ordinary citizens who participated in the base's construction were guaranteed 2 meals a day, reportedly including a bun with each meal. Though these buns were made from a mixture of grains and bean dregs, no one complained. In such dire times, receiving 2 buns a day was considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. For those unwilling to accept the buns, the rations could be converted into base points, credited directly to their personal base cards. Even more enticing was the offer that survivors who participated in the base's construction for 100 days would receive free access to the base, exempt from the grain fee usually required for entry. To further encourage participation, the military intensified its promotional efforts, promising additional employment opportunities and improved living conditions for those who excelled. Such favorable terms were hard to resist. Consequently, some survivors, unable to contain their excitement, set out for the M-City base the very next day after the military's announcement. However, a portion of the populace clung to a sense of false hope, believing that since the military had arrived, they would not neglect ordinary citizens. They preferred to remain at home, enjoying the free supplies distributed by the military, rather than risking their lives in the frigid weather to aid in the base's construction. In their eyes, taking on the arduous task of building the base was an endeavor only a fool would undertake. They were convinced that once the base was completed, the military would not turn away the throngs of ordinary survivors. As for the stipulation requiring grain payment for entry, they scoffed at it, believing that with enough people united in purpose, they could compel the military to relent and gain entry into the base. Among the residents of Gu Qianhan, many had already chosen to leave for the base, while those who remained mostly harbored the latter sentiment, waiting to see how events would unfold. In Qiao's building, the elderly woman on the 8th floor and 2 families on the 9th floor had not reported to the base for construction, but instead chose to stay put. The elderly woman had secretly followed Lu Chun and Lin Feifei for several days, only to observe them engrossed in their vehicle repairs, with no other peculiarities to note. Returning home, she discussed her suspicions with her husband. "Do you think that young couple on the 11th floor truly intends to return to their hometown?" Her tone carried a hint of uncertainty. The old man, absently stroking his jade pipe, replied distractedly, "What else could they do? They're not locals of M-City." Shaking her head, the elderly woman furrowed her brow. "Something feels off." "What do you mean?" The old man looked perplexed. In a hushed voice, she confided, "Haven't you heard others in the community mention it? The area around M-City is now rife with gangs and robbery crews fleeing in terror from the military. How can that young couple on the 11th floor possibly escape such overwhelming danger?" The old man asked, "So what are you implying?" With unwavering conviction, the elderly woman responded, "They must think escaping M-City is futile, so they plan to seek refuge with the base." The old man dismissed her thoughts. "If they want to seek refuge with the base, so be it. What does it concern us? That base is nothing more than a foundation at this point. It doesn't even have a proper structure yet. Why should we, at our age, toil away there?" She shot him a glare, exasperated. "How can you be so foolish? The 11th floor has such good relations with the military. Just the other day, I saw Captain Zhou go up there and whisper for ages before leaving. The moment he departed, they decided to move to the base. Surely, there must be something to it." The old man scratched his head. "What could be the problem? I refuse to believe that the military would abandon us common folk." She sighed, recognizing his stubbornness. "If they're moving to the base, we should follow their vehicle." He waved his hands. "I have no desire to go. We can still collect free supplies here. At the base, we have to work for our food." With a patient tone, she urged, "The military has already stated that free supplies won't last long. We need to plan ahead." He reiterated his belief. "I refuse to believe the military would leave us high and dry." Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "You thick-headed fool. What if the military pulls out? What then?" Startled, he asked, "Is that really a possibility?" She replied, her voice laden with worry, "Of course. We are in an apocalyptic era, resources are scarce, and why would the military stubbornly hold the city as periphery? That would waste precious manpower and resources. They will undoubtedly concentrate their efforts on protecting the city center, especially near the base." The old man, resigned, inquired, "So what do you propose we do?" A flicker of determination crossed her eyes. "Little Yu is a child. He can enter the base for free. We'll have to pay the grain fee, but we can always say he can't be separated from his grandparents. We must find a way to slip in. The priority is to catch a ride with the 11th floor's vehicle. Otherwise, how long will it take us to walk there with our old legs?" He hesitated. What if Xingping and Shuyu return from abroad and can't find us? Our villa is buried under snow, if we run that far. She interrupted, exasperated. They're still abroad. Flights are grounded in this bitter cold. How long will we have to wait for them to return? We must focus on our survival first. Silence enveloped him as he gazed vacantly into the distance. In recent days, whenever their son and daughter-in-law were mentioned, they deceived themselves into believing they were merely traveling abroad. Yet deep down, he knew all too well that under such harsh weather, they would be struggling in an unfamiliar land, ill-equipped for the conditions. His son and daughter-in-law, far from home, were likely in grave peril. Yet he had been unwilling to confront that cruel reality, persistently avoiding it. The elderly woman saw through his thoughts and sighed. Old man, our son may never return, but we still have little you. We may be nearing our end, but his future is still bright. Very well, he relented, glancing at their young grandson playing with toys in bed. We'll follow the vehicle to the base. Whether we gain entry or not is of little consequence. We must ensure little you survives. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman frowned. What are you saying? We both must survive, or who will care for little you? What if he gets bullied? Chapter 68. The flea market Lin Fei arrived at room 1101, knocking on the door, accompanied by 2 large cardboard boxes. Each box towered to half her height, the tops bulging, barely revealing the supplies within, obscured by the dimness of the hallway. Sister Qiao, we have an abundance of supplies that we cannot take with us, and we intend to give them to you, Lin Fei said, shifting to make space for the boxes behind her. One box contained various types of charcoal and timber, while the other was more disorganized, topped with a thick quilt, and included a rice cooker, a frying pan, an induction stove, a fan, and other new, unopened items. Qiao shook her head. I cannot accept these. You should take them to the flea market and exchange them for something useful. She referred to the rescue tent area set up by the military not far from Minggri where many survivors had gathered to form an informal trading market. In this era where currency had lost its value, people bartered to fulfill their needs. Qiao had previously observed this bustling scene through binoculars from her window on the 11th floor. The market was a tapestry of stalls, bustling with activity. In the bleakness of the apocalypse, life was monotonous and arduous, with everything blanketed in pure, white snow. This rare commotion became a solace for many souls. Even without the prospect of exchanging goods, people were inclined to visit to feel that rare vibrancy. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei's eyes flickered with disappointment, yet she insisted. Sister Qiao, please accept this as our humble gesture. These items are all brand new. In fact, we have some old belongings at home. If you're interested after we leave, feel free to take them. As for the rest, let them remain behind. We will depart early tomorrow morning, and I cannot bear to give these to anyone else. I only wish to give them to you. During this time, my survival alongside Lu Chun has been entirely due to your and Han Ji's support. Ultimately, Qiao declined, for her space was not lacking in such items. How they dealt with their surplus was their concern. She had always understood the principle of accepting favors. Having clarified her stance, she felt it better not to accept their gift and thus risk entanglement. Lin Fei, feeling helpless, returned home only to come back shortly after, knocking on the door again. Sister Qiao, I would like to take some items to the flea market to sell. If you'd like to join me, we can go together while Lu Chun stays behind to watch the house. If you prefer not to come, could you please watch over the house for us while Lu Chun and I make a quick trip? After a moment of contemplation, Qiao replied, I have items to sell as well. Let us go to the flea market together. She returned to her room, retrieved a backpack, and filled it with her belongings before stepping out with Lin Fei. Since the distance was short, they chose to walk instead of driving. Lin Fei pushed a small cart laden with items too large to carry. In the frigid desolation of the apocalypse, the sun seemed to have lost its warmth, barely breaking through the heavy clouds to cast a faint, almost negligible light. The flea market lay on a snow-covered expanse, tightly surrounded by military rescue tents, forming a relatively safe haven. At the entrance, a banner trembled in the cold wind, inscribed with Hope Market in handwritten characters, revealing a glimmer of hope for the future. Inside the market, stalls were plentiful but sparse compared to the world before the apocalypse. Each stall brimmed with various supplies, though the quantities were evidently limited, reflecting the scarcity of resources in this era. Some stalls displayed withered bags of grain, others heavy winter clothing and worn kitchen utensils, while some offered paintings and calligraphy. Occasionally, one could spot yellowed books, a rarity in these times when most had been burned for warmth, evidencing the owner's love for literature. People moved hurriedly through the market, their expressions a mix of vigilance and caution. In such an environment, every transaction appeared particularly precious, as each item could be crucial for survival. The occasional sounds of haggling pierced the cold air, providing a rare vibrancy amid the desolation. Qiao and Lin Feifei strolled through the market, their breath forming white mist in the chilly air. Eventually, they found a vacant spot at the market's edge and stopped. Lin Feifei took out several pieces of cardboard from the cart and laid them on the snow, arranging the items they brought with care. In addition to the supplies meant for Qiao, which she had previously declined, they included a small heater, a wooden stool, 2 old quilts, and a blood-stained down jacket. Qiao, in contrast, carried fewer items. She stood still, hanging her backpack in front of her, unzipping it to reveal a piece of paper held together with a clip. The paper boldly read, "Small umbrellas, various sizes." In this somewhat desolate flea market, those words stood out strikingly. To further attract the attention of passers-by, Qiao had selected several brightly colored packaging boxes to place atop her backpack. Before long, a few groups of curious individuals gathered around, inquiring about her wares. However, when Qiao stated her exchange condition, a small umbrella for a pack of instant noodles, their faces transformed with surprise and hesitation. In a world where resources were exceedingly scarce, each pack of noodles was a treasure, and such an exchange seemed beyond their expectations. They had initially hoped for a modest assurance during this time of intimacy to avoid illness, but they hadn't anticipated the high price of a small umbrella. Thus, they shook their heads in resignation, leaving with a hint of regret. "Sister Qiao, perhaps we should lower the price? Most survivors here are facing resource shortages," Lin Feifei gently suggested. Yet, Qiao remained resolute. She had come to gauge the market, not to rush into transactions. In her past life, she had endured the hardship of scarcity, where even basic sustenance felt like a luxury, let alone the opportunity to roam a trading market. However, she understood that the wealthy denizens of the base continued to indulge in opulence even in these dire times. During extreme heat, ordinary survivors struggled to secure even half a bottle of water, while those in the center of the base hosted pool parties, enjoying the coolness. Rumor had it that the water for those pools was exorbitantly transported from distant shores. Therefore, Qiao firmly believed her small umbrellas were not overpriced. They merely awaited the right buyer. Those in power continued to seek pleasure in the apocalypse, unwilling to risk trouble from indulgence or illness. A small umbrella was undoubtedly an essential item for them, though this market's remoteness and relative quietude made it challenging to find suitable buyers. Qiao contemplated trying her luck in other markets in a few days, for otherwise, her replicated small umbrellas would be wasted. At that moment, a pair of black leather boots caught her eye. Qiao looked up to see a man with yellow hair, clad in a tattered leather jacket, his eyes glinting with cunning and shrewdness. "Beautiful lady, how many small umbrellas do you have?" "I want them all," the yellow-haired man declared boldly, his tone imbued with a hint of arrogance. Chapter 69. The trade of umbrellas. Qiao felt a surge of joy. The person she had been waiting for had finally arrived. This man was immediately recognizable as a broker specializing in the trade of supplies in the apocalypse, colloquially known as a second-hand dealer. Qiao had brought only a modest quantity of goods today, merely to gauge the market's reaction, at least 100 items. However, as it was her first collaboration with the yellow-haired man, she cautiously quoted a figure, 30 packs. The yellow-haired man waved his hand dismissively. "I'll take them all. But do you really want 30 packs of instant noodles?" Fearing that Qiao might misconstrue his capabilities, he hastily added, "I have plenty of instant noodles. But as a woman, carrying 30 packs away might attract unnecessary trouble." Qiao understood his implication and was pleasantly surprised by the broker's sense of professionalism. She inquired, "What other supplies do you have? Preferably something that doesn't take up much space like instant noodles." The yellow-haired man pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, densely filled with various supplies: compressed biscuits, lighters, candles, hand warmers, noodles, beef jerky, down jackets, snow boots, skis, thermos flasks, water purification tablets, bottled water. The list was extensive, covering 2 full pages. The variety suggested he was indeed a seasoned second-hand dealer. Among these items were even supplies distributed for free to ordinary survivors by the military. However, Qiao was acutely aware that the yellow-haired man, seeing this as their initial collaboration, was presenting only trivial items. After a thorough examination, she found nothing that piqued her interest, as she already possessed these goods in her space. Noticing her hesitation, the yellow-haired man realized that these items were beneath her standards. He then produced an older piece of paper listing more valuable supplies: cold medicine, antipyretics, painkillers, alcohol stoves, charcoal, frozen fish, frozen pork, frozen chicken legs, and so on. These goods were evidently far more precious than the previous lists. Still, Qiao did not find what she truly desired, though she did not wish to appear overly eager. She feigned hesitation and slowly stated, "Then I will choose the compressed biscuits. They are long-lasting and easy to carry. My backpack should be able to accommodate 30 packs." The yellow-haired man clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Sister, I can't give you 30 packs of compressed biscuits. At most, I can offer you 15. Qiao mused in silence, reflecting on the small umbrellas she possessed. They were merely items she had casually acquired from the Gu family pharmaceutical factory showroom and had been freely duplicated by a machine, thus costing her nothing. Yet, she was reluctant to appear too agreeable and understood that the yellow-haired man would not easily concede. She merely sought to probe his bottom line. She remained steadfast. "No, 15 packs are too few. I need at least 25 packs. The yellow-haired man grimaced in complaint. "Sister, you are forcing me to starve here. What profit do I have left?" Qiao smiled indifferently, her tone laced with casualness. "Then I suppose I'll wait until I report to the base in a few days to find buyers. There's no rush to sell this. It won't expire easily." With that, she reached for the samples in the yellow-haired man's hand and returned them to her backpack, zipping it up as if preparing to depart. The yellow-haired man cursed quietly. This woman was indeed difficult to manage. Since he began this line of work, most women he encountered had fearful, numbed expressions. With a little pressure, they would reluctantly trade, anxious about not receiving supplies in return. But Qiao was different. She was composed, as if everything were under her control. Furthermore, if she indeed took these small items to the base for sale, she would be aware of the black market rates. One small umbrella could easily be exchanged for 2 packs of compressed biscuits. With a decisive bite of his lip, the yellow-haired man conceded, "I'm truly intimidated by you. 20 packs is my final offer." Yet Qiao feigned indifference, maintaining her stance of unwillingness to negotiate further. Just then, he noticed a fellow dealer approaching, their mutual rival, Lan Qi. Fearing he might lose this rare opportunity, he quickly blurted out, all right, it's a deal. 25 packs of compressed biscuits, agreed. A faint smile curved Qiao's lips, barely perceptible. "It's a deal." Internally, she calculated that she would try trading with someone else next time, aiming to raise the stakes. The yellow-haired man smugly whistled at Lan Qi, who was hurrying over with 2 lackeys pushing a camping cart. Lan Qi, with a large hoodie obscuring half his face, shot a sharp glare at the yellow-haired man, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Your business seems to be thriving." The yellow-haired man, not backing down, smirked in return, of course. Unlike some people who can only resort to underhanded tactics. Lan Qi's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, replying coolly, "We'll see who has the last laugh." With that, he turned and melded into the crowd, almost as if retreating in disgrace. The yellow-haired man, full of himself, declared, "I'm called Huang Mao. If you need anything good in the future, feel free to seek me out. If I'm not around, just find these 2. They're the regulars at this little market. We operate with integrity, and we don't engage in black market dealings." Qiao chuckled at the name Huang Mao, surprised at how straightforward it was. Understood, she nodded lightly, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Through this transaction with Huang Mao, Qiao deeply realized the immense commercial value hidden within the small umbrellas she possessed. They were compact, easily portable and inconspicuous, serving as an excellent medium for future exchanges for any supply she might desire. Of course, she also had cigarettes and liquor, which were even more valuable, but this time, she did not intend to bring them out. The two swiftly completed their trade, exchanging the small umbrellas for the compressed biscuits. Lowering his voice and implying something more, Huang Mao remarked, "You saw that guy earlier. His nickname is Lan Qi. He gave himself a name similar to mine, but unfortunately, his character leaves much to be desired. Many survivors who traded with him ended up being robbed, so keep your wits about you." Upon hearing this, Qiao's gaze sharpened, her heart secretly alert. "Thank you for the warning," she replied to Huang Mao, then shouldered her backpack and stood beside Lin Feifei. Her backpack was already full, and she did not plan to conduct further trades today, so she would wait for Lin Feifei to finish selling before heading home together. Huang Mao observed Qiao's strong posture with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, this woman was certainly not ordinary. Chapter 70. Being followed 2 hours later, Lin Feifei had sold most of her items, exchanging them largely for non-perishable, compact foods such as compressed biscuits, noodles, and dehydrated vegetables, along with a few candles. On their way home, Lin Feifei chirped like a little bird, sharing her plans. "I still have some idle items at home. I intend to make another trip to the market tomorrow." Qiao, surprised, responded, "Aren't we supposed to set off for the base tomorrow?" Lin Feifei revealed her little tiger teeth with a grin. "Plans rarely survive changes, don't you think? I discovered a treasure trove for resource exchange. It's a long journey from City M to City K, hundreds of kilometers. Traveling light will save fuel. I plan to trade the remaining items at home for more compressed biscuits and similar dry goods." After speaking, she cast a grateful glance at Qiao, appreciating her presence today, which had spared her from much trouble. "Qiao Jia, will you come tomorrow?" Lin Feifei asked tentatively. Qiao, considering her conspicuousness today, decided to rest at home. "Tomorrow, I'll stay home to watch over things. You and Lu Qian can go." Lin Feifei understood they must learn to be self-sufficient. "All right." "Qiao Jia." The two walked side by side, gradually distancing themselves from the bustling market, the surrounding tents becoming sparse. Suddenly, Qiao's heart tightened, and she turned abruptly, only to find an empty street with no sign of anything amiss. Concerned, Lin Feifei asked, "Qiao Jia, what's wrong? I sense we were being followed." Qiao's expression turned grave. Lin Feifei, firmly trusting Qiao's judgment, speculated, "Could it be because we gathered so much today? We have 30 packs of compressed biscuits between us." Qiao shook her head. "It's still too early to say." Lin Feifei felt a wave of anxiety. "What should we do? We'll reach Mingri Jiyuan in a few steps. They want to follow us home. Will they?" Qiao analyzed the situation. "There aren't too many following us. They might just want to ascertain our situation, estimating that we have resources at home, hoping to catch us off guard." Lin Feifei, frightened, asked, "Qiao Jia, do you think they have the audacity to act so boldly?" "The military hasn't withdrawn yet." Qiao replied, "They're merely scouting for now. They wouldn't dare act so openly at this stage." Lin Feifei discreetly pulled out a compact mirror from her handbag, attempting to catch a glimpse of their pursuers, but to no avail. "Qiao Jia, do you recognize who is following us?" Lin Feifei whispered nervously. Qiao scanned their surroundings. Amidst the market's din, countless eyes concealed their intentions, making it difficult for her to discern. "There are too many people here. I can't be sure." The image of the yellow-haired man flashed in her mind. After all, they had just completed a transaction. Yet, he was merely one of many suspects. Lan Qi or any passerby in a market could potentially be the unseen eyes watching them. "What do we do next, Qiao Jia?" Lin Feifei looked to Qiao for guidance. Qiao's gaze crossed the crowd, landing on the resolute figure of a sentinel not far away. Indeed, she had donated so many supplies. It was time to seek protection from the military. Thus, she and Lin Feifei quickened their pace, approaching the station soldier. This young soldier, likely just past 20, bore the marks of hardship on his face. "Young soldier, we have something to report." Qiao informed the soldier about their transaction at the market and the fact that they were being followed. The sentinel's expression turned serious. "You two wait here for a moment. I will change shifts in half an hour and escort you home. If they dare to follow, I will catch them and hand them over to the command. Qiao understood this was the best course of action. The soldier could not leave his post to chase after potential stalkers. Even if they were truthful, those following them could easily claim it was a misunderstanding. After all, the road is open to anyone. Such incidents were common, and the military had grown weary of dealing with them. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows of a tent, Lan Shi watched the scene unfold with a cold smirk. He had thoroughly mapped out everything outside the market. He knew the sentinel's duties, the change of shifts, and even anticipated that this soldier would escort the two women home after the shift change. But so what? He exchanged a subtle glance with his two subordinates. Wait for it. We will split up. Jiayu, be clever and draw the sentinel's attention. Become his target. Sun Yang, you will provide cover for me. I must discover these women's hideout. Their goods are undoubtedly more than meets the eye, judging by their appearance. They have clearly never gone hungry. They must have plenty of resources at home. Greed gleamed in Lan Chi's eyes. He relished the chaos of the apocalypse. With the world in disarray and laws rendered ineffective, the military's presence was too late. He had been navigating this dark world for quite some time, adept at seizing opportunities amidst chaos and snatching resources from others. Jiayu and Sun Yang nodded silently. They had followed Lan Chi for months and were well acquainted with his methods and intentions. As time passed, the sentinel's shift change finally arrived. He kept his promise, escorting Qiao and Lin Feifei toward Mingri Jiyuan. Meanwhile, Lan Chi and his two subordinates trailed closely behind, maintaining a cautious distance to avoid detection. The young soldier's keen eyes occasionally glanced back, yet he remained oblivious to the lurking shadows. Although he harbored doubts, he refrained from rashly blaming the two women for their sensitivity. Instead, he displayed a maturity and composure beyond his years. Here's the plan. Once you safely reach home, I'll wait downstairs for a while to ensure no one is following before I leave. However, once inside Mingri Jiyuan, Jiayu followed Lan Chi's instructions, deliberately loitering in plain sight to attract the sentinel's attention. As expected, the young soldier's focus was drawn to Jiayu's seemingly casual actions. He swiftly moved forward, intending to apprehend Jiayu and take him to the military's temporary command center. Lin Feifei, witnessing this, felt a weight lift from her heart. Gratefully bidding farewell to the young soldier and even wishing to offer him a couple of packs of compressed biscuits as thanks. However, the soldier firmly shook his head, politely declining her gesture with a reminder of discipline. As they watched the soldier's departing figure, Lin Feifei and Qiao ascended the staircase to their home. Lin Feifei laughed lightly. Now I can finally sleep peacefully. Yet, a twinge of unease stirred within Qiao. She keenly sensed that the figure who had previously hidden so well had suddenly revealed itself within the community. Filled with doubt, she quietly concealed herself by the window on the 9th floor, peering through the gap below. There, she spotted two unfamiliar figures lurking in the snow, one of whom was the Lan Chi mentioned by the yellow-haired man. Chapter 71 Betrayal. Lan Chi and his companion were in no rush to ascend stairs. Instead, they roamed the community, gathering information about Qiao and Lin Feifei. However, upon hearing that they were inquiring about the two women from Building 13, the survivors reacted as if confronted with a plague, shaking their heads and gesturing that they did not know them, eager to dissociate themselves from any connection. At that moment, a familiar figure came into view, Xia Shui from room 901. She seemed to have just returned from scavenging for supplies. Her camping cart, missing a wheel, was covered with an old bedsheet, sparking curiosity about what treasures it concealed. Lan Chi and his companion wore sly smiles as they blocked Xia Shui's path. A wave of anxiety washed over Xia Shui, her face displaying fear and unease. I haven't found any supplies. Please don't rob me. Yet, when she learned that these two men were inquiring about the residence above, a flicker of barely concealed excitement crossed her eyes. To her, it appeared that Qiao and her companions had finally entangled themselves with formidable adversaries. Excuse me, may I ask you something? Two women, looking rather fierce, with flushed faces, entered this unit. Do you know which floor they reside on? Lan Chi inquired. Xia Shui instinctively lifted her gaze to the windows above. Qiao and Lin Feifei quickly concealed themselves behind the wall, making sure Xia Shui could not catch a glimpse of them through the corridor windows. Once she confirmed that there were no figures visible in the corridor or on the 10th and 11th floors, she cautiously replied, "You must be referring to He Qiao and Lin Feifei, who live on the 11th floor." Lan Shi exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, realizing that this woman was indeed aware of the individuals they sought. He was exceptionally cunning. With just a glance, he could detect the flicker of her eyes, indicating that she had some grievances with the two women. He had initially prepared to resort to force if Xia Shui refused to cooperate, but to his surprise, she spoke up willingly. "Oh, are they the only two?" Lan Qi pressed further. "He Qiao lives alone in room 1102. Lin Feifei, however, has a boyfriend, and they reside next door. So in total, there are just 3 of them," Xia Shui replied, deliberately omitting the fact that Gu Qianhan had already moved out. She did not wish to instill fear in them due to Gu Qianhan. She continued, "Those 3 are quite capable in this post-apocalyptic world, having amassed a significant amount of supplies. I've heard their home is filled to the brim." Upon hearing this, a greedy smile crept across Lan Qi's face. "What kind of supplies do they have?" Xia Shui frowned slightly, pondering before responding, "I'm not entirely sure, as I haven't had the chance to enter their home. But they are extremely cautious. They even installed sliding doors in the stairwell. However, I have seen them transport a whole van full of medicines, canned food, and frozen pork, among other items." Lan Qi's greed intensified at her words. Yet, with the military still present, he knew he could not act recklessly. "Do they possess any weapons?" he inquired further. Xia Shui felt a surge of delight. It was evident that these 2 men were contemplating robbery. Previously, they had a spike club and a modified toy gun that shoots metal bullets, but those were confiscated by the military. Now, they probably only have some kitchen knives and everyday household items left, she answered. Lan Qi studied Xia Shui's anxious yet hopeful expression, confirming her past entanglement with the residents above. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," he mused. However, as he gazed at her calculating demeanor, an idea sparked within him. Though she was not stunningly beautiful, she was certainly pleasant to the eye. He retrieved a piece of compressed biscuit from his pocket and, while handing it to Xia Shui, let his hand linger on hers. Her hands were somewhat rough, yet he thought to himself that with proper care, they could be quite lovely. Xia Shui, gripped by fear, suppressed her revulsion and allowed Lan Qi's unwelcome hand to roam over the back of her hand, even as 2 of his fingers slipped into her sleeve. "What do you mean by this?" she questioned, her voice barely above a whisper, fearing a sudden outburst from Lan Qi or attracting He Qiao's attention. Lan Qi reveled in her guarded expression, feeling a sense of triumph. This woman was clearly inexperienced in the ways of the world. He chuckled softly, saying, "Keep an eye on the movements of these 2 women for me. If anything arises, come to the Hope Market to find me." He glanced at his companion, who extracted a pack of biscuits and instant noodles from his pocket and handed them to Xia Shui. "You needn't venture out for supplies anymore. Stick with me, and you'll never have to worry about food or clothing again," he added, brushing his hand across her face once more. Xia Shui could never find Lan Qi appealing. Yet her sole focus was on eliminating the residents of the 11th floor, and for now, she had to endure. She had urged her sister to report them, but upon learning the truth, her sister turned against her. She was indifferent to that, but would He Qiao hold a grudge against her? She feared that once the military departed, He Qiao would seek retribution against her. Thus, she had to strike first. Meanwhile, Lan Qi, observing Xia Shui's restrained expression, felt even more exhilarated. He had always relished forcing others into submission, especially those women who had to compromise for their loved ones. The mixture of resentment and the need to appease him on their faces filled him with immense satisfaction. Yet at this moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. "Remember, if you hear anything, find me at the small market. My name is Lan Qi." He issued a final warning. "If you dare to tip them off or report me to the military, I'll ensure you experience a fate worse than death." With that, Lan Qi departed with his companion. Xia Shui watched their retreating figures, hastily concealing the food they had given her. She was acutely aware that dealing with someone like Lan Qi was akin to courting danger, but she had no way out. At this moment, Lin Feifei stood on the upper floor, witnessing the scene unfold. A smirk of disdain crept onto her lips, Those two sisters on the ninth floor are sharper than I initially thought. I once felt grateful, believing she was genuinely helping us by testifying, but now, reflecting on it, I realize it was a complete waste of my sincerity. Qiao suggested, "Let us head home and discuss it with Lu Chun." Upon returning to the sliding door outside their 10th floor apartment, they spotted Lu Chun crouched down, moving supplies to the 11th floor. Chapter 72. Are you hungry? Upon hearing footsteps, Lu Chun turned to see the figures of two individuals, and his worry diminished slightly. He carefully examined Lin Fei, and upon confirming her safety, he sighed in relief. His gaze then fell upon the supplies behind Lin Fei, and a flicker of surprise crossed his expression as he quickly took the boxes and cautiously moved them inside the sliding door. "Fei, you are becoming increasingly competent," Lu Chun praised as he carried the items. However, Lin Fei inquired, "What are these supplies? Where do they come from?" The supplies Lu Chun carried were packed in cardboard boxes, devoid of any labels, sealed tightly with tape, making it impossible to discern their contents from the outside. In response, Lu Chun pulled out a note from his pocket, which bore a few scrawled words for Qiao. Qiao instantly recognized the handwriting as that of Gu Qianhan. Lu Chun recognized it as well, which was why he had unhesitatingly brought the supplies inside. I was guarding the living room of room 1001 when I suddenly heard a commotion near the sliding door. Upon investigation, I found these 5 large boxes left outside with this note on top. Lu Chun explained, "I felt these supplies were too conspicuous outside, and since I didn't know when you would return, I took the liberty of bringing them in." Lu Chun looked at Qiao with a hint of apprehension, concerned that his actions might provoke dissatisfaction. "Sister Qiao, should I continue moving them?" Qiao retrieved the key to Gu Qianhan's residence and unlocked the door to room 1002, saying, "Move them in here." Downstairs, Xia Shui felt a pang of guilt as she wandered the neighborhood before finally returning home. She opened the door quietly, hoping not to disturb those on the 10th and 11th floors. However, a sharp voice suddenly mocked from behind. "Oh, I send this, my dear sister? Where have you been busy with your schemes this time? Or have you, like me, found yourself a few sponsors?" Xia Shui turned, her gaze landing on the door of room 902. There, her sister Xia Xiu leaned against the doorframe, her appearance drastically altered. Her clothing was disheveled, her hair a wild mess, and her pant legs were shockingly stained with mottled blood, mixed with a nauseating yellow substance. The youthful vibrancy that once adorned her face was now replaced with mockery and acidity. "Is it worth it?" Xia Shui remained silent, her eyes betraying an undeniable sorrow. Xia Xiu sensed this emotion, her expression shifting drastically, filled with both hatred and reluctance. "Put away your hypocritical fade. Who has brought me to this state? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. It's all you're doing. You've ruined everything for me." With a tumult of emotions swirling within her, Xia Shui hesitated repeatedly before finally asking, "Are you hungry?" Xia Shui scoffed in response. "What act are you putting on? Spare me this charade." Unyielding, Xia Shui recalled the supplies she had recently obtained from Lan Qi and gently reiterated, "Are you hungry? I have food." This statement seemed to strike a chord deep within Xia Shui. Before the apocalypse, whenever she entered a home where Xia Shui was present, she would always be asked with concern whether she was hungry and what she wished to eat. But how had it come to this? "Stop pretending. We will settle the score between us sooner or later," Xia Shui retorted, slamming the door shut and shutting out any warmth. The sky quietly darkened. Lan Qi, accompanied by his subordinate Sun Yang, returned to their hideout under the cover of night. It was an abandoned office building, isolated behind the military's temporary command center. The windows were shattered, and the cold wind howled through the interior, rendering it a forgotten corner. Yet, it had become a treasure trove for Lan Qi. He had claimed the entire building for himself, and personally led his men to gather glass and reinstall it, creating a warm sanctuary that could withstand the cold winds. Apart from 2 designated bedrooms, the rest of the space was crammed with various supplies, some painstakingly scavenged, while others were acquired through theft, deceit, or barter in the local market. Instant noodles, compressed biscuits, pasta, rice, flour, bottled water, snow boots, skis, kayaks, electric cookers, down jackets, blankets, water tanks. Everything one could imagine, resembling a miniature supermarket. They even preserved one room without windows, filled with frozen pork, beef, chicken, and various meatballs, serving as a cold storage. Choosing this place as a hideout was a decision Lan Shi made after much contemplation. Its unique geographical position, right under the military's nose, epitomized the saying darkness under the lamp. The most dangerous places often proved to be the safest, as the military and other factions frequently overlooked locations that appeared unlikely to serve as hiding spots. During the day, Lan Shi would lead his men to seek opportunities. He had 4 subordinates who took turns accompanying him on outings. Today, he was with Sun Yang and Jiayu, while Zhou Jun and Sun Yao remained at the base. At that moment, Zhou Jun was busy starting a fire to cook a pot of mixed vegetables bubbling away. The so-called mixed vegetables involved tossing all available ingredients into the pot, adding a spoonful of hot pot base, sprinkling some salt, and once the ingredients were cooked through, tossing in a few packets of instant noodles, a simple yet delicious meal. They were rugged men with modest culinary expectations. Lan Shi had established a rule for his men, including himself. Engaging with women was permitted, but they were not to bring anyone back and must never disclose the location of their hideout. Violators would face dire consequences. Hence, although he had taken a liking to Xia Shui today, he did not divulge the location to her, instructing her instead to find him at the Hope Market. Meanwhile, Sun Yao was busy in a separate makeshift area. Surrounded by blankets, flickering flames were visible through the gaps. Sun Yao was a bright student in his 2nd year of high school, excelling in physics and chemistry. He was responsible for repairing any faulty equipment Lan Shi acquired. That young man could even assemble solar generators and electric heaters suitable for extremely cold weather from a pile of scrap, earning Lan Shi quite a profit. Additionally, Sun Yao was Sun Yang's cousin, which is why Lan Shi never allowed Sun Yang to engage in dangerous tasks. Hence today, he had assigned Jiayu to act as bait to draw the military's attention away. Considering the supplies at hand, losing Jiayu was a small price to pay. In this apocalyptic world, human life had become the least valuable commodity. As Lan Shi saw Zhou Jun about to toss the instant noodles into the pot, he quickly interjected, "Wait a moment before adding those." Zhou Jun, perplexed, asked boss why. Lan Shi's mood swung from elation over the supplies to irritation at his subordinate's question. "Just do as you're told, you fool." At that moment, a gloomy voice belonging to a middle-aged man echoed, "Brother Lan, who has upset you? Why the foul mood?" Lan Shi turned to see the middle-aged man returning with his subordinate Jiayu. He quickly donned a smile. "Director Ma, you have arrived. We have been waiting for you." He called out to Zhou Jun, "Add more meat. Let us treat Director Ma well today." Chapter 73. The smiling tiger Director Ma stepped into the room with a measured gait, his face adorned with a familiar, gloomy smile. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of subtle cunning. He exchanged a glance with Lan Shi, a wordless understanding passing between them. Jiayu followed closely behind Director Ma and called out boss to Lan Shi before heading off to assist Zhou Jun in preparing the meal. "Brother Lan, your place is becoming quite impressive," Director Ma remarked, feigning surprise as he surveyed the surroundings, while inwardly committing the layout and supplies to memory. He sauntered over to the fire, warming his hands as if savoring the rare comfort, perhaps testing Lan Shi's reaction. Noticing this, Lan Shi felt a surge of secret satisfaction, but maintained a composed demeanor as he approached. "Oh, it's all thanks to your support, Director Ma. Without it, how could our small business thrive so remarkably?" As he spoke, he fetched a bottle of liquor from the side, uncapped it, and respectfully offered it to Director Ma. "Here, Director Ma, on this frigid day, have a sip to warm yourself." Director Ma accepted the drink, taking a modest sip, a flicker of contentment crossing his gaze. Lowering his voice so that only Lan Shi could hear, he said, "It took considerable effort to get Jiayu out. He has already been in the interrogation room 3 times. If he goes in a 4th, the military will surely grow suspicious." What Director Ma said was not without merit. Had he not held leverage over Juror Hong Dandan, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Jiayu to escape this predicament. He had personally altered the interrogation records, erasing Jiayu's name to facilitate the deception. Lan Shi casually glanced at Jiayu, who was heading to the cold storage for meat, and remarked nonchalantly, "In that case, save your efforts next time. Just let the military handle him. and I'll find someone else. Director Ma chuckled. You are quite ruthless. He then burst into hearty laughter, adding, but I appreciate that. Rising, Lan Shi walked over to a safe and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. However, this time, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in getting him out. He presented the cigarettes with both hands. Though Director Ma inwardly chastised Lan Shi for being stingy, only offering a single pack, he outwardly praised, Brother Lan, you are indeed generous. Nowadays, a pack of cigarettes can be exchanged for 20 pounds of grain. As a pot was brought over, Lan Shi and Director Ma dined and drank together. Meanwhile, the others gathered around the fire, preparing another pot and enjoying their dinner by the flickering flames. After a hearty meal, Director Ma handed Lan Shi a note. This contains 5 addresses of individuals recently brought back to the temporary military command, which I am responsible for interrogating. They pose no issues. The military has released them, yet a considerable amount of supplies remains at their homes. Director Ma grinned greedily, pointing to the first address. Especially this one. The homeowner is Qiao, who possesses the most supplies. It is a pity that she voluntarily donated 3/4 of her resources to the military. Otherwise, we could have struck it rich. He then produced another paper, stating, this is a detailed list of supplies, noted by my associate during the military's transportation of goods. Room 1102 next door also has supplies, all listed here. Director Ma added, as per our usual arrangement, I expect half of the supplies. Lan Shi, however, recognized that the first address was one he had already scouted earlier that day. He was surprised to discover such a wealth of resources hidden within the homes of these 2 women, particularly the invaluable medications, as well as gasoline, which delighted him even more. Looking at Director Ma, Lan Shi slowly spoke, the first address has already been scouted by me today. Those 2 women are individuals I encountered at Hope Market, so this cannot be counted as your intelligence. Director Ma's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we part ways? Seeing this, Lan Shi quickly stood, respectfully lighting a cigarette for Director Ma, and smiled. Director Ma, how could you say such a thing? I, Lan Shi, am not the kind of person to forget kindness. Moreover, I have placed a lookout named Xia Shui in room 901 beneath their apartment. After all this time collaborating, you surely understand my character. I would never deceive you over mere supplies. Yet, Director Ma's demeanor did not improve. He was acutely aware that among the 5 addresses he provided, the supplies of Qiao and her associates were the most substantial, particularly the coveted medications. These medications were intended to be his stepping stone to ingratiate himself with the higher-ups of the M-City base, facilitating his entry into their ranks. At that moment, Director Ma began to ponder whether it was time to seek new partners. However, Lan Shi, being astutely perceptive, quickly caught the subtle shift in Director Ma's expression. Consequently, he adjusted his strategy and declared, Director Ma, our collaboration has spanned quite some time, and I have always held it in high regard. For the supplies at the first address, I will also adhere to our previous agreement and split them with you. Although Director Ma still harbored doubts, speculating whether Lan Shi was merely placating him or stalling, he feigned a smile and praised, Brother Lan. Their generosity has not gone unnoticed. As they exchanged smiles, both concealed their ulterior motives beneath a veneer of camaraderie, continuing their meal. The night was dark and silent, with the bright lights inside failing to mask the desolation and quietude characteristic of the apocalyptic world outside. The undercurrents of tension between Lan Shi and Director Ma resembled hidden reefs beneath this tranquil night, poised to unleash a storm at any moment. Suddenly, Lan Shi set down his wine glass, his expression now grave. Director Ma, do you have any new information regarding when the military's temporary command will withdraw? Director Ma's eyes flickered, as if weighing the pros and cons, before he slowly replied, the exact withdrawal date has yet to be determined. But tell me, is the military's retreat truly that significant to you? Lan Shi remained silent. He did not wish to offend the military at this juncture. In truth, Director Ma was well aware of the withdrawal date, but chose to conceal it. Lan Shi's hesitation regarding the first address had already raised his suspicions, leading him to conclude that it was time to find new partners. Moreover, he had long coveted the rich supplies present at Lan Shi's location. Taking another sip of wine, Director Ma, with a facade of flattery that concealed his probing, remarked, Brother Lon, the weapon in your possession grants you a formidable advantage. Even with the military present, you could stealthily seize supplies in the dead of night. Qiao and the others would not even know who you are, and what could they possibly do about it? Lan Qi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of caution. He refrained from directly responding to Director Ma's suggestion, instead shooting a glare at Jiayu beside him, suspecting that the young man had inadvertently revealed information to Director Ma. Fortunately, Jiayu was unaware of the whereabouts of his firearm or how many bullets he possessed. Lan Qi managed a strained smile, inwardly cursing the cunning Director Ma. This wily old fox was attempting to claim half of the supplies under the pretense of sharing intelligence, all while weaving a web of deception that was utterly untrustworthy. The two exchanged smiles, yet beneath those smiles lay an ocean of hidden schemes. Chapter 74. A well-planned strategy in the M-City base office. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt as if water could freeze in the air. Gu Qianhan knelt before the expansive desk, his body rigid as a statue, breathing cautiously lest he provoke his father, who sat before him. He kept his head bowed, but could not resist stealing glances at his mother, Qin Riyun, who was seated on the sofa. Inwardly, he silently prayed for her to plead for him, to ease the palpable tension. Qin Riyun, however, sat quietly, subtly shaking her head, signaling her son to endure a little longer. This was the moment for his father to calm down. He must comply. Yet, their delicate exchange of glances was abruptly interrupted by a cold voice. Do you understand where you went wrong? Gu Hongxin set aside the document he had been reviewing, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on his youngest son. Observing this, Qin Riyun hastily gestured to Gu Qianhan, urging him to admit his mistake. Receiving his mother's unspoken cue, Gu Qianhan quickly stammered, his voice trembling. Father, I was wrong. I will never make such a mistake again. Oh. Gu Hongxin leaned back in his leather chair, his tone tinged with amusement. Then enlighten me. Where did you err? Taking a deep breath, Gu Qianhan began to recite the lines his mother had helped him prepare, memorized during the journey to his father's office. I was foolish to covet the base construction materials. The construction of the base concerns national strategy and impacts the safety of hundreds of thousands of people. I truly understand my mistake. Before he could finish, a glass ashtray suddenly flew through the air, striking Gu Qianhan on the forehead with a sharp crack. He was caught off guard, and blood streamed down as he staggered back. Qin Riyun gasped, instinctively wanting to rise to check her son's injury, but she forced herself to remain seated. She knew that Gu Hongxin was seething with rage, having already endured criticism from the family's traditionalists for his son's embezzlement of construction materials. Perhaps it would be better for him to vent. Suppressing her concern, she settled back onto the sofa. Gu Hongxin, however, shifted his tone. No, say it again. Both Gu Qianhan and Qin Riyun were taken aback, confused. Gu Qianhan felt a surge of anxiety, casting desperate glances at his mother. Gu Hongxin noticed and turned to Qin Riyun, his tone gentle yet firm. Riyun, I suddenly feel like having some of your tea. Could you bring me a cup? In front of their child, he always gave her the respect she deserved. Qin Riyun understood immediately that he wanted to send her away. Forcing a smile, she replied, Of course, I'll do it right away. You've been so busy lately. I haven't made you tea in ages. As the door softly closed, Gu Hongxin's expression darkened instantly. Gu Qianhan's heart raced with unease. Had his secret regarding Gu Qianhan been uncovered? But his mother had advised him never to admit to anything. Faced with his father's fearsome demeanor, Gu Qianhan felt an unprecedented terror wash over him. Gradually, his legs began to tremble, nearly unable to support him. Regarding the matter of his elder brother, he had only begun to speak when Gu Hongxin interrupted. The Gu family's ancestral teaching states that those capable should take charge. I will not intervene in your grievances, nor do you need to explain them to me. Gu Qianhan's heart raced with uncertainty. If it wasn't about Gu Qianhan, it must still relate to the embezzlement of construction materials. After a long pause, he summoned his courage and tentatively asked, Father, would it be acceptable for me to visit the members of the board this afternoon, especially the elder relatives from the Gu family? I want to prepare some generous gifts to apologize to them. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongxin raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade. You are the second young master of the Gu family, a legitimate direct descendant. Why should you be the one to pay them a visit? They should be the ones showing you respect. My son, Gu Hongxin, will not bow to outsiders. Gu Hongxin stood up. Your issue does not lie in the fact that you meddled with those construction materials, but rather in your carelessness, which allowed them to seize upon your misstep. Gu Qianhan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his father. Gu Hongxin seemed to read his thoughts and scoffed. What? Did you think I was angry for no reason? Gu Qianhan fell silent, unable to articulate his surprise. He recalled how, before the apocalypse, his father had been renowned for his generosity, donating money to build roads and schools, earning accolades for many. Gu Hongxin seemed to sense his thoughts and explained, back then, charitable acts served to reduce taxes and build a good reputation. But now times have changed. In this apocalypse, strength is paramount. What truly angers me is your failure to clean up after yourself, allowing those board members to grasp onto your failings and use them to threaten me. Father, Gu Qianhan's voice was barely audible, filled with shame and defeat. If only his elder brother, Gu Qianhan, had handled this, there would have been no traces left behind. Gu Hongxin approached him, kneeling to meet his gaze, his eyes deep and filled with a hint of mentorship. Qianhan, remember, you must always maintain a clear mind. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends, only perpetual interests. Beyond interests, there exists humanity. Your mistake this time was not merely one of greed, but also of neglecting these truths. Gu Qianhan lifted his head and whispered, Father, I understand my error. Gu Hongxin helped him to his feet, gently touching his injured forehead. That must hurt, right? Gu Qianhan shook his head, forcing a smile. Not at all. Gu Hongxin resumed his paternal demeanor. Silly boy. Remember to keep your distance next time. Gu Qianhan wiped the blood with a tissue. Understood. Such paternal affection was an experience Gu Qianhan had never known. Gu Hongxin then inquired, How are you getting along with the young lady from the Zhou family? Gu Qianhan sighed. Zhou Qingyan hardly pays me any mind. She won't even acknowledge me. Gu Hongxin chuckled. You have a way with women, don't you? Gu Qianhan replied with resignation. But she was originally meant to be my brother's fiancée. She doesn't like me, and I don't fancy her either. Gu Hongxin produced alcohol and gauze, disinfecting his son's wound while advising, marrying her does not mean you must love her. She is the only daughter of Zhou Desho, the patriarch of the Zhou family, and the sister of the next successor, Zhou Xiang. Securing this alliance is crucial for your standing. After bandaging the wound, Gu Hongxin spoke earnestly. Once married, have a child to bind her to you, and you will also secure the Zhou family. In the future, you can seek out someone you truly like. I will not interfere. Gu Qianhan asked softly, just like you and Auntie? Gu Hongxin's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal, simply responding with an mm. Though Gu Qianhan felt reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced. Fine. I will try to reach out to Zhou Qingyan again tomorrow. Gu Hongxin reminded him. Before meeting Zhou Qingyan, it would be wise to pay a visit to her father. He is the key figure you need to win over. Upon hearing this, a smile finally broke across Gu Qianhan's face. Indeed, whether Zhou Qingyan married him or not ultimately rested with her father. With a chuckle, he resigned himself to the match, considering her decent appearance as a small consolation. Chapter 75. I will not marry you in the main hall of the Zhou family residence in M City. The atmosphere was tense. The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Desho, was earnestly persuading his daughter, Zhou Qingyan. Qingyan, the next time Gu Qianhan comes to see you, you must alter your indifferent demeanor. Zhou Qingyan responded with disdain. If that privileged heir comes again, just tell him I'm not at home. Zhou Desho sighed helplessly. What privileged heir? Gu Qianhan is to inherit the Gu family and become its leader. Just him? Zhou Qingyan scoffed. He is merely an illegitimate child. Zhou Desho shook his head. In this apocalyptic world, why concern ourselves with such distinctions? Zhou Qingyan retorted. Even disregarding his background, he is still the second son, with an elder brother above him. It is not his turn. Zhou Desho explained. You fail to understand. Gu Hongxin clearly favors him and is inclined to make Gu Qianhan his successor. Fuming, Zhou Qingyan replied. Is Uncle Gu blind? My brother Qianhan is far more exceptional. Zhou Desho admonished. How can you speak so? Gu Hongxin will soon be your father-in-law. He paused before continuing. I admit, Gu Qianhan has a remarkable acumen for business, having expanded the Gu family's Huaheng group tenfold in just a few years, with operations spanning the globe. However, in this apocalyptic era, mere business acumen is insufficient. Unlike him, Gu Qianhan has been active in every corner of the base since its construction began, and with his father's backing, he has already established a formidable presence. Zhou Qingyan remained obstinate. I do not care. My intended partner is Gu Qianhan. I have no interest in Gu Qianhan. Father, as your own daughter, how can you push me into fire? Gu Qianhan toys with women, and in just a few days at the base, he has already changed his entourage several times. Zhou Deso dismissed her concerns. A man who plays with women merely demonstrates his capabilities. Those women are eager to attach themselves. If you marry him, you will be the legitimate young mistress of the Gu family and can easily send those women away. Zhou Qingyan stubbornly insisted, no matter what you say, I simply do not like Gu Qianhan. I refuse to marry him. With that, she stomped upstairs. At that moment, Madame Zhou entered with a glass of milk. Where is Qingyan? She should drink her milk. Zhou Deso coldly replied, It is your indulgence. She has gone upstairs. Having overheard part of the conversation in the kitchen, Madame Zhou sat down. Husband, do we really have to do this? Qingyan has liked Gu Qianhan for many years. When she heard her suitor was him, she was overjoyed. During the blizzard, she even sent people to search for him when she heard he was missing. Zhou Deso, impatient, retorted, What do you know? Though Gu Qianhan is the legitimate eldest son, he is not favored by his father. You know the Gu family's principles. The two brothers will eventually have a reckoning. His father's favoritism will certainly assist the younger son, and Gu Qianhan's fate will not be any better. Madame Zhou, puzzled, asked if that is the case. Why did you initially agree to Qingyan marrying him? Zhou Deso sighed. Circumstances have changed. I agreed to the alliance before the apocalypse, when we still lived in a lawful society. In that context, a dispute over inheritance would simply be a matter of who gains or loses a company without endangering lives. At that time, Gu Qianhan had already been managing the company for years and had influence, so I naturally believed he would prevail, which is why I allowed my daughter to marry him. But now, Madame Zhou pressed, What is different now? Gu Qianhan has safely returned to the base. Zhou Deso pondered, How can it be the same? Have you seen Gu Qianhan in recent days? He is mingling with the lowest-ranking soldiers in the military, scavenging for supplies, hardly returning home, showing no sense of the larger picture. I fear he has become so immersed among the lower-tier survivors that his vision and demeanor have been dulled. Madame Zhou hesitated. If that is the case, perhaps with time he will improve. Zhou Deso shook his head. Moreover, Gu Qianhan's mother, while the only daughter of the Shun family, has provided him with no benefits. She has shown no concern during his prolonged absence, merely delivering meals to Gu Hongxin daily. To us outsiders, it seems she has lost her mind. Although Gu Qianhan is an illegitimate child, his mother is from the Qin family, shrewd and resourceful. How else could she have kept Gu Hongxin in her palm for so long? If Qingyan marries him, the Zhou, Gu, and Qin families will unite, and we will have the upper hand in this base. Madame Zhou's expression was complex. She felt sympathy for her daughter, but also had to consider the family's future. With a soft sigh, she seemed to be making a difficult decision, but Qingyan, Zhou Deso interrupted. I understand your concern for Qingyan, but as a member of the Zhou family, she must prioritize the family's interests. In this apocalypse, our family has gained its current standing by donating half of our medical supplies to the military. However, the raw materials and production lines have all been buried, and we cannot produce any more in the future. We must plan for what lies ahead. Though Gu Qianhan's private life is questionable, his abilities and the power behind him cannot be overlooked. After a moment of silence, Madame Zhou finally nodded. Very well, I will attempt to persuade Qingyan. But you must promise me to ensure her safety and happiness at all costs. Zhou Deso patted his wife's shoulder, assuring her, Do not worry, I will. I will also give Gu Qianhan a stern warning to make him understand that marrying Qingyan means he cannot continue his previous indulgences. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhou Qingyan was hiding in her room, silent tears streaming down her face. Her longing for Gu Qianhan surged like a tidal wave, each tear laden with fear and resentment for the future. She could not comprehend why fate chose to torment her, thrusting her toward a man she did not love. Chapter 76. What is conscience? In the serene corridor outside the sliding door on the 10th floor, a figure emerged quietly. Hong Dandan had wrapped herself tightly, her scarf concealing most of her face, leaving only a pair of vigilant eyes visible. She knocked softly, fearing that even the slightest sound might disturb the neighbors below. Qiao's alertness was acute. She immediately sensed the subtle disturbance. "Who are you?" Hong Dandan slowly unveiled her scarf, revealing a slightly anxious face. "It's me." However, Qiao did not open the sliding door. Instead, she stood behind the security door inside, maintaining a safe distance, her expression guarded. "What brings you here?" In a hushed voice, as if afraid of being overheard, Hong Dandan replied, "Can I come in to talk? I fear being seen." Qiao crossed her arms, her demeanor resolute. "Speak your mind here. There's no way I will let you in." After a moment of silence, Hong Dandan finally spoke. "Director Ma has set his sights on your supplies. He is a long-time accomplice whose identity I do not know, but that person has many subordinates. You must be cautious." Qiao raised an eyebrow. "Why should I believe you? You must have informed Director Ma about my supplies." Hong Dandan was rendered speechless, for this was indeed the truth. While assisting the military in transporting supplies, she had secretly noted down this information and relayed it to Director Ma. Yet, he held leverage over her, compelling her obedience. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Today at work, I saw that young man being taken into the interrogation room again. This marks the third time I have seen him at the military's temporary command center. Director Ma seized the interrogation records, altered that person's information, and took him away. I know he's going to confront that young man as superior." Hong Dandan's voice trembled slightly. She did not know the young man's name, nor did she know who his superior was. Yet, she had once inadvertently witnessed a conversation between Director Ma and that individual, whose fierce and ominous demeanor haunted her still. "I know Director Ma will undoubtedly target you," she continued. "In fact, it's not just you, recently. For others who were interrogated by Director Ma and subsequently released by the military are also at risk. I have noted down their addresses, intending to notify each of them." She had arrived at Qiao's place, the third address on her list. However, regrettably, each person had met her with suspicion and wariness. Looking at Qiao, a flicker of helplessness and despair crossed her eyes. "In any case, I have informed you. If anything happens, it has nothing to do with me." Qiao scoffed coldly. "So this is how your conscience finds solace?" Hong Dandan's eyes widened, seemingly perplexed and furious at Qiao's words. "What do you want me to do?" Qiao retorted. "You are well aware of the kind of person Director Ma is, and you know he has been exploiting his authority to harm ordinary survivors. Why not report him to the military? Instead, you continue to abet him." Tears welled up in Hong Dandan's eyes, her voice quaking. "I have my reasons." She slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with resignation. "Not everyone can be as strong and fortunate as you. You can fend off men, gather so many supplies, and even forge connections with the Gu family." Qiao remained unmoved, merely exhaling softly, "You should leave." Hong Dandan's lips moved, as if she wanted to say something more. Yet, she ultimately sighed gently, wrapped her scarf tightly, and turned to depart. As soon as Hong Dandan's figure vanished around the stairwell, Lin Feifei descended from the 11th floor. It was evident that she had overheard the entire conversation. Their gazes met, and without needing to exchange words, the weight of their concerns was palpable. They faced the looming threat of Lan Qihu, as well as the cunning Director Ma, whose machinations were further complicated by unknown forces. The intricacy of the situation sent chills down their spines. Lin Feifei had no time for further conversation. She immediately turned and rushed back upstairs, evidently to confer with Lu Chun on a strategy. Qiao did not hasten to follow. Instead, she walked slowly toward the living room of room 1001. She switched on the electric heater, allowing warmth to gradually envelop her. Subsequently, she took out the Huangdi Neijing and began to read intently. She knew Lin Feifei would soon return to seek her counsel. At the same time, within the Gu family estate, in the study, Gu Qianhan handed over the evidence he had gathered to Uncle Hai. "Uncle Hai, please make multiple copies of these documents, ensuring that every member of the board receives them." Uncle Hai looked puzzled. Regarding Gu Heir's embezzlement of base materials, many board members are already aware. Is this action not somewhat redundant? Gu Qianhan's gaze was profound. Bringing this matter to light is to compel these old hardliners to take a stand. Uncle Hai's expression shifted to understanding. Currently, the base was nominally under military control. However, in the shadow of the apocalypse, the military had lost its robust national backing, relying heavily on the support of the Gu, Zhou, and Qin families to establish the base. As the most influential entities beneath the military, the Gu, Zhou, and Qin families were embroiled in covert rivalries, each striving to outmaneuver the others and seize control. The Gu family held sway over 70% of M-City's construction materials, while the Zhou family controlled 60% of medical resources. And the Qin family hoarded vast quantities of food. The three families were embroiled in both overt and covert conflicts within the base, making the situation exceedingly complex. For the Gu family to maintain its footing in this chaotic era, they could not tolerate a treacherous overseer. Otherwise, how could they establish authority and secure a long-term position within the base? Those cunning old foxes on the board would never be foolish enough to choose a notorious figure to lead them. Thus, Gu had effectively lost his eligibility to vie for power within the Gu family. Regardless of how much favoritism his father showed him, it would be of no avail. Uncle Hai gazed at Gu Qianhan, feeling a surge of emotion. The young master had finally cast aside his unwarranted concerns for siblings and paternal ties, beginning to reveal his brilliance and strategic acumen. Uncle Hai's impression of Gu Qianhan remained rooted in the memory of the young boy who had once chased after him to learn horseback riding. Now that pair of eyes, once somewhat naive, had transformed into a profound and piercing gaze, as if capable of perceiving all schemes and machinations. Young master, is this action also to demonstrate to the outside world that the Gu family maintains unyielding discipline and principles that are not to be violated? Un sohaventa tentative. Gu Qianhan nodded gently, his gaze penetrating through the window pane as if looking toward distant horizons. Indeed, I want everyone to know that the Gu family is not easily shaken. Regardless of the turmoil outside, the order and rules within the Gu family must remain unassailable. At Mingri Jiyuan, Qiao had yet to finish the second page when Lu Chun and Lin Feifei appeared at the entrance of the living room together. Lin Feifei looked at Qiao's tranquil demeanor, feeling a surge of admiration. In this perilous moment, she remained so composed, even taking the time to read. Meanwhile, she herself was already consumed by anxiety, struggling to maintain her composure. During the day, when she encountered Lan Qi, knowing they coveted her family supplies, she had managed to keep her calm. Yet, the mere thought of Director Ma filled her with an indescribable dread. That man was not the one responsible for her interrogation, but even a few glances were enough for her to discern his cunning nature and ruthless methods. He was far from benevolent. She felt genuine fear. Sister Qiao, after discussing with Lu Chun, we have decided to drive to the base tomorrow morning to report in. Lin Feifei's voice trembled with intense unease. Chapter 77. Do not shout. Qiao closed the book and stated, since a decision has been made, it is best for you to begin moving your belongings downstairs now. In the deep of night, with neighbors fast asleep, they would be able to depart at dawn. Lu Chun nodded in agreement. This is precisely what we were thinking, which is why we came to bid you farewell, and to... Qiao understood the unspoken implication and replied, I will remain here to read. You may proceed with moving your supplies, and I will keep watch over the house for you. Thank you, Sister Qiao. Lin Feifei said as she stepped forward to embrace Qiao tightly. Are you truly not coming with us? Fearing that Qiao might misunderstand, she quickly added, Lan Qi and Director Ma are both keeping an eye on our supplies and are aware of this location. Once the military withdraws from the vicinity, they will undoubtedly come looking for us. Please come with us. At least the three of us can look out for each other. Qiao teased her. Your vehicle is already filled to capacity with supplies. If I were to join you, what would happen to your goods? And what about my supplies? Lin Feifei found herself momentarily speechless, but soon resolutely declared, supplies can be earned anew, but life is singular. We can spare a seat for you. With your abilities, you will not have to worry about supplies once we reach the base. Lin Feifei had initially intended to mention Gu Qianhan, the man who harbored deep feelings for Qiao and would never let her suffer in any way. However, she knew Qiao's temperament well and refrained from voicing those thoughts. Qiao understood that in this apocalyptic world, it was indeed a rare privilege for Lin Feifei to offer her a seat. I still do not wish to leave. You go ahead. Qiao's tone remained resolute. She was not stubbornly clinging to a dangerous place, but was acutely aware that individuals like Director Ma, once provoked, would cling to her like a parasite. Moreover, with his cunning methods, once the military departed, he would undoubtedly follow in their wake. Even if she did not continue trailing the military, there were numerous temporary military settlement points or command posts in M-City he could access. The base was yet to be established, and he would not be taking up a position there for the time being. Thus, it was far better to deal with him while he was nearby than to remain oblivious to his whereabouts. Was it not Director Ma who coveted her supplies? Sooner or later, that so-called partner of his would come knocking. Director Ma was exceedingly sly and would surely remain hidden or play dead. Yet, if she could capture that partner, she would uncover everything about Director Ma. Lu Chun and Lin Feifei exchanged glances, realizing Qiao had made up her mind. Lin Feifei said, "Sister Qiao, since you are unwilling to leave, everything we cannot take will belong to you. Please do not hastily refuse. You have watched over our home several times. Consider it compensation. Once we depart, I will leave the key for you. You can handle it as you see fit." As Qiao turned the page, Lu Chun and Lin Feifei had already begun to move supplies downstairs. Soon, only Lu Chun returned, as Lin Feifei remained in the underground garage to guard the vehicle. Even though military personnel were patrolling outside the community, they dared not let their guard down for a moment. Supplies and vehicles were their lifelines. None could afford to be careless. At that moment, an elderly woman on the 8th floor quietly crouched by the door, witnessing all that transpired. She hurriedly shook her husband awake, who was dozing with their grandson. "Old man, something is amiss. The people on the 11th floor are moving things downstairs, and they've already made 2 trips. Her husband, roused from sleep and ready to scold her, paused upon hearing her urgent tone. He tucked the blanket around their grandson and donned a cotton coat, hiding behind the door to observe. After a few minutes, he replied in a low voice, "You are right. They are indeed moving. I just saw an electric heater." The elderly woman, hearing this, grew more anxious. "What are we waiting for? We should hurry and gather our things too." As Lu Chun carried another load of supplies downstairs, the elderly woman suddenly stepped into his path, gripping his arm with both hands and pleading, "Young man, are you all heading to the M-City base? Take us with you." Caught off guard by this unexpected action, Lu Chun felt a chill. He feared the elderly woman's loud voice would awaken the other sleeping neighbors. He attempted to reassure her, "Grandma, you are mistaken. We are not leaving. We are merely moving some surplus supplies into the vehicle to exchange for food at Hope Market tomorrow." However, the elderly woman's expression was one of skepticism. "We have seen it all. You are even bringing down instant noodles, yet you claim you are not going to the base? Who are you trying to fool?" Her voice echoed in the empty hallway, causing Lu Chen's heart to race. If she continued to shout, the entire building would awaken. He patiently tried to calm her. "Grandma, look at the time. Where can we possibly go at this hour? Moreover, we are outsiders. What reason would we have to go to the M-City base? We merely want to exchange these large supplies for more manageable items. The instant noodles you saw are actually for trading gasoline at the market. M-City is hundreds of kilometers from K-City. We need to prepare sufficient gasoline." Seeing that the elderly woman remained unconvinced, Lu Chun invoked Qiao's name. "Grandma, look, I'm the only one moving things." Qiao from room 1101 hasn't even stepped out. What does this indicate? The elderly woman looked puzzled. What does that signify? Her voice rose once more. "It indicates that you 3 have clear divisions of labor. One is watching the house, one is in the garage, and one is responsible for moving the items." Lu Chun found himself momentarily at a loss. What she said was alarmingly accurate. He felt increasingly helpless and cast a desperate glance toward the 10th floor, hoping Qiao would come to his aid. However, although Qiao heard the commotion downstairs, she chose to remain indifferent. What could she do? Either she would help Lu Chun stall the elderly woman, allowing them to leave smoothly, or she would have to deal with the elderly woman to eliminate future troubles. Yet either choice would bring her endless complications. Rather than engage, she preferred to maintain her silence. After all, the base was yet to be established. If Lu Chun and Lin Fei arrived at the base with a vehicle full of supplies, they would merely find themselves residing in a temporary tent. If they required assistance to handle one elderly woman, how would they safeguard their supplies amidst the chaos of a tent? At this moment, Qiao could only help them by guarding the front door. That was the sole contribution she could make. The elderly woman's voice grew louder, and Lu Chun could no longer endure. He feared that the elderly woman might genuinely awaken the community's residents. In the dead of night, should the neighbors rush in to seize the supplies, he would be powerless to manage the situation. Even if he went to complain to the military the next day, the law would not punish the masses, and if no lives were lost, how could the military intervene? The supplies that were taken would likely have already been consumed or hidden, never to be recovered. All right, Grandma, please stop shouting, Lu Chun reluctantly conceded. I promise to take you along. Chapter 78. Do not think you can shake us off. As Lu Chun's words lingered in the air, the anxiety etched on the old lady's face was swiftly replaced by joy. She grasped Lu Chun's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, young man. You are truly our savior." Lu Chun managed a strained smile, secretly regretting not having left earlier. At this moment, there seemed to be no other choice but to agree. Gently, he withdrew his hand from her firm grasp, striving to maintain a natural tone. "Please, madam, do not rush. We will find a way to take you with us. But before that, you must help me keep this a secret. Do not let anyone else know." The old lady nodded vigorously, as if she had stumbled upon a great treasure. "Rest assured, I will keep quiet." Her eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. "With our family of 3, the elderly and the young, if we had to walk to the base, we would surely freeze to death on the way. Oh, young man, you have truly saved our lives." She clutched Lu Chun's arm tightly, as if fearing he might escape. "Sure." Lu Chun quickly gestured for silence, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. "Do you want the whole building to know our plans? How could that vehicle possibly accommodate so many people?" The old lady suddenly understood, lowering her voice with an apologetic expression. "Oh, right. I will go home and pack my things right away." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chun extricated himself from her hold and swiftly transported the supplies to the underground garage. Upon returning to the 10th floor, he discovered an elderly gentleman holding his sleeping grandson in front of the sliding door, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Chun felt a surge of annoyance, but had no choice but to ask patiently, "Sir, why are you sitting here in this cold weather?" The old man beamed with delight. "I heard from my wife that you were willing to take our family of 3 with you. We are overjoyed. You have no idea." Lu Chun interrupted. "We will depart tomorrow morning. I just need to finish this trip and then head home to rest. You should return as well. We will gather here in the morning." However, the old man was astute, fearing Lu Chun might change his mind or that he had merely agreed to appease his wife. Thus, he insisted on staying to ensure everything went smoothly. After all, his wife had already stated their roles. One would watch the house, another would guard the vehicle downstairs, and the third would pack the belongings. As long as he remained at the door, they would not be shaken off. Unable to persuade the old man to leave, Lu Chun resigned himself to continue moving the supplies. This time, he carried a suitcase in each hand and a heavy backpack on his back. Outside the small living room on the 10th floor, he paused momentarily before descending the stairs. Meanwhile, the old man waited anxiously, but Lu Chun did not return. Growing worried, he peered through the gap in the sliding door and saw Qiao quietly reading inside, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Half an hour later, the old lady hurriedly approached the old man after packing all their belongings. "Why haven't they come up yet?" she asked anxiously. The old man frowned. "Indeed. Why has it taken so long?" They exchanged worried glances, a foreboding feeling rising within them. "Oh no." The old man quickly handed the child to the old lady and rushed downstairs to investigate. The old lady anxiously waited by the sliding door, glancing at the warm glow emanating from room 1001. Unable to contain herself, she knocked on the sliding door. "Let us in. It's freezing out here." Qiao remained unfazed, continuing her reading. The old lady huffed dismissively. "What s with the attitude? I already knew that vehicle belonged to a young couple, not you. We are merely borrowing it. Why be so indifferent?" Qiao still ignored her. The old lady felt a surge of anger, but suppressed her desire to lash out, recalling Lu Qin's instructions. At that moment, the old man rushed back, breathless. It's bad. They left. The vehicle is gone from the garage. The old lady's fury ignited. How dare they deceive us? She turned to pound on the sliding door, crying out, "He Qiao, come out. You conspired to trick us, elderly. I will report you to the authorities." He Qiao had anticipated that Lu Chun and the others would leave early. During the last trip, Lu Chun had discreetly tossed the front door key into the small living room. Observing the old lady's dramatic display, He Qiao found it somewhat amusing. She coldly regarded the old lady. "You just said they left. What good will it do to wake up the entire building? Are they coming to witness your tears?" The old lady was momentarily speechless, glaring in frustration. "You are lying. You promised to take us with you." He Qiao shrugged indifferently. "Who made that promise? Go find them." The old lady was once again at a loss for words, grinding her teeth. "You are all in cahoots. Since they are gone, I will just have to find you." He Qiao feigned a pitiful expression. "You know, I have no vehicle. I would have to rely on Lu Chun and Lin Feifei's off-road vehicle to leave here. Am I not also left behind? If you hadn't insisted on leaving together, Lu Chun and Lin Feifei would never have abandoned me. I want to cry too." Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression froze. Yet, a moment later, a calculating glint flickered in her eyes as she muttered maliciously, "Humph, since they are gone, this house will be vacant, won't it? We can just move in." Upon hearing this, He Qiao felt an overwhelming urge to rid herself of the two of them swiftly so she could return home for some much-needed rest. Thus, her expression darkened as she coldly declared, "Not a chance. Get lost." Without waiting for the old lady to react, she quickly locked the door to room 1001 and turned to head home for sleep, leaving the old lady outside, wailing to no one in particular. With a resounding bang, He Qiao's door shut, while the door to room 902 swung open. 6 men, brandishing sticks and wearing menacing expressions, filed out, striding purposefully towards the underground garage. The old lady on the 8th floor, having exhausted her tirade, was assisted by her husband as they wobbled back to their home. Meanwhile, in room 901, Xia Shui cautiously opened her door once the corridor returned to silence. She first paced to the entrance of room 902, hesitating with her hand raised to knock, but ultimately lowered it. After confirming that the men from 902 had departed, she finally dared to step out. But upon knocking and seeing her sister, what did she even say? Earlier, she had heard her sister's anguished moans from outside, yet felt powerless to intervene. Finally, steeling herself, she donned her scarf and resolutely descended the stairs. She needed to find Lan Qi and inform him that 2 people from the 11th floor had left. Chapter 79. An unexpected arrival as dawn broke. Gu Qianhan was roused from his slumber by Uncle Hai's urgent calls. "Young master, please wake up." The young master. Gu Qianhan, lazily donning his robe, slowly opened the bedroom door, a smirk dancing on his lips. "What is it? Has Gu Hongxin met his demise?" Uncle Hai paused, for ever since Gu Qianhan had uncovered the truth behind the helicopter incident, his words had turned acerbic. With a nudge from Gu Qianhan, Uncle Hai nearly lost track of the pressing matter at hand. "Young master, we only informed the shareholders last night about Gu Heir's embezzlement of construction materials. Yet, before the sun had fully risen, the young master issued an announcement claiming full responsibility, absolving Gu Heir of any involvement." As Uncle Hai spoke, his teeth clenched in frustration, his chest heaving with indignation. "The young master is exceedingly biased. He has been merciless towards you while indulging Gu Heir, even resigning from his position at the base to protect him." Upon hearing this, Gu Qianhan merely smiled faintly, as if everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Gu Hongxin is truly willing to go to great lengths for Gu Heir. However, this maneuver is indeed masterful. By shouldering the blame for the corruption, the old stalwarts of the Gu family, in their quest to uphold the family's reputation and the base's prestige, will undoubtedly remain silent on matter. Gu Qianhan's gaze deepened as he continued his analysis. Next, Gu Hongxin will certainly recommend Gu Heir to succeed him. Uncle Hai's brow furrowed in disbelief. Surely not. The board members are all too aware of Gu Heir's character. A cold smile crept across Gu Qianhan's lips. "Do not forget, during this period, That old mistress has been leveraging Gu Er's name to distribute supplies within the base, winning over hearts, coupled with Gu Hongxin's subtle favors to the old guard. This scheme will undoubtedly bear fruit. Uncle Hai felt a surge of frustration. So, all our efforts have been in vain? Gu Qianhan remained unperturbed, retrieving a folder from his drawer and placing it on the table. This document does not need to be shown to the board members. It should be disseminated directly within the base. Curious, Uncle Hai opened the folder, revealing a series of shocking, incriminating evidence. Gu Er, upon entering the base, had exploited his power to manipulate women, leading to the tragic demise of several young girls, including survivors from the base and staff members, two of whom were even graduate students. Uncle Hai's voice grew somber with indignation. Their mentor reported their disappearance not long ago. Who would have imagined? His thoughts drifted to his young granddaughter, just 9 years old, making the situation all the more unbearable. If this news spreads, our family's reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Concerned, Uncle Hai looked at Gu Qianhan. Gu Er has lost his chances, but you too will be implicated. Will those survivors still trust you or support you? Gu Qianhan dismissed the concern with a wave. It matters not. Proceed with your tasks. As daylight fully emerged, the faint sunlight dispelled the night's silence. Lu Chun and Lin Feifei awoke amidst the bustling sounds of the military's temporary command post, soldiers busily preparing meals, with smoke rising gently into the air. Recalling the previous night, they had fled from Mingri Jiuan in a frantic escape, the darkness enveloping them as anxiety gripped their hearts. Shortly after leaving the neighborhood, they sensed a van trailing closely behind. Fortunately, their off-road vehicle's superior performance allowed them to easily shake off their pursuers. However, the weight of their cargo made long-distance travel arduous. Moreover, the desolate road, cloaked in night, harbored unknown dangers that sent shivers down their spines. After careful deliberation, they decided to seek refuge at the military command post. Following negotiations and inspections, they were permitted to enter the compound, while their pursuers lingered outside, ultimately departing in vain. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, they had survived a relatively tranquil night. Surveying their surroundings, the mysterious van had vanished, as if it had never existed. Seizing the opportunity of the early morning light and the empty streets, the duo resolved to head to the base. However, just as they prepared to depart, a gentle knock sounded at the window. Captain Zhou stood outside, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. I received a report last night about survivors seeking shelter at the command post. I didn't expect it to be you two. Why didn't you come upstairs to find me? They promptly exited the vehicle. Lu Chen responded politely. We didn't wish to disturb you so late at night, Captain Zhou. Lin Feifei added, you have a heavy burden, managing supplies and maintaining order. We didn't want to add to your troubles. Captain Zhou had already been informed of their situation by the duty soldiers. He proposed, if you're not in a hurry, why not stay here for the night? Tomorrow, the supply convoy from the base will arrive, and you can return with them. Exchanging grateful smiles, Lu Chun and Lin Feifei replied, that would be wonderful. However, Captain Zhou noticed that their group seemed incomplete. What about Ms. Qiao? Isn't she with you? Lin Feifei's expression dimmed slightly. Sister Qiao decided to remain at Mingri Jiuan. She mentioned she wasn't ready to enter the base just yet. Captain Zhou's brow furrowed with concern. Leaving her alone at Mingri Jiuan is quite perilous. Lin Feifei replied, speaking of danger, I have something to inform you. There's a fellow named Lan Qi who returned to Mingri Jiuan with me and Sister Qiao from the Hope Market. He intends to steal our supplies. Furthermore, she hesitated, contemplating whether to mention the possible conspiracy involving Director Ma, but ultimately held back. Firstly, she was unsure of Director Ma's accomplices. Secondly, she lacked concrete evidence to prove his malice. And finally, Hong Dandan might not step forward to testify. More importantly, she and her boyfriend needed to remain at the command post for another day to avoid offending Director Ma and facing expulsion. Noticing her hesitation, Captain Zhou inquired with concern, is there more to this? Lin Feifei bit her lip, torn within. At that moment, Lu Chun interjected smoothly, Captain Zhou, Feifei is actually concerned about Lan Qi's numerous subordinates. We are genuinely worried for Sister Qiao's safety. Captain Zhou's gaze sharpened, his tone resolute and unwavering. It is our sacred duty to ensure the safety of the populace. This principle remains unchanged, whether in the face of apocalyptic circumstances or not. I will immediately dispatch soldiers to the Hope Market for a thorough investigation. Should we uncover any wrongdoers, they will face justice without leniency. Meanwhile, in an upstairs room, Director Ma lurked behind the curtains, his eyes sharp as a hawk, intently observing Lu Chun and Lin Feifei downstairs, as well as the off-road vehicle laden with supplies. A cold smile crept across his lips. He was devising ways to seize these supplies, never anticipating that the two would essentially deliver themselves to him. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Chapter 80. Did you miss me? Xia Shui had waited the entire cold night in the small market. Yet she had not caught sight of Lan Qi. To fend off the biting chill of over 50 degrees below zero, she had no choice but to seek refuge in a military sentry post, barely escaping the lethal cold. What a deceiver! Xia Shui silently cursed Lan Qi in her heart. She inquired around, but was met with responses indicating that Lan Qi did not reside there, only appearing during the day. During this time, she narrowly avoided being dragged into a tent by a strange man, rendering her too fearful to wander. As dawn broke, she dragged her weary body back towards Mingri Jiyan. At that moment, a singular thought occupied her mind: to return home, savor a steaming bowl of plain water, and cast aside the turmoil of revenge, betrayal, and resource contention. The frigid night had almost rendered her face numb and her legs insensible. However, just as she stepped out of the small market, she unexpectedly encountered Lan Qi and his subordinates. Unlike the previous day, the men accompanying Lan Qi had changed. Upon spotting Xia Shui, Lan Qi dismissed his men and approached her, wrapping her in his arms and teasingly asking, "What's this? Did you miss me after just one night?" Xia Shui glanced around the bustling market, attempting to break free from his embrace. Yet, after enduring a night of cold, she found herself too weak to resist. In Lan Qi's eyes, her struggles appeared futile, even tinged with a flirtatious shyness. Noticing her lips turning purple, a sign of hypothermia, he quickly produced a thermos and urged, "Drink this. It's ginger tea." Xia Shui caught sight of the thermos mouth, stained and unrecognizable from its original stainless steel sheen, and a wave of nausea washed over her. Nonetheless, Lan Qi disregarded her reluctance and poured the ginger tea in her mouth, saying, "What are you being picky about at a time like this?" After consuming the ginger tea and the 2 biscuits he handed her, she gradually regained some strength. She glared at Lan Qi, complaining, "You told me to find you, yet you don't stay here, making me wait all night in vain. You're a liar." Lan Qi's expression darkened instantaneously. "What? You think you can speak to me like that just because I showed you some kindness?" Xia Shui felt a chill run down her spine, realizing her tone was inappropriate. She timidly replied, "I won't dare do so again." Lan Qi's demeanor softened slightly. "What is it that you need from me?" Xia Shui hastily responded. The couple in room 1102 moved out overnight, taking all the valuables and even the SUV. Now, only Qiao remains on the 11th floor. "What?" Lan Qi asked in surprise. "Do you know where they went?" Xia Shui explained, "The criminal elements and robbery gangs around M City have yet to disperse. They must have headed to the M City base." Lan Qi shot her a glance. "I didn't expect you to have some sense." Although Xia Shui held disdain for Lan Qi, she dared not retort. She understood his volatile nature, making him unpredictable. Continuing, she said after they left, 6 men from across my door chased after them in a van. I'm not sure if they will catch up." Lan Qi assessed, "They probably won T, as their vehicle is an SUV. In this extreme cold, the van certainly won T keep up." Then, he shifted his line of questioning. "But why did they suddenly move out overnight?" Xia Shui recalled, "I saw a woman go upstairs. It seems she said something to them, but their voices were too low for me to hear." Lan Qi pressed, "What did that woman look like?" Xia Shui shook her head. "She was bundled up tightly, and I couldn't see her face at all." Enraged, Lan Qi slapped her across the face. "How useless are you? You didn't even think to secretly follow her to see where she lives or who she met." Xia Shui covered her stinging cheek, too frightened to retort. Lan Qi, ignoring her, whispered to his subordinates, and two of them quickly dispersed. Turning back to Xia Shui, he added, "What are you still doing here? Hurry back and keep an eye on Qiao. If she runs away again, I'll strip you bare and toss you into the rescue tent." Xia Shui understood all too well the nature of those who resided in the rescue tent, lazy men who never ventured out to gather supplies, unkempt and capable of harassing female survivors. Terrified, she fled from Lan Qi, racing towards Mingri Jiuan. The outline of the military's temporary command post gradually emerged in the morning light. Not far away, a van lay in wait, like a lurking leopard anticipating its prey. Inside were the men from Mingri Jiuan, room 902. Gu Yuan gripped the sole pair of binoculars tightly, his gaze fixated on the SUV carrying Lu Chun and Lin Feifei. He watched as the two disembarked in the morning glow, conversing with a military officer. Unexpectedly, they drove deep into the command post's courtyard, vanishing from his sight. Damn it, were these two planning never to come out? Gu Yuan slammed the binoculars down in frustration, his rage seething within him. The group waited for over half a day, until noon, yet the SUV did not emerge from the courtyard. Instead, they witnessed Lu Chun and Lin Feifei assisting the military in preparing lunch. The young man in the driver's seat could no longer contain himself. "Yuan Ge, I think they really don't plan on coming out." The men in the back seat echoed in agreement. "Yeah, they already donated half their supplies to the military. Now that they're in danger, the military want to just stand by." An uneasy silence fell over the vehicle. Just then, a worried voice from the back seat broke the stillness. "We've been out for so long. That little girl, Xia Xiu, want to take the chance to escape. Will she?" Gu Yuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Her? She want to get away. When I left, I stripped her bare and locked her in the bedroom, leaving her with only a blanket. Even if she wanted to escape, she wouldn't have the means without shoes." The other men burst into laughter at Gu Yuan's cleverness. Gu Yuan's expression hardened as he decisively commanded, "Return to Mingri Jiuan." They may have fled, but Qiao remained. Alone, with so many supplies, she couldn't possibly get far in time. "We must return quickly. We can't let others get ahead of us." The other men nodded in agreement. "Right, we need to hurry back. Her weapons were confiscated by the military. Now is our golden opportunity." "Exactly. Let us move quickly. I'm bound to have some fun with that little girl, Xia Xiu." With a chorus of lewd laughter, the van roared to life, speeding towards Mingri Jiuan. Chapter 81. Running away is not my style on the journey back to Mingri Jiuan. Gu Yuan and his companions were enveloped in an inexplicable excitement and urgency. The buildings along the roadside flickered through the car window, casting a mottled shadow on each face, yet failing to conceal the insatiable greed and ruthlessness in their eyes. Gu Yuan sat in the passenger seat, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, contemplating their forthcoming actions. That woman, Qiao, though formidable, appeared to him at this moment as a lamb destined for slaughter, vulnerable and helpless, deprived of her weapon and devoid of allies. She resembled a tiger stripped of its claws and fangs, no longer a threat to them. After all, they were 6 men strong, possessing an undeniable numerical advantage. Moreover, they were not like Li Wanhao and his mindless rabble, hastily assembled for personal gain in the aftermath of the apocalypse. They were once colleagues from the same unit, their relationships close-knit, often indulging in playful banter together. Before the world fell into chaos, Gu Yuan was not the leader of this small group. That title belonged to Hu Likun, the one responsible for driving. Hu Likun was a salesman with extensive connections, exemplary sales skills, and a generous salary, often treating everyone to meals. Thus, prior to the apocalypse, they all looked up to him as their leader. However, when the end times arrived, everything changed dramatically. Leveraging his recollections from delivering goods to various companies, Gu Yuan accurately recalled the locations of several small food processing factories. He led his comrades to gather substantial supplies in advance amidst the snowstorm, decisively steering them away from the bustling city center and relocating to the sparsely populated Mingri Jiuan. This pivotal decision not only spared them from the chaos of resource plundering that marked the onset of the apocalypse, preserving both their supplies and lives, but also fortuitously positioned them beneath the residences of several formidable individuals within the community. Previously, several groups had attempted to stir trouble on the 10th floor, tempting his colleagues to act, especially when Li Wanhao arrived with dozens of individuals from the neighborhood to provoke them. Gu Qianhan insisted on accompanying them to demonstrate his bravery and resolve. He had his sights set on the pharmaceuticals above, proclaiming that fortune favors the bold. However, He Yuan fervently dissuaded his colleagues from acting impulsively. The outcome was predictable. Li Wanhao's group was completely obliterated. From that point onward, the others in their small group held He Yuan in higher esteem, regarding him as the true leader. Even Hu Li Kun tempered his ambitions, no longer seeking to reclaim his former position, but genuinely following He Yuan, affectionately referring to him as Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan, do you think Qiao might have fled in advance? Hu Li Kun, the driver, suddenly inquired, his tone laced with concern. He Yuan's gaze sharpened momentarily, before a cold smile graced his lips, as if he were already assured of the answer. No, she doesn't have a vehicle, he declared confidently, unless she discards all her supplies and makes a run for it. Yet, everyone understood that no one would willingly abandon their resources. In this world, supplies equated to life. Meanwhile, Qiao, the very person they were preoccupied with, was at ease, reclining with her legs crossed, cradling a warm cup of milk tea, her gaze drifting through the window to the van belonging to the men of room 902 as it eagerly entered the community. Flee? Humph, that is hardly my style. She nibbled on the pearls in her drink, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "How delightfully chewy! I have no intention of fleeing. Rather, I eagerly await the military's swift retreat so that I may indulge in some thrilling play." Recalling the previous night, as Lu Chun and Lin Feifei drove away in their off-road vehicle, she had keenly observed the men from room 902 also leaving the community in their van. She picked up her binoculars and meticulously tracked the routes of the two vehicles. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Should she employ her sniper rifle to assist Lin Feifei and the others? After all, if those two failed to exit the community smoothly, the trouble would eventually fall upon her. She perhaps was inherently more suited to solitude, as engaging with others always left her feeling restless. However, when she discovered that the off-road vehicle was not heading towards the M-City base, but rather towards the temporary command post led by Captain Zhou, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the dilapidated van from room 902 could never catch up with the off-road vehicle within a mere half-hour drive. Thus, she comfortably powered the electric door downstairs and succumbed to a deep slumber. Now, the van from room 902 had returned. By observing the tire tracks, she deduced that it carried only a few individuals without any supplies, identical to their departure. Therefore, their expedition must have yielded no success. This also implied that Lu Chun and Lin Feifei had safely arrived at the military's temporary command post. Although she was reluctant to team up with those two, she was equally disinclined to watch them meet with misfortune. Qiao drained her milk tea and commenced her daily physical training. At this moment, the 6 burly men from room 902, the sisters from room 901, Lan Qi, Director Ma, and others cast their watchful eyes upon her. Moreover, lurking in the shadows might be other unknown threats, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Contemplating this, an inexplicable thrill surged within her. This excitement rendered her unable to concentrate on reading. She preferred to immerse herself fully in training. Qiao's figure darted gracefully across the spacious living room. Sweat dripped like fine rain, soaking the carpet beneath her. Her breath grew increasingly labored, yet her resolve intensified. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Qiao delivered a powerful punch to the sandbag against the wall. The bag swayed violently before ultimately succumbing to the force, bursting apart. She swiftly replaced it with a new sandbag, her training relentless, seemingly without end. Downstairs, He Yuan lingered at the turn between the 9th and 10th floors, straining to catch the faint sounds emanating from above. The distant noises from the upper floor served as a calming balm. Confirming that Qiao was still at home and had not fled, he finally felt at ease, turning back towards room 902. Upon entering, he was greeted by the unbearable sounds of low moans and laughter. It was his good colleagues, indulging in their pleasures within the master bedroom. Such impatience, their minds consumed with only this triviality. He Yuan couldn't help but smirk, calling out to them, "Take it easy, don't wear her out. Those outside aren't so clean, be careful not to catch something." Though his words carried a semblance of reproach, there was no genuine blame in his tone. He relished seeing them lost in their desires, as it kept them preoccupied and away from coveting his position. Inside, the intermittent gasps of a woman penetrated through the door's crack, piercing He Yuan's thoughts and unsettling his mind. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and strode purposefully toward the master bedroom. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he clutched not just anything but a belt and a candle. Chapter 82. What more could you desire? 3 hours later, the curtains of room 902 were tightly drawn. The dim light within cast a shadowy pallor over the room, where the air was thick with a noxious blend of sourness and hormones, evoking a sense of revulsion. On the spacious double bed lay 3 men, their faces etched with exhaustion. Others were scattered across the sofas in the guest room and living room, similarly ensnared in slumber. They had spent the entire night in relentless pursuit, deprived of even a moment's respite, and now, lulled by their indulgent desires, they succumbed to a profound sleep. In this murky chamber, a woman huddled alone on the cold floor. Barefoot, she was swathed only in a thin blanket. This woman was Xiaoxiu. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her eyes swollen and devoid of life, staring vacantly ahead. Her back bore the marks of abuse, each bruise a testament to her torment. Her neck was no exception, marred by the imprints left by those who had seized her in moments of excitement, causing her to faint from lack of oxygen on more than one occasion. Afterward, they had kicked her from the bed like refuse, leaving her to languish helplessly on the cold ground. Silence enveloped the room, shattered only by the thunderous snores of the men, which jolted her awake. Struggling to her feet, she hastily slipped on an unknown pair of shoes and stumbled toward the kitchen, a knife gripped tightly in her hand, her eyes glinting with a thirst for vengeance. Her primary target was He Yuan, the man who had introduced the whip into the bedroom, and who had also been the architect of her descent into despair. It had all begun during a quarrel with her sister, in a moment of anger when she had stepped outside to clear her mind. It was then that He Yuan had approached her, feigning concern beneath a mask of insincerity. "What's a pretty girl like you doing out here alone? It's dangerous, especially with those men in the neighborhood watching you." His words easily stirred her feelings of grievance and fear. She confided in He Yuan about her plight, including the betrayal that followed her report against Qiao. Seizing the opportunity, He Yuan added fuel to the fire, remarking, "I've always thought your sister was untrustworthy. You, on the other hand, are straightforward and sincere. That type of person will do anything for their own interests. Today she may betray you for the sake of moving to the 10th floor. Tomorrow, she could stab you in the back for supplies." Xiaoxiu, though skeptical, felt a flicker of doubt. "But she is my sister. She wouldn't do that." He Yuan scoffed. "In this apocalyptic world, the human heart is inscrutable. Your innocence only invites cruelty." He then suggested, "Why not move in with us? We're all hopeless at cooking. You could prepare our meals, and we'll ensure you're well fed." Despite her reservations, Xiaoxiu hesitated in the face of He Yuan's kindness. Then, he struck with his final ploy. "I've always found those upstairs intolerable. They hoard resources while refusing to share with neighbors, donating everything to the military instead." Noticing her expression soften, He Yuan continued to manipulate her emotions, especially against Qiao, proclaiming that he would one day make her apologize before their neighbors. His words struck a chord, tipping the scales in Xiaoxiu's heart. Ultimately, she was coaxed into moving into room 902, only to find herself ensnared in an unending cycle of torment and humiliation. Now, with a knife in hand, her mind was singularly focused. She sought to eliminate these men. Standing before the door of the guest room, Xiaoxiu inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tremors of anger coursing through her body. She knew she could not falter at this moment. Fear could not claim dominion over her. Her fingers gingerly rested on the doorknob, slowly turning it. As she pushed the door open, she found He Yuan sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly, blissfully unaware of what was about to unfold. With the knife clenched tightly, She approached him step by step, standing at the edge of the bed, gazing down at the man who had once deceived her with sweet words and pushed her into despair. A satisfied smile graced his face, as if he were still relishing the memories of his vile actions in his dreams. Xia Shiyu's fury reignited. She raised the knife, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, at that critical moment, He Yuan abruptly opened his eyes and rolled swiftly to the other side of the bed. Xia Shiyu would not allow him to escape easily. She swung the knife with all her might. However, the days of torment and starvation had drained her strength, and she collapsed onto the bed, struggling to rise, but found herself utterly spent. Meanwhile, He Yuan swiftly retrieved a wooden stick from beneath his pillow and swung it hard at her right hand, causing a deafening crack as the knife clattered to the floor, glimmering ominously on the tiles. Xia Shiyu cried out in pain, but He Yuan swiftly covered her mouth. "Shut up. Do you want to alert everyone? They won't be as merciful as I am. They might leave you begging for death." Silenced, Xia Shiyu glared at He Yuan with seething rage. He, having regained his composure, was brimming with renewed vigor. The blanket that had covered Xia Shiyu slipped away, revealing her pale shoulders and the marks on her back, each a testament to his own handiwork. Gripping her neck, he sneered, "What is wrong? Aiming to kill me? Aren't you living the good life? No need to scrounge for supplies, food at your disposal, and a group of men attending to your every need. What more could you desire?" He yanked her hair, dragging her toward the window, his voice dripping with malice. "Look at those women on the outskirts of the market. They have to entertain 10 men a day just to fill their stomachs. Compared to them, you're living in luxury." Xia Shiyu felt her scalp tingle with pain as she was pulled, yet she lacked the strength to resist, silently enduring her fate. He flung her back on a bed, pressing down upon her once more. But Xia Shiyu lay there like a marionette, numb to his every action, unresponsive to his manipulations. His dissatisfaction grew, and with a cold smile, he suggested, "If you're feeling lonely, I could bring your sister over to keep you company." A flicker of hope ignited in Xia Shiyu's eyes. Why should she suffer alone? Her dear sister should indeed taste this torment. Seeing her reaction, He Yuan's confidence surged. "Aren't you the one who despises He Qiao the most? Once the military has withdrawn, I'll bring her here to keep you company." Xia Shiyu's eyes sparkled with fervor at the promise. He Yuan patted her rear playfully, grinning, "Show me a little reaction, and I'll make you the main wife. With them as your concubines, you'll be their leader, able to command them both." Surprisingly, Xia Shiyu began to play along, even wrapping her arms around He Yuan's neck, a cruel smile curving her lips. Chapter 83. Chaos revisited as dawn broke. The supply convoy from headquarters arrived as promised, slowly coming into view of the temporary command center. However, when the eager crowd drew back the vehicle curtains, they were met with a pitifully scant supply of provisions. Following orders from higher authorities, the announcement came forth. Effective immediately, the distribution of supplies to ordinary survivors would cease. The officer's voice resonated in the stillness, laced with finality. Shortly thereafter, another message struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In the vicinity of City M, malevolent forces were stirring, probing frequently. "Our unit is commanded to evacuate our current position within the day, relocating 10 kilometers towards the city center to establish a new temporary command post near Anyang community." Captain Zhou, upon receiving this cascade of new orders, felt a foreboding tremor within, although he had anticipated such a turn of events. He had assumed that they would at least commence their migration following the last distribution of supplies, yet the upheaval came with startling swiftness. Within those rescue tents remained numerous displaced individuals. Ignoring them could potentially lead to adverse repercussions for the other survivors. With a heavy heart, Captain Zhou voiced his concerns. The officer, expressionless, replied. From the moment the military stepped into City M, an announcement had been made throughout the city, encouraging the establishment of bases and favoring survivors. Those who chose to remain behind did so of their own volition. Captain Zhou hesitated, his gaze sweeping over the kind-hearted survivors who, for various reasons, had been unable to evacuate in time, his heart a tumult of emotions. Just as he was about to argue further, another captain gently patted his shoulder, his tone grave. "In this apocalypse, every individual has their own fate. The military's manpower and resources are limited. It is simply impossible for us to ensure that every survivor can stay with the group. This is the harsh reality. In that moment, it felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon each person's heart, stifling their breath. Meanwhile, Lu Chun and Lin Feifei's off-road vehicle did not depart with the military supply convoy, as they still needed to convey orders to other temporary command posts. If they were to accompany the supply truck, it would likely be dark by the time they reached the base, wasting precious fuel. Ultimately, under Captain Zhou's suggestion, the two decided to follow him and the others to Anyang Community, awaiting the next arrival of the headquarters supply truck to return to the base with them. Despite their reluctance, Lu Chun and Lin Feifei could only accept the situation with resignation. After all, it was a stroke of immense fortune that Captain Zhou allowed them to accompany him. At Mingri Jing, Qiao was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of noise. Having stayed up late the previous night watching a horror film, she had slept in, remembering that today was the military's scheduled distribution of free supplies every 3 days. She assumed some commotion was inevitable. However, as time progressed, she began to sense something amiss. It was already 10 in the morning, yet the military personnel had yet to arrive. The residents of the community had formed long lines spontaneously, but the military's presence remained conspicuously absent, far exceeding the usual delay. The survivors within the community began to exhibit impatience, the noise escalating. Qiao rose to peer at the sentry before the Hope Market, astonished to find that there were no soldiers on duty today. Even the sentry outside the community was deserted. She recalled that the previous night, those posts had been brightly lit, with soldiers steadfastly guarding their positions. Suddenly, Qiao understood. The military personnel must have received a sudden evacuation order and retreated from the outskirts of the city, drawing closer to their base. She recalled that in the second year of the apocalypse, once the base in City M was completed, the military had retreated within its confines, no longer concerning themselves with the chaos beyond. In that moment, Qiao's emotions grew complex. The brief order brought by the military to the outskirts of City M would soon dissolve back into the prior chaos and darkness. She chose to remain indoors, continuing her physical training to prepare for this unpredictable world. By noon, the clamor downstairs intensified. We just returned from the military's temporary command post, and it's completely deserted. The military has withdrawn. A man's voice pierced through the noise, reaching Qiao's ears. His companion added, "Someone arrived at the command post at 9 o'clock, only to find it empty. They probably left at dawn." The crowd's emotions ignited instantaneously, a web of anger and confusion forming. How outrageous! They didn't even give us a heads up before leaving. Today was supposed to be the distribution of supplies. They should have distributed them before departing. Have they truly abandoned us? I refuse to believe it. I will go see for myself. Listening to the uproar downstairs, Qiao felt exasperated. Hadn't it been made abundantly clear on the first day the military arrived in City M? The military's focus would shift to the base, urging survivors to participate in its construction and collectively withstand the challenges of the apocalypse. These individuals seemed as if they were hearing this news for the first time, bewildered and shocked by the military's withdrawal. In an apocalypse, who would coddle them? They were unwilling to venture out in search of resources or to partake in the construction of the base, preferring to lie at home and await free aid. How long could such a life endure? Who bore the responsibility of caring for them for eternity? In room 902 downstairs, He Yuan and his companions sat together. Having just learned of the military's withdrawal, their gazes briefly met before, in unison, they turned their attention upstairs. A glimmer of greed crept into their eyes, and, without needing words, they understood one another. At last, a cruel smile curled upon He Yuan's lips, his voice low and exhilarated. "Everyone, conserve your strength. Tonight, let's pay a visit to Qiao." Meanwhile, in room 901, Xia Shui curled up in a corner of the sofa when suddenly there came a rapid knocking at the door, causing her heart to seize. Through the peephole, she saw a member of Lan Qi's gang standing outside. Recalling that Lan Qi had mentioned his name, Sun Yang, he bore a heavy backpack and held a spiked club, his expression dark and foreboding as he commanded tersely, "Open the door." Filled with fear towards Lan Qi's group, Xia Shui dared not delay, trembling as she opened the door. Sun Yang strode in. pulling a chair and sitting heavily behind the door. "You, stand aside," he ordered. He tossed 2 packets of instant noodles to Xia Shuai. "Boil these for me. I'm hungry." Though panic and helplessness overwhelmed her, Xia Shuai could only suppress her emotions and comply with Sun Yang's instructions. Chapter 84. Departure from M City Base. A heavy cloud looms overhead. After a lengthy day and night, Gu Qianhan's scandal spread like wildfire, permeating every corner of the base. In this post-apocalyptic world, he shamelessly indulged in multiple relationships with women, ranging from ordinary survivors to medical school graduates rescued by the military, base staff, and even a few rising stars. The situation is further appalling as several of the victims were underage girls. His reprehensible actions are nothing short of monstrous, beyond redemption. Behind this turmoil, his mother, Qin Ruyun, played a significant role. Instead of curbing her son's immoral behavior, she aided and abetted him, even personally seeking out targets for his pursuits. This shocking revelation sparked fervent discussions among ordinary survivors, and even the high-ranking officials who had settled in the base were aware of it. At this moment, within a secret villa deep in the Gu family's domain, the atmosphere was tense. Qin Ruyun stood frozen in the center of the living room, while Gu Qianhan knelt on the ground. Both wore pallid expressions, their eyes reflecting a blend of hope and fear as they gazed at the silent man seated on the sofa. Gu Hongxin, with a furrowed brow, sat like a cold statue, having remained silent for an extended period. Just as Gu Qianhan attempted to defend himself, he was halted by a piercing glare from Qin Ruyun. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and slowly approached the coffee table, trying to offer tea to Gu Hongxin. However, upon meeting his abyss-like gaze, her heart trembled. In those eyes lay a well of unending anger and disappointment, akin to a beast poised to break free, sending chills down her spine. Her hand trembled slightly, yet for her son's sake, she forced herself to remain composed. She softly spoke, "Hongxin, please take a sip of water to soothe your throat." Before she could finish, the teacup was abruptly knocked from her grasp, shattering on the floor with a sharp crack. Scalding tea splashed onto her hand, but Qin Ruyun gritted her teeth, stifling any sound and refraining from tending to her wound. This was the first time Gu Hongxin had treated her so harshly in front of their son. The warmth of their past seemed to vanish overnight. Qin Ruyun stood there, caught in a dilemma. Observing this, Gu Qianhan finally mustered the courage to rise, exclaiming, "It was my mistake. It has nothing to do with my mother. How can you treat her this way?" He rushed to her side, inspecting her injury, which only deepened Gu Hongxin's despair. He looked at his son, whom he had always held in high hopes, and, at this critical moment, Gu Qianhan was more concerned about a woman's injury than his own future and reputation. Weary, he shut his eyes, pondering, "Is this truly my blood? Why is he so inept?" Having just resolved the issue of embezzling base materials, now this scandal erupted. The embezzlement was relatively contained within the Gu family, but this latest incident had stirred the entire city, becoming common knowledge. Were the minor celebrities not enough for his amusement? Why provoke medical students, let alone underage girls? Gu Hongxin finally spoke, his voice laden with exhaustion and helplessness. Yet Gu Qianhan showed no remorse, merely believing he had been careless in being discovered. He responded nonchalantly, "I've recently developed a taste for innocence. Why was I found out?" Gu Hongxin pressed, "How could this happen?" Gu Qianhan defiantly retorted, "How would I know? I had the bodies buried." Gu Hongxin, unwilling to waste further words on such a foolish son, began to contemplate how to quell this storm. Just then, his secretary, Jianbai, knocked and entered. "Mr. Gu, the board requests your presence for a meeting." "Is Gu Qianhan attending?" Gu Hongxin inquired. "Yes, the young master has already arrived." Jianbai responded. Gu Hongxin scoffed. He's quite eager. In truth, he suspected Gu Qianhan was behind this debacle, but there was no time to dwell on that. Ensuring Gu Qianhan's safety was paramount. He rose, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Qin Ruyun rushed forward, grasping his arm. "Hongxin, the board is calling you to discuss how to handle our son. You must protect him." Gu Hongxin pried her hand away, resolute. "You pack his things. I've already arranged for someone to take him to the central base in H City to start new." Tears streamed down Qin Ruyun's face. Must it be this way? Gu Hongxin's expression remained devoid of emotion. The M City base is now military-controlled. With such a major incident, if we don't send him away now, he will be unable to escape when the military comes knocking. Qin Ruyun wished to protest, but was met with Gu Hongxin's cold declaration. You must go too. Stunned, she gazed at him in disbelief, her voice trembling. I must go as well? What about our home? What about you? She nearly asked if he intended to return to Shunruochu, abandoning them, but the words caught in her throat. A flicker of rationality remained. It was only now that she grasped the gravity of the situation. She had thought that in this apocalyptic world, laws had become obsolete, and her precious son's actions would go unpunished. But in this moment, she finally comprehended the magnitude of her errors. She knew better than to provoke Gu Hongxin, for otherwise they would lose everything. Quickly regaining her composure, she adopted a gentle and understanding demeanor. All right, I will do as you say. However, Gu Qianhan was far from as restrained as Qin Ruyun. He sprang to his feet, shouting, I refuse to leave. Why should I go? I'm unfamiliar with H City. How will I survive? He glared at Gu Hongxin, demanding, Are you planning to return to Shinruochu? Are we to be discarded? Gu Hongxin's expression turned icy, and he glanced at Jian Bai, coldly commanding, What are you waiting for? Call for someone to take this ungrateful wretch away immediately. In the conference room, Gu Qianhan observed his father, Gu Hongxin, adeptly navigating the board meeting. Gu Hongxin insisted he was completely unaware of Gu Qianhan's actions, even invoking the family's teachings as a shield. Implicitly, he suggested that this entire affair was a carefully orchestrated plot by Gu Qianhan to usurp control of the Gu family, intending to frame his own brother. The board members feigned detachment, dodging the core issue. The Gu family had rotted to the core. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Gu Qianhan's lips as he quietly observed the farce. Suddenly, a series of 5 sharp knocks echoed through his earpiece. This was the prearranged signal with Uncle Hai, indicating that the plan had succeeded. His lips involuntarily curved into a triumphant smile. Meanwhile, Gu Hongxin, who had been secretly watching Gu Qianhan, felt a surge of intense unease upon witnessing this, silently cursing himself for the impending trouble. Chapter 85, at most. Stay overnight. The meeting, which lasted for 2 hours, saw over 20 individuals engaged in a heated debate, their faces flushed, yet yielding no progress. Gu Hongxin repeatedly asserted, I know nothing. The board members were largely divided into 2 factions. One believed that time would dull the memories of the survivors of the base, while the other advocated for handing Gu Qianhan over to the military for resolution, confident that the military, given the Gu family's pivotal role in establishing the base, would not truly seek his life. Thus, both the board and Gu Hongxin shared a singular aim, preserving Gu Qianhan's life. Surprisingly, Gu Qianhan not only refrained from opposition, but also wholeheartedly supported this course of action. After all, he was my younger brother, and I did not wish to witness his demise. The so-called elders of the board praised Gu Qianhan for his brotherly loyalty and righteousness. Yet, Gu Hongxin understood full well that his son was no innocent. He would not repay kindness with gratitude. A sense of unease gnawed at him. After the meeting, Gu Qianhan learned from Uncle Hai that the military had prematurely evacuated from the outskirts of M City, pushing the safety line 10 kilometers closer to the base. Why was I not informed? Gu Qianhan inquired anxiously. Qiao is still at Mingri Jian. The military's withdrawal was initially scheduled for 5 days from now. Why the sudden change? Uncle Hai explained, Young master, you have been preoccupied with matters concerning Gu Qianhan, which is of utmost importance, so we dared not disturb you. Furthermore, the military's retreat was a last-minute decision, and we only learned of it this morning. However, you need not worry. Shun San and the others are still at Mingri Jiyuan protecting Miss Qiao. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianhan promptly commanded, quickly, inform Shan San to ensure Miss Qiao's safe exit from Mingri Jiyuan. Do not worry about the supplies at home. Everything will be arranged at the base. According to his original plan, he intended to deal with Gu Qianhan, quell the scandal, and secure the Gu family's control before retrieving Qiao, which he believed could be accomplished within 4 days, certainly before the military's withdrawal from the city's outskirts. Now, he merely hoped that Qiao would heed Shun San's arrangements and swiftly join him at the base. The conference room door slowly closed. isolating the tumult of the outside world and leaving only silence and Gu Hongxin's solitary figure. The assembly had dispersed, yet he remained lost in contemplation of Gu Qianhan's unusual demeanor during the meeting. Gu Hongxin raised his hand, glancing at the exquisite watch on his wrist, internally calculating that Qiansheng should have been sent out of the base by now. How could he abandon his own son? In Hoarder, he harbored a secret establishment unknown even to the old master, a carefully orchestrated retreat. With this foundation, Qiansheng could enjoy a comfortable life at the central base in Hoarder. Once he resolved this scandal, time would dull the memories, and in a year or so, he would leverage connections to secure Qiansheng a diplomatic post at the central base, allowing him to return to M-City with honor. He rose, contemplating a visit to the old Gu residence. He intended to have a serious discussion with Shen Ruochu, persuading her to manage Gu Qianhan and deter his relentless pursuit of Qiansheng. Shen Ruochu was rather malleable. A few mouthfuls of her home-cooked meals and some soft-spoken words would likely persuade her. If all else failed, he would stay overnight at the old residence, certain he could find a way to win her approval. Before he could exit the office, Jianbai rushed in. President Gu, the second young master, is in trouble. Gu Hongxin's heart sank, but years of experience in the business world allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Has he been taken by the military? Even if captured, he had means to secure his release, albeit with some suffering and a few days in confinement. Jianbai shook his head vigorously, his expression increasingly frantic, swallowing hard as if struggling to articulate the grim news. Gu Hongxin's heart tightened as he pressed. Was he taken by Gu Qianhan's people? Jianbai continued to shake his head, his face as pale as a sheet, as though he had just escaped death. Taking a deep breath and summoning his courage, he trembled as he spoke. We do not know who leaked the news of the second young master's departure from the base. As soon as we exited the villa area, our vehicle was besieged by a surging crowd. Leading the charge were students from the medical academy, alongside numerous ordinary survivors and grassroots workers from the base, all chanting for us to surrender the second young master. Their numbers swelled to 300 or 400, rendering our escape impossible. Gu Hongxin's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a cold fury. He urgently inquired, "Did you hand over Qiansheng?" Jianbai's voice trembled with helplessness. We fought desperately, but the crowd was incensed. Someone shattered the car window and forcibly dragged the second young master and the second madam from the vehicle. Gu Hongxin's face went ashen. He stood abruptly, fist clenched, his voice quaking. And then, what has become of Qiansheng now? He had no time to worry about Qin Riyun's fate. Jianbai's pallor deepened, his voice low and quavering, as though each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. When we finally pushed through the crowd and located the second young master, he had his throat cut. He was gone. Gu Hongxin felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen, his legs giving way as he collapsed into his chair. His eyes were vacant, as if his soul had been wrenched away, and the world around him crumbled at that moment. Jianbai internally sighed, knowing there was one more detail he dared not mention. Certain male organs of the second young master had gone missing, seemingly severed by a sharp surgical instrument, and were found in the second madam's hands, a sight too gruesome to bear. He refrained from speaking, fearing that Gu Hongxin might not withstand such brutal reality. Yet Gu Hongxin seemed to snap back from his shock, rising abruptly, his eyes aflame, his voice hoarse as he demanded, "Did they capture any of those responsible?" Jianbai shook his head, his expression mournful. By the time we reacted, they had already scattered like shadows, vanishing without a trace. Gu Hongxin was consumed by rage, his fists crashing against the desk. Where were the military? How could they not intervene in such a grave incident? Jianbai shook his head once more. Only after the crowd dispersed did they arrive late, taking the second young master as body away, claiming they needed to provide an explanation to the families of those women who died because of him. At this, Gu Hongxin's eyes blazed with fury, and he roared, "Gu Qianhan, you shall pay for this." His voice echoed throughout the office, filled with boundless anger and sorrow. Chapter 86. Deserved fate. On the afternoon of the day the military withdrew, Qiao gazed down from her apartment. The world outside Mingri Jiyuan was more chaotic than she had anticipated. Abandoned vehicles littered the streets. Some buildings bore signs of vandalism, and sporadic remnants of combat were evident. The disorder arrived with a swiftness and ferocity beyond her expectations. At that moment, it seemed even the sky felt the weight of this oppression. As the wind began to stir, the cold breeze, tinged with desolation, cast an even darker pall over the world. Within the community, some sluggish survivors finally awakened from their stupor, frantically packing their belongings in a desperate bid to escape to the new safety line established by the military. They had been lazy, reluctant to venture out in search of supplies, unwilling to contribute to the construction of the base, preferring the ease of taking what was readily available. Yet in the face of life and death, that inertia appeared utterly trivial. On the 8th floor, the elderly couple exchanged anxious glances, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The aunt mustered her courage, suggesting, "Shall we plead with Qiao to escort us to the military?" The uncle chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. "Do you dare provoke that female tyrant?" However, the aunt had her own calculations. "You don't understand. No matter how cold she appears, she is merely an inexperienced college student. Such young women are most afraid of a child's tears. We can use Xiao Yu as leverage. No matter how hard-hearted she is, she cannot resist." The uncle remained unconvinced. "That girl harbors a chilling indifference in her eyes. She won't care about us." The aunt was about to retort, but was interrupted by the uncle. Quickly. "While the military has just departed and the chaos around M City has yet to escalate, before those sinister forces take over, we must leave." The aunt hesitated. "But in this weather, how can our old bones manage?" The uncle, resolute, scooped up Xiao Yu. "Take only the essentials, enough for a day's journey. Our lives are at stake. Let's move." The aunt was still wavering, but the uncle's seriousness left her at a loss. He glanced out the window and noticed a convoy approaching in the distance. Urgency etched on his face. "Hurry, grab your things. We leave now," dressed Xiao Yu warmly. Meanwhile, Director Ma had retreated with Captain Zhou and others to a temporary settlement near Anyang Community, now designated as the 12th Safety Line military outpost. As soon as he disembarked, he eagerly searched for his informants. With a subtle nod, one of them stealthily followed to a concealed corner. "You must leave the city immediately and find Sun Bangyu. Deliver this letter to him," Director Ma instructed, handing over a letter along with a pack of cigarettes. The informant hesitated. "The city is in chaos. How will I find him? And this cigarette?" Director Ma frowned, displeased by the man's greed. "I hear he's allied with Boss Xie. Locate Boss Xie's convoy, and you'll find him." He produced another pack of cigarettes, insisting, "Be swift." The informant snatched the cigarettes and hurried off. Shortly thereafter, a man on a bicycle, moving furtively, sped toward the city outskirts at the back entrance of the 12th Safety Line military outpost. Director Ma watched him depart before seeking out Lu Chun and Lin Feifei. Sure enough, they drove a vehicle laden with supplies into the courtyard. Observing the cargo-laden vehicle, Director Ma's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes glinting with calculation. At Mingri Juan, Qiao, peering through her binoculars, spotted a familiar sight. The elderly couple from the 8th floor cautiously shielded a child, stumbling toward the center of M City. She couldn't help but shake her head, wondering where they had been all this time. When the military had called for the public to participate in base construction, providing transportation for survivors, they had stubbornly chosen to remain behind. Now, they were forced to rely on their own 2 feet to navigate this apocalyptic world. However, their departure was for the best. Mingri Juan would only descend into further chaos. Especially in her building, the thuggish elements had already begun to stir restlessly. With the couple gone, at least they had preserved a life. Otherwise, should conflict erupt, and she decided to toss a bomb downstairs, the survivors below would likely suffer the consequences. Her gaze shifted to the edge of the city, where trucks, SUVs, and vans appeared as mere black dots, converging from outside the city, gradually expanding in her view. These were the nefarious forces previously driven out by the military, now emboldened by the military's withdrawal, eager to regain control of the territory. In a few days, these dark elements might engage in fierce conflict, vying for territory and resources. Yet a few months later, they would stabilize, intertwining, and even cooperating, ultimately encircling M City entirely. Particularly after the completion of the M City base, the military would retreat entirely within its confines, leaving the malevolent forces to roam unimpeded around the perimeter, ambushing survivors who ventured out in search of supplies. They, along with those unwilling to enter the base, would ultimately transform into marauders, subsisting on the resources and lives they plundered from the base. Qiao recalled vividly how she had met her demise at the hands of such marauders in her previous life, with Ruan Mingyue as the traitor who had opened the gates from within. Although these marauders were eventually eradicated by the forces inside the base, she had lost her own life in the process. In that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of two dark figures stealthily approaching the elderly couple from behind, evidently intent on robbing them. Initially, she had no intention of intervening. The couple's fate seemed just. Their grandson was also ensnared by their selfish folly. However, she realized this presented an opportunity to practice her marksmanship. Previously, when the military was present, she had only dared to practice in secret. The space for practice was limited, and she was loath to waste any time, so her training had been scant. She retrieved a sniper rifle from her space and positioned it at the window. This was her first time aiming at a living target. Taking a deep breath, she focused her mind and aligned the scope with one of the men preparing to seize the backpack. Bang! A sharp report echoed as the man collapsed to the ground. Qiao clicked her tongue. She had aimed for his back but instead struck his thigh. The other man, upon witnessing this, turned pale with fear and hurriedly attempted to flee. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger again, but this shot missed. Nevertheless, for a novice, this was to be expected. Undeterred, she swiftly adjusted the scope, locking onto the fleeing man once more. This time, the bullet struck his back, eliciting a pained scream as he fell. Qiao grimaced. She had aimed for the man's thigh yet hit his back instead. The elderly couple, startled by the gunfire, turned to see the unfolding scene and hastened their steps to escape the perilous area. Qiao quietly fired 2 more shots before putting away her sniper rifle. Her shooting was marked by a ruthless precision, hitting where she did not aim, yet still managing to inflict fatal harm. She reassured herself, no matter how flawed her marksmanship, it was effective if it resulted in death. Chapter 87. Dare you deceive me? Seeking death. Beneath the Qiao residence, in room 902, a group of men were gathered around the dining table, relishing their evening meal. Suddenly, a series of sharp and brief sounds shattered the tranquility of the room. They collectively paused, chopsticks suspended mid-air, ears pricked in attentive silence. The peculiar noise rang out twice more, inciting a sense of unease. Could it be gunfire? Gu Qianhan was the first to voice his uncertainty. Impossible, Yuan retorted immediately. The Mingri Jiuan has been thoroughly searched by the military. There can be no firearms here. Besides, the local criminal elements have not dared approach. Their convoy halted several miles away. The others nodded in agreement with Yuan, their words laced with derision towards the notion of gunfire. Gu Qianhan, have you been overly anxious lately? One teased. Indeed, your cowardice is quite embarrassing, another chimed in. Gunfire? Who would have such a feeble weapon? Laughter erupted. Gu Qianhan surveyed those who once followed him, now mocking him to curry favor with Yuan. A bitter taste filled his mouth, yet he forced a smile. Perhaps I misheard. My nerve have been rather frayed of late. Yuan patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. Tonight we shall successfully capture Qiao and seize her resources. Once we secure the supplies, we shall retreat into the city, avoiding those troublesome characters on the outskirts of M-City. As long as we stay along the military's safety perimeter, they will not interfere with us, and those thugs will not dare approach. It will be our territory. Gu Qianhan nodded, albeit with a lingering sense of apprehension. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Brother Yuan, do you think Qiao might possess a firearm? After all, Gu Qianhan used to live above us. Yuan frowned in annoyance. Why are you so timid? So what if Gu Qianhan lived here? He is the scion of the Gu family. If he truly cared, he would have taken those above him away long ago. How could Qiao still reside here? Gu Qianhan fell silent, but unease weighed heavily upon him. Meanwhile, in room 901, Sun Yang also heard the strange sounds from behind the door. Having mixed with Lan Qi, he had encountered firearms and heard gunshots before. Moreover, Lan Qi had shown them numerous videos on weaponry to enhance their survival skills. A tightness gripped Sun Yang's heart as he concluded that the sounds were from a silenced sniper rifle. He sprang to his feet and rushed to the window. Witnessing the convoy of criminals approaching the city, now halted as if awaiting a signal. Someone in Mingri Jiyuan possessed a sniper rifle. Astonishment washed over him. Could this weapon belong to He Qiao? After all, that woman was formidable enough to amass such resources. Perhaps she indeed had means to acquire a sniper rifle. He turned sharply, confronting the cornered Xia Shui. Did you not say He Qiao had no weapons? How could she possibly possess a gun? He was uncertain whether the gunfire originated from He Qiao's residence. He merely sought to unsettle Xia Shui. Yet, her expression shifted dramatically. When a military searched before, they only found a mace and a modified toy gun, all of which were confiscated. I have not seen her with a real weapon. Could it be something left by Gu Qianhan? Panic and uncertainty colored her words. As soon as she spoke, she realized her slip. She had been meticulously concealing the secret of Gu Qianhan's previous residence and the connection between He Qiao and Gu Qianhan. Fearful that Lan Qi and the others might hesitate to act, Xia Shui's hand flew to her mouth in horror, but it was too late. Sun Yang lunged at her, his hands like iron vices around her throat. You deceitful woman, how dare you betray us? Fury radiated from his eyes. In M City, who did not know the name Gu Qianhan, the heir of the Gu family, mysteriously missing at the onset of the apocalypse, had only recently returned. Sun Yang's grip tightened, and Xia Shui struggled to breathe, the flame of life flickering perilously low. With her last ounce of strength, she gasped, I am your leader's woman. You cannot kill me. At her words, Sun Yang hesitated momentarily, recalling how Lan Qi had shown her particular favor. He shot her a fierce glare, releasing her and bellowing, Stay put. I will report to the boss and let him deal with you. He turned to leave, leaving Xia Shui gasping for air, terror and despair encasing her heart like ice. Sun Yang gathered his backpack and approached the door, peering through the peephole. The door of room 902 was slightly ajar, a sliver of light revealing prying eyes, evidently watching the He Qiao residents above with intent. He scornfully dismissed them, intending to exit and report to Lan Qi. However, as his hand grasped the doorknob, a sudden, excruciating pain struck the back of his head, as though struck by a heavy object. Before he could react, his body toppled back like a marionette with severed strings. Xia Shui stood behind him, wielding a bench, panting heavily, her eyes glinting with resolve and ferocity. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the bench, striking again and again until Sun Yang's head became a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Only then did she slowly cease her assault. She understood that allowing Sun Yang to escape would jeopardize not only her life, but also the plans of Lan Qi to seize and eliminate He Qiao. She had no desire to perish. She wanted to survive. She yearned for the resources of the He Qiao household and to witness He Qiao's downfall firsthand. Trembling, she wiped the blood from her face with her sleeve, laboriously dragging Sun Yang's lifeless body to the kitchen. The tiled kitchen floor would prevent the blood from seeping through. She shut the kitchen door, ensuring that no prying eyes could glimpse the scene within. Using the snow she had collected from outside, she meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from the floor. Once her task was complete, she opened Sun Yang's backpack and quietly began to consume the bread inside. At that moment, her heart was filled with fear and determination. Yet she knew there was no turning back. Chapter 88. Come with us, Shun San received a directive from the Gu family, requesting him to escort He Qiao to the M City base. He silently organized the supplies, while his two accompanying brothers could hardly contain their excitement, exclaiming, Finally, we can escape this wretched place. Among them, the youngest, Shun Shi, had just turned 19, brimming with youthful energy and restlessness. He felt disgruntled about being assigned to protect a woman confined to her home, only able to step outside briefly to relay messages. I don't understand what the young master is thinking, sending us to protect a woman, Shun Shi complained. Shun San promptly interrupted him. The young master has his reasons. We must execute the orders without unnecessary commentary. At that moment, Shun San noticed the convoy outside the city gradually approaching M City. It had halted several dozen kilometers from Mingri Jiyuan. Perhaps they were merely observing, he speculated. Retracting to the base at this time could indeed be a prudent decision. He gazed at Building 13 across the way, where Room 1101, occupied by Qiao, stood quietly. Suddenly, a dark, circular object protruded from the window, catching his attention. "Shenba, you are the most proficient with machinery. Quickly, what is that?" Shen San inquired. Shenba swiftly retrieved binoculars, and before he could scrutinize further, a faint gunshot resonated, the muffled sound echoing in the air. That's a sniper rifle. Following the direction of the gunfire, Shenba witnessed a man fall to the ground, having been shot by Qiao. He inhaled sharply. The young master had indeed mentioned that Qiao possessed a firearm, yet he had not indicated she wielded a sniper rifle. This woman seemed rather extraordinary. Moments later, 2 more gunshots rang out, and another man collapsed. Shenba observed that the targets of Qiao's sniping were attempting to rob an elderly couple who were protecting a child. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the elderly couple as the neighbors Qiao had previously refused to assist. Shenba fell silent. He had always felt that Qiao's indifference towards her neighbors and the young master was unjustified, making him feel somewhat sympathetic towards the young master. How could a man of such integrity be attracted to such a cold-hearted woman? However, witnessing this scene today complicated his feelings. Shenshi grabbed the binoculars, exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, that gun looks so cool. I want one too." He turned to Shun San. "Brother San, can you speak to the young master about getting me a sniper rifle?" Shun San shook his head. The young master did not provide any firearms to Qiao. She acquired these herself from outside the city. When the young master arrived, Qiao was single-handedly confronting dozens of men. Shenshi, upon hearing this, jumped in excitement. "This woman is amazing. She is my idol." Shenba was similarly impacted. He had always thought Qiao was utterly lacking, believing the young master was merely drawn to her appearance. He had not anticipated her remarkable courage and capability. Moreover, considering how precious bullets were, she chose to use them to save others, particularly those who had previously been of no benefit to her. Soon after, the 3 descended and drove to the base of Building 13. Shen San instructed, "You 2 stay here and watch the vehicle. I will go up and calm Missy down." Just as Shenba was about to speak, Shenshi interjected, "Brother San, I want to go with you. I want to meet our future young mistress as soon as possible." Shen San replied sternly, "Titles cannot be misused. The young master has not yet decided how to arrange for Missy." A few years older than Shenshi, Shenba was accustomed to the intricacies of high society. No matter how exceptional Qiao was, she would likely only serve as a mistress. Given the young master's status, an alliance with the Qin or Zhou family was more probable. "Shenshi, you should refer to her as Sister Qiao. It's better to avoid any issues when the real young mistress marries the young master." Despite saying this, Shenba felt Qiao should not be confined within the Gu family's inner quarters. He had seen the young master's mistresses, and that was hardly a respectable position. They could not even venture outside freely. During festive occasions, no matter how much the young master favored a mistress, he would still return to the main residence to be with his legitimate wife. Shen Sin spoke solemnly. "Enough. The young master's decisions are beyond our influence. We must simply follow orders. Shenba, you will oversee security downstairs. Shenshi and I will head upstairs." As they passed the 9th floor, an inexplicable intuition caused both to halt simultaneously. They exchanged glances, silently understanding one another. Behind each of 2 doors, pairs of eyes were watching them. Shensan and Shenshi firmly gripped their handguns, proceeding with caution. Behind the door of room 902, Yuan anxiously observed the unexpected guests. Clad in black tactical gear, they made him fear that the dark forces from outside the city had finally found their way here. Witnessing the supplies slipping through his fingers, he felt a pang of frustration. However, the guns in their hands gleamed ominously, and he dared not act, remaining concealed behind the door. Shenshi, brimming with excitement, walked ahead, eager to knock on the sliding door of the 10th floor. Yet, just as his hand was about to touch the door, Shen San keenly noticed the wires connected to the sliding door. He swiftly pulled Shenshi back and gently tapped on the door with his backpack. Shen San inwardly marveled at Miss He's caution. One could not help but regard her with newfound respect. At that moment, Qiao was at her home on the 11th floor. Hearing the commotion below, she immediately grasped her submachine gun and steadily approached the stairs. However, She did not rush down. Instead, she stood at the staircase entrance, observing the situation outside through a mirror mounted on the wall. The reflection revealed two men in tactical gear, armed with weapons. Yet Qiao understood that these two were not enemies. They were likely subordinates of Gu Qianhan. Recalling how their vehicle had consistently followed her when she was taken by the military, she felt reassured. Confirming their lack of ill intent, Qiao slowly descended the stairs. Clad in a sturdy black polar fleece jacket and practical boots, the sound of her footsteps echoed sharply on the stairs. Her posture was upright, each step exuding strength, a clear testament to her rigorous training. Her gaze was cold and profound, as if she could see through everything while remaining indifferent to her surroundings. This was the first time Sun San had seen Qiao up close, and he could not help but silently admire the young master's discerning eye. In contrast, Sun Shi was utterly captivated by the submachine gun in Qiao's hands, his eyes wide with envy as he gazed at the weapon. "That gun is so cool." Sun San composed himself and respectfully greeted Qiao. "Miss He, greetings. I am Sun San, a subordinate of the Gu family's young master, Gu Qianhan. The young master has sent me to escort you to the base. Time is of the essence. The young master has arranged everything for you, so there is no need to bring supplies. He will take care of it at the base." However, Qiao's reaction took Sun San by surprise. She merely cast a cold glance at him and replied succinctly, "No need, you may go." Sun San felt a pang of disbelief. Sun Shi thought, so cool. Unwilling to concede, Sun San attempted once more to persuade Qiao. "Miss He, you may not be aware, but the current situation at Minggri is perilous. The military has withdrawn, and the dark forces from outside the city are gradually closing in. The young master has made all necessary arrangements for you. Please, we must leave as soon as possible." As he spoke, Sun San retrieved a sealed letter from his pocket and handed it to Qiao, saying, "This is a letter personally written by the young master for you. He believes that after you peruse its contents, you will undoubtedly be inclined to accompany us." Chapter 89. Where does the confidence come from? In the end, Qiao accepted the letter. The paper bore a striking line of text. "Gu Qianhan and his mother have been eliminated. The Gu family is safe now." Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Gu Qianhan had returned home for such a brief period, yet he had swiftly dealt with Gu Qianhan and his mother, his decisiveness astonishing. If that were the case, why did he not gain complete control of the Gu family until the third year of the apocalypse in her previous life? Qiao still found the intricacies of the aristocracy too convoluted and wished to remain uninvolved. Moreover, she would soon depart City with the military to deliver messages to the central base in Hoarder. The possibility of a relationship with Gu Qianhan seemed futile. It was better not to meet at all. She pushed open the sliding door. Sun San's eyes instantly brightened. Qiao was finally willing to leave with them. Qiao retrieved her keys and opened room 1002, where Gu Qianhan had once resided, stating coolly, "Move the supplies to your vehicle." Sun San hesitated momentarily, saying, "Miss He, time is of the essence. The young master has instructed us not to concern ourselves with the supplies. You need only accompany us." Qiao simply replied, "Move." As Sun San lingered in uncertainty, Sun Shi could no longer contain himself and dashed into room 1002, clutching a box taller than his own head and racing downstairs. He would do whatever Sister Qiao instructed. Perhaps when her mood improved, he could borrow an assault rifle and a sniper rifle for a brief play. When Shun Ba received the boxes of supplies that he and Sun Shi had secretly delivered 2 days prior, he was astonished to find them intact and unopened. His expression turned nuanced. He entertained a bold notion. Qiao seemed to look down on their young master. Otherwise, why would she ignore the supplies specifically sent by him? At that moment, Shun Ba began to harbor expectations towards Qiao, yearning for an early encounter with her. However, Qiao, upstairs, informed Sun San, "The supplies you are moving belong to Gu Qianhan. Take care on your journey." "Take care?" Sun San asked in confusion. "You do not plan to return to the base with us?" Qiao shook her head, "No." Sun San urged urgently, "The outside world is fraught with danger. The dark forces beyond the city are silently encroaching. If you do not believe it, you may open the window and see their vehicles in the distance." Qiao had already sensed this. Yet, she understood that those malevolent forces would not recklessly attack. they would act with caution, gradually surrounding him city rather than charging in blindly. She had matters and people to attend to, and once resolved, she would depart. She would never be foolish enough to sit idle while awaiting the arrival of the marauders who had claimed her life in her previous existence. At that moment, confronting so many would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. You should leave Mingri Jiyuan quickly to avoid being targeted, Qiao said, handing a letter to Shun San. Deliver this letter to your young master. He will not make things difficult for you. In truth, Qiao wished to pass the spatial ring to Shun San, allowing him to return it to Gu Qianhan, thus sparing her the trip to the Gu family. Yet, Gu Qianhan had sent someone to extricate her from the military, and she remembered this favor. In the future, when she returned the spatial ring intact, their affairs would be settled, and they would each pursue their own paths without interference. Shun San accepted the letter, his expression conflicted. Miss He, if you do not go to the base now, you will still have to go once it is established, will you not? Why not secure your position first? The position he referred to was not only about the base's quota, but also about being beside Gu Qianhan. Qiao was uninterested in such convoluted implications and did not wish to expend mental energy guessing. She intended to close the sliding door and return upstairs to continue her training. At that moment, Shun San suddenly produced an electric baton, intending to stun Qiao and take her away. It was a command from the young master that he felt compelled to fulfill. As for how to bring someone back to the base, the young master had not specified, implying it was unimportant. Shenshur was also prepared to catch the fainted Qiao, ensuring she did not fall to the ground but landed safely on him. However, just as he was ready, he noticed Shun San's actions had abruptly halted, as if paused. He looked up to see Qiao aiming a gun at Shun San's head, while the other hand held a bomb poised near her mouth, ready to pull the pin at any moment. He could not help but think, so cool. But upon glancing at Shun San, he saw his face had darkened like the bottom of a pot. Qiao's expression had shifted. The indifference was replaced by a terrifying murderous intent. If it were not for your connection to Gu Qianhan, you would have been dead by now. Qiao's voice was low yet laced with coldness. Get out. At that moment, she truly regretted agreeing to safeguard the ring for Gu Qianhan. It was such a hassle. Shun San and Shanshur exchanged glances, both stunned by her resoluteness, armed with both a gun and a bomb. The life-or-death tension made them hesitant to act recklessly. Shun San took a deep breath, striving to keep his tone calm. Miss He, we mean no offense. We are merely following orders. Please understand. Qiao scoffed. Following orders? Is it a pretext for kidnapping me? Go back and tell your young master that I am not a pawn to be manipulated. With that, her finger lightly rested on the bomb's safety pin, as if to convey to Shun San that she meant every word. Faced with this, Shun San could only shake his head helplessly and step back. He recalled the young master's mission and spoke again. Miss He, the young master is very busy and cannot come to escort you himself. I advise you to take the opportunity to leave. He assumed that Qiao felt their identities were insufficient and desired the young master to come personally. He also thought she was akin to those women who had approached the young master before the apocalypse. Qiao found this amusingly infuriating. Where did Shun San and his young master derive their confidence? Return the letter I just gave you, she said. Although Shun San was surprised, he complied. Qiao took the letter and tore it apart. Shun San was still in a daze when Qiao tossed him the ring, saying, Deliver this to Gu Qianhan and tell him not to bother me again. Shun San recognized the ring. It originally belonged to old Master Shun and was later passed to the eldest daughter, symbolizing the head of the Shun family. He had not anticipated that the young master would entrust such an important item to Qiao. A sense of foreboding arose within him. Qiao's identity seemed to extend beyond that of a mere lover. Yet, with a grenade still firmly in her grasp, he could only retreat for now. He signaled Shenshur, and the two of them slowly backed away until they were out of Qiao's sight before hastening their departure. At that moment, Shenba waited anxiously in the vehicle. Upon seeing only Shun San and Shenshur return, he was puzzled. Where's Miss He? Why hasn't she come down? Shun San wore a dark expression, silent. Shenshur, however, struggled to suppress a laugh, recalling the usually imposing Shun San on the training field, now being threatened by a woman with a gun. It was somewhat comical, yet he understood that this was not the time for laughter, so he advised Shenba, Don't ask, let's go. We need to hurry back to the base and report to the young master. Chapter 90. What are you laughing at? Time swiftly passed, and 7 o'clock in the evening arrived quietly. The outside world was completely shrouded in darkness. Yuan in room 902 experienced a roller coaster of emotions today, oscillating between highs and lows. Initially, the military personnel withdrew, intending to seize Qiao's abundant supplies. However, at that moment, 2 armed men ascended the building first, taking away a considerable amount of supplies. Yuan felt a deep pang of regret, believing that this time they had no chance. Yet, he soon realized that these 2 individuals had discreetly departed without taking Qiao. He speculated that they must be Gu Qianhan's subordinates, merely retrieving supplies that belonged to him. This implied that Gu Qianhan truly had no intention of intervening with Qiao, allowing them to take a risk. Yuan's spirits lifted once more, eagerly awaiting the cover of darkness to act. Just then, 3 men arrived at room 901 across the hall, one of whom was armed. The leader of this group was someone Yuan had encountered near the marketplace, known as Lan Qi. He was a ruthless bully who thrived on preying upon the weak and seizing others' resources, making him a formidable adversary. He hurriedly instructed his subordinates to keep watch at the door while he gathered the rest in the living room to discuss strategies. Let us hear everyone's opinions. Yuan prompted. Hu Kun, having learned from past experiences, remained silent. The others began to chatter excitedly. I say we shouldn't fear Lan Qi across the hall. We're all here to snatch supplies, and it's a matter of skill. Whoever can take it, gets it, one suggested. Indeed, we can charge together, and our success rate will surely increase. No matter how formidable Qiao may be, she cannot contend with so many of us, another chimed in. There are only 4 of them, and with Xia Shui, that makes 5. We have more people, giving us greater odds. With so many acting in unison, Lan Qi wouldn't dare fire his weapon. Fearing he might injure his own, they all exclaimed, their excitement palpable as if the supplies were already within their grasp. Yuan observed the silent Hu Kun and inquired, Xiao Hu, why are you so quiet? Though Hu Kun initially hesitated to speak, concerned that their recklessness might implicate him, he ultimately voiced his thoughts. What about those 2 in black combat gear who took the supplies? They were armed. Do you think they left Qiao with a weapon? His words drew a chorus of disapproval. You really know how to kill the mood. Someone complained. Yuan shook his head. It's impossible. Gu Qianhan wouldn't leave a weapon with Qiao. Guns are far too precious now. If he were willing to leave her a weapon, he would have already taken her away with him instead of just relocating supplies and leaving her at Ming Rijia Yuan. Hu Kun fell silent again, deciding not to speak any further. At that moment, another suggested, what if we collaborate with Lan Qi, right? We could discuss it first, someone agreed. A sudden cold laugh from a woman interrupted their scheming. Yuan turned to see the disheveled Xia Xiu leaning against the doorframe. What are you laughing at? A man reprimanded. This is not your place to speak. Go back inside. However, Yuan looked at Xia Xiu and asked, do you have something to say? Xia Xiu nodded. Actually, it doesn't need to be so complicated. We simply wait, allowing Lan Qi and his men to seize the supplies. Then, when they let their guard down, we can snatch their firearms and resources. Yuan remained silent for a moment, then clapped his hands and exclaimed, excellent. You are indeed a clever woman. Xia Xiu smiled slightly. Don't forget the promise you made to me. A glint of determination flashed in Yuan's eyes. Rest assured, I will ensure that both your sister and Qiao are handed over to you. Meanwhile, in room 901 across the hall, the door was tightly shut, enveloped in silence. Lan Qi fixed his gaze on Xia Shui. Where is Sun Yang? Where is he? Xia Shui struggled to maintain her composure, responding softly. Sun Yang said you hadn't arrived, and he was worried something had happened, so he went to meet you. Before leaving, he entrusted his backpack to me and asked me to watch the door. Lan Qi remained skeptical. He stood up and began to inspect the room, scrutinizing every detail. In the air, a faint, nearly imperceptible scent of blood began to waft. This odor filled Lan Qi with an ominous premonition. Following the scent, he approached the kitchen door, which was tightly closed. Lan Qi glanced back at Xia Shui, who stood there, trembling, with no signs of anything amiss. Just as Xia Shui thought Lan Qi would relent, he suddenly forcefully pushed open the kitchen door. The creaking of the hinges echoed harshly in the still air. However, as Lan Qi stepped into the kitchen, a look of confusion crossed his face. The kitchen was utterly empty, devoid of anything. Xia Shui silently rejoiced, relieved that she had cleaned up thoroughly. She had consumed all the food in Sun Yang's backpack, regaining her strength, and had disposed of Sun Yang's body through the kitchen window. The kitchen was situated in a concealed corner, making it difficult to see anything below from the window. Moreover, with the darkness of night settling in and no flashlight illumination, it was even harder to detect anything unusual. She had also meticulously cleaned the kitchen floor and opened the window for ventilation. Thus, the kitchen appeared as it always had, showing no signs of disturbance. Lan Qi, unsatisfied, ordered Zhou Jun and Jiayu to conduct a thorough search of the entire house. They examined every nook and cranny, including under the bed and in the wardrobe. However, after an exhaustive search, they found nothing. Jiayu asked, "Boss, should we go out and look for Sun Yang?" Lan Qi shook his head. "No need. The three of us are sufficient." In his mind, Lan Qi had already formed a suspicion. Perhaps Sun Yang encountered more formidable rivals on his way back to find them, and had been black-eaten by black in this apocalypse. Such occurrences were all too common here. To be outmatched and killed was a perfectly ordinary fate. Life was the least valuable commodity in this world. Jiayu wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Lan Qi. "When we get back, if Sun Yao asks about Sun Yang's whereabouts, what will you say?" Jiayu was momentarily speechless, but Zhou Jun gave him a suggestive glance. Realizing, Jiayu replied, "We'll say that during the raid for supplies, Sun Yang was killed by Qiao." Lan Qi nodded, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "Exactly. We will go upstairs now, kill Qiao, seize the supplies, and avenge Sun Yang." Chapter 91. Deceived Qiao felt a great sense of relief as she returned the ring to Gu Qianhan. They would no longer have to meet, which was for the best for both parties. At that moment, she was busily preparing at home. She neatly rolled up the living room carpet and stored the 2 rows of sandbags behind the door into her space. All her belongings, such as supplies, mattresses, sandbags, and shooting targets, were meticulously collected to prevent damage during any impending conflict. Next, she entered the adjacent room and transported all the supplies left by Lu Chun and Lin Feifei into her living room. However, upon surveying the collection, her brow furrowed slightly, as she felt the quantity was somewhat lacking. Thus, a clever idea struck her. She found an empty bag originally meant for rice, filled it with sand, and replicated 10 identical bags, neatly stacking them in the living room. Once the others arrived, they would surely mistake this for a mountain of rice. She then hurried to the small living room on the 10th floor and stowed away a generator into her space. With everything in place, she returned to the 11th floor. She extinguished all the lights, not even using the charcoal stove or electric heater, opting instead to place a few heat packs inside her clothing while waiting for their arrival. As night fell, the clock quietly struck 10. Amidst the profound silence, the inner turmoil of Lan Qi was palpable. He instructed his subordinates to check downstairs, noting that Qiao's home was devoid of light, indicating she had likely succumbed to slumber. Clutching his handgun tightly, he led the way at the forefront of the group. Jiayu followed closely behind, wielding a modified chainsaw that gleamed ominously. Meanwhile, Su Yun carefully trailed Leighton Keek, carrying homemade explosives. Finally, they reached the sliding door on the 10th floor. The interior was engulfed in darkness, so silent that it felt as if even breathing could disturb something. Lan Qi cautiously switched on his flashlight to illuminate the path for his subordinates. Jiayu swiftly stepped forward, skillfully donning insulated gloves to showcase his lock-picking prowess. His movements were swift and graceful, producing almost no sound. In less than a minute, he effortlessly picked open 2 locks. As the door swung open, Lan Qi and his crew were the first to inspect the 10th floor, only to find the 2 apartments completely empty of supplies. They exchanged glances, silently deciding to delve deeper. They ascended to the 11th floor, while Qiao remained alert, waiting for them. When they arrived at the door of room 1101, Lan Qi unhesitatingly opted to force the door open. Qiao, hearing the faint sound from the door, felt a thrill of joy and swiftly concealed herself behind the door. The door creaked open gently, with Lan Qi hiding behind. allowing Jiayu and Zhou Jun to enter first. He waited cautiously, fearing any unexpected turns. However, nothing transpired. Everything seemed under their control. Wearing night vision goggles, Lan Shi clearly saw the living room overflowing with supplies. Essentials such as rice, canned goods, charcoal, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits were all present. To their astonishment, there was even a medicine cabinet towering a meter high, emblazoned with the name of a certain antipyretic. They had struck gold. This was far more than the material list provided by Director Ma. Yet the thought of having to share half with Director Ma made him feel uneasy. Eagerly, Jiayu sought to open the cabinet to see the quantity of medications inside. Zhou Jun, on the other hand, moved toward a small umbrella box under the television, overflowing with items. He understood that these could be traded for numerous supplies, and more importantly, having them would allow him to indulge without fear of illness. Unbeknownst to them, most of these supplies were merely empty packages, with only a handful being genuine items taken from the adjacent room. Observing their excitement, Lan Shi had to lower his voice to remind them, "You two fools, focus on the task at hand." Only then did they realize their lapse in composure, promptly regaining their focus to search the room for Qiao. However, after scouring the entire space, they could not locate her. Zhou Jun, filled with confusion, inquired, "Boss, where is she?" Lan Shi slapped him hard, exclaiming, "If you ask me, who do I ask then?" At that moment, Qiao contemplated rushing out to eliminate them with her submachine gun. Yet, she was suddenly halted by Jiayu's words. Could it be that Director Ma has already found someone else and taken Qiao away? This statement caused her to pause. She had not anticipated that Lan Shi knew Director Ma. Memories of what Hong Dandan had once told her began to surface. Hong Dandan had mentioned that the person who collaborated long-term with Director Ma was a young man, dark in demeanor and cunning in conduct. These traits bore a striking resemblance to Lan Shi. Coupled with the fact that Jiayu had been taken by the military the day he exposed himself in the neighborhood, coinciding with the appearance of the man mentioned by Hong Dandan in the military-s interrogation room. It all seemed to silently unveil a truth. The man who collaborated with Director Ma was none other than Lan Shi. With this realization, Qiao could not help but smirk coldly. What a twist of fate. At that moment, Lan Shi remarked, "It's possible that Ma Chungrun has connections, and being greedy, he might have truly sought someone else to take Qiao away." As soon as he spoke, it dawned on him, "Oh no, we may have fallen into a trap." He hurriedly opened the medicine box, only to discover it was completely empty. Following that, the boxes of instant noodles and compressed biscuits were similarly unveiled, revealing nothing within. Zhou Jun opened the small umbrella box, exclaiming, "Boss, this one is empty too." Jiayu, unwilling to accept defeat, opened a rice bag only to find it filled with sand. Lan Shi's complexion darkened ominously. "Damn it, we've been played by Ma Chungrun. He must have sent someone else first." He bellowed in fury, "Let us return to our lair quickly. I fear Ma Chungrun might have spilled the beans about our hideout, and we could be ambushed." Upon hearing this, Qiao felt a stir within her. She sheathed her submachine gun, deciding to spare these men for the moment and accompany them back to their lair. After all, it would surely harbor a wealth of supplies, and she could take the opportunity to uncover Director Ma's secrets. Like a whirlwind, Lan Shi dashed down the stairs, forcefully kicking open the door to room 901. Unprepared, Xia Shuei was wholly engrossed in listening to the commotion from upstairs, puzzled as to why Lan Shi and his companions had been silent for so long. Suddenly, an immense force knocked her to the ground. Before she could comprehend the situation, Lan Shi had seized her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. "Tell me, has anyone been upstairs today?" Choking and pale, Xia Shuei could barely shake her head. She understood that revealing the truth could lead to her swift demise. Lan Shi's expression darkened like a stormy sky. He had no faith in her deceit. This woman had become useless to him, and with his urgency to return to their lair, a murderous intent surged within him. Chapter 92. Do not fear. At that moment, the door of room 902 swung open, revealing He Yuan and Xia Xiu. Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Xiu hurriedly shouted, "Stop." She rushed over, exclaiming, "I saw it. I truly saw it. I beg you, spare my sister." Lan Shi's grip remained firm around Xia Shui's neck, while his other hand pointed a gun at He Yuan and Xia Xiu, demanding, "Tell me, what did you see?" He Yuan quickly raised his hands in surrender, indicating he bore no weapon. Xiaoxiu, her voice trembling, recounted this afternoon. Two men clad in black combat gear came with guns. They sought out He Qiao and took away a substantial amount of supplies. Lan Qi glared furiously at Xiaoxiu. Clearly, someone came and took supplies, yet you deny it. Xiaoxiu's features contorted in agony, her eyes bloodshot as she desperately beat against Lan Qi's hand, nearing the brink of unconsciousness. In that critical moment, Xiaoxiu knelt before Lan Qi, pleading, "Implore you, let my sister go." She surely did not see anything. She wouldn't deceive you. Lan Qi pondered for a moment and then inquired, "Did you see He Qiao come downstairs?" Xiaoxiu shook her head no. Lan Qi then turned the gun toward He Yuan. "And you?" He Yuan quickly shook his head as well. "I did not see anything either." He was equally astonished. From Lan Qi's demeanor, it seemed He Qiao was not upstairs. Could it be that she had fled long ago? Finally, Lan Qi released Xiaoxiu, who collapsed like a limp rag doll, gasping for air, each breath accompanied by violent coughs. Yet Lan Qi kicked her, demanding stop pretending. "Speak." Xiaoxiu groaned in pain. "I truly did not see anything. Perhaps Sun Yang was guarding the door at that time." Lan Qi paused, contemplating the possibility. However, with Sun Yang already missing, he was eager to return to their base, unwilling to waste further time here. He signaled to Jia Yu and Zhou Jun to retreat, then turned to leave. He Yuan called out from behind, "Lan Qi, I am He Yuan. I wish to make your acquaintance." But Lan Qi seemed to ignore him, continuing onward. Watching Lan Qi's vanishing silhouette, He Yuan spat on the ground, cursing under his breath. What a piece of work. He then turned to his companions in room 902, urging, "Let us head upstairs and take a look." The group armed themselves, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they ascended the staircase briskly. The door to the 10th floor stood ajar, as if silently welcoming their arrival. They effortlessly crossed the threshold, reaching the 11th floor. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiu was intently crouched before Xiaoxiu, concern etched on her face. "Sister, are you all right?" Xiaoxiu, still gasping, could only helplessly lay on the ground. She felt a flicker of relief, realizing that in her direst hour, her sister had chosen to come to her aid. This bond of blood was, after all, indelible. She struggled to lift her head, wishing to express her apologies to her sister. Just then, she was taken aback to see a cruel smile spreading across Xiaoxiu's face. With a sudden burst of strength, Xiaoxiu yanked Xiaoxiu's hair, forcefully dragging her into room 902. "Sister, I want you to experience what I have endured during this time." Xiaoxiu's voice echoed ominously within the room. "Do not fear. I shall always be with you." Elsewhere, He Qiao concealed herself in a small study, keenly observing the movements of Lan Qi and his associates through binoculars. She noted that they had left the vicinity and boarded a dilapidated van, which lacked even functioning headlights, speeding down the main road. She recognized that this route led to the military's temporary command center. A cascade of fragmented memories flashed through her mind. She recalled that not far behind the command center stood an abandoned building, long neglected even before the onset of the apocalypse, with its windows long since vanished. After the apocalypse, that area had transformed into an uninhabited wasteland, unlikely to attract any survivors seeking refuge. Yet, when she had previously seen this building from the interrogation room at the command center, she vaguely remembered that one of its floors had a room with windows. Now, it dawned on her that those windows must have been installed only after the apocalypse. In that moment, an epiphany struck her. The dilapidated building behind the military command center was likely the stronghold of Lan Qi and his gang. This revelation explained how the reclusive director, Ma, could so easily communicate with them. They were partners in crime, sharing the spoils of resources, which is why Director Ma was aware of their hideout. This also elucidated Lan Qi's palpable anxiety, fearing betrayal from Director Ma. Now that she had discerned the location of Lan Qi's lair, her urgency waned. She could first deal with the intruders below. At that moment, He Yuan and his group brazenly infiltrated He Qiao's territory, their eyes gleaming with avarice, perceiving the supplies abandoned by Lan Qi as priceless treasures. Confident that the place was devoid of occupants, they let their guard down, storming into the living room like ravenous wolves, rummaging through drawers and cabinets. their flashlights dancing over each object in search of anything of value. However, Qiao was in the small study, attuned to the commotion outside. The instant they entered the living room, she prudently concealed herself for safety. To her astonishment, the intruders carelessly neglected to inspect their surroundings, fixated solely on the supplies. Preoccupied with the location of Lan Qi's hideout, she could not afford to linger here. Thus, she exited the small study swiftly, clutching her submachine gun tightly. The moment gunfire erupted, bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, systematically eliminating the greedy intruders. As flames flickered and smoke enveloped the air, Qiao felt an indescribable exhilaration. Simultaneously, within room 902, Xia Shui was being ruthlessly stripped of her clothing by her own sister, Xia Xiu, and confined to the master bedroom. Xia Xiu had initially intended to savor her sister once He Yuan and his companions returned. Yet, the sudden gunfire shattered her reverie. Startled, Xia Xiu quickly regained her composure. Realizing the gunfire originated from upstairs, likely indicating Qiao's counterattack. Those fools, He Yuan and his companions, were unarmed. With revenge set aside, her only thought was to escape this perilous location. She dashed to the second bedroom's wardrobe, retrieving the backpack He Yuan had hidden earlier, filled with food and water. It was essential for her escape. Without hesitation, she sprinted downstairs, her heart racing with fear and anxiety. She understood that once Qiao had dealt with He Yuan and the others, she would likely descend in search of her. She had to vacate this wretched place swiftly to preserve her own life. With all her might, she raced down the stairs, bursting out of building 13 and sprinting across the snow-covered ground. Chapter 93. The assassin missed again in the dead of night. The chilling wind howled. Yet, within Xia Xiu's heart, only fear and the instinct for survival prevailed. She ran desperately forward, not pausing for a moment. However, fate seemed to conspire against her. An unidentified object suddenly plummeted from the sky, grazing her arm and leaving behind a searing pain. With no time to dwell on it, she was driven by an even greater urgency to escape this perilous place. In a corner of the upper floor, Qiao clutched a sniper rifle, pressed firmly against the window's edge. Her gaze was icy. The assassin missed again. She muttered under her breath, a hint of dissatisfaction coloring her tone. Practice was essential. Steadying her breath, she aimed once more. This time, the bullet struck Xia Xiu's thigh with precision. Although her intention had been to hit Xia Xiu in the back, it mattered little. Any marksmanship capable of claiming a life was commendable in her eyes. Without hesitation, Qiao fired again, ensuring Xia Xiu had no chance of survival. Subsequently, Qiao stepped over several corpses in the living room and made her way to room 902. Her footsteps echoed on the filthy tiles, creating a rustling sound. Behind the door, Xia Shui lay huddled on the bed, wrapped tightly in a grease-stained blanket. She held her breath, her heart pounding like a drum, attempting to conceal her presence in the darkness. Yet, the gunfire from above rang out like a death knell, preventing her from finding peace. She surmised that Qiao had eliminated He Yuan and the others and was now closing in, intent on eradicating them completely. Xia Shui silently prayed that Qiao's wrath would be directed solely at her sister, Xia Xiu, rather than herself. After all, it was her sister who had betrayed them to the military, not this innocent sister. However, as the footsteps outside grew ever closer, she realized her prayers were in vain. In a panic, she spoke, her voice trembling. "I am not Xia Xiu. I am her sister, Xia Shui. My sister has already fled downstairs. Please spare me." Yet, the response came in the form of Qiao's cold voice. "I know Xia Xiu is not here, for she has already perished downstairs." "Dead?" Xia Shui whispered, terror surging within her like a tidal wave. She pleaded for mercy. "Then can you spare me? After all, I did not betray you to the military." But Qiao merely scoffed. "What of Lan Qi? How do you explain that?" Xia Shui's complexion drained of color at the mention of Lan Qi. She had not anticipated that Qiao would discover her connection to him. Trembling, she begged for forgiveness. "I am sorry. I shall never dare again. Please grant me a chance to redeem myself." However, Qiao remained unmoved. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her submachine gun and sprayed bullets through the door. The screams that ensued echoed throughout the room. The door, unable to withstand the onslaught, slowly creaked open, revealing Xia Shuei sprawled in a pool of blood. M City Base. Gu Residence, second floor study. Shun Sen handed over the ring to Gu Qianhan. The man, known for his calm demeanor, suddenly leaped from the sofa. How did this ring end up in your possession? This ring had been entrusted to Qiao for safekeeping. She had promised to return it to him personally, yet he was taken aback to see it appear at the Gu residence so soon. Shun Sen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. Miss, he asked me to bring it to you. She refused to return to the base with us. Gu Qianhan could hardly believe his ears. What? The military had already withdrawn, and the situation at Ming Rijia Yuan was fraught with danger. His expression darkened, and he glared at his subordinate, a mix of anger and urgency in his eyes. Qiao hasn't returned. Why did you come back? Why didn't you remain there to protect her? Shin-san was taken aback by the barrage of questions, not having realized the depth of Gu Qianhan's concern for Qiao, which far exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought that Qiao was merely a fleeting fancy for Gu Qianhan, and the delivery of the ring was just a trivial gesture to appease a woman. Shinba, being more straightforward, blurted out, "Young master, the supplies you discreetly sent her, she didn't even glance at them. She returned everything to us unopened." He stole a glance at Shun-san and lowered his voice, somewhat awkwardly adding, "Moreover, she told us to get lost." Gu Qianhan's brows knitted tightly, as if he could crush a fly between them. How could Qiao, known for her gentle nature, suddenly become so resolute? It was only if she had been truly angered. After all, she rarely raised her voice at anyone. What exactly did you say to her? Gu Qianhan's tone was tinged with urgency and reproach. Shun-san steeled himself and recounted the events. Upon hearing that his subordinates had intended to forcibly bring Qiao back with electric batons, Gu Qianhan's face turned an alarming shade, his fists cracking ominously. He himself could hardly bear to raise his voice in front of Qiao. How dare they treat her in such a manner? No wonder she had angrily uttered the word "get lost." However, upon reflection, the fact that she had refrained from retaliating against Shun-san and returned the ring suggested that she still held him in some regard. The thought filled Gu Qianhan with an indescribable joy. He had no time for further musings. The immediate priority was to bring Qiao back. He swiftly donned practical gear and retrieved a gleaming handgun from the cabinet, instructing Uncle Hai, "Quickly arrange for a helicopter. I must go to Ming Rijia Yuan." Initially intending to bring someone else along, he decided that Shun-san and Shunba, being most familiar with Ming Rijia Yuan, should accompany him. "You two, come with me. I will take you to retrieve the future young mistress. From now on, you are not to show her any disrespect." Future young mistress? Shun-san and Shunba's eyes widened in shock, both taken aback. Was the young master serious? Shun-san nodded inwardly. Qiao's poise and strength indeed warranted such a title. However, Shunba inwardly muttered, "Young master, this might be unrequited love. Qiao doesn't seem to hold any feelings for you." But he would never dare voice such thoughts. They had yet to bring her back, and having angered the young mistress earlier in the day, voicing such sentiments would only invite trouble. Uncle Hai had also caught the phrase "young mistress." He abruptly looked up, fixing his gaze on Gu Qianhan. "Young master, have you forgotten our grand plan?" With that, he turned to Shun-san and Shunba. "You two, step outside for the time being." Chapter 94. I plead with you, Uncle Hai, who typically exudes warmth, now wore an unusually serious expression. Shun-san and Shunba stood frozen, at a loss. It was Gu Qianhan who shattered the silence. "You two, please step outside and prepare. I will join you shortly." As the study door closed, Uncle Hai's demeanor shifted to gravitas, and he spoke earnestly to Gu Qianhan. "Young master, both the Zhou and Qin families have sent envoys to propose a marriage alliance with you. Whichever family you choose will significantly benefit our future circumstances. Particularly, Miss Zhou Qinyan from the Zhou family, who boasts a prestigious lineage as the kin of the current and future heads of her family. Moreover, prior to the apocalypse, you held her in high regard and had consented to this union. Miss Zhou is exceptionally filial, often visiting the Gu residence to bring joy to your mother. Even during your absence, she never ceased to care for you, nearly embarking on a quest to find you. Had it not been for your clandestine communication, we would have believed you lost to this world. Yet Ms. Zhou remained steadfast in her affection for you. Gu Qianhan listened intently to Uncle Hai's narrative, refraining from interruption until Uncle Hai concluded. Only then did he respond slowly. Indeed, I yearn to ascend the pinnacle of power, a sentiment I do not shy away from. Especially after witnessing the Gu, Zhou, and Qin families exploit base resources for personal gain, bartering with the military and disregarding lives. My resolve has only strengthened. It is only from a position of elevation that I can wield influence and pursue my true aspirations. An alliance with either the Zhou or Qin family would certainly expedite my objectives. Yet, upon hearing news of Qiao, I instantaneously grasped that marrying another is inconceivable for me. My previous desire for her surpassed mere affection. I even contemplated secluding her within gilded walls. But at this moment, I understand that my sole priority is to ensure her safety. This surpasses my yearning for power. Do you comprehend? Even if we never share physical intimacy, I would willingly remain by her side. Do you understand? I regret not clarifying this sooner to Shun San and the others. Had I done so, they would never have dared to treat her unjustly. Uncle Hai sighed inwardly, realizing the depth of the young master's emotions mirrored that of the late young lady. Once their hearts were engaged, they disregarded everything else. He attempted to persuade. A marriage alliance is merely a strategic maneuver. If Missy truly loves you, she will understand. Gu Qianhan's brow furrowed. What is there for her to understand? To become my mistress? To live a life akin to Qin Ruyun, without name or status? Uncle Hai continued to advocate. If you're reluctant to compromise her dignity, you could feign a marriage for a year or two, postponing the dissolution of the engagement until you secure your power. This is all for the greater good. The situation at the base is unpredictable. You have just dealt with Guer, and we are still far from our goal. Gu Qianhan slammed his fist onto the desk, interrupting Uncle Hai. I have witnessed the lives of my mother and father. I cannot allow my children to endure such a convoluted family environment. I, Gu Qianhan, will never use marriage as a stepping stone. I will achieve everything I desire through my own strength. Uncle Hai looked at the young master before him, reflecting on the